Ding! The divine game is about to commence. 1 million doomsday survivors will be initially dispatched into the apocalyptic dungeon, followed by an additional 1 million survivors from Blue Star each day. Please take note of the following information. I can't believe it. Waking up in such a bizarre place? Yuan stared at his panel. 1. Doomsday Survival Permit. Please register your personal identity. The survival permit will be crucial for your continued existence. 2. Survivors have no opportunity for resurrection or return to the real world upon death. Once dead is truly the end. 3. The survival permit can be upgraded. The initial survival permit is of black iron grade. The levels of the survival permit are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, dark gold, diamond, starry, and supreme. 4. Killing zombies will reward you with survival points, which can be exchanged for supplies and treasure chests. 5. Best of luck to all survivors in your struggle for survival. Name: Yuan. Age: 20. Attributes: Strength, 5 Speed, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 5 Survival Points, none. Treasure chests: none. Token level: Black Iron Supply Market, Treasure Chest Market, 100 Black Iron Treasure Chests refresh daily. The price for a Black Iron Treasure Chest is 100 Survival Points. Synthesis Tokens: 010. Chat Forum. Survivor 45680. What the hell? The world has changed drastically after waking up. Survivor 567590. Zombies. So many zombies everywhere, flying in the sky and running on the ground. Survivor 765147. Ah, my little Kalami, what should I do if it gets bitten by a zombie? Survivor 749999. Where is this place? Does anyone know how to get back? I have 100 houses in Jiangsheng. They'll give 99.9 of them to anyone who can take me back. Survivor 998880. I have perished from matters. Burn paper from minor matters. Summon spirits from major matters. Dig graves. If you truly miss me, come down and accompany me. Any appearance online is purely a transformation into a zombie. Survivor 1111111. I crossed over, huh? I must be the protagonist. Even if not, I shall walk the path of the protagonist, leaving no way for the protagonist to escape. Survivor 33333. The person above should get some rest, even as the protagonist, starting with 0 survival points and nothing else. What the hell is this? The first chapter has concluded. This is easy. Personal information encountered issues, data disruption, omissions, refreshing, and reconnecting. Name: Yuan. Age: 20. Attributes: Strength, 5 Speed, 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 5 Survival Points, 100 trillion treasure chests, none. Token level: Black Iron Supply Market, Treasure Chest Market, 100 Black Iron Treasure Chests refresh daily. The price for a Black Iron Treasure Chest is 100 Survival Points. Synthesis Tokens: 010. Killing a zombie equals 1 survival point. The sudden change was unexpected, but Yuan quickly acclimated, realizing that apart from the alteration in survival points, everything else remained unchanged. Yuan's eyes sparkled. He glanced at the regional chat and noticed no one mentioned the change in survival points, though it was possible that some chose to remain silent. Regardless, this transmigrator would not fare poorly in the apocalyptic dungeon. 100 trillion, how many zeros are there? It was beyond counting. Yuan opened the supply market, and a dazzling array of goods appeared, predominantly categorized into food and everyday supplies or miscellaneous items. These prices are a bit outrageous, aren't they? Potatoes, 10 survival points. Cabbage, 50 survival points. Compressed biscuits, 100 survival points. Mineral water, 200 survival points. Eggs, 500 survival points. Fruits, 1,000 survival points. Isn't this pushing people to their limits? Can those in the regional chat withstand it? But what does it matter to me? I have 100 trillion survival points. He clicked on the treasure chest market, swiped his hand, and directly purchased 100 black iron treasure chests, just that extravagant. Immediately, the chests radiated brilliance, revealing introductions for various items. 1 cubic meter of portable storage space, 16 shelter model. Requires payment of 100 survival points to transform into a 100 square meter black iron level shelter point 2. Zombie detector. Scans for zombies within a radius of 100 meters. Point 7. Quarantine suit. Can mask the scent of living individuals from zombies. Note: damaged or torn renders it ineffective. Point 14. Subordinate metal. can be given to others to view their attributes. Point 12. Zombie spray. When applied, it simulates the scent of a zombie, effective for 1 hour. Point 9. Decontamination agent. Can eliminate the virus and restore normalcy for those infected by ordinary zombies. Note, ineffective against infections from advanced zombies. Point 6. Energy liquid. Enhances four-dimensional attributes: red boosts strength, green boosts speed, white boosts constitution, blue boosts spirit. Note, balanced enhancement is more crucial than random enhancement, or consequences will be borne by the individual. Black iron sword, 6 black iron spear, 5 black iron battle axe, 4 black iron crossbow, 4 strength, 55 speed, 53 constitution, 53 spirit. 54. The taste is quite pleasant. Yuan smacked his lips, consuming all 15 doses of energy liquid. Instantly, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power, a fiery warmth coursing through him, and with a single punch, the air erupted with a crack. With my current strength, combined with those weapons, I want just survive in this apocalypse. To the very least, I want easily meet a perilous end. Glancing at the regional chat, he observed a clear decline in the number of participants, with deaths increasing by the minute. The sky was overcast, and from a distance, dark clouds loomed, occasionally pierced by the guttural howls of zombies, which even reached Yuan's ears in this remote location. Chat forum. Survivor 58810. Damn. Why are there so many zombies here? A tide of corpses is surging, assaulting a massive city gate. Survivor 2233. What do you mean, one? We're surrounded on all sides by zombies, like an overwhelming wave crashing towards us. Survivor 15574. I'm right here in the city. What should I do? It feels like this place can't hold out much longer, and I've spotted several massive creatures towering dozens of meters high, furiously attacking the city. Survivor 12121. Me too. It's over. The rear of the city has been breached and fallen zombies are pouring in relentlessly. Yuan surveyed the area within 100 meters and noted that for nearly 2 or 3 hours, he hadn't encountered any zombies. The regional chat explained it almost were engaged in the siege. Looking into the distance, sounds echoed from afar, indicating he was not too far from the zombie siege. Once the dust settled and the tide receded, this area might be inundated with zombies, so he decided it would be best to steer clear of here. Tap, 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 tap. In the distance, a swaying convoy was surrounded by a multitude of zombies, with limited gunfire from within the vehicles. Captain, what should we do? Our fuel and ammunition are running low. We can only hold out for 5 more minutes before we're done for. Abandon the vehicle, give fuel to a few motorcycles inside, then ignite the fuel tank. Understood. Chapter 2. Suppressed by a beauty at the start, Yuan was suddenly startled by the deafening explosion, turning his head to see, albeit from a distance, a menacing throng advancing from behind. Illuminated by a burst of flames, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he retrieved a pair of binoculars, which he had, of course, exchanged for at the supply market. He observed several motorcycles racing ahead, with a relentless tide of zombies surging behind, advancing ominously in his direction. Damn it, he exclaimed inwardly. There was no place to hide, no means of escape. Once the horde arrived, all attempts to evade would be futile. He quickly exchanged for a bicycle at the supply market, a mundane yet essential item for survival. Gazing at the zombie detector, he noted the alarming proliferation of red dots within 100 meters. With a few green dots ahead, steadily closing the distance, Yuan pedaled furiously, his enhanced physique allowing him to maintain a decent speed, just within the range of the encroaching horde. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Fortunately, during his previous searches, he had discovered an underground passage, proving that his efforts over the past few hours were not in vain. "Hey, look up ahead, there's someone," exclaimed a woman with striking long hair. An alluring figure and a breathtaking visage, embodying an indomitable beauty amidst the apocalypse. "I saw her first. Let us follow," she commanded. The motorcycles surged forward with renewed vigor, as if propelled by arrows, narrowing the distance between them and Yuan. He arrived at a seemingly abandoned dwelling, the door ajar, and pedaled his bicycle towards it. Behind him loomed an oppressive darkness, an abyss of fear that felt as though it were swallowing him whole. "Hey, you there! Where are you headed?" Yuan heard a voice call from behind. He chose to ignore it, unwilling to engage. Survival was his priority, and he slipped inside with haste. The leading woman frowned, recognizing the urgency of the situation. "Follow her in," she commanded. Within mere minutes, Yuan vanished from sight. "Where did he go?" one of the women inquired. "Little arm, sense your surroundings. Captain, I can only sense once a day. Do I really need to use it now? What other options do we have?" "It's too late for alternatives." In the dim, enclosed space, filled with the scent of dust, they found temporary safety. If only the space weren't so cramped. "I would consider establishing a refuge here," Yuan mused, leaning against the wall, listening intently to the sounds outside. With a fire axe in his left hand and a shield in his right, his heart raced with anxiety. He sensed that someone would inevitably follow him inside. In his effort to cover his tracks, he had intentionally disturbed the ground, smoothing over any indentations that might reveal his presence. In a world where trust was scarce, especially in this post-apocalyptic landscape, one had to remain vigilant. Yet, the very situation he feared had come to pass. The passage was several dozen meters deep, both concealed and structurally sound. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, catching Yuan off guard as he was swiftly subdued. "Silence! The horde is on its way." The voice was melodious, cold, and commanding. Yet Yuan paid it no heed. He found himself handcuffed and kneeling. Unable to see who was behind him, his mind racing in a mix of disbelief and concern. Moments later, several other women entered, filling the confined space with an intoxicating aroma. As he prepared to speak, a resounding tremor echoed through the passage, akin to the roar of an earthquake, the guttural growls of the undead audible even from the depths of the tunnel. Instantly, silence fell over the group, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. The stillness lingered for an hour or two, during which Yuan's hands grew numb from struggling against his restraints. "What do you intend to do?" "Let me go." Yet, despite his enhanced abilities, he felt as if the person behind him could crush him with ease, possessing strength beyond his own. They had bound him expertly, not in a clumsy manner, but rather with his hands secured in front, making any attempts at subterfuge nearly impossible. It was then that he noticed there were 12 women in total, each a stunning beauty, despite the darkness. Their exquisite appearances were evident, particularly that of the leader, who exuded a fierce allure, embodying the archetype of a dominant woman. Resolute and commanding, Yuan found himself momentarily entranced, acknowledging his own lack of sophistication. He had never encountered such captivating women before. "Hey, you little brat, keep your eyes to yourself. I might just pluck them out." Yuan averted his gaze, opting for silence. Chat forum. Survivor 8765. The city has fallen. Such a vast survivor enclave has vanished in an instant. I could hear the wails from afar. Survivor 1554. If you can utter such words, it means you're still alive, brother. Survivor 5772. It's over. Close your eyes and await death. What can we even do? Starting with nothing, we must kill 100 zombies for a mere iron treasure chest. How is that even feasible? Survivor 4466. Do you realize that if two survivors holding survival permits are within 100 meters of each other, they will alert one another? Survivor 8999. I can attest to that. We just huddled together. Survivor 18222. Indeed, I predict that someone from the previous post will die in the next second. Sure enough. In the following moment, the avatars of 8999 and 4466 disappeared, the circumstances of their demise unknown. Yuan furrowed his brow. His survival permit had not signaled any alerts. This indicated that these women might be survivors of this post-apocalyptic scenario, or perhaps natives of this world. Yuan found himself in dire need of 3 essentials. First, a sense of security, physically, mentally, and in terms of the environment. This was the apocalypse, a world teeming with zombies, where death lurked at every corner. Second, he needed to upgrade his survival permit, which would undoubtedly yield benefits, potentially unlocking valuable items within higher-tier treasure chests. Third, strength. Survival of the fittest was the law of the land, whether in this chaotic world or the peaceful modern era. In the face of danger, only power could provide solace. The immediate course of action was clear. He must upgrade his survival permit, which meant focusing on the chatter among fellow form users. As for food, his peers were not yet in a rush. His primary concern was his vulnerability, unarmed and defenseless against the ever-present threat of zombies. Weapons could be found almost anywhere, even stones could serve. But those with true lethality were another matter entirely. It was unlikely that anyone would readily trade their sole survival permit, an item of hope and necessity. Losing it would mean despair, waiting for death with nothing left to cling to. Yet, if danger loomed and he found himself unarmed, he could only resign himself to fate, choosing between early despair and late despair. Of course, if he could somehow fend off zombies with his bare hands, he would consider it a different scenario altogether. Yuan quietly lurked in the chat forum, fishing for that moment when opportunity would strike, desperately seeking a lifeline. Chapter 3. Alone with 12 beauties in the underground passage, Survivor 66666. I have a long gun. Do you want it? Survivor 55555. Yes, yes, yes. Survivor 66666. Trade it for your survival permit. Survivor 55555. Get lost. Survivor 55555. I can offer something else in exchange. Survivor 66666. What do you have to trade? Dante, tell me you killed 100 zombies for a treasure chest. Do you expect me to believe that? Survivor 55555. Where did you get that long gun? Don't say it came from a treasure chest. Survivor 66666. I'm not interested in discussing this. I have something you Dante, you want it or not? Yuan continued to engage with the next trader, adopting the identity of 66666. He remained under the watchful gaze of the women, choosing to feign death as long as they refrained from violence or malice. With nothing else to do, he continued to fish for potential trades in the chat forum, sending out dozens of messages, yet no bites. Thus, he remained patient, expanding his network. Upgrading his survival permit was no small feat, and he anticipated that the numbers would grow. Survivor 55555, the trade is on. You must provide an address. Survivor 66666. Can you even send an address? Survivor 55555. Of course. After a 10-minute wait, Survivor 55555. Hurry up. The zombies are about to pounce. Survivor 66666. No address, no trade? Survivor 55555. Quickly, Survivor 66666. You need to provide an address too. Survivor 55555. Fine. This trading system had a built-in mechanism for accountability. Once one party initiated a trade, the other only needed to confirm or deny, effectively mitigating the risk of scams. The items listed for trade were clearly defined. Yuan scrutinized the information and clicked confirm. This trade for the long gun had taken considerable effort. If it weren't for the pressing urgency, it would have been challenging to finalize. In the next moment, a long gun materialized in the space, and the location marker for his current position was sent out. Yuan refrained from taking action. It was a fixed address, though he could update his position as he moved. If it were a moving location, he would have disregarded it entirely. In this precarious world, where everyone was weak and vulnerable, revealing oneself could be a death sentence. Time was of the essence. He needed to develop, grow stronger, and gain an advantage as swiftly as possible. Thus, he continued to expand his network, as thoughts could be conveyed instantaneously, allowing for rapid communication. His private chat window was filled with an endless stream of messages, scrolling vertically for over 10 minutes without reaching the end. Consequently, he fell for 5 more traps, employing the same old tricks of 5 for 5. As long as it wasn't exaggerated, even exaggeration held no significance. The only difference this time was that the transaction involved not weapons, but rather hoes and shovels, which were also exchanged from the supply market. Who could say this wasn't a form of essential living supplies? In rural areas, these tools are indispensable for every household. Without hoes and shovels, where would one find arable land? Naturally, Yuan specifically targeted those in urgent need. Individuals cornered by sudden dangers, driven to despair and desperation, their requests flooding it was likely that they were indeed facing a life-and-death crisis, compelling them to trade their precious survivor tokens. With 6 survivor tokens in hand, there was no room for celebration just yet, for now was the opportune moment to deceive them. If he waited until they had developed, even the slightest sign of progress would render his manipulations futile. Such was the vastness of the world, making it exceedingly difficult to rely on luck to gather survivor tokens. The further one ventured, the more complicated it became. Therefore, as long as their demands were not outrageous, he could accept them. His sole aim was to obtain survivor tokens. In truth, if one were truly dedicated, catching these fish would not be an arduous task. He possessed supplies, weapons, resources, and an infinite number of survivor points. It was merely a matter of time. requiring constant vigilance over the chat messages. As every moment passed, lives were lost, and avatars turned gray. Even as Yuan felt overwhelmed and his thoughts became rigid, he struggled to keep up with the responses, yet the death toll was rising faster than he could expand his own fishing pond. Each death equated to one less survivor, and Yuan felt a pang of regret, blaming himself for not acting swiftly enough. Perhaps someone had survived due to his luck, and he might even acquire another survivor token. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, followed by a series of similar noises. His stomach growled, yet no one spoke up. Fortunately for Yuan, he had eaten well earlier, leaning against the wall with a sense of schadenfreude. Abruptly, a figure approached and kicked him hard, searching him thoroughly from head to toe. Apart from the mosaic, he had nothing to offer. The mosaic was abstract and not for consumption. "Hey kid, do you have any food? Haven't you searched me 3 times already?" Yuan replied curtly. "What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to me like that, you filthy man?" Having just been restrained by her companions, her mood was already sour, and now her impression of him had worsened. He chose to ignore her. Yet the woman before him continued to pester, grabbing him by the collar and forcing him to face her. "Kid, you look so fresh and full of life, without a trace of malice or bloodshed. Where did you come from?" Yuan's gaze was cold and unwelcoming. "Are you all starving? You look so weak and miserable. I find great satisfaction in seeing your plight, but let me tell you, I have an abundance of food, supplies beyond your imagination, yet I refuse to give you any, and you won't find anything on me." As for the one lying on the ground, she must have been scratched or bitten by a zombie. She might be turning now. You're hesitant to dispose of her, but in this apocalypse with zombies rampant, I trust you understand the reality better than I do. However, I have a way to save her, to prevent her from turning. His attention had been focused on the regional chat, the noise around him a mere distraction. He paid little heed to what these women were discussing or doing. Even a cursory glance revealed enough. Upon hearing this, the woman who was referred to as the leader by her companions looked at Yuan and inquired, "You have a way. If you truly can save her, I will apologize for my earlier actions and allow you to join our survivor team. But if you are merely venting your frustrations, don't blame me for throwing you out." Her tone was icy and commanding. Yuan retorted with sarcasm, "Ha! Why would I help you? With your tone and attitude, you might as well throw me out right now. This space is cramped enough as it is, and having one more person will only thin the oxygen." Not that Yuan had any intention of assisting. Even when asking for help, one should at least have the right demeanor. After all, even a 3-year-old asking for candy would say something sweet. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for an impending assault. However, the woman gripping his collar did not lash out as he had imagined, nor did she maintain a haughty demeanor. "If you truly have a way, if you can save my sister, I am willing to kneel and apologize to you." With that, she genuinely knelt down, and no one intervened. All the women turned their gaze toward Yuan in the apocalypse. What value does an E hold? If it means saving a life or filling a stomach, what good is pride? Survival is paramount, especially for these women who have endured tremendous hardship and suffering to survive in this harsh environment. As long as it was not excessive, they would be willing to bow down to hope, provided that hope was genuine. "Why should I help you? What benefit is there for me? Honestly, being alone in this apocalypse is far easier than being with you all." Chapter 4. Surrounded by women as Xiao Chun and I can offer you my body. My name is Xia Chenxi, but only if you can truly save someone. Xia Chenxi was the woman gripping his collar. "Ha! Are you overestimating yourself? Is it your confidence or your self-assuredness that makes you so bold?" Yuan sneered, for despite her disheveled appearance, he acknowledged that she was quite alluring. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was captivating, even in her dusty, unwashed state. Though he felt a stirring within, his current mindset was clouded, and the frustrations he held suppressed any desires. Xia Chenxi observed Yuan, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "I admit there are women more outstanding than I, like my older sister, the leader, but I am confident that I am not inferior to anyone. Why assets are something no man would overlook. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? As long as you have the ability, what does it matter if you are a woman? The key is whether you truly possess that ability. Don't you want me?" With a playful tilt of her head and a flirtatious blink, Yuan turned his face away, his cheeks flushed. Having never even held a girl's hand in his past life, The only woman he knew was his mother. Xia Qinzi leaned in, adjusting his head to face hers, nearly kissing him, before bursting into laughter. I didn't expect you to be a little virgin. That's quite rare. Gu Yuan lowered his head, biting his lip. Feeling even more embarrassed, Xia Qinzi untied his bindings and pushed him against the wall, blowing a gentle breath toward him. Are you willing to help me? Her breath was faint and fragrant, brushing against Gu Yuan's face. He felt his heart race, overwhelmed by her intoxicating scent, unable to meet her gaze. It's not impossible, but you must guarantee a few things. First, you all need to turn around. Second, you cannot pry into my secrets or harm or coerce me. I have plenty of supplies. I am not deceiving you. For your survival, you will undoubtedly need me. If you harbor any ill intentions, I have many ways to ensure mutual destruction. Feel free to test me. Third, allow me to temporarily join you, but you cannot force or command me to do anything. I am merely a free agent. All right, I promise. The leader interjected. As they turned away, Gu Yuan rummaged through his belongings. All right, what was she scratched by? Just a regular zombie, if that's good. There's still hope. Gu Yuan retrieved a blue syringe filled with medicine. Does this really work? Xia Qinzi asked. What other options do you have? It's worth a shot. A dead horse is better than a live 1.10 minutes later. The woman who had been lying on the ground, her complexion pale, pupils dilated, and breathing and heartbeat nearly non-existent, gradually regained color. Her breathing stabilized. And her eyes fluttered open, her voice weak yet coherent. Is she really alive? Is she okay? Xia Qinzi covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Gu Yuan. Overwhelmed with gratitude, thank you. My name is Zhuoyu, and I am the leader of this group of 12. And you? Zhuoyu extended her hand to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Let me introduce you. Zhuoyu gestured toward a woman with red hair. Clad in leather, her figure sultry and enticing. This is Yuan. Yuan stepped forward, patting Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Thanks. This is Zhao Qingya. Zhuoyu indicated another woman with long black hair, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhuoyu herself. This woman was also stunning. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet had the youthful charm of someone in their 20s, nodding at Gu Yuan. This is Yi Xiaowan. The girl, demure and elegant, also nodded at Gu Yuan. Lu Xian, Gu Xianer, Yun Ruoxue, Mo Yue, Wang Ting, Lin Mingming, Su Liyue. Lu Xian resembled a gentle older sister, her smile bright and tender. Wang Ting exuded confidence, her movements sharp and precise. Mo Yue was poised and graceful, while Lin Mingming, lively and spirited, was as close to Gu Yuan as Xia Qinzi, even teasing him playfully. Only Gu Xianer wore a disdainful expression, Yun Ruoxue remained cold and indifferent, and Su Liyue appeared repulsed and hostile. As for Zhuoyu, she was an untouchable beauty, exuding a strong and decisive aura. Xia Qinzi was outgoing and straightforward, unafraid to speak her mind. Despite their initial coldness toward Gu Yuan, all were strikingly beautiful, each scoring above 90 in appearance. Only Xia Qinzi, Lin Mingming, and Gu Yuan engaged in conversation. Gu Yuan had no intention of forming any connections with them. His predicament was dire, and he needed to survive. But did Gu Yuan harbor any feelings towards them? There exists a certain allure, yet it is accompanied by an absence. After all, they are all breathtaking women. There is hardly a man who would not be captivated. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan finds himself devoid of such inclinations. The woman who had just been lying on the ground is named Mo Yue. With sincere gratitude, she expressed her thanks, managing to prop herself up despite her weakened state. You must have glanced outside earlier. What is the situation out there now? Gu Yuan inquired. We cannot venture out. There are too many zombies outside. Staying here is not a solution. This enclosed environment is too cramped, and the lack of oxygen could suffocate us. What other options do we have? Are we to go outside and seek death? The speaker was Su Liyu, her tone laced with irritation. Gu Yuan retorted. Then stay here and wait for your demise. I intend to leave. If you choose to leave, do not involve us in your recklessness. Your departure will surely attract zombies, and since your actions could jeopardize us, we have every right to prevent you, replied Gu Xianer, her tone equally sharp. Zhuoyu remained silent, as Gu Yuan had just assisted them. Xia Qinzi patted his shoulder and said, let us endure a little longer. Fine, you endure. Your endurance is your own affair. Gu Yuan then produced an oxygen mask and tank from seemingly nowhere, presumably obtained from the supplies market, which could be considered a common enough resource. The market contained items that were part of everyday life, provided they did not exceed the boundaries of scientific principles. For instance, weapons that are typically prohibited for the general populace were absent from the market. All 12 women turned their gazes toward Gu Yuan. Don't look at me. There's only one of these, and I shall not share. Zhuo Yu's eyes flickered, lost in thought, exchanging a glance with Xiachuan Shi. Xiachuan Shi pushed Gu Yuan against the wall, gently grasped his chin, and with a voice imbued with tenderness, asked, "Didn't you just mention having food? Could you possibly share some with us?" Gu Yuan felt a surge of discomfort and forcefully pried her hand away. "Do not touch me. Such tactics are futile. Moreover, why should I share? I have already shown my benevolence by saving that woman earlier. You are being unreasonable. I apologize on their behalf. We are simply in a difficult situation," Zhu Yu interjected, her tone respectful. "Brother Gu, if you truly have food, could you spare a little for me? I am quite hungry." Lin Ming chimed in, clinging to Gu Yuan's arm and swaying playfully, employing her charms to elicit sympathy. Ji Yuan, who was more susceptible to gentleness than to force, found himself caught off guard. "Enough with the swaying. I won't give you anything. If you don't give, I shall sway until I perish." Ultimately, Lin Ming leaped joyfully, clutching 5 boxes of compressed biscuits, ready to share them with her team of 12. Gu Yuan leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down. It was only when Lin Ming persisted in her antics that he finally relented and produced the 5 boxes of biscuits. The atmosphere was almost surreal. Those who had tasted compressed biscuits knew well what they were in for. Yet dividing 5 boxes among 12 people led to dainty bites. Had it not been for the audible grumbling of their stomachs, one might have thought they were unable to swallow. Ji Yuan observed them quietly, reflecting on the harshness of their plight. Out of a sense of compassion for their femininity, he had provided the biscuits. Had they been of another gender, he would have shown little interest in aiding them. Zhuo Yu was also observing Gu Yuan, as were certain others among the 12, casting furtive glances in his direction. Zhuo Yu casually approached and squatted beside him. "Do you possess a means to escape from here? I mean, do you have confidence in leaving this place amidst a horde of zombies?" Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he contemplated. The fragrance of femininity enveloped him, pure and innocent. "I understand that our previous tone was less than cordial. Gu Xian and Su Li Yu, I comprehend your grievances. If you can indeed navigate our current predicament and lead us as you once suggested, I shall cede my position to you, and from henceforth, all 12 of us will heed your command." As Zhuo Yu drew closer, Gu Yuan's attention wavered. Suddenly, she embraced him tightly, her forehead resting against his, her eyes seemingly piercing through him. Ji Yuan's gaze darted around, uncertain where to rest his eyes, feeling a mix of bewilderment and trepidation. "I assure you, should anyone refuse to follow your directives, I shall rectify the situation. Should anyone dare to act deceitfully, I will handle it. If there are any traitors among us, you need not intervene. I will take care of it personally. All 12 of us will obey your commands. And I, too, shall be at your service. However, if you can truly lead us to safety in this dire situation, I shall follow you without question. I will ensure that my companions heed your authority. Placing you in command, I can stake my life on this, but you must prove yourself capable." Ji Yuan stood in stunned silence, suddenly feeling as though his lips had been rendered delicate and fleeting. He barely registered the sensation, the moment passing in an instant. Zhuo Yu stood up, her expression devoid of emotion, walking over to confer with the other 12 women. In a 1v11 scenario, any dissent or disagreement was met with her reprimand. Handled with the utmost seriousness, Ji Yuan found himself disinterested in their chaotic chatter, his thoughts muddled as he contemplated their next course of action, rubbing his temples. Once the discussions concluded, Zhuo Yu called out to Gu Yuan, "Captain Gu, what are your orders? What shall we do next?" "Captain Gu, share your thoughts. We are all ears." "Brother Captain, we will follow your lead. If you say east, we shall not venture west." Xiachuan Shi and Lin Ming echoed in agreement, while the others joined in, save for Gu Xian, Yuan Shui, and Su Li Yu, who remained silent. Zhuo Yu raised an eyebrow, indicating that they were awaiting his guidance. Ji Yuan, still deep in thought, retrieved the zombie detection device, the red dots on the screen resembling acne on a youthful face. Within a 100-meter radius, the number of zombies was substantial, presenting a daunting challenge. It was clear that venturing out could lead to death. It seemed that opening treasure chests was the only option, but currently, There were none available. The black iron treasure chests refreshed only once daily. Given the circumstances, it simply wasn't enough. Yuan glanced at his storage space, which measured 16 cubic meters. The protective suit could conceal human presence, while the zombie spray could mimic the scent of the undead, combined with the detector's capabilities. With caution, he believed they could manage, provided they avoided areas heavily populated by zombies. Regardless, these women were now his allies, and it was essential to inspire them to regard him with seriousness. With a wave of his hand, supplies materialized on the ground: 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, 20 bottles of mineral water, and 40 packets of instant noodles. The women gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming at the sight. They had endured a diet of wilted leaves, tree roots, and moldy food, barely sustaining themselves. Compared to this, the compressed biscuits were a veritable feast. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival depended on resources. Without them, living was hardly preferable to an early demise. Do not behave like country bumpkins, hoarding food. Eat until you are satisfied. If there is not enough, I have more. Restore your strength and spirit. Do not appear listless and lethargic, or I shall lose interest. The women were ecstatic, shoving food into their mouths, tears of joy cascading down their cheeks. These were tears of happiness. For many, it was their first experience of such delectable food, and to indulge in it all at once was a rarity since the onset of the apocalypse. How tragic. Of course, Yuan was oblivious to their emotional turmoil. He cared not to know. His thoughts were consumed with the potential of enlisting these women as valuable assets, an opportunity to bolster his strength and expand his influence. Subsequently, he exchanged for 12 oxygen masks and tanks to distribute among the women. Though somewhat costly, one set costing 1,000 survival points, it was a trivial expense compared to their value. Zhuyu had grown accustomed to such wonders. No matter how peculiar, it was irrelevant. Who knew where Yuan procured such items? They had thoroughly searched him before and found nothing concealed. Yet everyone harbored secrets, and she did not pry further. What's next? Let us wait and see tomorrow. Thus, the first day in this apocalyptic zombie scenario passed in the dark, confined environment, marked by a decidedly unpleasant experience. Chapter 6. The Resilient Women, Survivor ID 55555 today. There are fewer zombies. Yuan observed the zombie detection device. The red dots were fewer than the previous day, though still numerous enough. Exercise caution, and it should be manageable. Are you certain this outfit is effective? Xiachun, she asked. My belongings must serve a purpose, and these weapons are for you all to use. Remember, this outfit must not be torn. Otherwise, it will lose its efficacy. Furthermore, the zombie spray lasts only 1 hour. Eliminate as many zombies as possible during that time. Among the 12 women, the weapon still seemed insufficient, with Yuan keeping the bow and crossbow for himself. 7 of the women were equipped with zombie detection devices to broaden their awareness. Red dots indicated zombies, while green dots represented living humans. All right, everyone, let us head out. Yuan explained the usage of the zombie detection device and emphasized key points. These 12 women were more formidable than special forces. Each was capable of battling zombies, with some stating they could take on 10 at once. Zhuyu, in particular, claimed to be able to dispatch 20 zombies in a minute. These were their assertions, and Yuan had no way of gauging their combat prowess. However, he was about to gain a clearer understanding. On the ground, Zhuyu led the charge, her spear slicing through the air like a flash of lightning. As if it were a dragon unleashed, within 100 meters, zombies fell like grass before a scythe, either decapitated or cleaved in twain, unable to rise again. The other women, too, surged forward with fierce roars. Xia Chinzi wielded 2 axes with a ferocity that stirred the wind, akin to Draven's iconic Q ability, save for the absence of a performance showcasing her axe-dodging skills. Even the lively and fresh-faced Lin Mingming spun a large blade like a top, leaving a barren path in her wake. Yuan observed as Gu Xinyuan delivered a kick that sent a zombie soaring into the air, remaining airborne for 10 seconds without touching the ground. Yuan's mouth gaped wide, utterly astonished, managing only to utter 2 words: fierce. This was more impressive than any special forces he had ever seen. Yuan felt he had struck gold. However, the commotion they stirred attracted an increasing number of zombies, drawn by the absence of any living scent from the 12 women. The zombies momentarily paused, their sense of smell failing them, yet their hearing remained intact, hesitating in confusion, unable to succumb to madness without the scent of the living. Before long, hundreds of zombies lay defeated, their numbers still climbing, and the undead began to spiral into frenzy. Yuan remained undeterred, rapidly firing his crossbow bolts. The sound of the arrows was relatively muted, preventing any zombies from drawing near him. Within a kilometer, the density of zombies thinned out. He understood well that they were inexhaustible, and his quiver was now empty. An hour later, the exhilaration of slaughter began to wane. Leaving the women somewhat fatigued, Yuan distributed bottles of Kong Shifu drinks and 2 pieces of bread to each woman, as the biscuits and instant noodles he had provided the previous day were nearly consumed. All right, let us rest for a moment. Zhuayue, come with me, Yuan called to Zhuyu. Do you know where the population was the least before the apocalypse? I mean, a desolate and sparsely populated area, preferably an uninhabited rural region. You are seeking a place devoid of life before the apocalypse, aren't you? However, I must caution you against such thoughts. I can assure you, this world is teeming with zombies. There is no refuge to be found. Even if there were places uninhabited before the apocalypse, they are now perilous zones, and the undead avoid such regions. Zhuayue gently patted Yuan. Once, there were others who shared your thoughts, seeking an uninhabited environment to evade zombies and danger. It was not just 1 or 2 individuals who considered this. I once ventured to a place where endless terror reigned. Have you ever witnessed an abstraction more terrifying than Cthulhu? Have you encountered grotesque entities even more distorted than Beelzebub? Believe me, such places are beyond the reach of even the mightiest of beings. As she spoke, Zhuayue shivered involuntarily, and Yuan's lips twitched. So, there truly is no stable environment to be found? None. The zombies are unending, and the apocalypse will not cease. This world harbors no haven. The ones we have slain thus far are merely the most ordinary of zombies. With the passage of time, their numbers will burgeon, becoming increasingly overwhelming and inescapable. This world is not solely plagued by zombies. There exist creatures even more formidable than advanced zombies. Zhuayue's despair deepened with each word, her spirit waning. Had Yuan not supported her, she would have surely crumpled to the ground. You know? A survivor enclave composed of tens of thousands can withstand even a tide of millions of zombies. The day before yesterday and yesterday felt like a nightmare. The ground began to collapse and crack, revealing a shadow hundreds of meters high, an unknown entity of indeterminate form. What we believe to be a grand and robust fortress, a sanctuary constructed by tens of thousands of survivors, crumbled instantly under the oppressive aura of that unfathomable monstrosity. Zhuayue laughed deliriously, having lost her grip on sanity, her body slumping. The other women looked over. Don't just stare. Come and support her. Chat forum. Survivor 55555. Boss. Do you want a survival permit? Survivor 66666. Didn't you lose your survival permit? You can't use someone else's. Though he no longer had a survival permit, his attribute panel remained intact, allowing him to chat on the forum. Survivor 55555. Indeed, I have none, but others do. You must be trying to deceive others to upgrade your own survival permit. I can help you contact or trick others into giving you their survival permits. But can you return mine? Yuan suddenly had an epiphany. Survivor 66666, that could work. Your survival permit is still valid, and my Black Iron survival permit hasn't been upgraded yet. However, you must provide 10 survival permits in exchange. You can use my previous method to acquire them from others. I will supply the materials. You need to figure out the specifics, and you can submit 1 survival permit per day while I provide you with food, weapons, or supplies for a day. It's safer to watch the chat forum than to venture outside to kill zombies for survival points. Survivor 55555. Okay. Survivor 55555. I have my sights on 2 already. I just need 2 hoes, 2 shovels, and some food. Survivor 66666. Good. I will provide them. In total, he accumulated over 1,000 survival points, with each hoe and shovel costing 500 points. After some time, the transaction prompt appeared. Accept or decline. Accept. Yuan now possessed 2 survival permits, bringing his total to 11. He had also acquired 3 more during his sleep last night through similar means. Survivor 66666. Keep it up. Chapter 7. Bronze Survival Permit. Awakening Crystal. Awakening Skill. Click to fuse. Accept or decline. Accept. Retaining the 5 marked with 5s, he fused the others. A flash of white light enveloped him. and the 10 survival permits merged into one. Ding! Congratulations to survivor of the Apocalypse instance number 66666 for being the first to upgrade to a bronze-level survival permit. The announcement echoed in the ears of every numbered survivor, and the chat forum was likely in an uproar. Ding! As you are the first in the instance to upgrade to a bronze-level survival permit, please select one reward from the following options. And you have 3 inquiries for clarification. 3 treasure chests, a mysterious selection of 3, uncertain of their contents. Yuan randomly chose the middle one, a surge of inexplicable power flooding into him. Infinite bullets, enhanced buffs, experience unending firepower with just a touch. Note: effective only for firearms. The other 2 chests opened in succession, resembling a card draw. Selecting one required the others to be flipped for satisfaction. Undying body. According to the Undying health bar, as long as the Undying health bar is not depleted, one can instantly recover to full health. Note: do not believe in the existence of true immortality. Upgrade to silver. Directly upgrade the survival permit to a silver level permit. To put it plainly, upgrading to a silver level survival permit was far less significant than the first 2 options. The concept of an undying body was rather abstract. Infinite firepower was appealing, yet upgrading the survival permit was paramount. Should he have the choice, he would undoubtedly prioritize upgrading the survival permit, as higher-tier treasure chests surely contain superior items. Survivor 55555. Boss, please take me along. Yuan ignored the plea, focusing on his 50 consecutive draws from the bronze treasure chest. Portable storage space. 100 cubic meters. 3. Thompson submachine gun. 12. AK assault rifle. 10. High explosive grenades. 6. Desert Eagle. 5. Medical kits. 2. Awakening crystal. Restriction category. Super strength. Awakening crystal. Element category. Water. Zombie spray. Enhanced version. When sprayed on oneself, can simulate the scent of zombies, valid for 24 hours per bottle. 5. Detection eyes. Can survey a radius of 1,000 meters. 5. Indeed, the bronze treasure chest was far superior to the black iron variety, yielding not only firearms but also medical kits. With a 100 cubic meter storage space now available, Yuan felt quite satisfied. Though he pondered the nature of the awakening crystals, having just received 3 inquiries for clarification, Yuan asked, which one? What is the purpose of this superpower crystal? Ding! Awakening crystals can endow individuals with extraordinary abilities. Each person can possess only one awakening skill, which is divided into 3 categories: time-limited, elemental, and upgrade. Awakening skills can also be upgraded, with grades ranging from D to S. Yuan turned to Zhuayue. Noticing her emotional state had stabilized. "Do you have any place you wish to go?" "Where else could I go?" Zhuayue retorted. "What are your plans next? Now you are the captain. You must decide our course of action. Previously, we had a place to rest in the Enclave, but now, I have no idea where to go or what to do. I possess nothing, and the things I once had are gone. The people who followed me only add to my confusion. How could I possibly let you be our captain if I wasn't going to stick with you? So you must take charge." Yuan produced 12 medals. "Each of you shall have one. Do not lose them. Since you recognize me as your captain, these serve as proof of your allegiance to my team." "TCH. As if you are so capable," Su Liwa muttered under her breath. Name: Zhuayu. Age: 28. Attributes: Strength, 20. Speed, 25. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 19. Awakening skill: Speed. D-rank. Name: Xiachensi. Age: 25. Attributes: Strength, 16. Speed, 15. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 14. Awakening skill: None. Name: Lin Mingming. Age: 22. Attributes: Strength, 12. Speed, 12. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 10. Awakening skill: None. Name: Yi Xiaowan. Age: 19. Attributes: Strength, 11. Speed, 12. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 15. Awakening skill: Perception. D-rank. Name: Gu Xinier. Age: 26. Attributes: Strength, 18. Speed, 15. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 18. Awakening skill: Control. D-rank. Name: Yun Ruoxue. Age: 28. Attributes: Strength, 15. Speed, 15. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 15. Awakening skill: None. Name: Su Liyue. Age: 26. Attributes: Strength, 12. Speed. 13. Constitution. 13. Spirit. 15. Awakening skill. Mystification.d-rank.name. Lu Xin. Age. 30. Attributes. Strength. 15. Speed. 13. Constitution. 14. Spirit. 11. Awakening skill. None.name. Mo Yue. Age. 29. Attributes. Strength. 15. Speed. 15. Constitution. 14. Spirit. 12. Awakening skill. None.name. Wang Ting. Age. 28. Attributes. Strength. 16. Speed. 15. Constitution. 15. Spirit. 14. Awakening skill. None.name. Yuan. Age. 26. Attributes. Strength. 17. Speed. 18. Constitution. 15. Spirit. 14. Awakening skill. None.name. Zhao Qingya. Age. 35. Attributes. Strength. 16. Speed. 16. Constitution. 15. Spirit. 14. Awakening skill. None. Could you elaborate on the awakening skills of the four of you? Gu Yuan pointed toward the four women possessing awakening skills. How did you know we have awakening skills? I don't believe I've demonstrated them in your presence, Gu Xinier interjected. Allow me to explain. My awakening skill is speed, which amplifies my speed tenfold, usable once a day for 10 minutes. Zhuyu elucidated. Yi Shaowan's awakening skill is perception, granting her acute awareness of movements and dangers within 100 meters. Far more precise than your detector. No detail escapes her perception. IT2 is limited to once a day for 10 minutes. Gu Xinier's awakening skill is control. If a target is within 100 meters of her, she can exert absolute control over them, regardless of their strength, dictating their actions and behavior. This skill is also restricted to once a day for 10 minutes. Su Liue possesses the skill of mystification, enabling her to become mist-like, evading attacks or physical means, usable once a day for 10 minutes. It seems akin to a classification of limitations. From where do your awakening skills originate? Gu Yuan inquired. They awaken naturally after the apocalypse began, Zhuyu replied. In a certain location in City A, amidst a chain of towering mountains, there lies a tunnel extending 2,000 meters. Right ahead, Zhuyu indicated. 13 individuals pedal bicycles, with Gu Yuan lagging far behind. The journey was devoid of significant danger. Each donned protective suits and sprayed zombie repellent, ensuring minimal noise to avoid attracting the undead. Even if a zombie approached, they could simply evade without engaging. Additionally, their detection range extended 1,000 meters, with zombies scarce in this area. Even a roundabout route was acceptable as long as safety remained paramount. We must hasten. It seems rain is imminent, which could complicate matters. What dangers does the rain pose? Gu Yuan asked. Are you unaware? Are you not a denizen of this world? At times, you appear strikingly out of place. As if you have transitioned from an era of peace to the apocalypse abruptly, Zhuyu retorted. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it has rained nearly every week. This rain is not ordinary. It is acid rain. If a living person is drenched, even by a single drop, they instantly transform into a zombie, a fate more terrifying than the zombie virus, and it possesses extreme corrosiveness. Should a zombie be caught in the rain, it will evolve into a higher-tier zombie. This rain brings despair to humanity, while it heralds jubilation for the undead. The sky was shrouded in mist, oppressive and heavy, as if the twilight of the world had arrived, prompting the women to quicken their pace. Should a zombie obstruct their path, a swift strike would suffice. Chapter 8. The exceptional skills of the women, acid rain, and zombie tears ahead. The mountains stretched endlessly, with a tunnel in the midst, offering refuge from the impending rain. However, the number of zombies was steadily increasing, likely due to the rain awakening their activity, gradually encircling Gu Yuan and the others. There's no choice. We must dismount and traverse on foot. Gu Yuan discarded an array of weapons, submachine guns, AKs, and grenades. The guns had been enchanted by Gu Yuan, allowing for rapid fire without the need to reload. Positioned centrally, the group surged forward, each wielding 2 firearms as bullets cascaded like a torrent. Instantly, the zombies fell as if mowed down, unable to approach within 50 meters. These were merely ordinary zombies, and their numbers paled in comparison to the previous horde. After advancing approximately 500 meters, they were close to the tunnel. However, the nature of the zombies shifted. Many displayed explosive speed and agility, markedly distinct from the ordinary undead. Unlike regular zombies, which would frenzy upon spotting prey. These zombies exhibited a predatory glint in their eyes, signifying they were significantly stronger. These were second-tier zombies, swiftly approaching. Zhuyu remarked, "What is approaching?" Zhuyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on a particular spot, seemingly anticipating the event. Suddenly, a foul wind swept through, and an arrow-like creature pierced the air. Zhuyu lunged toward Yuan, blocking him with a swift strike. What is this creature? A crawling entity, resembling a skinned creature with only flesh and blood. Its tongue unnaturally long. The third-tier zombie, the licker, Zhuyu stated, expertly aiming her AK and pulling the trigger. Her accuracy was akin to a lock-on mechanism, rendering the licker unable to escape or evade her aim. Moreover, this was an infinite ammo AK, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets upon the licker, which perished 2 seconds later. The other women mirrored her efficiency, wasting not a single bullet. Zhuiyu's prowess allowed her to utilize 1 bullet as if it were 2. Thus, even as second and third-tier zombies surged forth, they could not breach the women's formidable firepower. Seemingly exhilarated, their pace slowed, and Gu Xinier removed the safety, her aim astonishingly accurate as she tossed a grenade into the mouth of a licker. With a resounding explosion, a 10-meter radius was cleared of both second and third-tier zombies, the grenade procured from a bronze chest proving remarkably effective. Yuan felt a wave of astonishment. These women were astonishingly formidable, their marksmanship and agility rivaling that of elite soldiers. All right, enough of the play. This was Zhuiyu's admonition, though her demeanor suggested she was still relishing the thrill. Zhuiyu swiftly pulled Yuan into her embrace, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a child. With a single step, she surged ahead at remarkable speed, the others following closely behind like arrows loosed from a bow. The zombies blocking their path stood no chance, and soon, the 13 of them burst into the tunnel. Just as they entered, the first drop of rain fell, followed by a steady drizzle of acid rain, which cascaded upon the zombies, triggering a catastrophic transformation. The zombies began to mutate and evolve. Ordinary zombies transitioned to second tier to third tier, and third tier to fourth tier. Up until this moment, 4-tier zombies had not made an appearance. Zombie evolution is not guaranteed. It occurs with a certain probability. Otherwise, the world would be overrun with high-tier zombies, rendering human survival impossible. Zhuiyu sighed. This tunnel is extensive. If zombies were to attack, they would only approach from both ends. Can you eliminate all these zombies? A trivial matter. With the weaponry you provided that consumes no ammunition, it's not difficult as long as we aren't facing a tyrant. Zhuiyu signaled an okay gesture. The women were invigorated, eager for the challenge. They had not yet satiated their thirst for combat. Gu Xinier, clutching 2 firearms, unleashed a torrent of fire toward the tunnel entrance, without concern for flanking, as Yuan was stationed to alert them. All 12 of them became emboldened. They focused their fire on a single direction, unrestrained. In that moment, even facing a horde of zombies, the women brimmed with confidence. An hour later, the entrance of the tunnel was piled high with rotting flesh, rendering the view obscured. Due to the acid rain, it seemed as if the zombies had received a buff. Even after being shot in the head, they continued to move, necessitating a complete obliteration into pulp. A few had even evolved to 4th tier, becoming colossal zombies. If they had not held the advantageous position and could only fire in one direction, they might have genuinely breached the women's formidable firepower. Gradually, the number of zombies dwindled. While some remained, they posed no significant threat. Once the zombies were eliminated, the women collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Thankfully, they had the advantage of position and the luxury of not needing to reload. "I'm utterly drained," Gu Xinier exclaimed, uncharacteristically sprawled on the ground. "Let us all sit down for a moment and enjoy something warm," someone suggested, on the ground. A fire ignited with alcohol, boiling noodles, not instant noodles, but a proper meal with oil, salt, and eggs. The women had anticipated this. Their appetites peaked after the intense battle, their mouths watering at the thought. Each indulged in 3 generous bowls. 1 bowl was insufficient. 2 might leave them wanting. Thus 3 was the optimal choice. Yuan had witnessed their voracious appetites. 50 boxes of biscuits, 40 packets of instant noodles, and 20 bottles of water had all been consumed since the previous evening. Moreover, anyone familiar with biscuits and instant noodles knew that overindulgence could lead to loss of appetite. This meal was equivalent to consuming a staggering 100,000 survival points from Yuan. However, all the survival points acquired from the zombies they had slain belonged to Yuan, amounting to nearly 8,000 points, which was even less than 1/10 of his expenditures. Although the survival points for killing zombies quintupled during acid rain, and slaying higher-tier zombies yielded even greater rewards than ordinary ones, the number of zombies they had encountered had yet to reach 1,000. Nevertheless, it was worth it, witnessing the joyous expressions on the faces of the women as they clutched their bowls of noodles. Their eyes shimmering with happiness, Yuan felt a profound sense of compassion for them in that moment. If these 12 women had existed in the modern world prior to the apocalypse, they would likely have been revered as goddesses, pursued by countless men, with several among them being top-tier beauties that Yuan had never encountered in his previous life. What's the matter? Little brother? Is that a look of infatuation I see? Xiaqinsi, Jiugu, what brings you here? Lin Mingming inquired. This was a question that all the women were eager to ask. This meal had drawn their hearts closer to Yuan, and it was likely that even if he expressed a desire not to be their leader, they would insist upon it. Yuan surveyed his surroundings. It's insufficient. I wonder if this will suffice? He produced a small model, precisely the shelter model he had obtained from the black iron treasure chest, and placed it in the middle of the tunnel before promptly paying 100 survival points. Before their very eyes, the model began to enlarge. Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. The tunnel was merely 10 meters wide and high, and if this 100 square meter shelter were to be crushed by the tunnel, he would need to devise a different plan. However, a miracle occurred. As the shelter expanded, the surrounding space, as well as the tunnel's width and height, began to widen. It was as if an invisible force was reshaping the rock, merging the shelter with the tunnel's dimensions. Gradually, the shelter ceased to grow wider or taller, but instead elongated to 200 meters. What a surprise! I expected 100 square meters to remain just that. Yet it has stretched due to external factors. Yuan gazed at the shelter before him, and the other women gathered around. Curious about the internal changes, he stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, the first room was a hall, the second a bedroom, the third a kitchen, the fourth a latrine, and the fifth a space that appeared to be a shower room. They were arranged in a vertical line, which was quite satisfactory. After all, what more could one expect from items obtained from a black iron treasure chest? Yuan took out another shelter model, identical to the previous one, having only opened 2 shelter models thus far, as he had yet to open any treasure chest today. Let us temporarily settle here, Yuan announced. Point 1 room can accommodate 3 people, and we can set up sleeping arrangements in the living room. Or at the very least, pitch tents, which I have on hand. All right, everyone, go about your tasks, tidy up both entrances and clear away the scattered zombies outside. Let us aim to finish before nightfall. As Yuan issued his commands, he noticed the women regarding him with peculiar glances, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, as if they wished to say something but were rendered speechless. Why are you looking at me? Go on, he urged. Do you expect me to do all the work? Chapter 9. Survivors and survival points. Meanwhile, Yuan remained in his room, assessing his personal storage space. He currently had 316 cubic meters available, 3 bronze and 16 black iron points. The black iron treasure chest had not yet refreshed for the day, causing some delay. Personal storage space 8, isolation suit 7, decomposition agent 9, zombie spray 10, subordinate metals 7, zombie detector 10, energy liquid red 5, green 4, white 7, blue 4, greatsword 6, long gun 8, iron shield 7, dagger 8, survivor 55555. Help me, great one. I have been scratched by a zombie and may turn into one. I am in dire straits. Is there any way you can save me? Survivor 66666. Did you get scratched by an ordinary zombie? Survivor 55555. Yes. I have 3 targets now, just need to make a trade. But I can't do it right now. Your friend number 66666 has initiated a trade with you. Survivor 55555. Great one. You truly are my lucky star and savior. You possess a remedy for the zombie virus. I shall follow you from now on. Survivor 66666. Enough chit-chat. You know what I want, the survival points. Survivor 55555. They are demanding quite a lot, and it's hard to persuade them. Survivor 66666. No worries, I only need survival points. Whatever they want, I can provide, but you know that upgrading survival points requires more than 1 or 2. Given the current high mortality rate among survivors, we must trade for survival points while we can. It will only become more challenging later on. Survivor 55555. Understood, Great One. Yuan shared images and descriptions of the detector, isolation suit, zombie spray, decomposition agent, and cold weapons with number 55555, encouraging him to leverage these items to trade for survival points elsewhere. Survivor 55555. Great One, you possess so many valuable items. I want them all. Sob sob sob. Survivor 66666. Spare me the theatrics. How many survival points can you acquire with these items in a day? Survivor 55555. It's quite simple. As you mentioned, survivors in danger against zombies cannot defend themselves. The prices in the store are exorbitant. At least 10 zombies must be slain to purchase even the cheapest item. In such circumstances, if survivors wish to survive, they must trade their survival points for anything that can help them escape death. What other options do they have? Both were well acquainted with this tactic, targeting survivors who suddenly found themselves in peril. Only in such situations would their resolve waver, making it easier to persuade them to part with their survival points. An hour later, Yuan traded 10 decomposition agents, 7 great swords, 7 long guns, 5 iron shields, 7 zombie sprays, 5 zombie detectors, and 2 isolation suits, successfully acquiring 12 survival points, beyond Yuan's expectations. Survivor 66666, nicely done. Keep it up. Survivor 55555. Hee hee, I'm the sales queen. I've been pursued by countless men. I've sold real estate, luxury cars, finance, and talent. However, among these 12 individuals, a few were cautious. In truth, a single decomposition agent could have sufficed for the trade. These 10 individuals have all been infected by zombies and are running out of time. Their desperation drives them to exchange their survival points. Survivor 66666. No matter. It appeared that the decomposition agent was in high demand, with an immense need for it. Given the number of survivors, if the black iron treasure chest didn't refresh only 100 items each day, Yuan's survival points would likely have reached a higher tier by now. He decided to retain 4 decomposition agents as a backup, along with some other items, choosing not to sell everything he could potentially use. Of course, supplies were an exception, as they could not be obtained from treasure chests but rather exchanged in the supply store. Then, Yuan offered every item he had obtained from the black iron treasure chest, including 1 cubic meter of personal storage space, along with his survival points, for trade, excluding the energy liquid. Survivor 55555. Thank you. Great One. I swear I will never betray you. Survivor 66666. Aside from those items, I have plenty of supplies on my end, especially tools like hoes and shovels. Trade whatever you can, no matter the quantity. It's up to you. Survivor 55555. Understood. These farming tools may not be particularly lethal, but as noted, the number of survivors was still significant, and people were dying every moment, ensuring a constant demand. However, this required careful consideration. Staying glued to the chat while monitoring the area, those quick on the draw would have an opportunity, while slower individuals would find their private messages grayed out. Upgrading a bronze survival point required either 10 bronze survival points or 50 black iron survival points. 50 bronze survival points were refreshed each day, and it was anticipated that higher-tier survival points would be even scarcer. Name: Yuan age, 20 attributes, strength, 10-5 speed, 8-4 constitution, 8-7 spirit, 9-4 awakening skill. None. A surge of warmth coursed through Yuan's body. He consumed all the energy liquids, and the sensation of power surging within him was indescribable, as if he could accomplish anything. Although some attributes were higher than others, the differences of 1 or 2 levels were likely inconsequential. Awakening crystal, elemental system, water. Can condense water elements. The amount condensed is linked to one's own attributes. Awakening crystal, restriction system, titan strength. Can amplify one's strength tenfold, usable once a day for 10 minutes. Condensing water elements seemed unimpressive at first glance. Titan strength, however, with a tenfold amplification of power, was quite remarkable, but there was no need to rush. These 2 awakening crystals would have to be set aside for the time being. While he desired supernatural abilities, he understood that patience was necessary. There were undoubtedly many types of awakening skills, and one should choose the most beneficial ones that could ensure survival. as long as he remained cautious and avoided unforeseen events. Opportunities for revival would present themselves. Yuan sensed that this scenario was not merely about zombies. Even with formidable strength, there always seemed to be a greater challenge ahead. Chapter 10. All Preordained Intimacies. Teased by Xiaoqinci Xiaoxian, do you think we will be following that man from now on? Su Liyue whispered, nudging Gu Xinyuan and glancing towards the tunnel entrance, accompanied by Yuan Ruoxue. The three of them had always been inseparable. I don't know. What else can we do? At least he isn't like those filthy men from the previous base who would just stare at us. Practically ready to tie us up and consume us, Gu Xinyuan sighed. But what if he orders us to accompany him? The final word remained unuttered, yet all three women understood its meaning. He dares. Silence. Who do you think our captain's heart longs for? Su Liyue whispered. Who are you referring to as the captain? Gu Xinyuan retorted. Little girl, do not play coy with me. You know precisely who I mean. Su Liyue jabbed her finger at Gu Xuanyuan's forehead. How old are you to dare poke your auntie? Gu Xinyuan swiftly retaliated with a jab of her own, but Su Liyue, well aware of her temperament, had already evaded. Thus commenced a playful exchange of jabs between the two, while Yuan Ruoxue shook her head in resignation. They were well acquainted, and in such familiarity, their camaraderie was filled with playful banter. What are you three whispering about over there? It was Zhuoyu. Sister. Oh, it's nothing. We've always been like this. Haven't we? Su Liyue replied cheerfully. I still don't know you well enough. You've been with me the longest, yet I still can't discern your thoughts, Zhuoyu remarked. Let me reiterate. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Everything that was is gone. Since the moment the Dawn survivors collapsed into ruin, it has all vanished. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Let us remain clear-headed. You may entertain your own thoughts, but if you carry old habits and beliefs here, I will show you how to mend your ways. Furthermore, let me inform you that if the captain truly desires you, I will not stand in his way, and I suspect no one else will either. You might not be aware, but everyone, myself included, is already mentally prepared to strip and share his bed. You think you are particularly beautiful. Especially in the apocalypse, beauty is of little consequence. It only makes you more of a target. If you possess the ability, you may leave. No one will stop you. If you wish to survive, you must pay the price. Even if my sister, the leader of the Blood Rose mercenary group, were standing here, she would say the same. I once had the power to protect you. My sister single-handedly sheltered all the women of the Dawn survivors, which is why you have survived to maintain your current state. Now, I possess nothing. I am bereft of everything. For the sake of survival, this is the last time I will say this to you. I have said all that I can. The three women fell silent. Their heads bowed, burying their faces in their chests, their hearts complex and filled with mixed emotions, particularly at Zhuoyu's remark about having nothing. They could sense the quiver in her voice. For they were all aware of certain truths. After all, a team knows each other intimately. I'm sorry, sister. We were wrong, Su Liyue murmured softly. It is not your fault, nor anyone's. The fault lies with this world. Well then, do not dwell on it. Our captain is unlike other men. If he treats you sincerely, he may not disappoint you. The three women nodded, the weight of Zhuoyu's words suppressing any lingering thoughts. This time, they truly resolved to cast aside their previous notions and experiences with men, attempting to adapt to this male captain. At that moment, Gu Yuan emerged, surveying the dedication of each woman at work. Feeling a sense of approval in his heart, Zhuoyu hastened to greet Gu Yuan. Captain, do you have any instructions? Nothing much. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. All right, Gu Yuan had come merely to observe and to connect with each woman. He needed to utilize the two awakening crystals he possessed to their fullest potential. However, he intended to bestow them only upon those who would heed his commands, for awakening abilities could be upgraded. Presenting significant potential. What if he inadvertently nurtured a traitor? Hence, careful consideration was imperative. Awakening crystals could only be entrusted to those he deemed trustworthy. Xiaoqinci wielded her battle axe, cleaving a zombie in half, clearing the entrance of the tunnel of decaying corpses, wiping the sweat from her brow, seemingly undeterred by fatigue as she engaged in work that even the stoutest men would find distasteful. Have you ever witnessed a woman of exquisite beauty and figure, clad in tattered rags, hauling and dragging corpses thrice her weight back and forth? Her movements were swift and efficient. Keep in mind that these decaying bodies emit a particularly foul odor. That is merely the least of it, for Gu Yuan found the repugnant bodily fluids revolting from a distance. Xia Qinzi, with droplets of such fluids on her hair, remained oblivious, tirelessly laboring away. Is this truly a woman? Observing the other women, who voiced no complaints and immersed themselves in their tasks, regardless of the filth and stench, Gu Yuan approached and gently patted her shoulder. If you're tired, you can take a break. It is perfectly all right. I'm fine. I'm not tired, Xia Qinzi replied. Aren't you concerned about the dirt? There's no need to push yourself so hard. Dirty? I've grown accustomed to it. I've slain more zombies than this before, and I've seen worse scenes. Gu Yuan handed her a pack of tissues and a can of Fanta. Wipe your hands before drinking. Xia Qinzi looked at him with an odd expression, prompting Gu Yuan to furrow his brow. Why do you look at me like that? Do you have feelings for me? Why do you ask that? I've never seen you treat anyone else with such kindness. Moreover, in terms of appearance and figure, Zhuyu is far more perfect than I. Why do you not pursue her? What is it about me that catches your eye? Xia Qinzi smirked, throwing a flirtatious glance at Gu Yuan. You overthinking it. I sought you out for a reason. What reason? Gu Yuan hesitated, uncertain of whether to trust her. Having known her for only 2 days, such a notion felt premature. Gu Yuan produced a crystal and handed it to her. What is this? Place your hand on it for 10 minutes, and you shall find out. Following his instructions, Xia Qinzi complied. After 10 minutes, she opened her eyes, her gaze wide with astonishment, having awakened a new ability within her. You possess such a marvelous object. Are you not afraid I might harbor ill intentions and betray you later? Since you've brought it up, allow me to state my stance clearly. I detest betrayal. Those who are mine will be well cared for, while those who betray me I will eliminate at any cost. I keep my word, by entrusting this awakening crystal to you. I am taking a gamble. A bet on whether I will be foolish enough to trust you. Furthermore, you are aware that in this apocalypse, no one can provide for you as I can. Those who follow me will only thrive. Even if the world crumbles around us, I will ensure your safety. In that moment, Gu Yuan exuded a sense of charisma and grandeur, radiating an impressive aura, yet he alone knew that his final statement was mere bravado. However, this did not deter him from posturing, especially in front of a beautiful woman. Xia Qinzi smiled, her laughter alluring and natural, leaning forward, her face close to his, her expression teasing. What are you doing? She inched closer. And Gu Yuan stepped back. Xia Qinzi advanced. Suddenly, Gu Yuan stumbled, caught off guard, and fell backward, only to find Xia Qinzi leaning forward, embracing him. Remarkably, he hardly felt the impact of the ground, as Xia Qinzi's arms cushioned him. Their foreheads touched, and Xia Qinzi gazed at him with a seductive smile. I can only say, I will never betray you in this life. Gu Yuan felt enveloped, as if cradled in warmth, especially as he locked eyes with her autumn-like gaze. His mind went blank, and his face flushed. His eyes wandered, and his muscles tensed. You're quite amusing. You're truly unlike any man I've met before. Xia Qinzi chuckled, her laughter causing Gu Yuan to scowl. Damn it, get lost. Chapter 11. Xia Qinzi proposes a harem. Hey, don't ignore me. Gu Yuan pried her hand away, his expression sour, remaining silent. How about I let you do as you please tonight? Gu Yuan remained unresponsive. Seeing that her advances were futile, Xia Qinzi resorted to her ultimate tactic, pecking him on the corner of his mouth when he least expected it. Gu Yuan shot her a glare. Yet Xia Qinzi was undeterred. Just as she reached out again, he swiftly pushed her away. Frustrated and helpless, he found himself tightly embraced by Xia Qinzi, akin to a stubborn adhesive. Their relationship had grown quite familiar. Though it was primarily one-sided, with Xia Qinzi acting like a playful sibling. In truth, Gu Yuan secretly enjoyed this dynamic, though he outwardly feigned impatience. Composing himself, Gu Yuan inquired, I have another awakening crystal. Who do you think I should give it to? Will there be more of these in the future? Yes, many more. Then you better work hard. A woman's trust can only be solidified by becoming close to her, especially in this apocalypse, as the number of people dwindles. If you possess strength, a harem is not out of the question. A harem. In this apocalypse, with zombies lurking everywhere, who has the time for that? Gu Yuan squinted, retorting, men. However, aside from Gu Xianyuan, Yun Ruoxue, and Su Liyue, let us keep those three aside. They inherently harbor no fondness for men. The others are quite agreeable. Regardless, you've already mentioned there will be more awakening crystals in the future. The more individuals who master awakening abilities in this apocalypse, the greater the assurance. You may not realize this yet, but since we escaped from the Dawn survivors, we have been at a loss for how to proceed, burying everything from our pasts along the way until we encountered you. In truth, your concerns are unwarranted. After savoring that fragrant bowl of noodles you prepared, I believe we'd rather stick with you. The later we progress into this apocalypse, the more challenging it becomes. No one who has tasted the sweetness of your provisions would choose to leave. They certainly won tea in the future. When faced with uncertainty about survival, no one would willingly return to eating spoiled vegetables after having had a taste of watermelon. Unless this apocalypse were to come to an end, Yuan found Summerchensy's words to be quite reasonable. There exists a distinction between someone like Summerchensy, who has struggled through the apocalypse for an extended period, and himself, who has only recently traversed into this apocalyptic realm. After all, she comprehends the bitterness that lies within. Subsequently, he summoned all the women together, produced the awakening crystal, and reiterated what he had just conveyed to Summerchensy. The awakening crystal and the awakening abilities will eventually be possessed by each of you. It is merely a matter of time, in essence. I wish to express that my trust in you does not stem from a belief in your unwavering loyalty. You are permitted to harbor your own thoughts. However, since fate has brought us together, for the sake of our team, our survival, and our individual selves, I hope we can unite. This apocalypse cannot be endured by any single individual alone. From now on, should I acquire anything of value, I will gather everyone to discuss and share it collectively. I shall do my utmost to enhance your strengths and fortify our team. Additionally, if any of you encounter problems, difficulties, worries, or discontent, you are welcome to approach me. I will assist you to the best of my abilities, and for what I cannot help with, I will strive to offer support nonetheless. We shall face our challenges together. And I hope that each of us can commit to not abandoning, not giving up, and not betraying one another. Shuyu stood at the forefront, glancing around before exclaiming loudly, "Have you all turned mute? I will never abandon, never give up, never betray." The 12 women knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "It's all right. No need to be so serious. Everyone stand up. Please don't regard me as your captain. I am not accustomed to age. I am younger than all of you, and in terms of experience in this apocalypse, I am even less seasoned." He added, "In the future, I may still need to seek your guidance. And please feel free to point out any mistakes I make. I am not so patriarchal. You may regard me as a younger brother, and I shall address you as elder sisters. How does that sound?" Gu Yuan approached each one, helping them up, even showing sincerity towards Gu Xian'er, Yun Ruoxue, and Su Luyue, without any change in expression. The 3 women exchanged glances, and any lingering grudges dissipated, resulting in a much friendlier and gentler perception of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan then moved to Lin Mingming's side, handing her the awakening crystal. "This awakening crystal is for you." "Ah?" Lin Mingming exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you giving this to me? Others would benefit more." "It's perfectly fine. It's meant for you. The order does not matter. Everyone will eventually have one." This statement was directed not only at Lin Mingming but also at all the women present. "Well then, thank you." Lin Mingming expressed her gratitude sincerely. "When did you become so polite? Weren't you quite eager to flirt with me before?" Gu Yuan chuckled. "Moreover, nightfall is approaching, and if you hurry, perhaps we can all take a bath tonight." Upon hearing bath, the women perked up, excitement radiating from them. Even the usually composed Shuyu looked at Gu Yuan with sparkling eyes. For women, particularly in this apocalypse, a bath holds a certain allure that can surpass even the need for food and drink. Water is scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. Drinking is challenging, let alone bathing. The rivers and lakes are perilous, as one would risk serious harm by attempting to wash in them. The waters are often radioactive and acidic. And groundwater is even scarcer. Ultimately, it depends on you. The awakening crystal will grant you the ability to manipulate water elements. The amount of water you can condense depends on your own capabilities. The more water you can gather, the more satisfying your bath will be tonight. Moreover, I possess shampoo and body wash as well. These items are essential for women, as there is no woman who does not wish to feel clean and fragrant. 10 minutes later, Lin Mingming sensed her newfound abilities. The elemental powers do not seem to have a time constraint. The extent of one's abilities is linked to personal attributes. Before her stood 13 wooden tubs, and Lin Mingming raised her hands, slowly condensing a droplet of water from thin air, gradually enlarging it, The sensation was akin to blowing up a balloon. Initially, the small droplet felt manageable, but as it grew, the effort became increasingly strenuous. This isn't sufficient. It took you an hour to condense 1 tub of water. A bath seems hopeless, Yuan remarked. The other women joined in, cheering and encouraging her. They were all counting on whether they could bathe that night. Lin Mingming panted heavily, rolling her eyes and collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. If you keep shaking me, I won't be able to condense any more water. It's exhausting for me, not you. You can stand and talk all you want. Lin Mingming gazed at Yuan with longing, clutching his leg as she complained. Captain, I've done my best. I can only condense this much water in an hour. Even if you squeeze me, I won't produce a single drop more. Yuan tousled her hair, pulling out an orange and handing it to her. Take your time. We still have some time before it gets completely dark. Whatever you can produce is fine. Chapter 12. Summer Chenxi's Night Raid. Xiao Chuanan's first taste as night fell, the second night in the apocalyptic realm commenced. Among the 13 tubs, 10 were filled to the brim with water. And Lin Mingming lay back on the ground, too fatigued to lift a finger. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. This is hardly enough for a wash. Get up, Gu Xin'er urged Lin Mingming, who was sprawled out on the ground. Are you trying to kill me? I'd rather be thrown into a horde of zombies. That would be less tiring. It's been 7 or 8 hours. And I have no intention of getting up. Lin Mingming rolled her eyes, exhausted. Forget it. We can make do. Let us combine the 10 tubs into 1 large tub. That way, we won't waste any water. Yuan stepped forward. Aren't you going to wash, Captain? Shuyu asked. I think I'll pass. I don't feel the need. Having only just arrived 2 days prior, he did not have a strong desire to wash. Turning back to the shelter, he occupied one of 2 shelters, one for himself, as he preferred solitude. He had allocated the other for the women. If it proved insufficient, they could pitch tents, as supplies were available. Albeit of low quality, Yuan had contemplated setting up sleeping arrangements for the women in the common area of the shelter, but he ultimately decided against it, as it could lead to complications. They had only just begun, and he wished to avoid any untoward situations. Time passed quietly, but Yuan felt a twinge of unease. In the zombie-infested world of the apocalypse, nighttime posed certain dangers. He wanted to sleep but remained vigilant, wary of the notion of dozing off unguarded during such perilous times. The shelter may appear sturdy, but if a horde of zombies were to attack, it would collapse like a house of cards, offering little in the way of defense. He had heard from Zhuayu that zombies were particularly active at night. While not as formidable as during acid rain, they were more agitated than during the day. The only reason he could still manage to sleep was due to his trust in Zhuayu, who had taken it upon herself to assign patrols and watch over the night. As a local survivor, she possessed experience in this grim setting, and if anything arose, she would promptly notify Yuan. Suddenly, there was a faint click at the door, the sound of it opening. Zhuayu? There was no response outside. The footsteps were so light they were nearly inaudible, until a head peeked around Yuan's door. Summer Chenxi? What brings you here? Yuan inquired, surprised. Summer Chenxi placed a finger to her lips, grinning as she stepped inside and locked the door behind her. Only then did Yuan take in her appearance. She wore the same clothes as before, but now, after a long absence from bathing, she appeared transformed. The once stunning beauty was now even more so, her allure heightened beyond description. Yuan stood there, momentarily dazed, caught off guard by her beauty, while Summer Chenxi shot him a flirtatious glance. She quickly closed the distance, her fragrance mixed with that of the shampoo and body wash enveloping him as she embraced Yuan and planted a kiss on his cheek. I've come to fulfill my promise. What promise? Yuan stammered, bewildered. The sensation of her soft body, the intoxicating fragrance, and her alluring presence sent his mind into a whirl, rendering him momentarily immobilized. Have you forgotten? We made a promise earlier today. After you saved Mo Yue, I vowed to fulfill my end of the bargain. Do you wish to take me up on it? Summer Chenxi's sultry gaze and enticing demeanor were overwhelming. Yuan felt a struggle within him. He was hesitant to meet her eyes, feeling both intimidated and intrigued. He was a novice in such matters, and the sudden closeness of a woman left him flustered. Originally, he intended to avoid any romantic entanglements. Yet here was Summer Chenxi, boldly approaching him. Her smile deepened, and there was something more profound in her eyes, an eagerness that was hard to ignore. "What are you worried about? Do you not desire this? Or are you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Yuan felt a rush of panic, struggling to maintain his composure while avoiding her gaze. It was perplexing. The opportunity presented itself, yet he felt paralyzed. If she truly wanted him, Summer Chintzy would not resist. She could easily seize the moment and claim him. Yuan recognized this, yet his body and mind remained sluggish, caught in a web of anxiety and desire that left him immobile. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously. His words were cut short as her lips met his, sending his heart racing. Summer Chintzy was bold, and soon Yuan found himself yielding to her advances. Just as matters were escalating, a sharp knocking on the door interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. Summer Chintzy turned her head, and standing outside was the striking figure of Zhuyu. The two fell into silence, and Zhuyu observed them quietly. Summer Chintzy's grip on Yuan loosened slightly, and he seized the opportunity to escape, quickly retreating to the backroom. MD. Having been thoroughly understood and grasped by Xia Chintzy, perhaps even Zhuyu and other women have been seen through as well, which emboldened her to act with such audacity on the very first night. It bodes ill for the future. Yuan tugged at his hair, not quite in agitation, but rather in a state of alluring yet timid indulgence. A classic case of relishing the moment while being too apprehensive to take decisive action. In the early hours, faint sounds began to emerge, initially soft, gradually amplifying. Zhuyu approached Yuan's door and knocked, the sound echoing, bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? Is there something you need?" With Xia Chintzy's example in mind, Yuan had immediately locked the door after she left, insisting that anyone needing to enter must knock first. Fortunately, this black iron-grade refuge had locks. Otherwise, every time something enticing occurred, he would truly be at a loss. There was commotion outside, gunfire erupted, trouble was brewing. Upon opening the door, he knew he had to treat any serious matter with utmost gravity. A minute later, everyone had gathered, in the distance. A convoy appeared. 5 off-road vehicles, their engines whispering, clearly modified for stealth. Yet, regardless of how quiet the engines were, the night-dwelling zombies were inevitably drawn to the sound. Initially, the occupants of the vehicles attempted to dispatch the zombies quietly with cold weapons. However, the sheer density and speed of the zombies proved overwhelming. Even if each individual could slay 100 zombies, it was futile, for the zombies' advantage lay in their numbers and density. With no choice left, they pressed the accelerator to the floor, the noise escalating. Their target being the tunnel 5 kilometers ahead, which offered the strategic advantage of not being surrounded, only needing to guard the entrances. This terrain provided a higher survival probability, if not for the impossibility of establishing a living environment within the tunnel. It would undoubtedly be a coveted refuge for survivors. Yet, the rapid approach of the zombies congested the road ahead, and under the cover of night, the zombies were more frenetic than during the day, effectively stalling the vehicle's speed. Forced to resort to firearms, the gunfire shattered the silence of the night like a thunderclap. There was no other option but to charge ahead aggressively. The consequence of this was that the zombies grew even more frenzied and densely clustered, swirling around the point like a vortex. Over time, the convoy found itself utterly ensnared, not due to their lack of speed, but because the zombies converged even faster. If this continued, the sheer volume would culminate in a zombie tide. Not even armored vehicles would be able to traverse the chaos, let alone tanks. Chapter 13. Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. Standing atop the mountain peak, Yuan surveyed the scene through his binoculars. This was a night vision device, freshly acquired from the Black Iron treasure chest. It was now past midnight, around 3 or 4 in the morning. The apocalyptic scenario had a time record, and the treasure chest had refreshed. Black Iron treasure chest, personal storage space 1 cubic meter, 6, isolation suit, 5, corpse dissolvent, 12, zombie repellent spray, 5, 100 rounds of ammunition, 10, subordinate metals, 2, zombie detector, 5 night vision goggles, 3, energy liquid, red 5, green 7, white 5, blue 4, broadsword, 8, long gun, 8, crossbow bolts, 7, battle axe, 8 bronze treasure chest, personal storage space 100 cubic meters, 5, Thompson submachine gun, 5, AK assault rifle 10, high explosive grenades, 7, explosive packs, 7, awakening crystal, restriction type, healing, enhanced zombie repellent spray, 5, detection eyes, 8, Apocalyptic mobile home, task card, complete task for rewards. Silent high-speed motorcycle, task card, complete task for rewards. These two were task treasure chests, each indicating tasks in a card format. Apocalyptic mobile home, personally slay 3 lickers. Silent high-speed motorcycle, slay a tyrant. The attribute panel refreshed. Name, Yuan. Age, 20 attributes. Strength, 15.5 speed, 12.7 constitution, 15.5 spirit, 13.4 awakening skill. None at the very moment the clock struck past midnight and the treasure chests refreshed. Yuan directly redeemed the items, thereby enhancing his strength and attributes once again. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound power, Zhuiyue's voice called out from outside, indicating that something was amiss. Now standing atop the tunnel's peak, he gazed into the distance, utilizing the scattered zombie detectors for observation. These detectors could connect and share sight lines, providing proactive awareness of the zombies' movements. If he had enough of these detectors, he might be able to gain full control over the area. Yuan entertained this thought, envisioning equipping each woman with detection eyes that could survey a radius of 1,000 meters. Coupled with the zombie detectors strategically placed outside, even if distance was lacking. Numbers could compensate. With so many pairs of eyes, they could entirely monitor and preempt potential threats. Yuan felt an intense gaze filled with resentment directed at him. He knew all too well who it was, and he had no desire to meet that gaze. What if their eyes locked and he became stuck? He was also wary of being discovered by others, though we still had some distance to cover. Caution was paramount. Those 5 vehicles were evidently targeting the tunnel beneath him. His ideal scenario was for them to be surrounded and devoured by the zombies, or to eliminate the individuals within the convoy without alerting the horde. What do you think? Yuan inquired, glancing at the women. All nodded in agreement, their expressions unchanged, some even casting admiring glances at Yuan. Xiaqinci remarked, "Well done. I thought you might attempt to save them. But you've made a wise decision worthy of praise." Yuan felt speechless, sensing he was being underestimated. Did they really think he was such a paragon of virtue? So what should we do now? Zhuiyue asked. Tell me, who poses a greater threat, humans or zombies? Yuan countered. Certainly, it's humanity. Zombies are merely mobile maggots, and no matter the circumstances, humans are far more terrifying than disasters, Zhuiyue asserted. Then that settles it. For now, we observe if that convoy is engulfed by the horde, then there is nothing to worry about. If they manage to break free or show signs of escaping, we must eliminate those individuals without disturbing the zombies. Suddenly, through Yuan's binoculars, a dark void appeared within the convoy, a 1-meter diameter portal. In the blink of an eye, the occupants vanished, seemingly transported a kilometer away, now just 2 or 3 kilometers from the tunnel. Abruptly, a 10-meter tall giant emerged, with people clinging to its shoulders and arms, striding towards the tunnel entrance. Yuan frowned, and beside him, Zhuiyue, also observing through her binoculars, spoke up. This must be an awakening skill, likely from the Blood Blade mercenary corps. They probably scattered after the Dawn stronghold was overrun by the zombie tide. Originally, they were nearly 1,000 strong, but now they are a mere disbanded group. Zhuiyue's eyes grew wistful as she lowered her binoculars. Yuan, uninterested in delving into her past, focused on the present situation, centering his thoughts on himself. That mercenary group was of no concern to him. The priority was to deal with the individuals currently at hand. Indeed, let us eliminate them, he thought, dismissing any further contemplation. After all, we are following you now. Zhuiyue tossed her hair back, stretching her limbs as she addressed Yuan. I'll take care of it. I guarantee I can handle them all. Zhuiyue confidently prepared to step forward, but Yuan halted her, his expression serious. No. I want to. Before he could finish, Zhuiyue interjected, Captain, I know what you want to say. You may not have witnessed the explosive power of those with awakening skills, but rest assured, they won last 10 rounds against me. At that moment, the 10-meter giant noticed the figures atop the tunnel, and a voice like thunder boomed, Hey, you there, lend us a hand. We are all humans with awakening skills. Having more people in this apocalypse offers greater security. Yuan and the women ignored him, thinking, who cares about the words of an idiot? We're in this together, no matter how strong you are. There is still a throng of zombies behind you. This is a tough fight, and it's best to conserve our strength. Having reached that conclusion, Zhuiyue nodded reluctantly. This tunnel could serve as a temporary refuge. If they allowed the zombies to pile up at the entrance, it would lead to greater trouble, making escape impossible. Therefore, they had to resolve any issues at least 1 or 2 kilometers away from the tunnel. What should we do, boss? My awakening skill only lasts a minute. Perched atop the giant's shoulder was a cold, ruthless man, also an awakened individual. His vision surpassed that of ordinary people. From such a distance, he could vaguely see figures atop the mountain but could not discern their features. Among them were a total of 14 individuals, the ones the giant carried, clung to, or supported, who all benefited from the giant's size, enhancing their running speed. However, the awakening skill would not last long. As a minute passed, the giant reverted to normal size, yet none of the individuals ceased their sprint. As awakened beings, their physiques were extraordinary, allowing them to match the speed of a vehicle. Estimating that the tunnel was still over a kilometer ahead, the sight of hope spurred them on, quickening their pace. Yet not long into their run, a figure stood in their path, tall and graceful, with an aloof demeanor, her AK slung over her shoulder and a long gun in hand. "Joyeux, I didn't expect you to escape as well," spoke the cold man, immediately recognizing her. They were all individuals who had scattered from the Dawn stronghold, most of whom were familiar faces. "Wolf, your blood-blade mercenary corps seems to be in disarray. Whatever happened to your good brother, Tiger Leopard? Did he fall defending you?" Joyeux scoffed. Wolf was merely a code name. No one knew his real name. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to block our way with just yourself?" Noticing that Joyeux stood her ground without any intention of yielding, Wolf's expression darkened. Yet at that moment, they found themselves surrounded, shadows emerging from all directions. Emerging from their concealed positions, they encircled the group. Each individual brandishing a firearm, poised for a crossfire ambush. Fingers rested on triggers, ready to unleash a decisive volley at the slightest hint of movement. Chapter 14. The resolute Joyeux. Does she have a sister? Joyeux, be honest, put down your weapons and raise your hands. While the awakened possess remarkable abilities, they are still vulnerable to bullets. Joyeux, with her weapon aimed squarely at them, spoke in a low, commanding tone. 14 individuals. Members of the Blood Blade mercenary group, armed but not heavily so, as the narrow passage allowed only one person at a time to pass through. They could not carry much from the convoy, and their firearms paled in comparison to those wielded by Joyeux and her companions. Caught off guard, the Blood Blade mercenary group found themselves surrounded, their defenses down, before they could even ready their weapons. Each of them targeted by the guns of Joyeux and her team. They dared not move. They were not so arrogant as to believe that being awakened made them immune to gunfire. Shots to the head or heart would still be fatal, especially since their abilities were currently on cooldown. What do you intend to do? In this apocalyptic world, survival is challenging even for you few. It would be wiser for us to collaborate. We can forego the tunnel and deal with the impending horde first. Surely, you do not believe you can handle the approaching tide of corpses alone? Bang. One member of the Blood Blade mercenary group fell, his head exploding. Joyeux's eyes were icy, her aura suffused with a deadly intent. Paying no heed to the wolf's words, earlier, Yuan had advised her to disregard any chatter. Anyone who could fire a weapon should not waste time talking. Silence. The Blood Blade mercenary group was caught off guard by the sheer decisiveness of her actions. Their hopes dashed. Bang. Another fell, similarly struck down. The wolf gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes bulging. These were his men, and now 2 awakened beings lay dead, all their abilities on cooldown, leaving him powerless to act. All raised their hands, discarding their weapons, the air thick with the scent of impending death. Sometimes, it takes a death or 2 to instill fear. If 1 is insufficient, then 2 or 3 will suffice. Joyeux and her female team maintained a distance of 400 to 500 meters from the Blood Blade mercenary group. The effective range of an AK is around 300 to 400 meters. Yet at this distance, the women's marksmanship compensated for any loss in precision, capable of penetrating flesh and bone. This distance was a deterrent against the awakened. While they might not fear firearms when their abilities were active, they were currently vulnerable. Joyeux's gaze flickered, exchanging silent signals with her fellow team members. In less than a second, the wolf sensed a shift, realizing the danger he was in. Indeed, as Joyeux and her team slowly lowered their weapons, it was merely a ruse. Aside from the wolf, Joyeux sprang into action, and the rest of the women fired their guns. Joyeux moved like a specter, her speed ghostly, nearly imperceptible even from a divine perspective. The wolf, too, was swift as a gale, his speed akin to lightning. Their weapons clashed in an invisible dance, sparks flying as they exchanged blows in a matter of seconds, neither yielding in terms of strength. The wolf held an advantage, his attributes superior to Zhuiyue's. However, Zhuiyue wielded a long spear with her left hand while her right held a steel shield, the spear nearly 2 meters in length, allowing her to dominate both offense and defense in their confrontation. The wind element had yet to reveal its potential. Gradually, Zhuiyue pressed the wolf back, the wind element indeed enhancing speed, yet Zhuiyue was marginally faster. Unlike the straightforward approach of the wolf, who harnessed the wind element, Zhuiyue's movements were more agile and elusive, her strikes swifter and more cunning, compounded by the wolf's previous exertion. With a sudden, serpentine thrust of her spear, she pierced the wolf's chest, creating a gaping wound. The wolf's momentum faltered as Zhuiyue grew increasingly confident, her ferocity escalating with every strike, leaving the wolf struggling to keep pace. Wait, I know something about your sister. She has not perished during the horde at dawn. She survived. Zhuiyue's spear hovered mere millimeters from the wolf's heart before she swiftly thrust it downward, creating 2 bloody punctures in his knees. What did you say? You had better clarify, or I will ensure your death is a most gruesome affair. Zhuiyue's expression was icy, radiating a lethal aura as the spear's tip pointed directly at his brow, its sharpness chilling him to the bone. The wolf knelt before her, aware that despite Zhuiyue's beauty, bathed in blood like a rose, he was engulfed in the terror of death, instinctively knowing that failure to comply would lead to his demise in the next heartbeat. At this moment, Zhuiyue was not to be trifled with. Her capacity for violence was palpable, her chest heaving as she grasped her weapon tightly, the temperature around her seemingly plummeting, her eyes bloodshot with urgency and confusion. The wolf swallowed hard, glancing around and realizing his entire team lay dead, most having suffered shots to the head. Just then, Yuan appeared, having remained hidden behind the scenes, allowing the women to take the lead. A competent leader understands how to wield the power at hand. Though his attributes had been enhanced to rival Zhuiyue's, should a confrontation occur, he would still be at a disadvantage due to his lack of skill and combat awareness. Yuan acknowledged his own inadequacies, indifferent to gender, preferring to observe from the shadows. In favorable situations, he would refrain from meddling. In adverse circumstances, he would strike unexpectedly. He had not witnessed the battle unfold clearly. Within 30 seconds of Zhuiyue's engagement, the wolf had been defeated. Was that not impressive? He noted the change in Zhuiyue's demeanor. She appeared grave and serious, suppressing her violent emotions, instilling a sense of fear within him. What is it? At that moment, Xiaqinci stepped forward, tugging at Yuan's sleeve. The situation is intricate. It is vital for her, and for us as well. It is best to let her handle it herself while we observe from the sidelines. Zhuiyue exuded an aura of frost as she sent the wolf sprawling with a single shot, causing him to spew blood in fear. Speak. Have you gone mute? Do you believe I won't shoot you dead? Zhuiyue raised her weapon once more, poised to strike. No, please let me explain. I only heard someone from the Blood Shadow mercenary group mention your sister's name, a person named Rat, who was quickly silenced. When we escaped from Dawn, we encountered the Blood Shadow mercenary group, and during the day, we broke through the horde together, parting ways only at night. Does she really have a sister? Yuan inquired of Xiaqinci. Xiaqinci nodded, affirming, Zhuiyue's sister is named Zhuaya. She was once the leader of our Blood Rose mercenary group. When the horde breached Dawn's defenses, she stayed behind to cover our escape, her fate unknown. However, considering the overwhelming tide of corpses, it is likely that our leader was engulfed in the chaos. Had we not fought desperately to save Zhuiyue, it is possible our numbers would have dwindled even further. We might have perished long ago. Our Blood Rose mercenary group has always been small, comprised solely of women, and now only 12 of us remain. Xiaqinci spoke with a heavy heart, urging Yuan to brace himself. If, and I emphasize if, Zhuiyue's sister is truly alive, I cannot predict how she will react. She may choose to leave us to search for her, potentially causing discord among us. Chapter 15. The Horde. Tyrant. Yuan in peril. In this apocalyptic world, love and friendship pale in comparison to the bonds of blood. It is the latter that offers warmth amidst the unrelenting darkness. What exactly was said? If I find out you deceived me, I will break every bone in your body. I do not know. All I heard was that Rat mentioned seeing Zhuaya's name before being silenced by the leader of the Blood Shadow mercenary group. I can only speculate. Zhuiya's cold gaze shimmered with a deadly glint as she clenched her fists, torn between doubt and hope. That horde is closing in rapidly. Can we save me first? I know the direction the Blood Shadow mercenary group took. I can lead you there. Bang! Yuan swiftly drew his weapon, ending the man's life, firing additional shots to ensure he was dead. You. Zhuiya glared at Yuan. What? Do not trust every word from others, even if what he said were true. The direction he pointed could be utterly wrong. The Blood Shadow mercenary group has likely already moved on, and believing his words would leave us wandering aimlessly. Right now, our immediate concern is the horde, which is approaching rapidly, Yuan replied curtly. The women exchanged glances, springing into action to fortify their defenses against the throng of approaching corpses. The sheer scale of this horde far exceeded that of the day before. It was a mere shadow of the impending tide, nearing the tens of thousands. Thousands constitute a swarm, tens of thousands a tide, while hundreds of thousands form a colossal wave. How can we maximize our firepower to combat the zombies when each person is equipped with 2 AKs and has unlimited ammunition? What preparations have been made? Yuan inquired. All set. If it is that sort of thing, it is manageable, just a matter of time, Zhuiya replied, momentarily setting aside her earlier thoughts. Her seriousness rendered her even more captivating, leaving Yuan momentarily entranced. Once we've dealt with these challenges, if your sister is indeed alive, I will accompany you to find her. I have stated before that if you encounter any difficulties, worries, or unhappiness, you may turn to me. I will assist you to the best of my ability. Zhuiya bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Thank you. The horde drew nearer, then suddenly slowed. The zombies sensed the air's remnants and, lacking the scent of the living, began to wander aimlessly, lost and disoriented. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from 5 kilometers away, causing the zombies to roar and rush toward the source of the sound. Zombies are a species that is remarkably drawn to sound. The slightest noise will draw them in swarms, driven solely by instinct. The louder the commotion, the greater the horde that gathers. Yuan had already sprayed himself with zombie repellent and donned protective gear, and the other women followed suit. His plan was deceptively simple. By applying the repellent to mimic the scent of their undead counterparts, and by utilizing the protective suit to mask his body heat, he could blend in with the throng of zombies as long as he remained undetected, as long as he did not make any fatal noises. Mingling among the corpses posed no significant threat. Subsequently, the women were to disperse, creating distractions at the periphery or from a distance, using the sound of explosions to lure the zombies away from the tunnel, ideally scattering the horde or drawing them further away. Although this plan appeared straightforward, it was fraught with peril. Each participant needed to exercise utmost caution and concealment, ensuring they were not discovered by the zombies. Timing, patience, and cooperation were crucial for their eventual escape. Soon, a violent explosion resonated 10 kilometers from the tunnel, attracting the zombies like moths to a flame, their heads turning in unison. Everyone maintained an orderly conduct, each step meticulously timed. The women were equipped with detection goggles that shared visual data. Green dots indicated living beings, while red dots represented zombies. Zhuiya notified them not to stray too far. This method was highly unpredictable, and losing sight of one another could lead to unexpected calamities. Yuan located Zhuiya, who still lingered within the horde, and whispered instructions in her ear. She nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a red dot, the size of a fist, appeared on their shared visual feed. Tio put this in perspective. Typical first-tier zombies appeared as mere green bean-sized dots, second tier as yellow bean-sized, third tier as quail egg-sized, and fourth tier as ping-pong ball-sized. This newly emerged dot, resembling a fist, could only be inferred as a fifth-tier zombie, possibly a tyrant, Zhuiya exclaimed. However, at that moment, the horde began to converge around this massive red dot, comprising zombies of every tier. The ordinary zombies at the periphery, first tier and upward, became increasingly formidable as they approached the ominous red dot. Yuan's expression turned grave. Sensing danger, he instructed her to summon the others back for a swift escape. No need. They will return on their own within 5 minutes. You should head back to the tunnel. Yuan shook his head, recalling the task rewards from the treasure chest. Killing the tyrant would yield a silent motorcycle, while dispatching 3 lickers would reward an apocalyptic RV. However, this required personal engagement in the kills. 5 minutes is neither too long nor too short, particularly in such dire circumstances. Yuan counted the number of women present and realized one was missing. Where is Yunan? He remembered each woman's name and details. As a team leader should not be oblivious to his subordinates. Through the shared visual feed, he finally spotted a minuscule green, nearly engulfed by a mass of red. What happened to her? Where is she? At that moment, Yunan found herself in dire straits, engulfed by the horde, covering her mouth and nose to protect her head. She could not make a sound or exhibit any sudden movements, merely flowing with the tide. Had it not been for the scent of zombie repellent on her, she would have surely been bitten by now. Fortunately, her protective suit remained intact, shielding her body heat. Yet she was unfortunate enough to be wedged within the horde, unable to move an inch. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed from afar. Yuan's explosives had all been expended. The horde stirred restlessly, drawn towards the sound of the blast. Yunan instinctively began to push her way through the mass, seizing the opportunity, but she had to be cautious to ensure her protective suit remained undamaged. The suit and the zombie repellent acted as dual layers of insurance, yet in the presence of zombies, this was not an absolute safeguard. Should the suit sustain damage, relying solely on the simulated scent of zombies would be akin to walking a tightrope. Through the shared visual feed, she could see Yuan and the others desperately trying to create a path toward her. However, in a moment of carelessness, a zombie behind her scraped her shoulder, drawing blood. Though it was merely a superficial scratch, it caused her face to pale. Infection was not a concern, as Yuan possessed an antidote for zombie transformation, but the damage to her suit was alarming. And more critically, she was bleeding. Yuan had yet to inform her of the ramifications of such a situation, but it was undoubtedly dire. The outcome she dreaded most was now unfolding. Chapter 16. Xia Qinzi takes on the tyrant. Zhuiyu's remarkable strength. The scent of blood was faint, almost imperceptible, yet zombies are even more sensitive to the smell of fresh blood than sharks. They turned their attention toward her. Yunan frantically sprayed the bloodstain on her shoulder with zombie repellent, attempting to mask the scent of the blood. However, if the repellent could mask the scent of living blood, it would not be a mere item obtainable from a black iron or bronze chest. The repellent from a bronze chest could only extend its effectiveness from 1 hour to 24 hours. That moment, Yunan was enveloped within the horde, struggling fiercely, yet there was no time for escape. The zombies were close enough to reach her carotid artery with a single bite. Just as despair washed over her, with the distance between her neck and the zombie dwindling to mere inches. The fetid breath of the zombie was upon her. Suddenly, an immense force surged through the crowd, violently parting the mass of zombies surrounding her. The zombie that was inches from her neck was sent flying. The rescuer was none other than Xia Qinzi. Armed with 2 large blades, she wielded them with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly dismembering and obliterating the surrounding zombies, as if slicing vegetables. What are you waiting for? I've carved a bloody path for you. Hurry and run. Xia Qinzi barked sternly, prompting Yunan to react and sprint towards safety. The horde began to retaliate, but Xia Qinzi was not about to confront it. Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone retreat quickly, do not linger in battle. He swiftly instructed. Zhao Qingya, how do you feel about your newly awakened ability? How much do you understand about it? Captain, it's a healing ability. I can only use it once a day, but it can completely heal and restore even severe injuries. The healing time depends on the specific condition of the injured. For instance, if someone has lost all their limbs, my ability can regrow them. But it requires an extensive amount of time. If it's just serious injuries, the recovery won't take too long, Zhao Qingya replied. And what about her? Yuan pointed at Yunan. Her injuries are merely superficial. They can heal in the blink of an eye, leaving no scars or traces of blood. Very well, after you treat her, ensure that her shoulder is free of blood before applying the zombie repellent spray and then find a place to hide. Yuan addressed the group of women. Everyone, check yourselves for any injuries or bleeding. If you find any, tend to them promptly. This indeed was a viable plan. As Zhao Qingya treated Yunan, her shoulder regained its smoothness, completely free of scars. Following the same method, after confirming that they had no blood on themselves, they sprayed the zombie repellent and dispersed, masking their scents and moving swiftly into hiding. The women possessed exceptional physical attributes, surpassing even those of special forces, and thus when they scattered, the zombies could not keep up. Even the lickers could only barely pursue them. Before long, The horde of zombies lost their target, aimlessly roaring, driven by instinct to wander. Zhuyu, catch me a liquor to kill. We can't use guns, Gu Yuan instructed. Zhuyu turned her head in confusion, not asking further questions, simply complying with the order. Everyone harbors secrets. And Gu Yuan was particularly enigmatic, which piqued her curiosity. She had countless questions but held her tongue, not wanting anyone to know her thoughts were futile. Chapter 17. The End Times RV. As dawn broke, Gu Yuan opened the task treasure chest outside the tunnel entrance, revealing an enormous, pitch-black RV with sharp angles. The vehicle was constructed of armored materials, robust and durable, capable of withstanding acid rain corrosion. Its windows were bulletproof. The lines were sleek yet sturdy, with wide, thick tires that provided reliable traction, allowing it to traverse various harsh terrains and environments while being explosion-proof. Particularly, the front bumper was made of alloy, resembling a snowplow's design but more fearsome and solid, engineered for ramming through obstacles, even capable of striking a tyrant aside. Having examined the vehicle's performance and power, Gu Yuan could confidently say it was impressive. Especially in terms of impact force, it possessed the carrying capacity of a large truck while maintaining acceleration comparable to that of an Audi. Was this reasonable? After all, the items obtained from treasure chests often defied the laws of physics. Overturning fundamentals, Gu Yuan ran his hand along the vehicle's surface, feeling the cold, solid texture, and a sense of security filled his heart. The interior was spacious, featuring upper and lower bunks, not seats but sleeping spaces. Capable of accommodating up to 20 people for living and dining. At the rear, there was a small compartment with a mini stove, not quite a kitchen but sufficient for cooking. Despite the spaciousness, it could only house so much, resembling a slightly elongated bedroom. Gu Yuan eagerly opened the door and took the driver's seat, refraining from pressing the gas pedal. Who knew how many zombies would be attracted by that action? He had just managed to divert that horde of zombies at least 5 kilometers from the tunnel, where they had not clustered, and any that remained were too scattered to pose a threat. Every hour, he needed to spray zombie repellent at the tunnel entrance to ensure the zombies would not notice this place, while constantly monitoring the zombie activity within a kilometer using detection goggles. The group operated in threes, rotating every hour to hunt zombies, not merely capturing any random zombie but luring them away, ensuring the zombies wouldn't go berserk, as their shared scent would keep them calm. All right, everyone, you can come out now, Gu Yuan softly called into the tunnel. Although his voice was low, the echo in the tunnel amplified it soon. The women emerged, and upon seeing the imposing vehicle outside, they were momentarily stunned. Captain, what is this vehicle? Gu Xin'er asked. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, glancing around in confusion. Where's Zhuyu? The women fell silent, exchanging glances filled with hesitation, and Gu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Speak up, will you? Seeing no one respond, Xia Qinzi stepped forward. She might have left, without saying a word. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gu Yuan exclaimed angrily. I was merely speculating. When we returned to the tunnel after diverting the zombies, I noticed she seemed distracted, and now she is missing, which is why I said she must have left S for where she went. I think you have an idea. Gu Yuan pressed his lips together, aware that the area outside was crawling with zombies, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and he had no idea where to begin searching. Suddenly, he recalled something. You all should know the location of that so-called Dawn survivor base, right? She probably didn't want you to follow her into danger. The situation there is quite complex and potentially perilous, so she kept it from us. Following you is safer than accompanying her into a death trap. Xia Qinzi sighed. Regardless, she is my team member. Leaving without a word is unacceptable. I've stated that I will help her find her sister, no matter the cost. She alone could encounter trouble halfway. Does she doubt my abilities or my intentions? Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The women looked despondent, their spirits dampened. Jiu Xin'er, Yuan Ruoxue, and Su Luiyue, who had been closest to Zhuyu, appeared even more downcast, their worry etched across their faces. I'll reiterate, if anything happens, tell me I will handle what I can, and if I can't, relying on yourselves won't suffice. It's better to place your hopes in me. Why the long faces? Get in the vehicle. Gu Yuan said curtly. The women exchanged glances before boarding the RV. As soon as they entered, they exclaimed in unison, wow. They eagerly explored their surroundings, their eyes sparkling with wonder, finding the interior even more pristine and comfortable than that of the black iron shelter. They felt compelled to lie down and not get up. Yuan felt a sense of pride. He relished the astonished expressions of the women, enjoying the sense of superiority it afforded him. Is there any man among you who can drive? I can. Yuan raised her hand. Good. You'll take the wheel that I'm driving? Where to? To the Dawn survivor base. Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, his face displaying clear frustration. Yuan exchanged glances with Xia Qinxi, then with the other women in this group. Several weren't entirely devoted to Zhuoyu. They were merely banding together for survival. Staying in the tunnel felt comparatively safer, albeit just a bit. No one enjoyed being on the run. Captain, if we drive, we'll attract a horde of zombies, Yuan remarked helplessly. Even if we do? We must drive. I've checked. The engine is remarkably quiet, and this vehicle is heavily fortified. Even a tyrant cannot breach its defenses. If we create a few shooting holes in the windows, it becomes a mobile fortress. What about the things inside the tunnel? Yuan asked. What things? Yuan retorted. That shelter you created. Are we just abandoning it? That dilapidated place barely qualifies as a shelter. It merely provides a living environment. I am only temporarily. I understand, esteemed leader. When I procure supplies, I shall transfer them to you. After all, you are the one in charge. Yuan reclined in the passenger seat, engaging in a private chat with forum user number 55555. Currently, he had acquired 17 Black Iron Survivor tokens at this rate. It was estimated that it would take another 4 or 5 days to gather 50, though this was merely conjecture and lacked certainty. It all depended on whether user 55,555 proved reliable. He had no time to monitor the chat forum constantly, as he was preoccupied with guiding the women through this apocalyptic world. He was their pillar of support and needed to remain clear-headed for decision-making. It seemed he ought to offer a bit more incentive. Yuan pondered. This gun is for your protection, accompanied by 10 rounds of ammunition. Wow, esteemed leader. You possess a firearm, and no one has managed to obtain one in this entire apocalyptic scenario. How did you achieve that? That is not for you to concern yourself with. I only require survivor tokens. Based on your capabilities, I will assess the daily supply of survivor tokens you provide. 1 survivor token equates to 100 rounds of ammunition. Perhaps in the future, I may have even better rewards to offer you. But for now, focus solely on acquiring those survivor tokens. Understood. Should I recruit more individuals? 1 person is certainly insufficient. I happen to have a few sisters in the private chat. Would you like me to introduce them to you? No need. You can decide on recruitment yourself. Just clarify the situation. With your main branch and its side paths, make your own judgments. I only require results. I want to see survivor tokens every day. The more, the better. I am quite busy and cannot spend my time monitoring the chat forum. Captain, the zombies are starting to increase in number. Should we disembark to clear the area? Yuan looked out the window, observing the congregation of zombies. They were indeed gathering, but not in tight clusters. From the moment the vehicle was started, the zombies instinctively noticed it. Such a large object was hard to ignore, and they wandered closer. Regardless of how quiet the vehicle was, the zombies shrieked and lunged at it. However, their numbers were not overwhelming, allowing the vehicle to plow through them without concern. Even if the car accelerated slightly, the zombies could only trail behind, unable to keep up. Those zombies in front were either flung aside or crushed beneath the heavy vehicle. Yet now, their density was increasing. The farther they traveled, the more zombies appeared, as if drawn to the RV like a magnet, frantically screaming and lunging forward. What routes lead from our current position to that so-called Dawn survivor base? Yuan inquired. There are 2 routes. One is shorter and direct, while the other is longer and winding. I believe the winding route is preferable, as the direct path leads into the city, which was a commercial area before the apocalypse and is likely to be crowded with zombies now. In the winding route, well, it circumvents the city, but it still requires navigating around a river. How long will it take to reach? 2 to 3 days, assuming we encounter zombies blocking our path and must navigate around. What do you think you would choose? Yuan posed the question. Looking at Yuan, his voice was audible to all the women in the vehicle. She would choose the direct route. Su Liue interjected. I know her well. She is the type who will not turn back until she hits a wall. Stubborn and resolute, especially with the zombie repellent you provided her, which she still has left. I suspect she intends to reach her destination swiftly. Is there truly no other narrow path that would allow a single person to slip through? Yuan asked. None. Zhao Qingya replied. I am local to this city and have grown up here. So I am quite familiar with this area. Is there a chance she might anticipate our movements and thus choose the longer route? Gu Yuan inquired. He had only known these women for a few days and did not know them intimately, so he could only ask them, as they were familiar with Shuyu. Unlikely. She is likely blinded by the news of her sister's survival. Even if that information is baseless, she will still want to investigate. Unless she runs out of zombie repellent, she will attempt to charge straight ahead. Then let us proceed directly. No need to take the winding route. Gu Yuan added. Our objective is to find Shuyu and ensure her safety. We cannot afford any setbacks. Xiao Yuan, do you care for Shuyu? Xia Qinci suddenly interjected. The vehicle fell silent, an unspoken understanding passing among the women as they cast furtive glances at him. Do you really think I would remain silent? Gu Yuan retorted. I am merely concerned for her safety. Would you have me remain silent while she could be in danger? You know her capabilities. If something were to happen to her, I would lose a valuable ally in this apocalypse. Someone like her is a source of security for us, capable of buying us precious moments when danger arises. Do not assume that just because you have awakened abilities, you are the strongest in this group. If you were to duel Shuyu, you would undoubtedly lose. Gu Yuan continued passionately, attempting to assert his point. I was merely making an observation. Why are you so defensive? Xia Qinci shot him a resentful look. Gu Yuan turned his head away, as if she had wronged him, recalling that it was she who had entered his room uninvited the previous night. The other women exchanged knowing smiles. Outside, zombies were converging all around, and Gu Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. They hadn't traveled far, yet the number of zombies was already overwhelming if they continued forward. Who knew what awaited them? Why are there so many zombies? It seems they are everywhere, perhaps even more numerous than before the apocalypse. Has it always been like this? Yuan shook her head. At first, there weren't so many. During initial outings, we rarely encountered them. Gradually, their numbers increased. Yuan glanced at Gu Yuan through the rearview mirror. You don't seem like someone from this world. Why do you say that? Because anyone who has survived in this apocalypse should have some understanding of the current situation, yet you appear oblivious. Ha. Zhuyu said something similar. Gu Yuan. What do you think we should do next? Yuan asked, her voice filled with uncertainty as she drove. She did not refer to him as captain but called him by name. What do you mean, what should we do? Gu Yuan countered. You wouldn't be recklessly charging forward without a plan, would you? Yuan turned to look at him, her eyes revealing deep anxiety and a thirst for knowledge, filled with trepidation. Gu Yuan understood. It was human nature to feel apprehensive when aware of impending danger yet having no clear strategy. He wouldn't say, please trust me, for they were all adults. He'll follow him into danger without knowing the plan was a right everyone deserved. If they were to face demise, they ought to understand the circumstances surrounding it. Thus, Chapter 19. Yunan's interest in Gu Yuan had no such intention. The women turned their gazes toward him. In truth, I trust this vehicle. Its body is entirely armored, and as long as we remain inside, zombies cannot breach it. Even tyrants might struggle to overcome its defenses. You've probably never encountered a horde of zombies. You might find yourself unable to move, trapped in place, rendering it no different from a large metal box. Su Liue remarked. Gu Yuan did not refute her. He understood that it would be foolish to feign knowledge he did not possess. He was still unfamiliar with this apocalyptic scenario and had fallen into the trap of believing he was unique among survivors. Moreover, given the circumstances, he had not yet faced the harsh realities of this world. The women, due to Zhuayu's influence, had approached zombie encounters with a level of confidence that bordered on recklessness. What are your thoughts? I'd like to hear your opinions, provided we must locate Zhuayu. There are too many zombies. We cannot confront them head-on, Zhao Qingya spoke up. Until we devise a plan. We cannot stop the vehicle. We must maintain a steady speed, or the zombies will truly trap us. Yuan chimed in. I believe we should use the zombie repellent to blend in with the horde. That would be safer. I concur with that plan, Su Liue added. However, if we abandon the vehicle and walk, we might not catch up to Zhuyu, Gu Yuan remarked. That's not a concern. The city is swarming with zombies. You can hardly imagine the scene there. Some even suspect it to be a cursed ground, and no one dares to approach. What is a cursed ground? Gu Yuan inquired. A cursed ground is a place of great peril. A forbidden zone, where entry leads to death. What lies within is unknown. It is only known that zombies emerge from these cursed grounds. Aside from those who die and turn into zombies, this is the second reason for the increasing zombie numbers. Therefore, even if Shuyu were to pass through here, she would not dare to venture in. Correct? Gu Xian'er nodded. Even using the zombie repellent would not guarantee safety, let alone directly traversing that city. It would only take half a day to reach, while the winding route would require 3 days. Moreover, the path is too convoluted, and given her stamina and lack of supplies, she wouldn't be able to travel far. Is she truly determined to reach the Dawn survivor base? By now, it must have become a death trap, Yuan Ruoxue interjected. If she seeks news of her sister's survival, she must have some goal in mind. Gu Yuan stated, Alas, I suspect Yu Jie is regretting her decision. It's difficult to traverse alone, Yuan Ruoxue sighed. Since we are resorting to using the zombie repellent, we will need to disembark. The area is crawling with zombies. The moment we stop the vehicle, they will swarm us, making it impossible to escape, let alone disembark, Yunan asserted. Jiu Yuan contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a motorcycle from his storage space, an ultra-quiet motorcycle he had obtained from a task treasure chest, which he had successfully used to eliminate 3 lickers with Shui Yu's assistance. The women gazed at him with curiosity and intrigue, examining him from head to toe. Do not look at me like that. It is my secret. I possess something akin to a portable storage space. Consider it a special awakening ability. Gu Yuan is left with no choice. Given the dire circumstances, anyone would be bewildered and curious about such a sudden appearance of an enormous object. If it gets exposed, so be it. The women nodded in agreement, exclaiming how cool the motorcycle looked. Jiu Xian'er reached out to stroke it. This motorcycle is a silent speedster, capable of reaching speeds of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour, with low fuel consumption and minimal wind resistance. However, what stands out is its almost inaudible engine roar, and its body is constructed from exceptionally durable materials, capable of withstanding considerable impacts. Zombies would be smashed to pieces upon colliding with it. This is a description of the motorcycle's capabilities. Gu Yuan has yet to experience it firsthand, but just looking at it evokes a sense of awe and wildness, as well as resilience against wear and tear. Gu Yuan turned to Zhao Qingya and asked, Did you not mention that you are familiar with this area? Are there places with fewer zombies? We could use this motorcycle to transport each of us out. While the RV can find a place to park, after all, zombies cannot breach it or damage the vehicle. Zhao Qingya pondered for a moment before replying. To the east, there is an abandoned factory district. It was sealed off by the police after an explosion occurred before the apocalypse, leading to many buildings collapsing, so there should not be many zombies there. Very well, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. You can ride the motorcycle and guide us. Making 3 or 4 trips should suffice. The women were not ones to procrastinate. They immediately executed the plan, a testament to their survival instincts honed over time in the apocalypse. Those who hesitated had long been eliminated, and those who remained had developed a decisive and efficient approach to action. This is also why Gu Yuan was so determined to find Jueyu. He feared for her safety. Individuals like her, who are easy to work with, are invaluable. Once someone has chosen to follow him, it is essential to stick to his lead, executing without question unless the situation becomes perilous. The key is possessing the ability to command respect. Those who have survived the apocalypse are all exceptional individuals. Indeed, the women sprang into action without a hint of doubt. Yunan suddenly slammed on the brakes, swiftly opening the door, with Zhao Qingya riding ahead, followed closely by Wang Ting, Mo Yue, and Lin Mingming. The 4 of them squeezed in just right, and Zhao Qingya pressed the accelerator with a flourish, quickly speeding off until they vanished from sight. Yunan, too, accelerated, and within 2 seconds, the vehicle was off again. Jiu Yuan gazed out the window and turned to Yunan, asking, Do you not have any doubts? Do you trust me so implicitly? Yunan smiled gently, her lips curling upward. Do not turn your head. Keep your eyes firmly ahead. Would you harm us? Or cause us any detriment? To be honest, it is not exactly trust. But who else can we rely on? The apocalypse has destroyed everything. Surviving is no easy feat, and we have lost so much. Without your intervention, perhaps we would have perished days ago. We had not eaten for 4 or 5 days. In the past, never mind, I want elaborate. Yunan cast a sidelong glance, her genuine smile evident. You are different. It is not just me. All 12 of US women can see it. Although we have only known each other for less than 3 days, you are not like the other men we have encountered. You treat us with respect, which is rare in this desperate world. We are well aware of the nature of those men we encountered in the Dawn survival zone. Starved for attention, they would not hesitate to prey on women, regardless of age. If it were not for Captain Zhu's formidable strength, fiercely protecting us with her blade, we would have likely succumbed to those vile men. Yuan threw a teasing glance back. Actually, I wouldn't mind. Would you like that? Though her words were veiled, Yuan understood immediately. You are just like Xiaqinci. He rolled his eyes, looking out the window, oblivious to the knowing smile shared among the women, including Yuan. The confined space made every word easily audible. Chapter 20. Teased by Xiaqinci, childhood memories of Yuan. The silent speedster motorcycle was genuinely fast, completing a round trip in merely 5 minutes. The RV could not afford to stop. Halting would invite the pursuing zombies. Thus, the motorcycle had to maintain a speed that would allow it to keep pace with the RV. As the RV began to slow down, Gu Xian'er, Yuan Ruoxue, and Yi Shaowan opened the windows, leaping out of the vehicle. All three displayed remarkable agility, managing to hop onto the motorcycle, though it was a tad perilous. As Yi Shaowan nearly lost her balance. This was the second trip. Inside the RV remained Su Liyue, Yuan, Lu Xian, Xiaqinci, and Gu Yuan. After another 5 minutes, the driver's seat was taken over by Su Liyue. As the motorcycle could carry a maximum of 4 people, Su Liyue possessed an awakening ability called mystification, akin to the smoke user from One Piece, allowing her to turn her body into smoke, rendering her impervious to physical harm. Now it was Gu Yuan's turn to leap from the window, along with Lu Xian and Xiaqinci. However, as the window opened, Gu Yuan hesitated, despite having slightly superior attributes compared to the women. One misstep could lead to a fall, and trying to wait for the vehicle to stop before reboarding would be troublesome. It was akin to a relay race where one cannot stop midway and must always maintain a steady speed to evade the zombies. What's wrong? Are you scared? Call me sister and I will catch you, Xiaqinci teased. Gu Yuan bit his lip, contemplating the best angle to jump when he was suddenly embraced by a soft, fragrant body, not Xiaqinci nor Yuan, but Lu Xian. Xiaqinci had intended to jump with Gu Yuan but was outpaced by Lu Xian, while Yuan was simply a moment too late. Don't be afraid, Captain. I will help you. The alluring scent enveloped him, and the sensation was pleasant. Yet, before he could fully register it, a gust of wind struck, and he felt weightless for a moment, followed by a sudden jolt as he settled into place. Xiaqinci's smile faded. She had planned to jump but was interrupted by another gust, which saw Yuan claim the last available position on the motorcycle just in time. Xiaqinci fell silent, while Gu Yuan reveled in the delightful predicament of being sandwiched between 2 women. In front was Zhao Qingya, a 30-year-old mature woman, akin to a ripe peach. Behind was Lu Xian, even older at 35, embodying the charm of a refined, beautiful matron. For someone like Gu Yuan, who was still a novice in romantic escapades, the allure of these two was overwhelmingly intoxicating. He was hesitant to wrap his arms around Zhao Qingya's waist, fearing that he might be drawn into an irresistible abyss. Captain, hold my waist. What if you fall? Zhao Qingya whispered. Both Zhao Qingya and Lu Xian sensed Gu Yuan's tension and restraint. Their knowing glances spoke volumes. They were all in their 30s, and sometimes, unspoken understanding conveyed more than words could. Hey, I'm about to jump, Xiaqinci announced from the RVS window, poised as if ready to leap, 1 foot already on the edge. Gu Yuan exclaimed, What are you doing? There's not enough room. It's too cramped. You 4 just need to shift a little. There's still space, he insisted. Don't be like that. Waiting 5 more minutes won't cost you anything. I don't care. It's too troublesome. I'll jump, and you just have to catch me with both hands. If you can't catch me, I'll show you how I perish. Are you insane? You'll die if you jump. Gu Yuan's frustration mounted as Xiaqinci repeatedly challenged his understanding of her reckless nature. Can you handle this? Can you squeeze a bit more? Gu Yuan asked softly. I can, but she won't dare, Zhao Qingya replied. She is not willing to gamble, but it certainly looks like she is serious. Gu Yuan mused. As they squeezed together, a small gap remained, just enough for a child to fit in. Xiaqinci, having made up her mind, hesitated for a mere 0.05 seconds before leaping. Gu Yuan's eyes widened as he instinctively raised his arms, barely managing to catch her. The motorcycle teetered dangerously, but fortunately, Zhao Qingya's driving skills saved them from disaster. In that moment, the situation was such that there was not a hint of space between them. Gu Yuan held Xiaqinci in a princess carry, while she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. It was not overly heavy, but the closeness was overwhelming. He felt as if he were enveloped in a soft, fragrant embrace. Are you out of your mind? You really dared to jump? You truly have no fear of death. Gu Yuan's face flushed with restrained anger. Xia Qinxi's eyelashes fluttered, her laughter barely contained as she pressed her forehead against his. Leaning in to whisper teasingly, "I'm sorry with you here, I might just do it again," she added with a playful grin. "But I was merely pretending. If I hadn't jumped, wouldn't he that have disappointed you? You re-insane. You're my drug." This exceedingly flirtatious scene sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, and Gu Yuan shuddered as well. "Hey, Xia Qinxi, can you not be so cheesy?" Yuan chimed in from the back. The awkwardness of the situation only registered when one found themselves in it. Had their positions been reversed, they would likely feel just as embarrassed. Besides, don't you think our little captain is quite amusing and fun? Yuan continued. "Xia Qinxi, don't bully him too much. You're older than him, and look at how flustered he is because of you." Yuan stoked the flames further. Gu Yuan's face truly turned dark. A mix of embarrassment and suppressed anger, feeling dizzy as he was sandwiched between two beautiful women. To be honest, Gu Yuan was enjoying this. He was not at a disadvantage but rather relishing the experience. With the women around him remaining unperturbed, especially Xia Qinxi, who had casually straddled his chest, holding onto him tightly, Gu Yuan found himself face to face with two large, fluffy cotton candies, overwhelmed by the delightful sensations. Throughout this, the silent speedster motorcycle continued to sway left and right, while Zhao Qingya and the two women in the back endured the discomfort, suppressing their laughter. The speed of the vehicle was still restrained, and had it not been for Zhao Qingya's exceptional driving skills, adeptly steering the wheel, they might have already overturned. "Can you not be so reckless?" Gu Yuan was clearly agitated, primarily due to Xia Qinxi's incessant nudging and occasional playful breaths, which nearly brought their lips together. What does she take him for? A toy? It was infuriating yet oddly pleasurable. What could he do? How could he possibly handle her? He was a man, filled with youthful vigor. Though he was not disinterested in women, especially those mature and alluring elder sisters or aunties, he merely dared to look but not to act. A man with desires but lacking the courage to pursue them. He harbored a yearning for Xia Qinxi, a deep admiration. However, the tumultuous environment of his childhood, marred by parental quarrels and domestic violence culminating in divorce, left him sensitive and fearful regarding marriage, women, and companionship. He intended to remain single for life, yet fate intervened, thrusting him into a post-apocalyptic scenario where survival became paramount. By some fortuitous circumstance, he found himself designated as the leader among them, relying on him for survival. It was likely that they had perceived his vast resources and thus had latched onto him. Otherwise, how could they possibly cling to him so tenaciously and heed his commands, especially Xia Qinxi, who seemed to have an insatiable desire to monopolize him? Chapter 21. The daring Xia Qinxi, who had him firmly under her control, numbered 55555 along with her two close friends. "Xia Qinxi, if you keep this up, just leave." Gu Yuan glared at her with a grimace. "Oh, really? This situation is merely a matter of necessity," Xia Qinxi replied, batting her eyelashes and leaning in closely, her feminine fragrance tantalizing. Sitting behind Gu Yuan, Lu Exine turned her head away with closed eyes, while Yunan remained silent, her expression inscrutable. Gu Yuan clenched his fingers, his head ensnared by her hold, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. A mere lean could bring their lips together. "You better not let go. If you do, I might just fade away." Xia Qinxi's sultry voice struck a chord in Gu Yuan's heart. He suspected her actions were intentional, her positioning calculated to fall perfectly into his grasp. A precarious balance where she should have tumbled out and sustained injuries. Was it a stroke of luck or sheer confidence? Zhao Qingya was indeed correct. As long as the motorcycle accelerated, Xia Qinxi would not dare to escape. After all, she was a bit mad, but not foolish. 5 minutes of torment and enjoyment. A truly complex experience. They found themselves amidst the ruins of a dilapidated building, where zombies were few. The women had gathered, idly dispatching the remaining undead to clear a safe area of 100 meters. A sleek motorcycle arrived, 3 women dismounting in haste, while Gu Yuan remained dazed, still tightly embracing Xia Qinxi. "How long do you intend to hold me?" Xia Qinxi teased, her laughter ringing out. Gu Yuan quickly released her, almost fleeing, while Xia Qinxi stood there, her gaze gentle. "What is going on?" Gu Xinyuan inquired, noticing the peculiar scene. "Nothing much, just prepare yourselves. We'll start once Su Liue arrives. What's wrong with him? Gu Xinyuan turned to Xiaochenzi. He is being bullied. Yuan interjected. Just then, a cloud of smoke appeared, coalescing into Su Liue. So quick. You just arrived, and she is already here, and of course, only I have the awakened ability to handle the aftermath. You're in for a tough time. Learn your lesson and think carefully before giving orders. After all, we're all following you, so consider our safety and risks. Su Liue spoke in a somewhat didactic tone to Gu Yuan. I understand. My apologies. Gu Yuan did not retort, keen to absorb her teachings. Then, shall we discuss our next course of action? Gu Yuan asked. Aren't we using zombie spray? There must be a step-by-step process. Our goal is to find Zhui Yu and ensure her safety. The women gathered to deliberate. I actually think it doesn't need to be so complicated. Let me take the silent, high-speed motorcycle for a spin within this 100-mile radius to scout. It won't take more than an hour or two? Zhao Qingya suggested. After riding it a few times, she had grown fond of this motorcycle, which was faster and more exhilarating than any she had ridden before the apocalypse, akin to riding the wind. It seems you're quite the speed-loving elder sister. However, exercise caution. While the zombie spray can mimic the sin of the undead, we must not be complacent, Gu Yuan cautioned. Rest assured, we have experience with the zombie spray. We tested it a few times, Zhao Qingya reassured. All right, be careful on your way. This bag is filled with supplies for you to use, Gu Yuan said, handing her a large bag to place on the back seat. Okay, I'm off. Wait here for my return. As Zhao Qingya vanished almost instantaneously, Gu Yuan distributed 2 buns and a pack of pickled vegetables among the women. Watching the sun rise, he instructed them to take turns resting, as they hadn't slept much the previous night. Although they appeared lively, it was essential to conserve their energy for future plans. Yuan turned his attention to the private chat channel. At this moment, the remaining survivors were grappling with hunger, lacking the means to protect themselves, let alone fill their stomachs. He opened the private chat with the ID 55555. Survivor 66666, are you there? Survivor 55555, yes, what's up, big shot? Survivor 66666, I've noticed that many are going hungry in the chat. We can trade food supplies, I'm not lacking in supplies. What are your thoughts? Survivor 55555, I've seen that too, and I intended to discuss it with you. However, it's not urgent. Right now, the survivors are merely a bit hungry, not on the brink of cannibalism. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gathered them and kept them for now. Survivor 66666, that's good to hear. Survivor 55555, by the way, big shot. I've recruited 2 more. They both female, my close friends, completely trustworthy. I told them about you, and their efficiency exceeded mine, managing to secure 5 survivor tokens for you in no time. However, we need to act fast, otherwise they might be gone. The next moment, the survivor token's avatar could turn gray, and tools like hose would suffice. Survivor 66666, all right. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan transferred 5 hose. Moments later, the 5 survivor tokens were in hand. Gu Yuan now possessed a total of 22 tokens, making strides towards acquiring the silver survivor token. Survivor 66666, keep it up. These items are rewards for your 2 friends, courtesy of your boss. Gu Yuan listed protective suits, swords, detectors, and bicycles for trade. He hadn't yet been generous enough to part with the zombie spray and firearms, as he still needed to assess their performance. Survivor 55555, wow, big shot. You're generous. I'll tell my friends this is from you, just a transfer on my part. After a while, new IDs appeared in Gu Yuan's private messages. One was 10,086, and the other was 1314520. Survivor 10086, are you there, big shot? I was referred by Survivor ID 55555. Survivor 1314520, big shot. Do you need a companion? Or perhaps someone to warm your bed? I am available. Gu Yuan chose not to respond immediately and first inquired about ID 55555. Survivor 66666, did you give them my information? Survivor 55555, it's not my fault. They pressed me for your ID, and they're not far from me. They managed to track me down based on my location and have grouped together. Gu Yuan pondered and composed 2 messages. One for each. Survivor 66666, Survivor ID 55555 has informed you. I am currently observing your actions. If you perform well, there will be rewards. However, If there are ill intentions or any breach of confidentiality, the consequences are yours to bear. Survivor 10086, I guarantee I will not disclose any information about you. I used to work in banking and confidentiality is my duty. Survivor 1314520, I swear. I have no ill intentions and will not disclose any secrets. I'm very discreet. Chapter 22. The severely injured Juyu captain. Is there anything we need to do? Yuan inquired. You seem restless. Now that I've allowed you to rest, you are still brimming with energy, Yuan remarked. In this apocalyptic world, remaining tense all the time makes it uneasy to idle without doing anything. Yuan replied, shrugging her shoulders. You've been mentally pressured by the apocalypse. If you're truly feeling anxious, you can join them in dispatching zombies, Captain. All the zombies within 300 meters have been eliminated. None dared to venture further, Gu Xianyuan, Yun Ruoxue, and Su Liyue reported, peering through binoculars to survey the surroundings. Others were either slaying zombies or utilizing zombie detectors and goggles to set up a shared vision. Leaving Gu Yuan with little to do. Then just keep me company. I have a question. In this zombie apocalypse, where have the authorities and military gone? Yuan scrutinized Gu Yuan, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me? Are you truly not from this world? Yuan countered. Don't change the subject. If you're bored, just wait here for Zhao Qingya to return. Ji Yuan felt a twinge of insecurity under her gaze. Sometimes, he found himself speaking without thinking, letting slip unusual remarks that made him appear guilty and suspicious. In truth, after 5 years of the apocalypse, he had no idea where the military and officials had gone. Likely, no one did as the apocalypse descended and the undead surged. It felt as though the world had turned upside down overnight. The military and officials vanished without a trace, as if they had simply ceased to exist. To this day, we remain in ignorance. Otherwise, with the military's heavy artillery and nuclear weaponry, the zombies would hardly have been able to bring about the end of days, remarked Yuan. There is a situation. The number of zombies has suddenly increased, and I've spotted Zhao Qingya, as well as Sister Juyu, Gu Xianyuan reported loudly to Gu Yuan. So soon, Gu Yuan and Yuan hurriedly followed. What is happening? Gu Yuan took the binoculars, and in his sights, he saw a sleek motorcycle with 2 figures. One was unmistakably Zhao Qingya, while the other was hunched over the back seat, obscured from view. However, he sensed it was likely her. Prepare yourselves, Gu Yuan commanded, and the women instinctively complied. The zombies were gathering in greater numbers, as Zhao Qingya had sprayed them with a special anti-zombie mist. Unless blood was drawn from a wound, or something had happened to the figure on the back seat, the situation was dire. Captain, it's urgent, Juyu gasped, clearly in distress. From a distance, Zhao Qingya swiftly approached Gu Yuan, dismounting her motorcycle to prepare to embrace the slumped Juyu. The women rallied around to assist. What's the matter? Gu Yuan inquired. She's been infected. I administered the anti-zombie serum, but it was ineffective. She's infected with a high-level zombie virus, Zhao Qingya explained. What? Gu Yuan's voice was laced with alarm. To err on the side of caution, he had given Zhao Qingya a vial of the serum before they departed, yet it had proven useless. Although the serum could reverse the effects of a zombie transformation, it was only effective against low-level zombies. Even against second-tier zombies, it was futile. The items extracted from the black iron chest were of mediocre quality, capable at best of countering ordinary zombie infections. Indeed, it was a super tyrant. 5 of them unleashed their oppressive might, conducting widespread indiscriminate attacks that forced me to flee. Fortunately, I was on the outskirts of the city and managed to escape quickly. However, the super tyrant locked onto me and inflicted severe injuries from a distance. Thankfully, Zhao Jie arrived just in time to rescue me, leading me away from the super tyrant. Otherwise, I would have perished there. Zhuiyu's pallid face reflected her weakened state, her breath barely perceptible as she struggled to hold on. You still dare speak? Who told you to leave without a word? Do you think you're so capable? I promised to help you. Do you not trust me? Gu Yuan's tone was stern yet underscored with concern as he examined her condition. Zhuiyu, who had already held her head low, now lowered it even further, unable to meet Gu Yuan's gaze. Can your treatment save her? Gu Yuan directed his question at Zhao Qingya. When I found her, she was gravely injured. I have already treated her wounds. But I cannot counteract the advanced zombie virus she is infected with, Zhao Qingya replied. What is her current condition? Gu Yuan pressed. She is gradually undergoing transformation. It won't be long now. Zhao Qingya paused. Her meaning unmistakable. You need not expend concern on me. I've actually long since. Silence, do not speak. Just lie still and be quiet, Gu Yuan interjected forcefully, causing Zhuyu to refrain from uttering another word. A twinge of guilt welled within her, for she recognized Gu Yuan's genuine concern. His words were not mere platitudes. She believed in him. Yet, she did not wish for Gu Yuan to accompany her into danger. The Dawn survivors' stronghold had likely become a site of calamity, with zombies dancing where survivors once gathered. A place far more perilous than the city's notorious death traps. Zhuyu was a person who distinguished between gratitude and enmity. She would remember those who treated her well and repay them, while those who challenged her limits would face her wrath tenfold. You say she is gradually transforming. What does not long mean? I need a precise time frame. Gu Yuan inquired of Zhao Qingya. About an hour, at most 2, Zhao Qingya answered. There is no solution to this, Gu Yuan frowned, his expression darkening as silence enveloped the group, their spirits dampened. Is there anyway? Gu Shenier, Yun Ruoxue, and Su Liyue turned their hopeful gazes toward Gu Yuan, who had been known to perform miracles at times. The three of them had shared a long bond with Zhuyu, and her plight weighed heavily on their hearts. Zhuyu slowly reached out, gently caressing Gu Yuan's face, her pale complexion breaking into a smile. There is no need to feel sorrow for me. I should have died long ago. Many of my sisters perished because of me. I'm left with just these women. The apocalypse is exhausting. Moreover, I was right about you. You are a responsible man. I can entrust my sisters to you before I depart. I have faith in your ability to lead them further and ensure they fare better in this world of despair. Zhuyu gazed at Gu Yuan, her wan visage illuminating with a smile akin to a blooming lily. I told you to be quiet. Do you not understand? I refuse to let you die. Gu Yuan vowed fiercely, I will ensure you survive to prove my capabilities. This was merely a manifestation of impotent rage, as he presently lacked any tangible means. Gu Yuan lamented the scarcity of treasures from the chests, constrained by their limited quantity and the daily refresh rate. How he wished for 1,000 more. In his spatial pouch, Gu Yuan discovered a medical kit. Though it seemed of little use, he decided to give it a try. At the very least, it would buy them time until the dawn when they could open a bronze chest and seek further solutions. Does anyone have medical knowledge? I do. I was a chief physician before the apocalypse, Lu Xian offered. Gu Yuan was taken aback. It was rare for someone of her age to hold such a position. Very well, open the medical kit and see what antibiotics or antiviral medications it contains. Perhaps we can slow down Zhuayu's transformation process. We need to delay it until morning, when I will wager our last hope. Gu Yuan instructed, handing the medical kit to Lu Xian. Lu Xian opened the kit, her eyes alight with surprise, though tinged with disappointment. The kit was well stocked, appearing small yet containing about 10 cubic feet of various medications, including surgical instruments. Everything one might find in a hospital had been compacted into this kit. Yet, would these medications truly be effective? After all, once the transformation commenced, it was irreversible. These medications may prove useful. However, what I seek is not their efficacy but merely to postpone Zhuayu's transformation for as long as possible, Gu Yuan asserted. I'll give it a try. Although I fear the outcome may not be promising. Lu Xian responded cautiously. Gu Yuan produced all of his anti-zombie serums and administered them to Zhuayu. Each serum could only be used once, whether effective or not. Overuse rendered them useless. Nonetheless, it was imperative to at least buy some time. Had Zhao Qingya not previously administered a serum to Zhuayu, she likely would have already succumbed to transformation. Zhao Qingya, take Zhuayu to the tunnel we used before and keep a close watch over her. We will arrive shortly on foot. Understood, Zhao Qingya nodded. What is the situation? Gu Yuan asked Lu Xian. We tried every type of medication available, and with all the anti-zombie serums consumed, she may last a maximum of 8 hours, at best. This also depends on her willpower to endure, Lu Xian explained. Gu Yuan stepped forward, grasping her hand with a serious tone. Zhuyu, if you trust me, hold on if I can save you this time. It will prove my capability, and I will also uncover whether your sister it would be prudent for you to seek a secure and secluded location, dedicating your utmost efforts in the chat forum to gather 28 survival tokens for me as swiftly as possible. I shall also be online, and upon the successful completion of this endeavor, generous rewards shall be bestowed upon you. Survivor 55555 Is the esteemed one truly in such a hurry? It seems rather challenging, as survival tokens are akin to a second life for everyone in this apocalypse. No fool would part with them. Unless faced with imminent death and left with no choice, only then would they consider relinquishing such a lifeline. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to convince anyone to trade their survival tokens. Even with my daily vigilance over the chat forum, I can hardly persuade many survivors to engage in such transactions. The sheer number of individuals makes it all too complex. Survivor 66666. You are aware of the complexities arising from the multitude of people. Perhaps a fool may exist among 1 in 100,000 or even a million. A meticulous search could yield results. Despite the death toll exceeding 60%, there remains a substantial population from which to draw. It merely depends on how one approaches the situation. I am in urgent need. Survivor 55555. I shall give it a try, although even if I concentrate solely on the chat forum, my yield may be minimal. As human beings, we tend to hesitate, especially when it concerns something as vital as a survival token, which inevitably leads to friction, and thus, the opportunity fades. For those who hesitate, death is the only certainty. Most of those I have cultivated are of this nature. No-one would decisively trade their survival tokens. And when death looms ever closer, it is too late. In an instant, their avatars turn gray, and this is the fate of the vast majority. Yuan was also aware of this, as he had been doing the same during his idle moments. He would cast his line in the forum. Yet now, the fish in his once bountiful pond had all turned gray, numbering between 30 to 40,000. They were all the type who succumbed to the zombie crisis, their hesitations and indecisions leading them to an undignified end. A hoe or shovel measuring 1.5 meters requires 500 survival points in the resource market, enough to exchange for 5 black iron treasure chests, which is more than sufficient for slaying zombies. Survivor 66666, by the way, can survival points be traded? Survivor 55555, they cannot be traded. Everything else is fair game, but survival points are off limits. A deliberate balance in the apocalypse dungeon, likely to prevent manipulation by the authorities or military. Survivor 10086, why not simply post on the chat forum directly? Are you concerned about something? Rather than us reaching out, it would be better for them to contact us. For instance, if we announce the trading of survival tokens on the chat forum, we only need to display our items for all to see. Allowing them to initiate the exchange of survival tokens and post their offerings, we merely need to respond affirmatively or negatively. The trading platform has measures to prevent forgery or deceit, so we need not worry about that. Instead of fretting over their hesitations or indecisions, if they take the initiative to list their trades, it would yield far better results than our passive attempts. And as for exposure, this matter cannot remain concealed. The survivors on the chat forum will inevitably become aware. Yuan pondered for a moment, finding merit in this suggestion. Rather than exposing himself to the scrutiny of all, standing out as a peculiar and astonishing figure, he was indifferent to such attention. If he could swiftly distance himself from the other survivors in the dungeon, even if the method were to his detriment, he was willing to try as long as he could maintain a lead of 4 or 5 steps. Perhaps even a dozen, possessing formidable strength. What did he have to fear? He would remain undaunted. Survivor 66666. This proposal is feasible. You may boldly attempt it, as long as you can procure more survival tokens. I have ample resources but lack upgraded survival tokens. The means are inconsequential. You are free to act as you see fit. If the 3 of you have ideas, feel free to try them. My goal is to swiftly assemble 28 survival tokens, and the more, the better. Chapter 24. The mindset of survivors regarding survival tokens. Yuan immersed himself in the chat forum, where the effectiveness of the number 10086 was quite commendable. At this moment, within the chat forum, Survivor 41562, goodness. How does the esteemed number 66666 possess such an abundance of resources? Aho costs 500 survival points, enough to exchange for 5 black iron treasure chests. Who is this formidable figure, having slain how many zombies to possess such wealth? One could easily list 100 hoes and shovels, alongside 100 food supplies. Surely, even clearing a zombie horde would not yield such survival points. Survivor 85421. The question is, how has he accomplished this? It is absolutely impossible for the survival points to be solely gained through zombie slaying. Even hacking has its limits. 1 ordinary zombie equals 1 survival point, and even a carpet bombing could not yield such numbers. Moreover, the listed food supplies, the most expensive of which require 1,000 survival points to exchange in the resource market. I can hardly defeat a single ordinary zombie on my own. What is the point of this? Survivor 51789. Hey, did you not see? He wishes to trade something, survival tokens. Each individual survival token is akin to a second life in this apocalypse. Who would willingly trade them? Survivor 98520. The individual above is correct. There will indeed be those willing to trade. The majority of survivors are currently facing zombie attacks, defenseless and unable to fight back. We ordinary people likely cannot even contend with a single ordinary zombie. If a zombie were to corner you, leaving you with no escape and no means to fight back, and a lifeline presented itself in the form of a survival token exchange, would you not consider it? Survivor 12300. The previous comment holds some truth, yet does this not expose him to the public eye? I suspect the entire chat forum is now familiar with and remembers the esteemed number 66666. Survivor 98520. You do not understand, do you? The fact that he can amass such resources indicates he possesses a wealth of survival points, and opening treasure chests is no longer a limitation for him. What restricts him are the upgraded survival tokens and the daily treasure chest refresh limit. Higher tier treasure chests yield better rewards, do you comprehend? As long as he maintains a lead over us, distancing himself considerably, and acquires immense power early on, what does he have to fear? Those of you commenting here are likely newcomers. After all, 1 million survivors are dispatched from Blue Star to the Apocalypse dungeon daily. So it is not surprising to see such questions arise. It must be said that there are indeed intelligent individuals within the chat forum, and in an instant, the knowledge spread throughout. However, knowing something is one thing, but whether anyone is willing to list their survival tokens for trade remains another matter. What followed was a period of waiting, a tormenting wait for Yuan, whose heart was filled with concern for Zhuyu. He had instructed numbers 55555, 10086, and 1314520, who remained active, tirelessly engaging those survivors currently in peril or facing zombie crises, attempting to persuade them. The survivors in the chat forum observed the hesitations, the indecisions, the negotiations, and the confusion. Yet no one seemed resolute enough to commit. It seemed utterly absurd to trade a mere hoe for a survival token. Such a notion was viewed as a fool's dream. A transaction only a simpleton would consider. Yuan understood this complex and disadvantageous psychology. The value disparity was clear, but he did not wish to remain stagnant in silence, for time was of the essence. It had already been nearly an hour. Yuan typed out a message. Survivor 66666, are you truly so reluctant to part with them? The death toll continues to rise, and I refuse to believe that no one is currently grappling with the threat of zombies. Akin to prey awaiting slaughter, their lives hanging by a thread. Clutching onto your temporarily useless survival tokens, not everyone is worthy of them. Have you not considered why the Apocalypse dungeon grants each individual a survival token? Those who have perished will clutch their worthless tokens until death. Henceforth, I shall be removing some resources every 10 minutes, and after 1 hour, I will withdraw all items from trade, regardless of whether you plead or propose a deal. I shall not engage. I need not be so overt. I could silently develop until I surpass all survivors, yet I desire to expedite the upgrading of my survival token to unlock higher-tier treasure chests. Since you are all so reluctant to part with your survival tokens, even as the scythe of death looms overhead, should a zombie confront you, and you remain unarmed yet hesitant to trade your survival tokens, so be it. Embrace the fate of becoming a lifeless husk, clutching onto those laughably precious survival tokens. Yuan's words were fierce. He could not believe that no one in the chat forum would see them, all peering at their screens. With so many individuals present, as he had stated, such situations were inevitable, and the steadily rising death toll was undeniable. The only explanation for frequent deaths was encounters with zombies leading to their demise. Survivor 55555. The esteemed one truly exudes power. Only through such means can he instill urgency in them. The psychology of great loss. If one does not pressure them, they will continue to hesitate. Bargaining until death, costing 500 survival points is indeed worth 5 black iron treasure chests, and I would be inclined to trade my survival token, provided I were under the threat of a zombie attack. Survivor 66666. Be careful not to negotiate. If someone initiates, immediately block and move on to the next. Survivor 55555. Understood. Thus, The cycle of internal strife continued, with individuals hesitating until their very end. For those unarmed survivors, a hoe or shovel priced at 500 survival points was indeed a worthwhile exchange, for it could inflict damage even upon second-tier zombies, potentially leading to a decisive blow with proper use. They would never be able to slay 500 zombies before meeting their demise point 10 minutes later. Yuan promptly withdrew all food supplies and 50 hoes and shovels from trade in an instant. The chat forum stalled. Some individuals panicked, for they knew that amidst the multitude, there surely existed those currently facing crises. The listed hoes and shovels began to trickle through in a slow, yet steady manner. 1, 2, 3 trades completed. Another 10 minutes passed, and Yuan withdrew another 30 hoes and shovels, feeling compelled to stimulate their psychology of great loss. They seemed to perceive themselves as losing a mountain of gold for a mere sesame seed. Failing to recognize that the mountain was utterly useless in their current situation, while the sesame could indeed provide protection against the dangers posed by zombies. Ultimately, 20 hoes and shovels were successfully traded for 20 survival tokens. Yuan does not wish to refrain from listing more items for trade in exchange for survival tokens. Rather, it is due to a temporary lack of patience and the pervasive anxiety among people who continually overthink matters. Ultimately, when the zombie attack occurs unexpectedly, they often fail to react in time, leaving their avatars grayed out in an instant. It is crucial to recognize that ordinary zombies are not slow. Despite their stiff, languid movements, once they catch the scent of living beings, they become frenzied, shrieking and defying the laws of physics as they dart like mice. Ordinary individuals may not be able to respond quickly enough if they are not vigilant. Yuan privately messaged the 3 women. Survivor 66666, what have you gathered over there? Survivor 55555, I managed to acquire 3, but it's not ideal. Yuan had prepared 2 strategies. One overt and one covert, publicly exposing himself on the chat forum while discreetly instructing the 3 women to keep an eye on those who hesitated in their trading intentions. He could not simply ignore them out of spite. Although he was not lacking in resources, human psychology often complicates matters. Even if Yuan were to list an AK, there would still be those who hesitate, caught in a mindset of loss versus value. Some believe that possessing a survival token equates to having everything, viewing the items and chests as mere temporary assets that can be redeemed when funds are available. The loss of T at this moment. The number of silver treasure chests inexplicably changed, increasing to 20-2. Yuan understood that this was proportional to the rising number of his Apocalypse survival team members. Originally, there were only 10 silver treasure chests available each day. And even if they refreshed the next day, it would still be just 10 anew. However, due to the increase in the number of female team members, 12 additional silver treasure chests had appeared. The black iron chest required 100 survival points, the bronze chest 500 survival points, the silver chest 1,000 survival points, and the gold chest 5,000 survival points. In comparison to the prices of supplies in the resource shop, the cost of these chests was quite reasonable. Of course, this was true for Yuan. Other survivors in different instances would likely struggle to exchange for a black iron chest even after slaying 100 zombies. He hoped for something that could restore Yuan's health. Yuan murmured to himself. He exchanged for 22 silver treasure chests and opened them directly. A flash of white light revealed the following contents. Personal storage space 10,000 cubic meters, X3, Gatling machine gun, X2, Barrett sniper rifle, RPG rocket launcher, X2, heavy armored vehicle, serum vaccine, X2, solar universal charging panel, super large gasoline and diesel generator, air purifier, drone reconnaissance aircraft, communication device, X2, silver level shelter. Elemental seed, beginner limitation hourglass, X2, bullet manufacturing machine. The sheer variety of splendid items dazzled Yuan. His gaze first fell upon the description of the serum vaccine. Serum vaccine, an antibody vaccine against the zombie virus. Once injected, it can restore health and eliminate higher-level zombie virus infections. Upon injection, it grants permanent immunity against viral corruption. Yuan's heart swelled with joy. His efforts had finally borne fruit. Shuyu could no longer endure her torment. And Yuan quickly dashed to her room. Here, administer this to her, Yuan said, handing the serum vaccine to Liu Xian. What is this? She inquired. Have faith, trust me, I will not harm her, Yuan replied earnestly. Lu Xian, without hesitation, plunged the injection needle into Zhua Yu's arm. Then, they waited. 1 minute, 5 minutes. There seemed to be no reaction, and Lu Xian glanced at Gu Yuan, who felt anxious and puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Didn't the description state it could eliminate higher-level zombie virus infections? Let's wait a little longer. Half an hour later, Zhua Yu's pale face began to regain some color, her heartbeat returning, albeit faintly. There are signs of improvement. Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, looking towards Gu Yuan, who felt a sense of relief. Perhaps recovery would take time, as antibodies needed to be produced, and a gradual process was acceptable. Gu Yuan settled down to wait. Outside, the other women, hearing the commotion, rushed in. What happened? Gu Yuan, do you have a way to save Sister Yu? Gu Xian'er was the first to ask. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the color returning to Zhua Yu's face. The other women also recognized the change, their mouths agape in astonishment as they gazed at Gu Yuan. Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to him. It should be fine now. You all stay here and keep watch. I'll step out for a moment. He realized he hadn't thoroughly examined the items he had opened from the silver treasure chests. Earlier, the cramped tunnel space had prevented him from taking out some larger items. Gu Yuan moved to a secluded corner and began to assess the items one by one. The silver treasure chests provided a personal storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, and with 3 chests, that amounted to 3,000 cubic meters of space. His total storage space now equated to 3,830 cubic meters. Next came the Gatling machine gun, Barrett sniper rifle, and RPG, all heavy firepower weapons that would make dispatching zombies considerably easier. Gu Yuan fondled the imposing weapon, appreciating its impressive stature. He had a particular fondness for sniper rifles, finding them both cool and powerful, even more so than in reality. The performance of this Barrett perfectly aligned with his preferences. Then, right before him, appeared a more formidable, awe-inspiring, and robust armored vehicle. Its body was pitch black, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, while the sharp front design and tightly fitted armor plates rendered it nearly indestructible, able to plow through even the mightiest of foes. The thick, blast-proof tires, 2 in the front and 4 in the back, could traverse rugged and muddy terrain with ease, surpassing any ordinary apocalypse RV. Gu Yuan climbed into the driver's seat, observing the surroundings through the internal mirrors. This armored vehicle was meticulously crafted and exceedingly sturdy. Without windows, he could only view the outside through the mirrors, but the vehicle was equipped with a ventilation system, and the dashboard revealed numerous functions. However, Gu Yuan had never acquired a driver's license, nor had he ever operated a vehicle, let alone an armored one, so he found some of the features and functions perplexing. Nonetheless, it appeared to be superior to any armored vehicle he had encountered in reality. Next came the solar charging panel and generator, their purposes evident from their names. Particularly noteworthy was the air purifier. These items would serve Gu Yuan well in preparing a refuge, essential for constructing a livable internal environment. Drone exploration aircraft, capable of flying up to 5,000 meters, low fuel consumption, and can sustain flight for 10 hours. With this device, detecting zombie movements and trends would become far less tedious, offering a comprehensive understanding of the situation from above. However, Gu Yuan frowned, observing the prices in the resource shop. Damn, it's exorbitantly expensive. This was merely for gasoline. The resource shop did not yet offer fuel. Only someone like Gu Yuan, with millions of survival points, could afford such luxuries. Gu Yuan held a communication device resembling a walkie-talkie, with 2 provided in each chest, allowing for communication over vast distances. The silver shelter, a small yet exquisite model of 2 to 3 cubic meters, was a miniature version of the silver shelter. Like the black iron shelter, it would require survival points to reveal its grand design and magnificence, necessitating a payment of 1,000 survival points. Elemental Seed, an item for D-level awakeners to advance, enabling elemental-type awakeners to upgrade to C-level. Beginner Limitation Hourglass, an item for D-level awakeners to advance, enabling limitation-type awakeners to upgrade to C-level. Upon comprehending these 2 items, Gu Yuan envisioned a scenario where all female team members obtained awakening abilities, forming an awakened team in the apocalypse, and then being upgraded one by one. What a promising future! Lastly, he examined the bullet manufacturing machine. This device produced ammunition, granting Gu Yuan an endless supply of firepower. He could simply shoot without the need to reload. It felt as though this initial upgrade reward of bronze was somewhat excessive. However, Bullets could be traded, and without ammunition, having a gun was akin to wielding a mere stick. Ammunition was the core of survival. By seizing this lifeline, Yuan could exchange for survival points in the future, creating yet another enticing avenue for trading with other survivors. After counting everything, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With these items, he found an added layer of comfort in the apocalypse instance. Chapter 27. Zhui recovers and awakes to confront Yuan. Captain, where have you been? Sister Yu has awakened and asked to see you. Gu Xin'er said as she encountered Yuan. All right, I'll go right away, he replied. However, upon noticing Gu Xin'er's peculiar gaze, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? How did you manage to achieve this? Gu Xin'er gazed at Yuan in a to be honest. I had lost all hope and was prepared to behead Sister Yu after her transformation into a zombie and bury her. After so many years of surviving in the apocalypse, I've grown accustomed to life and death. Anyone infected by a zombie must inevitably succumb to the infection. There has never been a case of revival. Especially those infected by higher-level zombies. I've never heard of anyone recovering from such an infection. You are truly different, bringing miracle after miracle as if you are omnipotent. You are sincere, unlike those who have struggled through the apocalypse. Revealing their ugly natures, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm just an ordinary person who experienced an extraordinary encounter. Without that encounter, I probably wouldn't have survived the first day, Yuan replied. You speak so candidly about your extraordinary encounter. Are you not afraid I might turn against you? Gu Xin'er teased. If you were to act against me now, consider it a lesson learned. I doubt I would trust anyone ever again. Especially women. Your actions, along with those of the other women, will determine how I survive and continue in this apocalypse. I am indeed quite inexperienced, knowing little and needing to learn, especially in this dire world where adaptation is crucial. Yuan's tone was calm, as if indifferent, stating exactly what he thought. Revealing certain secrets to test these women's perceptions of him, he reasoned that if anyone harbored malicious intentions, it would merely serve as a lesson. He could always find another opportunity to deal with them later. Gu Xin'er stared at Yuan, her heart inexplicably heavy. Over the past 3 days, she had quietly observed him, as had all the women. Truly, Yuan was principled and open to others' opinions, not blindly arrogant. Though he seemed like someone experiencing the apocalypse for the first time, filled with ignorance and confusion, she couldn't fathom how he had managed to survive this long. Yet, he listened to their words and opinions, learning from them. Not only did he refrain from making inappropriate advances, but he also maintained a subtle boundary between them. Even when the beautiful Xia Qinzi offered herself, he remained unfazed. They were not blind and understood the implications. Was there really any need to be wary of someone like him? Furthermore, the gratitude surged within him for saving Zhui at this moment. She had firmly resolved that there would be no thoughts of betrayal. She would follow him forever, striving to survive in this apocalyptic world. I must apologize for my previous attitude towards you. Gu Xin'er said softly. It's nothing, Yuan replied, slightly bewildered, not fully comprehending her words. Yet he recognized the term apology and responded accordingly. Stealing a glance, Gu Xin'er felt as though they had opened up, her heart accepting him. In truth, you are quite a good person, very sincere and respectful. I can feel it. Really, it's nothing. Yuan was confused about what she meant, finding her words trivial. This seemingly protracted conversation lasted merely a few seconds before Yuan pushed open Zhui's door. Inside the room was Zhui alone, turned away, appearing as though nothing was amiss. You're all right. Why are you here alone? Where are the others? Yuan inquired. Gu Xin'er, come out, Zhui said in a flat tone. Oh, Gu Xin'er glanced at Zhui, then at Yuan, seemingly guessing something. The door closed, leaving the two in silence. If you're fine, then I shall take my leave. Yuan broke the silence. Just as he twisted the doorknob, intending to open the door, a sudden gust of wind, no, a fragrant breeze, overwhelmed him. Yuan felt as if he were ensnared, or rather, cornered by Zhui. The door shut again, locked in a blink. Yuan's entire being tensed. Feeling awkward as Zhui held him firmly against the wall, gripping his chin to meet her gaze. The fragrance she exhaled brushed against his nose, her deep, penetrating eyes clashing with his startled ones. Their bodies pressed closely together. Tell me, how should I repay you? Zhui's voice was melodious, drawing near to his ear, infused with a mature allure and an enticing resonance. Yuan stammered. W. What repayment? No, really. Are you afraid of me? Why are you so nervous? I'm not. Do you know how I feel right now? Yuan's gaze burned into Yuan, making him feel utterly weak. I initially. Haha. I can't believe you truly saved me. It's a miracle. I felt quite guilty, thinking if I hadn't been so impulsive, or had avoided so many troubles, I might not have nearly lost myself. Yet here I am, saved once more by you. And I don't know how to face you now. Perhaps it would be best to offer myself to you, to keep you warm at night. Suddenly, it feels so empty. To be your woman isn't a loss. I am decent looking, and I have resources. Perhaps I've gained the advantage, but alas, there's no wine here. Yuan's eyes narrowed, exuding the soft allure of a mature woman, coupled with her teasing words, leaving Yuan flustered. Do you want me? Yuan flashed a mischievous smile. Yuan mechanically shook his head, utterly unaccustomed to this, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Xia Qinzi was indeed right. He was just a freshly baked little cook. Yuan pinched Yuan's cheek. Suddenly, she kissed him, and Yuan's eyes widened in shock, rising on his toes, even extending his tongue. The taste was exquisite. Yuan was truly delightful. It was an indescribable experience that transcended the soul, leaving one entranced. 1, 2, 3. It was over in 3 seconds. Yuan hadn't even grasped what had happened, the sweet, soft sensation fading from his lips. How was it? You haven't tasted this with Xia Qinzi, have you? It was my first time too. Would you like to try again for a reminiscence? Yuan said with a smile, leaning in for another kiss. In truth, she felt a bit shy, but she took the initiative. Could she really expect this clueless boy to do so? Though she hadn't experienced much herself, she was still 8 years older than Yuan. Hadn't she at least seen a pig run? Wait. Yuan stammered, pushing against her. Can we take it slow? Not so fast. I'm not used to it. Yuan smiled sweetly. Does this mean you accept our relationship? What relationship? Husband. This utterance felt like an electric shock, sending shivers down Yuan's spine, his ears buzzing. The sultry, alluring voice of an experienced woman whispering in his ear. Who could withstand such tender teasing? For Yuan, it was utterly disarming, raising the temperature in the room. Yuan grew bolder, but seeing Yuan appear utterly drained, she decided not to tease him further. She lifted him up, straightened his clothes. We should go out. Do you want others to see us like this? Yuan held Yuan, who seemed on the verge of collapsing. You can't be like this. You're shyer than a woman, but it's fine. We'll take our time to train you until you call me wife. Chapter 28. The sensitive heart of Yuan, almost played to pieces by Yuan. Outside, Gu Xin'er was eavesdropping in the corner. What are you doing here? Yuan glared at her menacingly. Nothing. Gu Xin'er stammered, startled, caught off guard. She had been peeking inside. What are you staring at? Don't you have anything better to do? Go kill some zombies, Yuan barked. Gu Xin'er fled in haste. Outside, Su Liyue grabbed Gu Xin'er. You sneaky girl, you slipped away so early and didn't call me, leaving me to get caught eavesdropping. Who told you to get so close? I wanted to call you, but it was too late, so I had to slip away first. Hey, you still blame me? I remember you were sneakier than me. Practically pressed against the door, and then poof, vanished. Then why don't you mention the others? I recall a few sisters were eavesdropping too. Hey, Yuan is coming out, Yuan Ruoxue whispered. Gu Xin'er and Su Liu fell silent. Glancing around at it, seems there are no zombies here. Let us check further away. Yuan emerged from the tunnel entrance, arms crossed, walking leisurely, her eyes narrowed, her expression serious. You three, come over here. Gu Xin'er and Su Liu exchanged glances, while Yuan Ruoxue looked perplexed. She hadn't been eavesdropping and had no interest in such habits. However, she instinctively obeyed Yuan's command and stood properly. I have a task for you. If you don't complete it well, don't blame me for being rude, Yuan said, turning back into the tunnel entrance. The three girls had no choice but to follow. The tunnel was somewhat dim, but there was still some light. Before them lay an object that left them agape. Is this an airplane? A helicopter? Gu Xin'er exclaimed. Impossible. It's only 4 or 5 meters long. It probably can't even carry people, Su Liu remarked. This should be a drone, Yuan Ruoxue suggested. Yuan handed over a tablet. You'll understand the operations and instructions in an hour. You all graduated from prestigious universities before the apocalypse, so this shouldn't be too difficult. If you don't understand, Feel free to ask me. Did he create this too? Gu Xin'er pointed at the narrow structure deep within the tunnel. What else could it be? Now, take care of this unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Treat it like a treasure. Don't break it. It can fly up to 5,000 meters and operate for 10 hours. You all understand its importance, don't you? Yuan said sternly. 10 minutes later. Wow, the clarity of this image is astonishing. It zooms in and out seamlessly, capturing even the blind spots. It's my turn now. You've played for 10 minutes. What do you mean by played? I'm on a reconnaissance mission. What if the drone gets damaged? Damn, you silly girl. Clinging to it like that, there's a limit to how possessive you can be. What if you break it? Yuan shook her head at the scene before her. They were all older than Gu Yuan by 5 or 6 years. Yet they still acted like children. Listen carefully. I don't mind who uses it, but don't break it. Otherwise, all 3 of you will go feed the zombies. Understood? Even without your warning, we'll be careful. We'll guard it closely, even while we sleep at night. The reconnaissance drone ascended to 1,000 meters, offering a bird's eye view, clearly revealing the movement of zombies and every blade of grass below. Since zombies are endless, humanity is always in a passive position. Gu Yuan aimed to enhance his survival odds, gradually gathering information to turn the tide in his favor. Starting from the tunnel's center, the surrounding area had few zombies, but some still remained, posing no real threat. This drone was primarily for scouting zombie movements, not for amusement, so they took their work seriously. Flying too high expanded their view, but also made it easy to overlook critical details. Moreover, don't assume the skies are free of danger. Zombie birds still exist, though seldom seen. When they do appear, they come in droves, like dark clouds. Additionally, Yuan had instructed them to map the area as thoroughly as possible. A significant task. Thus, they aimed for thoroughness to avoid panicking in the event of unexpected changes. Key locations, danger zones, pathways, and reference points must all be documented. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan lay on his bed, reflecting and letting his mind wander through various thoughts. Sometimes he contemplated the future, sometimes how to plan ahead, occasionally recalling the bitterness of his childhood, and sometimes considering things he ought not to. Thoughts of Yuan, Xia Chenxi, and all the female team members crossed his mind. Along with push-ups, squats, martial arts, and core training, he finds exercising alone to be quite exhausting, often leaving him breathless. One can only imagine the strain of working out alongside them, especially with Yuan, who would undoubtedly dominate him. Not to mention the collective training sessions. Should he become too deeply involved, it could lead to unforeseen complications, perhaps even resulting in headaches for some. He has not been oblivious to the allure of Japanese films. To speak candidly, as a young man, it is impossible for him to harbor no thoughts at all, particularly when faced with stunning beauties and charming older sisters. However, he hesitates and wavers, refusing to take the initiative or easily clarify any relationships. Nor does he dangle any hopes before anyone. He has always been quite sensitive to matters of romantic relationships, fearing the potential for discord, conflicting opinions, perceptual clashes, and the amplification of flaws. Once a relationship is established, such trivialities are bound to arise, and post-marriage, the chaos only intensifies. It feels constricting and devoid of freedom, and he does not wish to experiment with such a lifestyle. He finds solace in solitude. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupts Gu Yuan's train of thought. Who is it? Why did you lock the door? It is Yuan's voice. What is it? Can you please open the door? I need a quiet environment to contemplate my next plans. Dreaming alone is surely preferable to discussing with others, isn't it? I prefer to think independently. Outside, Yuan's eyes narrow. This fellow seems intent on avoiding her. So, what are your plans? Slaying zombies. You should check where the hordes are densest, preferably those consisting of tens of thousands of ordinary zombies. He also has a task involving a golden treasure chest. If he doesn't complete it in time, he risks losing out. The chests are limited in quantity and do not accumulate for the next day if not exchanged today. Killing zombies? Is that all? Nothing else? Yuan inquires. That's it, don't ask why. Just inform the others to prepare and set out after lunch. Chapter 29. Preparing to slay 10,000 zombies, golden treasure chest task in the afternoon. A rare sun broke through the clouds. Sunny days are scarce in the apocalypse. The women stood in a line when suddenly, a black armored vehicle appeared. The vehicle halted, and the hatch on the roof opened, allowing Yuan to emerge and join the others. The women gaped in astonishment, not out of surprise, but rather a mix of curiosity and immunity to the extraordinary. Surely this was another of Gu Yuan's inventions. They had long since grown accustomed to his peculiar creations. The women examined the vehicle, an armored car that appeared as indestructible as a mobile fortress. Jiu Yuan walked out of the tunnel and surveyed the formation, which resembled a military unit. Jiu Xiner, Yun Ruoxue, Su Liyue. What are the results of the reconnaissance? Gu Yuan asked. 20 miles to the east, there is a small tide of zombies exceeding tens of thousands in number. It is also about 10 kilometers from the city center, somewhat related to the zombies there, yet distinct in trend, Gu Xiner replied. Jiu Yuan nodded. I ask you all, can we kill 10,000 zombies in one afternoon? Or even including the night? We don't need to tackle high-level zombies. Low-level ones will suffice. The women exchanged glances, and it was Zhuayue who stepped forward to speak. Captain, that might be quite challenging. Almost impossible. Even if we focus solely on low-level zombies, we cannot kill 10,000. Neglecting the sheer number, even with unlimited firepower, we would struggle against tens of thousands of zombies. Furthermore, it's not merely about quantity. A certain density will inevitably lead to qualitative changes, making it more complex than simple addition. What if I provide you with heavy firepower? Gu Yuan said, conjuring 2 Gatling guns out of thin air. They were larger than those in reality, complete with a mounting stand, as they were drawn from the treasure chest, boasting excellent heat resistance and a firing rate of 8,000 rounds per minute. Even after 5 hours of continuous fire, the barrel temperature would remain manageable. Just imagine the awe-inspiring sight of slaughtering zombies with unlimited ammunition. This, Zhuayue gasped. You haven't used this before, have you? Do you understand? Seeing her astonishment, Gu Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The other women eagerly anticipated the opportunity to experiment with this formidable weapon. I indeed have not used it. Will you allow me to try it out? Zhuayue said, her eyes blinking playfully as a smile crept across her lips. Jiu Yuan pretended not to notice and adopted a serious expression. I understand you have doubts, hesitations, and curiosities. However, I must remind you that if I present any peculiar items in the future, even a nuclear bomb, do not be surprised, for anything is possible in my eyes. He turned to Su Liyue. You were the last to drive the RV. You should know where it is parked. Go retrieve it. I know. I've surveyed it with a drone, and it remains intact, undamaged by zombies. Due to the weight of the Gatling guns, they could only be mounted on the vehicle. Avoid provoking the zombies to the east, and focus on clearing the zombies in other directions. Su Liyue, along with Lu Xin, hopped on a motorcycle to place the Gatling guns atop the RV, while Gu Xiner and Yun Ruoxue accompanied them. You should be familiar with the vicinity through the drone. Hurry back and regroup with us. The 4 women nodded and swiftly took action, hoisting the Gatling guns and disappearing on their motorcycle. Zhuayue, Yunan, Yishaowan, you all get in the vehicle. Yunan will drive, Yishaowan will observe, and Zhuayue will handle the Gatling fire. The others will assist in the operation. The vehicle is the primary force. And you are the support. You have more experience in killing zombies than I do. I will monitor you from the drone above. Remember, be cautious, and do not take unnecessary risks. The women nodded in unison. Moving quickly to disperse. Utilizing the drone, they expanded their search outward from a 1.5-kilometer radius around the tunnel. Initially, there was little commotion. Only a few scattered zombies were present, and the women opened fire. The gunfire drew the zombies' attention, while the heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle remained silent. It was unnecessary. With just AKs, they could handle the few hundred zombies, swiftly turning them into a hornet's nest. They began their sweep, moving from north to south, then back again, gradually pushing outward. After an hour, within a 3-kilometer radius to the south, west, and north of the tunnel, the heavy machine gun had yet to fire a single shot. All the zombies had been eliminated by the 5 women wielding 2 AKs each, with the total number not yet reaching 1,000. Meanwhile, 5 women were responsible for luring the zombies in. Once the number of zombies reached 1,000, the Gatling gun would finally unleash its firepower to maximize the kill count. However, their progress was slow. They couldn't outrun the vehicle on foot and occasionally needed to rest on the edge of the truck. This exerted considerable strain on their stamina, so it was best to call the 5 women back to the vehicle. Increasing the speed could help draw in the zombies. Jiu Yuan communicated with Zhuayue. 3 kilometers away. Not yet. It's only been an hour. Just warming up. I'll call them back in 10 minutes. The zombies are too sparse over the 2 to 3 kilometers. It's more efficient to gather them for a united assault rather than fighting separately. Zhuayue's voice came through the communicator. Just keep your wits about you. Remember, If it feels overwhelming, do not force it. Retreat if necessary, and avoid dangerous situations. Yuan replied sternly. Understood. After the task, I will return in one piece. Are you hoping to possess me? Zhuyu teased. Yuan hung up abruptly and contacted another communicator. How are you doing? We're almost there. We're nearing the designated location, but the zombies trailing us are numerous. Slowing our speed. What's slow? You deliberately drive slowly to relish the thrill of the Gatling mowing down zombies. Aren't you the same? Clinging to the Gatling like you're possessed and wanting me to stop the vehicle for a breather. Yuan sighed at the banter coming through the communicator. Just don't get into any trouble. If anything happens, don't mention me or Zhuyu. Suddenly, the communicator fell silent. Hello? Can you hear me? Captain, I will keep an eye on them. They won't cause any trouble. It was Yuan Ruoshue's voice. All right, hurry up. Don't drag this out. Yuan merely wanted to ensure everyone was safe, while his progress on the golden treasure chest task reached 10%. The drone ascended to 3,000 meters, providing a broader view. The density of zombies within a 5-kilometer radius from the tunnel was not very high. Yuan snapped a few photos and sent them to Zhuyu via the communicator, which had this function he wouldn't micromanage. The women were more adept at killing zombies than he was. He simply needed to issue commands and make overarching decisions, leaving the tactical details in their capable hands. After all, sometimes unexpected changes occur, requiring them to be flexible and adapt. Chapter 30. Gatling with unlimited ammunition. Fear invoked in the south. Gu Xin'er had also taken her position, with one armored vehicle to the north and one RV to the south. Both starting simultaneously. One would proceed from the northern arc southward, while the other would move from the southern arc northward, forming a crossfire. Now it was time for the Gatling to shine, and the vehicle's speed began to gradually increase. 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers, until reaching 10 kilometers. After approximately 5 hours, Yuan's progress on the golden treasure chest task reached 50%, only halfway. This indicated that they had slain 5,000 zombies. Prompting a frown from Yuan, nightfall was fast approaching. Zhuyu, Su Liu, do not venture further. Start to pull back. What's wrong? We haven't yet reached 10,000 zombies. It seems we are only halfway there. Zhuyu remarked. Indeed. If we go further, there likely won't be any significant danger, Su Liu added. Do not go any further. Even from this distance, I can faintly hear the sound of the Gatling. Oh, you think the more distant zombies are not responding? From the perspective of a drone, an extensive area gradually converged a multitude of zombies. There's still time before nightfall. It's prudent to proceed cautiously, Yuan remarked. Very well, we shall not extend beyond 10 kilometers. Zhuyu replied, I shall refrain from further commentary. Do not strain yourselves too much. There is no rush, and if you grow weary, you may take a moment to rest, Yuan added before hanging up. Staring at the drone's screen for an extended period had begun to strain his eyes. Yet, he could not afford to relax. His omniscient gaze had to remain vigilant, observing distant developments to promptly alert the others in case of unforeseen circumstances. It dawned on him that slaying zombies was far more arduous than he had anticipated. This was merely the prelude, with only thousands gathered. The thought of a qualitative transformation was daunting, and Yuan dared not imagine it. Meanwhile, on Zhuayu's side, the novelty of the Gatling gun captivated the women, each taking turns to experience its power. Initially, the thrill of dispatching zombies was exhilarating, especially with Yuan's enhancements providing an infinite firepower buff. Within a kilometer, not a single zombie could approach. Even the 3rd and 4th tier zombies succumbed in less than a second, reduced to mere fragments. However, as the novelty wore off, their enthusiasm began to wane. They had endured far greater hardships during their years of survival in the apocalypse, and the current situation, while comfortable, left them somewhat listless. Why is everyone so quiet? Zhuyu broke the silence, though it was hardly tranquil with the thunderous roar of the Gatling gun in the background. What do you mean? Gu Xin'er replied that it feels too comfortable. I no longer feel that constant vigilance, that rush of adrenaline. In the past, danger lurked everywhere. Not only did we have to guard against others, but we also struggled for basic necessities, often scavenging through heaps of corpses, armed with weapons that now seem like mere sticks, she reflected. Now, our efforts are solely for work's sake, without the burden of resource worries. It's truly like a dream. At that moment, Xia Qinxi chimed in, resting her chin on her hand, cradling an AK in her arms, appearing somewhat dazed and languid. I never experienced such relaxation before. It feels incredibly good. Every day, I was on edge, worrying about tomorrow, where to find food, how to scavenge for supplies. Now, I no longer have to worry about that. I truly feel so light and happy. I never want to return to that former life. I wouldn't leave for anything, even if Zhuoyu were here. I wouldn't want to be with her. As she spoke, tears welled up uncontrollably, her words resonating deeply with the other women. She speaks the truth. It truly is pleasant. I never want to go back, Gu Xin'er murmured. Zhuoyu gazed off into the distance, lost in thoughts of safety, comfort, and her feelings for him. The fatigue seemed to have dissipated, and she almost drifted off to sleep. After rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn, her gaze regained its determination. All right, let's all pull ourselves together. Though I am uncertain why the captain insists on eliminating 10,000 zombies. We must fulfill his orders. What else can we do? We can simply stand atop the vehicle and shoot, Gu Xin'er suggested. Please, regain your focus. If you were in this state in the past, you would have been devoured by zombies. Zhuoyu admonished. Things have changed. We must adapt to the present and look towards the future. Besides, have you truly captured Gu Yuan? Bound him, possess him, and fear not that he will abandon us. Gu Xin'er fell silent, intimidated by Zhuoyu's piercing gaze, and the rest of the women averted their eyes, avoiding contact with Zhuoyu. Only Xia Qinxi exchanged a glance with her. Remaining wordless, Yu Liu shot Gu Xin'er a disapproving look and shook her head. What do you mean? Gu Xin'er whispered to Su Liyue, who simply gestured silently. Gu Xin'er appeared confused, failing to grasp her intent. As night fell, the drones overhead captured images of the ground, where fire blazed, harvesting the zombie horde. The two vehicles began to retract slowly, while Gu Yuan lay in bed, fixated on the screen displaying the drone footage, and monitored the progress of the golden treasure chest task, which stood at 80%. The progress continued to rise, albeit slowly. Everyone, let's put in a bit more effort. We're just 2,000 away. Upon our return, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Yea, long live the captain. We shall not disappoint him. The sound of Gu Xin'er's voice resonated through the communicator, accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the others. Gu Yuan contemplated the meal he would prepare. Cooked rice paired with 3 meats, 5 vegetables, and 2 soups. He calculated the costs and realized it was indeed expensive, surpassing the previous expenditure of 15,000 survival points for noodles. However, considering the women had slain so many zombies, it amounted to nearly 50,000 survival points, with a total expenditure of 100,000. This was likely due to the considerable number of 3rd and 4th tier zombies they had defeated. Killing 1st tier zombies yielded 1 survival point, 2nd tier 5, 3rd tier 10, 4th tier 50, and 5th tier 100. Thus, a single tyrant could only be exchanged for 1 black iron treasure chest, which evoked sympathy for the survivors in dungeons, prompting Gu Yuan to observe a moment of silence for them. Nevertheless, the expenditure was justified. The women had worked diligently for him, and he felt it was essential to reward their efforts. The task at hand was considerable, but he was adept in cooking, having always been self-sufficient in his previous life. 1 hour later, the rich aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Ding! The golden treasure chest task is complete. Please check. Has it truly been completed? They should be returning soon. Outside the tunnel entrance, 2 vehicles approached slowly. The women hastily exited and ran into the tunnel, quickly catching a whiff of the delicious meal, disregarding any sense of decorum as they rushed into the kitchen. Everyone's back. Let us set the table. 1 soup is still not ready, Gu Yuan called out. I'll help you, Summer Qinxi exclaimed, suddenly wrapping her arms around Gu Yuan's neck, playfully nuzzling against him. No, I'm still cooking. Gu Yuan, feeling flustered by her antics, leaned back, seeking assistance from Zhuoyu with his eyes. Dio, you need help? Zhuoyu approached softly. No, just take her away. You all must be tired. Sit and rest, Gu Yuan replied. As Summer Qinxi attempted to lean closer again, Zhuoyu firmly grasped her shoulder and pulled her away. Gu Yuan sighed in relief. He was still unaccustomed to such attention. At the dining table, Summer Qinxi wore a sulky expression, while Gu Yuan avoided her gaze. Meanwhile, Zhuoyu subtly brushed her foot against Gu Yuan's, who maintained a calm demeanor, choosing to ignore everyone. If it were a serious matter, he would respond. If it were suggestive, he would feign ignorance. The dining table was laden with a variety of dishes: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, tomato and egg soup, winter melon soup, garlic lettuce, stir-fried pork with dried tofu. braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with chives, twice-cooked pork, loofah, and spinach. Lin Mingming, once you've finished eating, come over. I'll help you level up, Gu Yuan beckoned to her. Level up? What do you mean? Lin Mingming inquired, puzzled. Gu Yuan produced an elemental seed and handed it to her. Upon receiving it, Lin Mingming felt as though the seed had fused with her being. The other women watched as she sensed a transformation within herself. 10 minutes later, Lin Mingming effortlessly conjured a water sphere, which morphed under her will, transforming into various shapes. A rectangular water column, then a donut, and later a transparent cup, a water arrow, and a water hammer. Although its force was lacking, Lin Mingming continued to adapt. She found it increasingly manageable to manipulate the water. While she could create many forms, they lacked offensive capabilities due to insufficient compression and refinement. Gu Yuan observed with satisfaction and inquired, "How much water can you currently summon?" "I'm not sure. I haven't tested it," she replied. Gu Yuan presented 20 wooden barrels for her to try. Half an hour later, all 20 barrels were filled, and Lin Mingming appeared slightly winded, though it seemed she had not yet reached her limit. "Try again and see your limits," Gu Yuan encouraged, presenting another 10 barrels. An hour later, Lin Mingming was exhausted, drenched in sweat. As she filled the last barrel, "I can't do any more. That's my limit. 30 barrels. An impressive improvement. You must continue to train. There is ample room for growth." Mastering elemental awakening techniques relies on personal skill, much like practicing calligraphy. Only through continuous effort can one unleash greater power, Gu Yuan explained. "Ah, can I switch to another awakening technique? This is so tiring. Each time I summon water, it becomes increasingly strenuous, like I'm on the verge of collapse," Lin Mingming pouted. "Hey, Lin Mingming, you're being picky. Others would give anything to possess an awakening technique. And you're not satisfied?" Summer Chensi scolded. "Each person can only have one awakening technique. It cannot be changed," Gu Yuan clarified. Turning to Summer Chensi and Zhuoyu, Gu Yuan produced 2 beginner's hourglasses and handed them to the 2 women. Without hesitation or doubt, they accepted them, trusting Gu Yuan's intentions. The hourglass felt cool to the touch, much like the earlier experience Lin Mingming had. 10 minutes later, Gu Yuan asked, "Do you feel any changes?" Zhuoyue began to speak. "My awakening skill's duration has been extended. It can now last for an entire hour, enhancing my speed 100-fold. Moreover, after absorbing that substance, my awakening skill has been refreshed." "Mine, too," echoed Xia Chensi. "The effectiveness of my awakening skill lasts for 1 hour, amplifying my strength 100-fold. Well then, there's nothing more to discuss. Those who need to rest should do so, and those on night duty should take their posts." Upon finishing his statement, Gu Yuan dashed into his room, locking the door behind him in eager anticipation of opening the golden treasure chest. A flash of yellow light erupted. Bomb Manufacturing Workshop. A self-contained space featuring a 5,000 square meter factory capable of producing various types of bombs, including explosives, shells, grenades, landmines, torpedoes, liquid explosives, rockets, cluster bombs, and nitrogen-based ion salt explosives, among others. Gu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, though it was tempered by practicality as he quickly familiarized himself with this factory workshop. It was undeniably impressive, especially with its self-contained space, making it highly convenient. The bomb manufacturing process was fully automated. No manual labor was required, just a command to select the type of bomb to be produced, and the factory would operate automatically. However, his enthusiasm waned as he realized that bomb production required materials, and he had no idea where to procure them, let alone what those materials entailed. Suddenly, he noticed an additional option in the treasure chest shop for the black iron chest, a standard black iron chest and a designated materials black iron chest. Above the designated materials black iron chest was an input box. Was this not an opportunity? Gu Yuan typed in bomb materials. However, nothing changed. The color and texture remained the same, and the black iron chest had yet to refresh for verification. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door. "Who is it?" There was no response from outside, just continued knocking. "There's something you need. If it's not urgent, we can discuss it tomorrow." With no reply forthcoming, Gu Yuan chose not to open the door, remaining completely still. If it were not a matter of great importance, he had no intention of answering, even if the person outside were to break the door down. Then, he faintly heard a click, and the door swung open. Gu Yuan stood in bewilderment as a swift, graceful figure lunged toward him. He instinctively dodged the incoming assault, but before he could react further, Zhuoyue swiftly pinned him, enveloping him in her embrace. "How did you get in?" "I distinctly remember locking the door. Such a trivial trick cannot confound me." "Perhaps you underestimate my abilities," Zhuiyue replied with a seductive smile. Leaning closer to Gu Yuan's ear, her voice soft and alluring, reminiscent of a caress. Her fingers grazed his face as her body swayed gently, particularly pressing against him in a way that felt both heavy and tender. Zhuiyue's form was akin to warm jade, soft and comforting to hold, a fragrant beauty, especially in such close proximity. "Though this is my first time, I find myself curiously unresistant to you, even daring to be bold in my intentions. You resemble a playful kitten, innocent yet inviting. I am irresistibly drawn to possess you, to claim you as mine, even if you were to demand more from me." Chapter 32. A Night Raid by Zhuiyue. Zhuiyue versus Xia Qinci. The battle for Gu Yuan's affection. The final compromise with Lin Mingming. The water element awakened. All the women had taken baths, and they were all stunning beauties, appearing even more enchanting after their baths. Like fish diving and geese alighting, fragrant and soft. Particularly, Zhuiyue stood out among them, radiating both maturity and purity, perfection and allure. Her damp hair cascaded down, infused with the scent of body wash, undeniably freshly bathed, which made Gu Yuan more restless. He was genuinely stirred, his desires ignited. "Do you want me? Silly boy, if you accept me, tonight I shall let you experience the pleasures of a mature woman." Just as Zhuiyue leaned in closer, nearly within kissing distance, the sound of knocking echoed from outside. Xia Qinci leaned against the door, arms crossed, standing there with a calm demeanor. Zhuiyue narrowed her eyes, locking gazes with the figure outside, engaged in a silent struggle. Maintaining a composed expression without uttering a word, Gu Yuan, witnessing this, struggled desperately to free himself, but to no avail. He was evenly matched with Zhuiyue in strength, yet as a woman, she proved too formidable to escape. The more he struggled, the more entangled he became, all the while longing to embrace her exquisite form, caught in a web of desire and conflict. Ignoring the situation outside, Zhuiyue watched Gu Yuan's futile attempts to break free. Fixating on his lips before pressing her own against his with fervor, Gu Yuan froze, his body tensing like a wooden stick, becoming utterly still and silent. Outside, Xia Qinci could no longer remain passive and stepped inside. Drawing closer to Gu Yuan, she grasped his hand, leading it to her chest, guiding it in a manner that was undeniably intimate. "Do you want both of us?" Xia Qinci whispered into Gu Yuan's ear. Gu Yuan shut himself off from the external world, feeling a surge of heat coursing through him, remaining motionless like a lifeless entity. He let the two women toy with him, his senses drifting into a hazy realm. As if opening the door to a new world filled with unprecedented experiences, he wished to stop them. Yet the women pressed further, exuding a palpable intent to consume him. "Please, both of them are freshly bathed," exuding an alluring dampness that often ensnares me, especially now. Zhuiyue arose, her eyes narrowing as she glanced toward the door. Though there was nothing amiss, her instincts were sharp. She tenderly caressed Gu Yuan's face, pulling him closer while still holding onto his hand, allowing Xia Qinci to indulge in her own desires, crossing boundaries that felt perilously close. "What are you doing? Why are you dragging me along?" Xia Qinci protested. Shaking free from Zhuiyue's grip, Zhuiyue firmly pulled Xia Qinci out of the room. "Don't pretend you don't know his nature. He is rigid and honest. If you push too quickly, he won't be able to handle it. We have plenty of time. Let us take it slow. You've gone too far. You've already broken him. If we don't do this, he will never grow up." Resisting temptation and succumbing to it are two different matters. Zhuiyue gazed at her. "Shall we collaborate?" Xia Qinci paused, then nodded. "Certainly. How shall we work together?" "We shall both train him, entice him, and teach him." Clearly, he feels conflicted about establishing a relationship with women, though his body craves it. IV noticed that too. He desires yet hesitates, refusing what is so readily offered, lingering in a state of subtle resistance, just shy of complete surrender. Xia Qinci stretched lazily. "This approach seems ineffective. If we force him, given his nature, he may become even more withdrawn afterward," Zhuiyue suggested. "What then?" Xia Qinci inquired seriously. "For someone like him, I've encountered similar types before. We cannot be forceful. We must take our time. 3 times a day? Gradually easing him into it, So he becomes accustomed and his heart is unburdened. And after that, Xia Qinzi looked at Zhuo Yue, her expression earnest. We'll proceed slowly. I have no suggestions, but sharing is out of the question. Right? Moreover, I trust Gu Yuan to pursue other women, but I cannot believe that other women will remain indifferent. I have no doubt you understand how precious he is, though no other women seem interested now. Will that remain true in the long run? I doubt it. Ha! I underestimated you for a moment. You've actually thought this through? Zhuo Yue scoffed. That's different. Possessing him, becoming his woman, is a lifelong commitment that cannot be treated lightly. Xia Qinzi retorted, Indeed, that's why I wish to collaborate with you. What you propose is far too gentle. In the future, all 12 of us women will undoubtedly become his partners. None of us are foolish. It has only been a few days and already, we too have fallen. In just a few more days, do you believe others will remain untouched? No one will leave him. It's simply impossible. Once hope arises, no one wishes to return to a life of hunger and darkness. It would be far too cruel. What are you implying? I'm saying that in the future, we will have many sisters. Stronger bonds of sisterhood. If we wish to monopolize him, we must be prepared for a collective uprising against us. Sharing is not an option. Can you bear it? Are you willing to share? Xia Qinzi questioned. Zhuo Yue appeared to scoff, yet there was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in her expression as she bit her lip, her eyes reflecting overwhelming possessiveness. I am even less willing to share. More reluctant than you. None of us are willing. It feels as though my heart is being carved out. Do you understand? Zhuo Yue exhaled heavily, her voice deep and strained, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Emotions roiling within her, though she struggled to contain the turmoil. Enough of this discussion. Since we have reached an agreement, we shall maintain a facade of normalcy in public while being good sisters behind the scenes. Xia Qinzi nodded, playfully taking Zhuo Yue's hand. Yet within her heart, a profound sense of possessiveness and determination simmered alongside hostility. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan felt as if he were floating on clouds, his thoughts drifting far beyond reach, slowly returning to his physical self after a long detachment from such sensations. The air still held a faint trace of feminine allure as Gu Yuan slapped his face, snapping out of his daze. Covering his face with his hands, damn it, I've rendered myself utterly useless. I've made a complete fool of myself. How will I face them in the future? Gu Yuan lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. The following day, all treasure chests were refreshed. The black iron chest opened with a designated input box for searching keywords related to explosive raw materials. Materials for manufacturing the Type 67 hand grenade, 10. Materials for manufacturing explosive packs, 10. Materials for manufacturing incendiary bombs, 10. Materials for manufacturing high explosive grenades, 10. Materials for manufacturing landmines, 10. Materials for manufacturing artillery shells, 15. Materials for manufacturing anti-tank grenades, 15. Materials for manufacturing anti-tank mines, 15. Materials for manufacturing rocket ammunition, 5 bronze chest, portable storage space 100 cubic, 5. Thompson submachine gun, 12. AK assault rifle, 15. Desert Eagle, 5. Viral serum, 5. Detection goggles, 5. Awakening crystal, restriction type. Protection, awakening crystal, elemental type, earth. Awakening crystal, upgrade type, armored vehicle transformation. A new item appeared, and Gu Yuan clicked to view. Armored vehicle transformation allows oneself to transform into an armored vehicle. The armored vehicle can be upgraded at each stage, enhancing itself through armaments or strengthening upgrades. Silver chest, portable storage space 10,000 cubic, artillery, 2. Light machine gun, 4. Gatling heavy machine gun, 3. RPG rocket launcher, 2. Serum vaccine, 2. Communication device, 2. Main battle tank mission card. Complete the mission to exchange for tangible rewards. Water purification converter, unmanned airdrop machine, primary restriction hourglass, elemental seed, connectivity device. Click to view the mission. Main battle tank mission. Eliminate a super tyrant. As for the golden chest, it remains unchanged, requiring the elimination of 10,000 zombies to redeem the privilege. Phew. Another busy day ahead. Chapter 33. Enhancing the strength of the 3 women, bestowing awakening techniques upon Yuan, Lu Xin, and Wang Ting. Outside, 12 women lined up, and Gu Yuan stepped forward. Today's mission is the same as yesterday, to eliminate 10,000 zombies. Upon hearing this, the women, though puzzled, refrained from questioning or doubting. Yuan glanced over and pointed at the three women, saying, Yunan, Lu Xian, Wang Ting, you three step forward. The three exchanged glances, uncertain why they were singled out, yet not apprehensive, given that everyone was watching. When Yuan handed them the awakening crystals, their understanding dawned. They had seen this item before and felt elated. It is known that in the former Dawn survivor base, the status of awakeners was far superior to that of ordinary individuals, even if an awakener's technique was weak. They were still recognized as such, differentiating them from common folk. The three women touched the awakening crystals, and after 10 minutes, they shared their feelings. Yuan spoke first. Starting with Lu Xian, she said, my awakening technique is protection. It allows me to create an invincible shield that lasts for 10 minutes, capable of withstanding all forms of attacks and damage during that time. I possess the Earth Elemental Awakening technique, enabling me to condense Earth elements, which is slightly more challenging than Lin Mingming's water condensation. However, I can manipulate the ground to excavate a deep pit, though the exact depth remains uncertain. Wang Ting stated why awakening technique appears to differ from most. The explanation is rather complex. Yunan interjected. Do elaborate. Yuan encouraged why awakening technique, armored vehicle transformation, allows me to increase my thickness and durability through hard substances and to arm my armored vehicle appearance. Yet, I sense there is more to it, as I have only just awakened and need to explore further, Yunan replied. Very well. I have high hopes for your unique awakening technique, as it seems to possess significant potential for enhancement. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out, Yuan affirmed. Understood. Yunan nodded. Yuan then turned to Lu Xian and Wang Ting, contemplating whether to enhance the two women as well. He produced the primary restriction hourglass and elemental seed, handing them to the pair. The two women were astonished, recognizing these items as they had seen them the previous night. They could elevate the level of an awakener. Do not be surprised. Showcasing your value is my feedback. If you remain loyal and obedient, even better opportunities will arise in the future. Yuan addressed the group, his words resonating with them, though only two pairs of playful eyes avoided direct contact. Thank you. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with warmth and admiration, laced with something deeper. Wang Ting's face flushed slightly, feeling a rush of emotion, yet she lacked the courage to act in front of everyone. Glancing shyly at him, Yunan simply smiled, her lips moving silently. Judging by her expression, it seemed to convey two words. Wait for it, carrying an intriguing implication. Yuan chose to disregard their subtle hints, focusing instead on the task at hand. The goal was to eliminate 10,000 zombies, a number discovered during yesterday's reconnaissance, and this morning, drones had surveyed the area. The eastern region was teeming with tens of thousands of zombies. And beyond a 10-kilometer stretch lay an urban district, rumored to be evolving into a perilous zone. Let us discuss strategies for today's mission of eliminating zombies. What are your thoughts? Yuan inquired, addressing the group. Thus, every time a decision was to be made, Yuan convened the women for a meeting. One person's unilateral decision-making was less secure than collective brainstorming, aiming to minimize losses. Zhuyu spoke first. To eliminate 10,000 zombies, we should focus on that eastern area. Unlike yesterday, it will likely be more challenging today. Even with 2 Gatlings, it might be precarious. Yesterday, the zombies weren't densely packed. We relied on time to slowly accumulate firepower to achieve the kill count. If thousands of zombies converge upon us, sheer numbers and the presence of more advanced zombies complicate matters. Yesterday, we encountered 3 tyrants, but with the Gatlings, we managed to obliterate them from about 500 meters. If only facing tyrants, be they 10 or 20, or even super tyrants, we would not fear them given our strength combined with the Gatlings. However, with a horde exceeding 10,000, even regular zombies would pose a significant challenge. If they were to charge at us from multiple directions, we could still manage to fight while retreating, but being surrounded by a tide of corpses would be daunting. Our firepower would be overwhelmed, gradually sinking us into a quagmire where the remains would pile high, making it difficult even for the king of machine guns, the Gatling, to carve out an escape route. Zhuyu cautiously explained, opting for a gentler portrayal of the situation, as the reality was even more complex than she described. Can I interpret this as, considering your current strength, facing such circumstances would be challenging but not life-threatening? Yuan queried. Somewhat, Zhuyu replied, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts, especially since it was a situation they had not yet faced. If we were to double our firepower, what would be the outcome? Captain, Even with doubled firepower, while our safety would increase, the likelihood of achieving kills remains uncertain. As for those bombs and artillery, it would be prudent to reserve them for the moment. Utilizing them to eliminate zombies would indeed be extravagantly wasteful. At most, we should carry a few landmines. And there's no need to bring an RPG. Yuan gazed at an aircraft that resembled a helicopter, albeit slightly smaller, with wings larger than its fuselage. The interior was spacious, almost entirely empty, seemingly designed for storage. This must be an airdrop or transport aircraft, or perhaps a drone. Where did you manage to acquire such a thing? Yuan, though not a military enthusiast, had a certain level of knowledge. She was acquainted with the upper echelons of society before the apocalypse and had encountered extraordinary items that ordinary people had not. Regardless of where I procured it, I'm asking if you can eliminate zombies at minimal cost. Yuan chuckled and glanced at Yuan. How much more minimal can you get? You've brought out such unconventional weaponry. I can't even fathom how I could lose. Even if you hadn't shown me these weapons, I have plenty of ideas to dispatch 10,000 zombies. Weren't you just saying that killing zombies is no easy feat? Especially with a horde numbering in the tens of thousands, it's even more challenging. Indeed, it's not easy, but it requires intellect. We possess brains, wisdom, and awakened abilities. We certainly won't recklessly charge at the zombies. After further discussion, 2 Gatling guns and 2 light machine guns were mounted on the front and rear of the survival vehicle, creating a balance between heavy and light armament. Compared to the cumbersome heavy machine guns, the light machine guns were versatile and adaptable to various environments, easily operable by hand. The recoil was not a significant concern for the women, as their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, even exceeding those of special forces. Moreover, the light machine guns obtained from the treasure chest boasted a firing rate of up to 1,000 rounds per minute and a range of 1,500 meters. With minimal recoil, far superior to real-world light machine guns, and not excessively heavy. Don't ask how. Just know they came from the treasure chest. It's unscientific. Next, a Gatling gun and 2 light machine guns were installed on the armored vehicle, which might feel a bit cramped. As for the remaining Gatling gun, after deliberation between Yuan and Yuan, it was decided to mount it on the airdrop drone. Although primarily an airdrop vehicle, it could also serve as an aerial combat asset, as the advantage of altitude applies pressure to ground forces. Following this, they prepared the landmines, devices Yuan had seen on television, while Yuan had never encountered them but was aware they would explode if stepped on or triggered. Having set up adequately, there were effectively 7 individuals equipped with firearms and 2 driving. The 3 women, Wang Ting, Yuan, and Su Liyue, had separate tasks. One was responsible for earth manipulation to dig pits, while Yuan would select the optimal locations to bury the mines and explosives. Su Liyue would provide support from both sides, controlling the drone, which, despite being unarmed, was equipped with a Gatling gun for aerial backup. Yuan entrusted Su Liyue with operating the drone for no particular reason other than that she was the most adept at flying drones among the 12, having only practiced for a short time. She could already maneuver the drone with various aerial stunts, and her vaporization ability allowed her to escape danger if necessary. Everything was in place when a sudden, intense explosion echoed from afar, audible even to Yuan, the farthest from the tunnel. The reconnaissance drone overhead captured real-time battlefield footage, equipped with communication devices enabling multifaceted exchanges. 4 drones were allocated. 1 for the armored vehicle, 1 for the survival vehicle, 1 for Su Liyue, and 1 for Yuan. Yuan and Wang Ting operated together, coordinating their efforts, one manipulating the earth to dig while the other buried mines. This arrangement was primarily due to Yuan's speed awakening ability. She couldn't allow Wang Ting to act alone, as Yuan could swiftly evacuate them if danger arose. Additionally, Wang Ting's earth manipulation could be strategically employed to alter the terrain, providing an advantage in battle. From the reconnaissance drone above, Yuan quickly noticed the zombie horde was on the move. A massive fireball erupted as a landmine detonated, boasting an explosive radius of 300 meters. Its destructive power was formidable. Yuan had not scattered the landmines but instead concentrated them within a defined area to maximize the explosion's impact. Yuan had brought 10 landmines in total. Before departing, she took 5 landmines and all the explosive packs, creating enough devastation to affect the village. Especially at the very center of the horde, the explosion's damage was substantial, yielding exceptional results. Yuan, should we bury 5 more mines? No need. That would be excessive. The explosion's power is more than sufficient. With this equipment, We could eliminate 10,000 zombies by noon at the latest. Captain, Yujia, are we ready to fire? I'm itching to get started. Captain, we are prepared. The voices of Gu Xiner and Zhao Qingya simultaneously echoed through the communication devices, which allowed everyone to hear each other, a crucial element for their operations. Try to engage while maintaining distance. Don't rush in, and prioritize your safety. Understood, they all affirmed. The armored vehicle and survival vehicle flanked either side, with the drone overhead providing ample coverage to end this operation. The task of killing 10,000 zombies was unexpectedly swift for Gu Yuan. It took only 2 or 3 hours to annihilate the entire horde. Meanwhile, the zombies from the urban area 10 kilometers away were drawn in, significantly increasing their numbers to at least 40 to 50,000, totaling nearly 70,000. However, Zhuoyue and the others executed their strategy with remarkable proficiency. The armored vehicle and survival vehicle maneuvered effectively, while the airdrop drone's Gatling gun posed no threat, continuously delivering firepower. The zombies, disoriented, failed to consolidate their forces, charging recklessly at a single point and becoming increasingly scattered. With each passing moment, dressed in a maid outfit, she bore no semblance of a robot. The lifelike robot blinked its eyes innocently, bending in a perfect maid's bow. Please, command me at your leisure. Master, Gu Yuan's lips twitched. How could this robot possess such an array of capabilities? And that chest, that voice. Surely they were artificial, yet they surpassed Zhuoyu in perfection and charm. Do you have a name? No, please bestow a name upon me, master. Then let us call you Inhua. Gu Yuan casually named her, fully aware of his own inadequacies in naming. Yes, please command Inhua, master. Could you refrain from that? Just call me Gu Yuan, but my core directive is to recognize you as my master. Since you acknowledge me as your master, then call me by my name. You are not to refer to me as master anymore. Inhua paused, as if processing this command, before blinking and returning to normal 3 seconds later. Understood, Gu Yuan, follow me. I shall introduce you to a few individuals. Gu Yuan led the way, with Inhua trailing behind him. Upon exiting the tunnel, the collective gaze of the women turned toward Inhua, fixating on her. Allow me to introduce, this is Inhua. She is merely a robot, albeit one that is rather anthropomorphized, with a more realistic skin texture that makes her appear remarkably lifelike. Gu Yuan succinctly explained, emphasizing key points to prevent any misunderstandings, particularly from Zhuoyu and Xia Qinci, whose stares were almost piercing. A robot? Really? You mustn't be joking, Xia Qinci exclaimed. At that moment, Inhua stepped forward with a serious tone. Please mind your words. Do not be disrespectful to Gu Yuan, or I shall not hold back. Xia Qinci, known for her short temper despite her gentle demeanor around Gu Yuan, was the most volatile among the 12 women, a firecracker. She would lash out without provocation, often resorting to violence at the slightest offense. Without a moment's thought, she swung a fist at Inhua's face. Inhua did not back down, retaliating with a punch of her own. The sound of a crack echoed. Xia Qinci's arm shattered, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Gu Yuan rushed to support Xia Qinci, shouting for Zhao Qingya. Hurry, we need treatment. Zhao Qingya promptly activated her healing ability for Xia Qinci, while the other women surrounded them, their gazes fixed, wary of Inhua. Yet Inhua remained focused solely on Gu Yuan, her directive to protect him unwavering. Gu Yuan, have I done something wrong? Inhua asked softly. Gu Yuan ignored her, turning to the others with urgency and seriousness. She is truly just a robot. If you doubt it, you may inspect her. He commanded Inhua, display your robotic features for them. Once she received his command, Inhua immediately complied without hesitation. Her arms transforming mechanically as a large cannon emerged from her back. In that moment, she resembled a high-tech, anthropomorphized battle robot, akin to a Gundam. See, she is indeed a robot. Let us not stoop to the level of a robot in our judgments. Gu Yuan addressed them, particularly for Xia Qinci's benefit, knowing her emotions were volatile due to her injury. I want to teach her a lesson. Xia Qinci whimpered, the pain rendering her voice weak. Inhua had struck with full force, obliterating Xia Qinci's arm, reducing it to a mangled mess. Had Xia Qinci not possessed a sturdier constitution than the average person, she would likely have fainted from the pain. All right, let us keep our composure and not escalate things, shall we? Lu Xian, also a doctor, had her medical kit at hand and administered a painkiller to Xia Qinci, now awaiting Zhao Qingya's healing time to stabilize her injuries. Chapter 36. The Blood Shadow Mercenary Group and the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Group. Zhuya is about to appear. The healing process was painfully slow. Zhao Qingya's treatment was proving ineffective, or rather, it was progressing at a glacial pace. After all, healing broken bones takes time, and Zhao Qingya's efforts were measured in hours. Gradually, the flesh and bone began to mend, akin to a sapling sprouting from a severed limb, but the progress was painstakingly slow. After 2 to 3 hours, the arm began to twitch back towards its former position, the bleeding had ceased, and the pain was mitigated by the anesthetic, stabilizing the situation. Clutching Xia Qinzi, Gu Yuan felt her squirm in discomfort. She attempted to scratch at the wound where her arm had been severed, but he grasped her hand firmly. "What is wrong? Are you uncomfortable? It itches. My arm feels like it's crawling with ants." "Just bear with it. I'll make it sweet for you," Gu Yuan replied, holding her intact hand while presenting her with an orange, gently slicing it and offering her a piece. "It's no use." "It still itches," Xia Qinzi pouted, her eyes sparkling as she playfully snuggled closer to Gu Yuan. "What do you want then?" "A kiss. Distract me from this." Xia Qinzi's eyes turned mischievous, her smile enchanting yet not off-putting. Captivating in its beauty, Gu Yuan averted his gaze, glancing around, aware of the many eyes upon them. He dared not lean in. Xia Qinzi, however, boldly closed the distance. "Are you all just standing around like light bulbs? We truly have nothing to do. The zombies in this area have mostly been eliminated," Zhui shrugged. "Can you drive that tank? Are you not practicing?" Gu Yuan pointed to the tank that had yet to be moved. Remaining stationary, "We'd like to understand it thoroughly before attempting to operate it," Zhui replied resignedly. "What if something goes wrong? I can drive a tank," Yuan interjected, standing tall. "You can? Then teach them. It's no use if only one of you knows. Many must learn," Gu Yuan instructed. He turned to the group of women, his tone serious and somewhat pleading. Yuan's a robot. All her words and actions are coded instructions stemming from a vast database of artificial intelligence. Do not feel inadequate in her presence. Treat her as a machine teacher. If any disputes arise, bring them to me, and I shall address them. Gu Yuan then turned to Yuan. "Do you understand? Treat them as students, instruct them on weaponry usage, but refrain from any aggressive or overly intense methods. That is an order. Understood?" Yuan nodded. The women had no objections, aware of the situation. However, human emotions are not easily dismissed, and a degree of adjustment was necessary. Gu Yuan lowered his head, while Xia Qinzi pouted, fluttering her eyes seductively, resembling a lazy kitten seeking affection in Gu Yuan's embrace. "Gu Yuan, sister wants some." Gu Yuan jolted, and Zhao Qingya, who was treating her, nearly faltered. However, the allure of a beautiful woman's charm was irresistible, akin to a cat's gentle pawing. Gu Yuan found it delightful yet overwhelming. The sweetness making him feel weak, unlike the grating sounds of a nagging voice. "If you keep this up, I won't bother with you." Gu Yuan articulated each word carefully, his voice a low whisper. "I am injured because of you. You must take responsibility." Xia Qinzi pouted. Zhao Qingya turned her head away, her lips twitching at the sight of their affectionate banter while still needing to attend to Xia Qinzi. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, and Gu Yuan slowly lowered his guard, creating a delicate balance of closeness. He gently leaned down, brushing against her, soft and cautious. Approximately 10 kilometers northwest of the tunnel, a pair of eyes scrutinized the area. Fixated on Gu Yuan, this individual appeared disheveled, gaunt and filthy, yet exuded an unsettling energy, drool spilling from his lips. "What have you observed?" A low, raspy voice emerged from behind him. The individual, unfazed, replied respectfully, "Boss, we confirmed it's the blood roses, 13 in total. We missed one yesterday. It was a male. The newcomer's eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity, revealing a menacing grin. "We've been tracking these flowers for a long time. They've evaded us at the Dawn Survivors base, and we've had no opportunity to seize them. It's simply tantalizing. Now, everyone has become like stray dogs. Isn't it a waste of resources not to capture them to vent our frustrations? Once used, we could even stew them for meat. Under the cover of night, the men will prepare the stew while the women take away their severed tendons and ligaments. In this apocalyptic world, cannibalism has become the norm, not to mention consuming human flesh. In extreme hunger, one might even resort to eating their own kin. Boss, those are all thorny individuals. I fear it won't be so easy. Furthermore, they possess many formidable weapons, the origins of which remain unknown. My awakening ability only lasts for a minute each day, allowing me to see only within a 10-kilometer radius. The time is brief, and even a cursory glance does not reveal the specifics of their weaponry. However, just a fleeting glance suggests their firepower is considerable, with a lingering scent of gunpowder and sulfur in the air. Oh, they cannot possibly possess such powerful weapons. There must be some secret behind it. Here's what we'll do. You go and inform Blood Shadow and the others. We'll gather tonight to discuss strategies. We have a combined force of 30 to 40 people. We need not fear them. And let us not forget Zhuaya. She is still in our hands. If I were to reveal this information to them, Zhuyu might act recklessly. Unfortunately, that wretched woman remains in the form of a blade, making it difficult to deal with her, yet I hesitate to break her. That wretched woman has truly bewitched me. It would be a pity to eliminate her completely. However, her time is running out. She cannot hold on much longer, suffering from severe injuries, weakness, and hunger, relying solely on her willpower. By tomorrow at the latest, she will be too weak and dispirited, reverting to her human form. Meanwhile, at the location of the Blood Shadow Mercenary Corps, also within 10 kilometers of the tunnel, have the bloodthirsty found the source of yesterday's intense gunfire? What? It's Blood Rose and her group. Isn't that fortuitous? Zhuya is not enough of a bargaining chip in our hands, and now we've located the 12 delicate blood roses. What a pity. Only these last 13 thorny roses remain. They must not be squandered by that bloodthirsty scoundrel. Let us go, gather tonight, and set off. Chapter 37. Collecting beautiful team members in the apocalypse. As night falls, silence envelopes the world. Tonight, there is no sound of Gatling guns firing, no hum of engines. For the women, an inexplicable tranquility settles, and a stroll outside reveals no trace of zombies, and with the threat of the undead eliminated, the women seem to shed their burdens. Although it is still early, around 7 or 8 o'clock, most of them succumb to fatigue and drift into slumber. In the apocalypse, sleep is a rare luxury. Often, one is too exhausted yet must remain vigilant against external dangers. Thus, when a secure space is found, those struggling to survive in this harsh world seize the opportunity to replenish their sleep, preparing to face new challenges. In the room, Gu Yuan, Xia Chenxi, and Zhao Qingya. Given that Xia Chenxi's arm has yet to heal and is still undergoing treatment, Zhao Qingya shows signs of fatigue, her raised arm tingling, yet she persists with determination. Xia Chenxi's arm has now grown back to her wrist, only lacking a palm for complete restoration. If it becomes too exhausting, she can lie down for treatment. Jiu Yuan spoke. No worries. The two spoke softly, as Xia Chenxi had already fallen asleep. Xia Chenxi's sleeping posture is beautiful. Even when she thrashes about, struggling and wriggling, or even sprawled openly in Gu Yuan's embrace, she remains enchanting, exuding a delightful innocence that captivates Gu Yuan. Drowsily, she smacks her lips and murmurs in her dreams. Little Yuanzi, don't think of escaping from your sister's grasp. Jiu Yuan gazes quietly, feeling a stirring in his heart. At least in his eyes, Xia Chenxi is beautiful and gentle, as is Zhuoyu. Unable to help himself, he smiles. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingya notices Gu Yuan's smile, and for reasons unknown, an uncomfortable sensation wells up within her. Do you like her? Zhao Qingya inquires. Jiu Yuan looks up in confusion, meeting Zhao Qingya's gaze, then averting his eyes. Why do you ask? No reason, just curious. You don't have to answer. Zhao Qingya's gaze remains fixed on Gu Yuan. I don't know. Xia Chenxi is beautiful and gentle, so is Zhuoyu, and so are you. All of you women are remarkable, each unique in your own right. I don't know if I like any of you. I instinctively wish to be close, but Gu Yuan struggles to express himself, realizing it is his own dilemma. A psychological one that does not concern them. Suddenly, Niwa walks in from outside. Gu Yuan, we have a situation. Someone is approaching us. Niwa succinctly reports, handing over the reconnaissance drone screen to Gu Yuan. With Niwa, this lifelike robot, on night watch, the nightly patrols naturally fall to her. If all is well, the women can rest soundly, conserving their energy for the day ahead. Go. Wake them all up and prepare for battle. Gu Yuan's immediate reaction is to rouse the women for assembly. Humans differ from zombies, with far too many variables at play. What is happening? Xia Chenxi awakens due to the commotion. 30 seconds later. The women are assembled. So fast? Gu Yuan is astonished. In the apocalypse, one must act swiftly to survive. What could be going on? Zhuyu speaks first. Look, Gu Yuan hands the screen to them. It's the Blood Shadow Mercenary Corps and the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps. With just one glance, Zhuyu recognizes them. The drone, operating from a high altitude, remains undetectable in the night sky, so these people are completely unaware of being observed. Niwa excels at this. From above, she can capture human movements and traces even in the darkness, something others would struggle to achieve, even with the drone's night vision capabilities. Any thoughts? Gu Yuan raises an eyebrow. Captain, do you remember what the leader of the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps, the Wolf, said? Zhuiyu's expression is filled with hope, anticipation, and anxiety. Your sister Zhuoya. Gu Yuan's words strike home with Zhuoyu. How could she forget? It was his careless remark that nearly cost her sister her life. Gu Yuan, I beg you. Save my sister. Zhuoyu pleads desperately, even dropping to her knees in supplication, her eyes glistening with tears. Gu Yuan quickly supports her, noticing her unsteady stance, and holds her in his arms. The scene transforms into an embrace. Xia Qinxi on one side, Zhuoyu on the other, both nestled in Gu Yuan's embrace. On the surface, he remains composed, but internally, he revels in the moment. Any man would, I promise you. I will definitely save your sister. Gu Yuan's gaze is resolute, his forehead touching Zhuiyu's as he locks eyes with her. He genuinely believes this. His team, including Niwa, totals only 14 members, a meager force indeed. Gu Yuan hopes to bolster his awakened team in this apocalypse, preferring not to recruit men but only beautiful women. Ugly women, fat women, old hags, and sharp-tongued ones. None shall be accepted. Zhuiyu is moved by Gu Yuan's words, her eyes shimmering with determination as she seals his lips with hers. Parting mere seconds later, Gu Yuan, if you can truly rescue my sister, I promise, in front of everyone, I will solidify our relationship. In life, you are mine. In death, you are my ghost. Zhuiyu's gaze is unwavering, leaving no room for contradiction, as she looks around at the other women to assert her stance, even daring Gu Yuan to oppose her. Meanwhile, Xia Qinxi, filled with jealousy, pouts so adorably it could hang soy sauce, her resentful gaze making Gu Yuan feel overwhelmed. All right, enough of this. Let's discuss how to deal with these individuals. Gu Yuan shifts the topic. Although he only caught a brief glimpse of the drone screen, he understands that the enemy outnumbers them significantly, with only 14 on their side. Zombies are not like humans. Humans, as highly intelligent beings, are cunning and treacherous, capable of strategizing and laying traps, in comparison to facing a horde of 100,000 zombies. Gu Yuan places greater emphasis and caution on dealing with humans. I have a plan. At that moment, Yun Ruoxue stands up. Speak, Gu Yuan encourages. Everyone, feel free to share your ideas. Let us pool our wisdom. He looks at Yun Ruoxue, offering her an encouraging nod. 4 directions. First, it is evident that the Blood Shadow and Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps are approaching us, yet they remain unaware of the drone overhead. So they do not know we have detected them. Second, we are oblivious to their weaponry, their awakened members, and their numbers. Conversely, they may not know what weapons we possess, how many of us there are, or what our awakened abilities entail. Both sides lack clarity. Third, it is night. They do not know we have discovered them, so it may be wise to conceal ourselves and turn the tables to encircle them. Using heavy weaponry openly would be inappropriate. Instead, we should ambush them and, when they gather here, unleash our firepower. Be wise suppressing and cornering them. We can shift from a passive to an active stance. Fourth, we are uncertain whether Zhuoya is indeed in their custody. We do not know the truth. If we alarm them, they may use Zhuoya as leverage against us. Therefore, our first step must be to capture one of their members to extract information, detailed information, preferably from someone well-informed among them, and we must act quickly, lest they catch on. Chapter 38. Bloodthirsty and the Butcher. Rescue Zhuoya. In a dimly lit cell, atop a massive stone platform, lies a sharp yet somewhat damaged long knife. Its blade marred by a chip, yet its surface remains smooth as a mirror. This knife is pinned down by a heavy stone, bound by ropes and chains, making escape nearly impossible. Zhuoya, why bother? How long can you hold on like this? This struggle is meaningless. I assure you, I will treat you well. The long knife emits a low hum, vibrating slightly as a captivating, magnetic voice resounds, filled with arrogance and mockery. Though it sounds exceedingly weak, Butcher, bloodthirsty. Aren't you just lusting after my body? Come on, let us have a knife fight. You're all nothing but worthless scum. Yet you strut around, thinking yourselves gallant and noble. I truly pity your parents. Why didn't they just shoot you against the wall back then? By the way, how does your parents' flavor compare? Is it fresh? How many pounds are left now, if there exists a hell? Your parents must surely regret bringing forth such a precious child as you. Truly, filial piety is formidable. Ha ha ha. The bloodthirsty and butcher's countenance darkens, as some truths, when laid bare, serve only to slap one in the face. To have such heinous acts exposed only deepens their moral depravity. Joya, I advise you not to be too stubborn. Your strength will not hold for long, at most until tomorrow, when that time arrives. I shall not hold back my compassion. We have ample time to hone this knife of yours. Oh, by the way, we have also uncovered the whereabouts of your sister, Shuyu. Shall we capture her to keep you company? What a tantalizing pair of sisters they would make. What? You dare? If anything happens to her because of you, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the zombies. I shall annihilate you all. Your sister is your Achilles heel. This has already crossed the line. In a flurry of urgency and rage, you lose your composure, entirely revealing your inner turmoil. Do not fret. It shall be soon. Tonight, your sister will come to keep you company. Along with 11 exquisitely alluring roses, the bloodthirsty fiend's sinister visage and the butcher's fierce glare seem oddly well matched, both being leaders of mercenary groups steeped in bloodlust. Alas, chief, they have vanished, disappeared. Perhaps they learned of our approach and fled. For we cannot locate Shuyu and her companions. What? What is the purpose of your awakened perception skill? The bloodthirsty one barks, grabbing the collar with a coarse voice. Meanwhile, the butcher's expression grows darker. His subordinate has rushed over with the same grim report, his eyes shadowed like a venomous serpent, sending chills down the spine. Have you thoroughly searched that tunnel? Even if they fled, they couldn't have gone far. It is still night, and we can stealthily approach. How did they sense that we were onto them, and how did they know our movements? The butcher, still grasping the crux of the matter, realizes that neither he nor the bloodthirsty one ventured forth personally. Instead, they sent their minions to probe ahead. Such individuals, being mercenary leaders in an apocalyptic world, would not easily expose themselves. Those who charge to the front often meet swift demise. Survival is paramount, and one must remain ever vigilant. Moreover, the FAAD of cooperation hides ulterior motives. Who can truly trust the other? In truth, the two mercenary groups dispatched only a handful of scouts, 10 or so, including 2 awakened individuals and 2 perceptive awakeners. The rest mere common folk. They first sent scouts to ascertain the specifics of Zhua Yu's weapons, whether she was asleep, and the opportune moment to act. Only upon receiving the final command from both mercenary leaders would they strike en masse. They exercised caution, yet they remained unaware that Yuan and his companions had already detected their presence. In a corner hidden from their sight, a dazed face silently watched them. It was none other than Yuan, having activated his awakening skill, phasing. Yet, both the bloodthirsty and the butcher seemed to sense an unseen gaze upon them. As awakened beings, their perception and acuity surpassed that of ordinary folk, however, despite their suspicions. They found nothing amiss. The leader of the Blood Shadow mercenary group felt a twitch in his eyelid, an unsettling premonition blossoming within him, often accompanying significant peril. He firmly believed in his intuition. Although no immediate danger appeared, such feelings had saved him time and again, for not just anyone could ascend to the rank of mercenary leader. Tension etched on his face, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. His awakening skill ready to activate, a shared glance with the bloodthirsty one revealed the latter's temples throbbing, a tightening in his chest. The leader's alert demeanor left his subordinates bewildered, anxious yet hesitant to inquire, fearful of incurring their chief's wrath. Suddenly, one of the subordinates stepped back, and with that single movement, a crisp crack echoed, "Stop!" Both the Blood Shadow and the bloodthirsty leader barked in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The subordinate's heart raced, anxiety coursing through him, his throat constricting. The sound was faint, hardly perceptible amidst the stillness of the night, yet the breaths of those present were louder than the crack. Nevertheless, the heightened senses of the bloodthirsty and Blood Shadow leaders discerned the minute disturbance, pinpointing its source. Yet, the subordinate's overwhelming nervousness caused him to tremble, and as he loosened his grip, boom! An explosion erupted suddenly and violently, and before anyone could react, another individual stepped on something, triggering yet another fierce explosion, leading to a chain reaction of devastation. The bloodthirsty and Butcher reacted instantaneously, unable to warn their comrades. They activated their awakening skills. In the face of life and death, one must always prioritize their own survival. Yet, a bullet, swifter than them all, pierced through the bloodthirsty leader's skull before he could fully activate his skill, narrowly grazing the Butcher's cheek, splattering red and white, staining his clothes and face. The Butcher, drenched in cold sweat, vanished in the nick of time. Had he not turned his head just so, it would have been a double tragedy, blossoming two flowers of crimson and ivory. In that fleeting moment, a specter, swift as a wraith, streaked through like a fiery bolt, leaving a trail of afterimages as it swept past the Butcher's former position. Heads rolled, and had the Butcher not acted with such alacrity, his fate would have been sealed half a second later. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating the night as if it had been fully awakened. In merely a second, from the moment that subordinate triggered the landmine, a chain reaction unfolded at breakneck speed. Moreover, Zhuoya, the long knife suppressed by the massive stone, was taken within that very second. Naturally, it was Yuan who made the extraction. With his awakening skill, phasing, he could disregard physical laws and any form of attack, transitioning between the tangible and intangible, and with his spatial abilities, lifting the knife was effortless. After Yuan rescued Zhuoya, he promptly withdrew. With her safely in hand, there was little left to leverage against him. Engaging in direct combat would yield no advantage against a heavy main battle tank, for Gatling guns, and 4 light machine guns, coupled with numerous explosives and awakened women not to be underestimated. Not to mention, Yuan possessed a Barrett rifle, a sniping marvel. He entrusted the Barrett to Yuan, whose marksmanship could hit targets 3 kilometers away, and she could strike a moving target 2 kilometers out, truly terrifying. Additionally, with Zhua Yu's C-class awakening skill, granting 100-fold speed, the casualties among the Blood Shadow and bloodthirsty mercenary groups escalated rapidly, with many awakened individuals falling before they could react or activate their skills. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. As long as one can dispatch their foe faster, no amount of strategy can avail them. The explosions, while somewhat excessive, were inevitable. Strength, equipment, weaponry, and awakening skills all combined to create an overwhelming advantage. Capitalizing on the initiative, how could it not be smooth sailing? Let us not forget the detection goggles and zombie detectors. The black iron bronze chest had yielded items yet to be culled. It could detect not only zombies but also living beings or humans. Zombies appeared as red dots, while humans as green, with a detection range of 1,000 meters, quietly disseminating information through zombie detectors. Broadening their shared vision, coupled with the drones above, they soon pinpointed the general locations of the 2 mercenary teams. Furthermore, Yuan's phasing ability allowed him to vanish into nothingness, free from concern about exposure. Provided he could evade the perceptive awakened beings, the ability to sense was sometimes akin to a divine skill, superior to the keenest sight. It could uncover dangers within 100 meters and discern the true nature of illusions. Yuan had previously conducted experiments, phasing out of sight while having Yi Shaowan attempt to sense him. The result was that, within 100 meters, no matter where he concealed himself, even underground, he would be pinpointed with precision. However, the 2 mercenary leaders possessed perceptive awakeners, and their inability to detect Yuan and his party stemmed from their skills being in a cooldown period. Perceptive awakeners possess both strengths and weaknesses. These particular ones were likely D-class, with their sensing abilities limited to within 100 meters. Beyond that, they were blind. Thus, Yuan capitalized on this, maintaining distance to conceal himself and deplete their awakening skills. Awaiting their cooldown before initiating his counter-strategy, he phased out to gather intelligence on the enemy, swiftly locking onto his targets and uncovering the assembly point of the 2 mercenary groups, ultimately discovering the leaders of Blood Shadow and Bloodthirsty. Along with a long knife, Zhuoya had informed him that Zhuoya's awakening skill transformed her into a long knife, akin to the series of awakening skills seen with certain other individuals. With the core target identified, the next step was to devise a plan. Wang Ting's earth elemental abilities not only allowed her to excavate and consolidate earth, but also held numerous untapped potentials. Such elemental awakening skills often required personal adaptability, relying on one's ingenuity, one might stumble upon unexpectedly effective tactics. Elemental awakening skills impose no restrictions, only the level of the awakener limits their application. Thus, bold experimentation is encouraged. Wang Ting had discovered a novel approach, earth manipulation, enabling her to traverse underground and achieve effects akin to earth escape. Yuan instructed her to lead Yi Xiaowan in this underground passage. Though progress was somewhat slow, the pace mattered little, as long as they could achieve their goal. The purpose of bringing Yi Xiaowan along was due to her awakened ability of perception, which would allow for precise control of the situation. Yuan entrusted Wang Ting with 5 grenades and 5 anti-tank grenades, instructing her to collaborate with Yi Xiaowan to accurately plant the explosives. This task was not insignificant and required considerable skill, as the technique of planting mines necessitated experience. However, with Yuan, the versatile one, having taught her the necessary skills in advance, they were somewhat prepared. Despite being a rudimentary technique, the enemy was unaware of their capabilities, thereby increasing the likelihood of catching them off guard. It was crucial to account for the perception awakeners from both mercenary groups. If their abilities were still active, they might have already detected Yuan's presence, jeopardizing the entire plan. Additionally, Yuan, the divine marksman, fired her weapon simultaneously with the explosion to mask the sound, resulting in Blood Shadow and Bloodthirsty being caught off guard, with the latter suffering a fatal blow. Subsequently, Zhuyu also sprang into action at the moment of the explosion and gunfire. Although the explosion occurred first, it was Yuan's bullet that struck and killed Bloodthirsty first, making the bullet the swiftest element in the sequence. After the explosion, Zhuyu activated her awakened ability and entered the fray. Zhuyu was equipped with a communicator, but the connection was not with Yuan. It was with Yi Xiaowan, whose ability had not yet cooled down and had just 1 minute remaining. Utilizing this final minute of absolute clarity, she assisted Zhuyu in reporting the enemy's numbers and movements, limited to a range of 100 meters, beyond which she was powerless. With the knowledge of the enemy's exact count and movements, Zhuyu executed her tasks with remarkable ease. In merely 3 breaths, all foes within 100 meters met their demise. Now, a question arises. Apart from Yuan, Zhuyu, Wang Ting, Yi Xiaowan, and Yuan, were there others present? In truth, as Zhuyu struck down her enemies, fierce gunfire erupted from a kilometer away. They had set off in pursuit of those who had escaped. Meanwhile, the butcher had already vanished without a trace. Fleeing swiftly, Yuan, observing from a distance through her night vision, was unable to locate him, even with the aid of drones, as if he had fled the area entirely. The aftermath of the explosion was swift, with the remnants of Blood Shadow and the bloodthirsty mercenary group being swiftly eliminated, leaving only the Blood Shadow leader, the butcher, to escape. However, Yuan paid little heed to this, finding satisfaction in the act of killing, which garnered him a substantial 14,000 survival points. It was well known that eliminating survivors yielded survival points, especially for awakened ones. Yuan had previously received notifications of point accrual when he dispatched the wolf. Killing a D-class awakener rewarded him with 10,000 survival points, a task far easier than slaying 10,000 zombies or a single tyrant. Thus, slaying awakened ones was the primary source of points. He had likely eliminated 14 such individuals, while the tally of ordinary people fell short of even 1/10 of that of D-class awakeners. This apocalyptic scenario subtly encouraged infighting amongst survivors, as ordinary individuals often yielded greater rewards than killing zombies, let alone awakened ones. In such a dire environment, promoting the self-destruction of survivors seemed a reckless endeavor. Chapter 40. Xia Qinzi forcibly pressed Yuan. Was he to be coerced into a situation he could not escape? Meanwhile, Yuan soon found Zhao Qingya and Lu Xian. Captain, my healing ability is on cooldown. I had used it to treat Xia Qinzi earlier. Yuan's arms lay in exquisite beauty, surpassing Zhuyu in both allure and maturity. Even in her unconscious state, her beauty and figure shone through, emanating an aura of untouchable elegance that suggested dominance and defiance. Yuan found himself entranced, while Lu Xian, equipped with the medical kit entrusted to her by Yuan, managed to stabilize Zhu유's vital signs. It was clear that Zhuyu had suffered severe injuries. Both legs were broken, and her organs were displaced, particularly with a significant accumulation of blood around her heart and chest cavity. Fortunately, with the medical kit, they were able to conduct a timely and rudimentary treatment, though her prognosis remained grim, with a high risk of relapse. Shui Yu had likely endured her injuries for approximately 3 days, her strength, life state, hunger, and willpower severely diminished. Lu Xian regarded Shui Yu with a sense of reverence. Despite being 5 years her senior, Shui Yu had provided protection from the vile desires of men during their time in the Dawn Sanctuary, earning her the respect and admiration of all. She was the undisputed leader, having instilled fear in all males, including the likes of the wolf and bloodthirsty. Through her ruthless methods, at this moment, Shui Yu and the others returned, with Shui Yu rushing in. Her eyes reddened upon seeing Shui Yu in a state of frail beauty, pale and weak. Yuan entrusted Shui Yu to her, relieved to see her no longer suffering. Lu Xian's heart fluttered with concern as she took Shui Yu into her embrace. Yuan turned to Yuan and inquired, "Have the battlefields been cleared?" Yuan nodded. With 12 women present, Yuan felt his presence was superfluous, and he quietly withdrew. However, his departure did not go unnoticed, especially by Shui Yu and Xia Chenxi, who were aware of his movements. Shui Yu, anxious about Shui Yu's condition, wished to accompany Yuan, while Xia Chenxi decided to follow. Yuan glanced at Xia Chenxi, who had comfortably wrapped her arms around his. "How is your arm healing? Are you all right?" He asked. "That it's completely healed. Zhao Qingya's treatment is indeed remarkable, capable of regrowing limbs," she replied, demonstrating her restored arm. Yuan examined it closely, finding no flaws, the skin still delicate and fair. "What about discomfort? Is it truly healed?" Yuan inquired. "I'm fine. Look, I can play with it for as long as I like." Xia Chenxi waved her arm, stretching her muscles with a satisfying crack. "You should avoid strenuous activities and heavy lifting. Give it another day or 2 to heal completely. What if you strain it again? Are you concerned for me?" she teased. "Your injury is partially my fault. I must take responsibility. Oh, can you take responsibility for my entire being? I can hardly manage myself. How could I care for another? That's all right. Let me take care of you." Yuan turned to her. "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Will you accompany me?" "That's fine, together," she responded eagerly. "I mind. Please let go. It's late." Xia Chenxi smirked, tightening her embrace, leaning close to whisper in his ear, her intoxicating scent enveloping him. "Tonight, we must consummate our fate. I won't let this opportunity slip away. Don't you trust my body to win over your heart?" Before Yuan could protest, she swept him into the makeshift shelter. Yuan felt bewildered, sensing the effortless strength with which Xia Chenxi held him. His face flushed as he found it impossible to break free from her grasp. "Oops, I forgot to mention. My awakened ability is still cooling down. There's just 5 minutes left, but those 5 minutes are more than enough to restrain you and claim my prize." Xia Chenxi licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she pinned Yuan down. Her demeanor playful yet alluring. Yuan felt the stirrings of desire, unable to resist the allure of such an enticing offer. Yet, he was torn, realizing that if he succumbed now, it would become a definitive conclusion, eliminating any chance for retreat. The women surrounding him were not merely meek and gentle. Each possessed their own fiery spirit, with personalities that rivaled Xia Chenxi's. Yuan understood that taking a step back could lead to greater prospects in the future, while advancing could entangle him in increasingly complicated situations. Unless he devoted himself entirely, how could he possibly resist the allure of so many beautiful women? If he were to commit, there would be no turning back. Given Xia Chenxi's nature, sharing was out of the question. He could only navigate this treacherous path slowly, with patience for what the future might hold. However, Xia Chenxi could not wait any longer, forcefully tearing Yuan's clothes as if she were the one in haste. "Hey, don't." With a swift kiss, Xia Chenxi silenced Yuan's protests and began to undress. Yuan, unable to remain still, phased out just as she lunged forward, leaving her grasp empty. He sighed in relief. If this continued, he might truly lose control. It was reassuring to know he was physically normal, yet Tro, "I apologize, but I am not a man. You are too swift. It is not your fault, but rather mine." Yuan lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with Xia Chenxi, fearing that he might be melted away and abandon his principles. However, Xia Chenxi's subsequent actions caused him to flee. With only a piece of undergarment remaining on him, he feared losing himself in the alluring, mature, and voluptuous figure of Xia Chenxi, and thus he made his escape. Xia Chenxi stared blankly in the direction Yuan had departed, hugging her legs and resting her chin upon them, feeling a pang of loss and melancholy. Yet, Her gaze swiftly transformed into one of determination and unwavering resolve as she softly murmured, "Do you think I would give up? Absolutely not. I refuse to believe that I cannot capture the attention of the only man who piques my interest. You cannot elude me." Chapter 41. Number 55555 and her two close friends. Numbers 10086 and 1314520. The following day, the treasure chest refreshed once again, still, a designated black iron treasure chest. Materials for crafting Type 67 grenades 10. Materials for crafting high explosive grenades 20. Materials for crafting shells 15. Materials for crafting landmines 10. Materials for crafting anti-tank grenades 15. Materials for crafting anti-tank landmines 15. Materials for crafting rocket ammunition 15. Bronze treasure chest. Personal storage space 100 cubic meters 5. Thompson submachine guns 8. AK assault rifles 7. Red medicine. Can instantly restore all injuries. Even critically injured or near-death individuals can fully recover. 6. Attribute enhancement energy potions 10. Virus serum 5. Detection glasses 5. Super long-range telescope 2. Awakening crystal. Restriction type summon, awakening crystal. Elemental type ice. Silver treasure chest. Personal storage space 10,000 cubic meters, Barrett, Gatling machine gun, light machine guns 2. Exoskeleton armor 4. RPG rockets 2. Serum vaccine 2. Crossing teleportation ring 2. Basic restriction hourglass, elemental seed, limited edition kidney pill. Note: only this one. Whoever uses it will know. It can last for 10 days and nights without issue, beauty and physique optimization potion 2. Charming perfume. Spray it on yourself to exude a hormonal aura, making the opposite sex more infatuated and affectionate towards you. Yuan's lips twitched. Were the last 3 items serious? Zhuyu and Xiaoqinzi were already enough of a headache for him. Adding a charm buff might indeed ignite a fire. The kidney pill and beauty optimization potion seemed harmless based on their names and descriptions, but he decided against using the charm perfume. Upon swallowing a dose, he immediately felt well, nothing much at all, just an overwhelming sense of relaxation and vitality, and then it was gone. As he glanced at himself, he was astonished to discover a set of 8-pack abs. Looking in the mirror, he was taken aback. If he presented himself with such looks, he could very well be overwhelmed by women. His narcissism left him speechless, as he had undeniably transformed into a handsome figure, noticeably improved from his former self. The next task was to conquer the golden treasure chest by slaying 10,000 zombies, while the silver treasure chest required the elimination of 100 zombies per day. Yesterday, it was 200. Today, it was 300. Early in the morning, Yuan instructed his team to venture outside to slay zombies. Taking out 300 zombies was no trivial task. Airdrop drones could be dispatched to zombie-infested areas, and with a Gatling gun, it could all be handled. Additionally, for every survivor he recruited into his team, another silver treasure chest would be added, allowing him to assemble his own survival squad in this apocalyptic world. In theory, he should have 23 silver treasure chests. However, Zhuya was not yet counted, as he had only rescued her the night before and had not truly interacted with her yet. Furthermore, there was the survival task. This task bore no difference whether completed or not. As long as Yuan survived in the apocalyptic scenario, it would remain in a state of completion. Among the 3 tasks, slaying zombies would prove to be the most troublesome. But zombies were abundant, and Yuan's strength would only grow. Yuan surveyed the newly acquired items: the telescope, red medicine, attribute enhancement energy potions, exoskeleton armor, and crossing teleportation ring. The telescope was superior to military-grade ones in terms of range. The red medicine could be likened to Zhao Qingya's healing awakening skill, but this red medicine required consumption to take effect and worked more rapidly than Zhao Qingya's healing ability. The attribute enhancement energy potion could be seen as an upgraded version of the energy liquid from the black iron treasure chest. Upon consumption, each attribute would increase by 1 point. Yuan decided to try it out. Name: Yuan. Age: 20 attributes, strength: 20 speed, 20 constitution, 20 spirit, 20 awakening skill. Phasing: both speed and spirit were raised to 20 points. Balancing his attributes, Yuan then consumed 3 attribute enhancement energy potions, elevating all attributes to 23 points. He understood that the first dose aimed to equalize all attributes, followed by incremental enhancements to each, thus improving while maintaining balance. This was quite satisfactory. Turning his attention to the exoskeleton armor, he found it remarkably futuristic and stylish. After attempting to wear it, he discovered it fit comfortably, with no sense of heaviness, akin to donning regular clothing. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor included two mechanical arms, cool and powerful, heavy and sturdy, capable of lifting burdens exceeding his own strength. The entirety of his form was largely encased in the armor, rendering it difficult for ordinary bullets to penetrate. If the exoskeleton armor were paired with a Gatling gun, it could absorb the terrifying recoil, transforming anyone into a formidable force. The imagery of every woman clad in exoskeleton armor wielding a Gatling gun, turning what should be a heavy weapon into something agile and nimble, was exhilarating. The firepower would be overwhelming, granting an unparalleled sense of security. The last item was the crossing teleportation ring. Yuan examined the item description. Crossing teleportation ring. A set of starting and ending rings. The starting ring and ending ring stretch to form a diameter, fixing the ring to solid rock, and after a brief wait, a 1-meter diameter spatial passage opens, allowing individuals to traverse, limited to within 100 kilometers. Contemplating this, Yuan refrained from rushing outside. He glanced at the chat forum, where 3 private messages awaited his attention. Survivor 66666, how have you been lately? How many survival tokens have you acquired? Survivor 55555, 64, some survivors in the regional chat have wised up, deceiving others isn't too difficult, as it is factually accurate. Holding on to temporarily useless survival tokens is less beneficial than exchanging them for life-saving items. Moreover, my negotiation skills with my 2 close friends enabled me to gather so many. However, I have already traded all the farming tools and supplies you provided. I tagged you last night, but you didn't respond. Survivor 66666, quite impressive. You deserve a reward, plus the previous one, all combined. I will regularly provide you with supplies for trading. Let me know once you have completed the exchanges. Yuan listed 3 AKs, 3 detection glasses, zombie repellent, and a wealth of supplies for trade with the 3 female acquaintances. Survivor 66666, the guns have been enchanted by me. They possess infinite bullets, requiring no reload. Just pull the trigger and let it rip. Survivor 55555, awesome. You're incredible. To possess such marvelous items, I'm so envious. I wish to be with you. I'm terrified in this apocalypse. Survivor 131, 4520, thank you, dear. Sending hugs. Survivor 10086, dear. I am sweet and charming, and I can warm your bed, and I possess talents and can be at your beck and call from dawn till dusk. Please accept me. Let me be yours. Yuan ignored the message from 10086, but pondered the precariousness of the apocalypse. Should anything unfortunate befall them, he would lose his potential allies. Although he could find others on the chat forum, he had developed a sense of trust with 55,555 through their trades. And he needed individuals to expand his team. Wasn't he conveniently equipped with the crossing teleportation ring? Survivor 66666, that's feasible. Let us exchange locations for mobility. I have something that might allow you to teleport here. Survivor 55555, really, dear? Survivor 131, 4520, can't wait. Survivor 10086, Daddy, I long to be with you. Once I arrive, let me be thoroughly cherished by you. Yuan's lips twitched in response to 10,080's IXS peculiar comments. But he brushed it off as he received the locations from the 3. Upon inspection, he deduced they were approximately 30 kilometers south, as they were together and had sent identical coordinates. Yuan listed the endpoint ring for trade with them and sent the details of the crossing teleportation ring. Survivor 66666, wait for my tag to start, and let us stay in contact. Survivor 55555. Okay, sounds good. Chapter 42. The Exceptional Mature Sister Flowers, bestowing awakening skills to Imo Yue and Yuan Ruoxue. Another 64 survival tokens were in hand, plus 6 more he already possessed, bringing the total to 70 survival tokens. Yuan had not anticipated the delightful surprise from 55555. However, upgrading to platinum survival tokens required 500 black iron tokens, necessitating continued effort. The prospect of platinum treasure chests filled him with eager anticipation, as they would undoubtedly contain superior items. Meanwhile, Juya had already awakened. She had been awake for some time. Early in the morning, Zhao Qingya treated Juya, And with the overnight care from Zhuo Yu and Lu Xin, the medical professional, Zhuo Yu's injuries were stabilized. As soon as Zhao Qingya's awakening skill refreshed, she immediately provided treatment. Zhuo Ya is indeed remarkable. She awoke in a daze just around midnight. Zhuo Yu then recounted the events of the past 3 days, including their encounters with Gu Yuan. Hee, you silly girl, do you perhaps have feelings for that Gu Yuan? Zhuo Ya teased, affectionately ruffling Zhuo Yu's hair with a knowing glint in her eyes. Zhuo Yu blushed deeply, her face turning crimson to the very tips of her ears, radiating warmth. Sister. Zhuo Yu playfully tumbled into Zhuo Ya's embrace, momentarily shedding her mature and graceful demeanor, revealing instead the playful innocence of a little girl seeking comfort. Both sisters exuded an air of sophistication. Zhuo Yu embodied the archetype of a strong, elegant older sister. Captivating and alluring, with an enviable physique in contrast, Zhuo Yu possessed a more mature charm, akin to a fine wine that has aged gracefully, radiating an air of nobility and regality, exuding a cool aloofness that kept others at bay. Their graceful movements and alluring figures were strikingly comparable, yet Zhuo Yu's allure was more intoxicating, while Zhuo Yu's demeanor was gentle and dignified, rendering it difficult to discern who was superior. Hee, since I awakened, you have mentioned Gu Yuan's name 49 times. You speak of him as if he is extraordinary, often conjuring up remarkable tales. Zhuo Yu chuckled. And I vaguely heard someone mention that if Gu Yuan successfully rescues me, you would agree to become his woman? Sister. Zhuo Yu playfully pinched Zhuo Yu's side, her flirtatious demeanor unnoticed by Gu Yuan, lest he be ensnared by her charm. Zhuo Yu wrapped her arms around Zhuo Yu's waist, yearning to lounge in her embrace, but their similar physiques made it difficult. Their figures were nearly indistinguishable. The sisters were closely entwined, yet their curves prevented them from getting too close, creating a warm and harmonious scene that would leave Gu Yuan momentarily speechless. Sister. Zhuo Yu lifted her gaze to meet Zhuo Yu's, her expression unusually earnest and layered with complexity. Sister, we owe our survival to Gu Yuan. Although he shows us respect and trust, I sense it is not a solid foundation. It is merely a cooperative relationship forged for survival. He does not necessarily rely on us. Even if he were to depart, he could thrive independently, while we remain dependent upon him. Zhuo Yu's face bore a look of concern. Oh, this is unlike you. My sister is a stunning beauty, known for her unwavering determination. You are as resolute as they come, never turning back until you hit a wall. Why do you now harbor a sense of crisis? Zhuo Yu playfully pinched her sister's cheek. Smiling affectionately, Zhuo Yu swatted Zhuo Yu's hand away, her expression unusually grave, revealing a hint of vulnerability in her eyes. Sister, I am serious. What do we have left? We must cling to Gu Yuan as our lifeline. Tio, be honest. I lack confidence. You and I are both beauties, yet you possess an even greater allure. We also have 11 other sisters, each equally formidable. Take Xia Qinxi, for instance. I secretly followed them last night. Had Gu Yuan not retreated, I would have rushed forward without hesitation. Zhuo Yu gazed intently into Zhuo Yu's eyes. Their years of sisterly bond allowed for a silent understanding. Zhuo Yu's words held a semblance of truth, albeit she had yet to meet Gu Yuan, while Zhuo Yu remained unaware of his true nature. You speak of him in such extraordinary terms that I am compelled to see for myself what he is truly made of. Zhuo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged Zhuo Yu deeper into the tunnel. Upon entering the black iron shelter, they found the room empty. Zhuo Yu turned to Wang Ting, who happened to be passing by, and inquired, "Where is Gu Yuan?" He just stepped out, heading towards the back exit. Outside, Gu Yuan had summoned Yuan Ruoxue and Mo Yue, each receiving a crystal of awakening. Yuan Ruoxue awakened with ice element powers, while Mo Yue's ability was of the summoning type, allowing her to conjure a familiar to fight alongside her. However, the prerequisite for Mo Yue's summons was that she must have seen the creature before and have a clear memory of its form. It was impossible to summon something purely from imagination. For instance, she could summon a tyrant, as she had seen its likeness, but she could not conjure it from thin air. The summoning could only occur once daily, with the summoned entity dissipating after 10 minutes. Additionally, Mo Yue could not see her own attribute panel or engage in regional chat, meaning her summoned creatures would lack the capabilities associated with Gu Yuan's identity as a survivor in this apocalyptic world. Next, Gu Yuan prepared to upgrade the two women, providing the elemental seed to Yuan Ruoxue, as she was the elemental awakener. As for the primary restriction hourglass, Mo Yue had already utilized her awakening ability, and it would refresh the next day. Gu Yuan surveyed the room and ultimately focused on Yuan, recognizing that her perception awakening ability held significant advantages over aerial drones in certain scenarios. Chapter 43. The Apocalypse Dungeon Elevation. A cold wave descends, freezing the globe. The apocalyptic calamity escalates once more. Gu Yuan. Zhuiyue's voice echoed through the tunnel as she and Zhuaya approached him. In her exuberance, she prepared to embrace Gu Yuan, but he swiftly evaded her. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He hastily distanced himself, almost in a run. Zhuaya scrutinized Gu Yuan closely, noticing that he had avoided Zhuiyue's affectionate approach as if it were an affliction, sparking a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. After all, her sister was a top-tier beauty, not easily outshined. Before the apocalypse, suitors had flocked to her like moths to a flame, regardless of their wealth. Yet, the current circumstances were drastically different. The past was behind them, and both sisters had matured into even more enchanting versions of themselves. It was perplexing that this young man had not even spared her a glance. Was it a matter of depth and perception? Or was he simply shy? Sister, tone down your aura. You frightened him away. Your cool demeanor is off-putting to him and other women. He is sensitive. Next time, refrain from such behavior, Zhuiyue retorted. Wasn't it you who directly lunged at him and scared him off? Zhuiyue pouted, chasing after Gu Yuan's direction, but after 5 or 6 minutes of searching and inquiring, she still could not locate him. Just then, Yuan appeared, and Zhuiyue seized the opportunity. Yuan, do you know where Gu Yuan has gone? The master mentioned he had matters to attend to and is temporarily untraceable. However, you need not worry. He possesses the ability of intangibility, and even in danger, no one can harm him. Zhuiyue furrowed her brow, biting her lip. Yuan, tell me the truth. Do you genuinely not know where he is gone? What if something happens while he is away? I am sorry. I do not know. The master did not disclose his whereabouts to me. Yuan responded politely, bowing respectfully, adhering to Gu Yuan's directive to maintain good relations with the other women. He had advised her to avoid causing any discontent, even if she could not fully integrate. Moreover, the master stated that it was not Zhuiyue's fault, but rather his own. He had only mentioned the tasks for the day. To eliminate 10,000 zombies, with a gathering at the open space in 10 minutes, if they did not gather. She need not accompany him to kill zombies. She could handle it alone, as a robot. Yuan merely conveyed Gu Yuan's words, her emotionless tone creating a sense of distance between her and Zhuiyue, leaving her feeling somewhat stifled and lost. Hey, what is the matter? You have never been like this, Zhuiyue exclaimed from behind, suddenly tapping Zhuiyue's shoulder. Zhuiyue shrugged her off, walking away with a sullen demeanor. Hey, my dear sister, what is wrong? This is quite unusual for you. I have never seen you like this since birth. Who upset you? Speak up. I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Zhuiyue rolled her eyes. It is because of you. He is now avoiding us. Am I truly that terrifying? Did I scare him away? Of course not. You are alluring and captivating, even more so than I'd. Your presence is commanding, and your icy gaze is imposing. I told you, he is sensitive. Even I felt my intensity dissipate upon meeting him. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted them. Zhuiyue, Zhuaya, what have you done to Gu Yuan? Why is he hiding? I have searched everywhere for him. Xia Qinxi stormed over, her expression a mix of fury and urgency, fixing her gaze on Zhuiyue and Zhuaya. What is going on? Zhuaya inquired, exchanging a glance with Zhuiyue. What else could it be? She has come to demand an explanation since he is nowhere to be found. Zhuiyue and Zhuaya, one radiating brilliance and the other exuding a commanding gaze. Instill a sense of respect from others, yet I remain unyielding. Especially you, Zhuaya. Do not be so presumptuous as to think that I held you in high regard merely because you were once the leader of the Blood Rose group. I, too, have awakened powers that rival yours. I no longer rely on you. For while you have shown me kindness, should anything befall Gu Yuan, I shall not forgive you. With a fierce declaration, I turn to leave. Embodying the essence of a carefree spirit, much like Xia Qinxi, who moves with decisive grace, her hair flowing behind her. Zhuaya clutches her forehead, bewildered by the chaos. Each individual embroiled in a fierce struggle for dominance over a man. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan is not hiding. He is in contact with the individual designated as 55555. The initial and terminal rings must form a straight line to fulfill the conditions for opening a spatial passageway. The circular portal for crossing the transmission space is indeed useful and rare, yet not entirely convenient, otherwise it would not be an item obtainable from a silver treasure chest. This mechanism cannot achieve spatial transmission unilaterally. It requires collaboration from both parties. As they are survivors of a dungeon, Yuan must initiate a trade with the other side, send the location, and communicate privately to proceed, indicating that this tool is effective for dungeon survivors. For local survivors like Yuan, even with a communication device, achieving the conditions for a long-distance linear connection to open a spatial passage is exceedingly challenging. A special prompt is needed when the initial and terminal rings align in a straight line, marking the successful opening of the spatial passage, which is crucial. Moreover, Yuan is not merely interested in recruiting them into his team. He is more focused on their treasure chest marketplace. A survivor on the chat forum previously remarked astutely that the only limitations for Yuan are the upgrade of the survivor's decree and the daily refresh rate of treasure chests. Even a black iron treasure chest would not be despised by him. As for Yuan, it is not a matter of being intimidated. The truth is, the other party is simply too perfect, too alluring, that even a mere glance at her beauty evokes a sense of inferiority in Yuan as a man. The thought of possessing or desecrating her feels utterly absurd, a fantasy beyond reach for an ordinary person, igniting an internal retreat from the impossible. Suddenly, amidst the apocalyptic dungeon, all survivors are greeted by a voice echoing in their ears. Apocalyptic dungeon alert. Due to the foreseen impending catastrophe in the dungeon world, to mitigate survivor fatalities, a preemptive warning has been issued. 1. A cold wave is approaching. From today onward, temperatures will gradually decrease until they reach 0 and will continue to drop, specifics unknown. 2. The cold wave and snowfall will significantly enhance the strength of zombies and may give rise to special monsters. The ice and snow possess corrosive infectious properties, specifics unknown. 3. The duration of the cold wave is uncertain. The world will enter an era of freezing. Please make preparations for cold weather. 4. From today onward, natural disasters will occur frequently, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, typhoons, floods, mudslides, landslides, hail, and severe corrosive rainstorms, all of which are possible. 5. Please be alert. The dungeon world does not only feature zombies but also various grotesque monsters, colossal entities, bizarre creatures, waves of mice, insects, ants, and ominous clouds, each a potential threat. Exercise caution. Chapter 44. Yuan's female legion welcomes 3 new beauties, dungeon survivors, Guana, Chenyu, and Chaoshuang. The chat forum erupts with activity. Survivor 70985. Heh, no need to live anymore. The apocalyptic dungeon wishes for our swift demise. Might as well hang myself and be done with it. Death is inevitable. Survivor 14785. Ha ha ha, to the one above. IVE already jumped off a building, head first. Don't hold on to any hope. Even the esteemed number 66666 is but an ant in the face of this terrifying calamity. It's better to find relief sooner. Survivor 3574. Mommy, I'm scared. I don't dare. I don't want to die. Survivor 25123. Alas, let me finish my last cigarette before I go. It feels as though these 2 or 3 days of the apocalypse have compressed decades of tension, living in fear of being discovered by zombies. Yet with this announcement from the dungeon, it seems there's no path left to survival. In the end, death is unavoidable. Despair permeates the chat forum, with some contemplating suicide, others wailing, some resigned to self-destruction, and many driven to madness. All hope has been extinguished. Yuan feels a chill in his limbs, engulfed in confusion and chaos. If it were zombies, he could manage with weapons, but natural disasters, facing the overwhelming force of nature, whether grand or minute, are beyond human resistance. Survivor 55555. Boss, what do we do? My legs are weak. Can we truly survive? Survivor 1314520. Boss, what should I do? I still have parents and a younger brother. I don't want to die. I'm so frightened. Survivor 10086. Boss, I can't wait to come to you and let you play with me. Please comfort my panicked heart. Even if I must die, I want to be well treated before then. Regaining his composure, Yuan chuckles at the response from 10086. finding some amusement in the oddity of her words, which helps to ease his chaotic thoughts. Survivor 66666. First, stabilize the spatial passage. You all come over first, at least with me. Your chances of survival are greater. Yuan's starting ring begins to respond, a sensation akin to a subtle magnetic attraction. He secures the ring to the rock wall. The interior of the ring gradually reveals a black hole, an emptiness devoid of any connecting black pipes. The vast rock face appearing as though it has been painted in darkness, seemingly leading to another realm. Suddenly, a hand emerges from within the ring, delicate and fair, adorned with red nail polish. Following this, a head appears, strikingly beautiful. As she crawls from the ring, two more girls follow suit. Upon surveying their surroundings and catching sight of Yuan's handsome visage, they are momentarily entranced, displaying signs of infatuation. One girl's eyes gleam with admiration as she lunges toward him. Yuan frowns and holds her back with one hand. Let us start with introductions. My name is Yuan, and you are? Boss, I'm Chao Shuang, willingly at your service. The girl held back exclaims first. With a cherubic face, plump and fair, her figure is slender, and though she appears youthful, her attributes are quite ample. Boss, I am Guan Na. Survivor number 55555. I am Chin Yu. Survivor number 1314520. Yuan nods and presents them with 3 subordinate medals. These medals signify your induction into my team. Do not misplace them. Name: Chao Shuang. Age: 24. Attributes: Strength: 5 Speed, 4 Constitution, 6 Spirit, 7 Awakening Skill. None. Name: Guan Na. Age: 24. Attributes: Strength: 6 Speed, 7 Constitution, 6 Spirit, 6 Awakening Skill. None. Name: Chen Yu. Age: 25. Attributes: Strength: 5 Speed, 7 Constitution, 5 Spirit, 7 Awakening Skill. None. They are all within the realm of ordinary humans, likely having never consumed energy liquids to enhance their attributes. I reiterate, do you wish to join my team? If you wish to leave now, I shall not impede you. However, once you join my team, you must sever ties with outsiders. Even if your family is in the apocalyptic dungeon, you must seek my consent to contact them. I am generally magnanimous, yet I cannot tolerate betrayal or defection. Should I discover any illicit intentions, do not blame me for being unyielding. I have zero tolerance for such actions. Yuan delivers his stern warning, his tone grave and his gaze piercing, causing the 3 girls to swallow hard. Slightly intimidated. Rest assured, boss. Since I have joined your team, I will remain loyal. Besides, who else could I rely on? In this entire region, you are the most reliable. If we depend on ourselves, our survival tomorrow is uncertain. Now that I have joined, I will never betray you. You are my only choice, Guan Na proclaims, her expression earnest, devoid of pretense. But who can truly know the depths of one's heart? Present sincerity does not guarantee future fidelity. Even the most genuine intentions may be clouded by doubt. Only external threats can obliterate their fleeting hopes, and it may be necessary to occasionally remind them who the true authority is. I too will follow you from now on. As long as you do not violate my principles and provide sustenance, I shall not defect, Chen Yu asserts, emanating an air of intellect and grace, reminiscent of gentle Jiangnan women. Boss, I am resolutely committed to you. I shall never leave your side, not even if it costs me my life. I have yet to let you truly know me. Chao Shuang declares with a soft, pouty voice, her innocent eyes filled with determination, making Yuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Could you refrain from calling me boss? You're older than I am, for goodness sake. And stop with the childish antics. It only diminishes my impression points. Be serious. Okay. Chao Shuang pouts, visibly displeased, but Yuan pays her little mind, intentionally provoking her. You may have all been thrust from a peaceful era into the apocalyptic dungeon world. And so was I. However, I must emphasize that everyone in this apocalypse must possess their own value and purpose. Though it has only been 3 or 4 days, even without experience, you need not be utterly lost and ignorant. What I wish to convey is that I accept your ineffectiveness. Perhaps you are capable of nothing, and I do not expect you to bring me any benefit. However, you must endeavor to learn and adapt. Just as I will strive to do the same, I do not consider myself superior to you. Yet, I am determined to learn, to grow, and to adapt. Only through self-improvement can one secure a greater chance of survival. And you should do likewise. You may refer to me as Dalao, but there is no need. Simply call me by my name. Chapter 45. discovering the survivor flaw in the instance. Joya's self-introduction. Open your survivor attribute panels for me to see. Among instance survivors, one can view each other's attribute panels, provided there is authorization and mutual consent. The three women did not hesitate, for their attribute panels were nothing remarkable, rather meager. Yuan primarily wished to observe their survivor point totals. Collectively, the three women did not even amount to 50 points, insufficient to purchase a single black iron treasure chest. Yuan discovered that he could indeed interact with their material shop and treasure chest shop. And with a thought, he first clicked on Guanna's treasure chest shop. Upon opening the interface and selecting to exchange for a black iron treasure chest, to Yuan's astonishment, it was indeed possible, albeit at the cost of his own survivor points. Excited, Yuan had merely intended to experiment, and by happenstance, he uncovered a vulnerability. Open all your permissions, do not resist, and allow me to access your treasure chest shop. The three women had no objections, though Guanna was taken aback, as she could sense the exchange of a black iron treasure chest from her shop. With a swipe of his finger, 300 black iron treasure chests appeared instantaneously, leaving the three women in shock. Their treasure chest shops were entirely depleted, with a refresh not due until the following day. This secret must not be revealed in the chat forum. Let us keep it hidden for as long as possible. The three women nodded in agreement. Next came the opening of the treasure chests, and they all gathered to do so together. After 10 minutes, they had finished counting. The personal storage space was allotted to them, each receiving 15 cubic meters, and the energy liquid was also shared. The current attributes of the three women were as follows. Name, Chao Shuang. Age, 24. Attributes, Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 10. Awakening Skill, None. Name, Guanna. Age, 24. Attributes, Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 11. Awakening Skill, None. Name, Chunyu. Age, 25. Attributes, Strength, 10. Speed, 11. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Awakening Skill, None. As for other items, aside from retaining a few bottles of zombie spray, I also took over 30 subordinate medals, leaving the rest for them. Even disregarding the black iron level shelter, I suggested they exchange these items for survivor tokens in the chat forum. Most of these items came from the black iron treasure chests, which Yuan no longer valued. Aside from energy liquid and zombie spray, the other items held little significance for him, appearing almost useless, yet too valuable to discard. However, he was more than willing to trade these in the chat forum for survivor tokens, as it would aid in upgrading his survivor tokens, thus indicating that these items still held value. To a certain extent, they were even more valuable than the items obtained from silver treasure chests, with the priority being the upgrade of survivor tokens. Retain only what you truly need, and exchange the remainder for survivor tokens in the chat forum. This abundance seems rather extravagant. These items hold no utility for me. The greatest value lies in using the trivial trinkets obtained from black iron treasure chests to exchange for survivor tokens. Additionally, I can assure you that you are completely safe with me. You need not worry about food or shelter, and I will not impose any labor upon you. Your sole task is to monitor the chat forum daily in exchange for survivor tokens, which is your only responsibility. As long as you can provide me with a sufficient number of survivor tokens, you may remain in bed without concern. No one will reprimand you, nor will I say anything. Meals will be delivered to you. Do you understand my meaning? Yuan regarded the three women, for upgrading survivor tokens was paramount, and it was the foremost consideration in Yuan's mind, for only by advancing to a higher level survivor token could one increase the odds of survival in this apocalyptic world. Hey, Captain, a voice called from a distance. A girl noticed Yuan approaching, while a drone hovered above them. In this secluded tunnel, Yuan had indeed found a quiet spot. Where have you been, Captain? Everyone has been searching for you for quite some time. You should return. Yujia and the others appeared somewhat anxious. If he did not show up soon, they feared things might escalate. The newcomer was Gu Xianer, who grasped Yuan's hand and pulled him back. Suddenly, she caught sight of the three unfamiliar women behind him and inquired, "Who are they?" "Survivors I encountered by chance. They are willing to join our team, and I trust them. In this apocalypse, there are still surviving humans?" Gu Xianer scrutinized the three women, sensing their demeanor and appearance bore some resemblance to Yuan, as though they had not endured the agonies of survival in this harsh world. "What on earth happened? Why did you disappear without a word?" Gu Xianer pressed Yuan further. Not much, just went out to find someone. It was these three. I didn't have the chance to greet you. Soon, 12 women. Oh no. Now it was 14, had gathered. Although Nuwa accepted Gu Yuan's orders to relay the day's task arrangements to the women, this simulated robot also obeyed commands, though her primary directive was to protect and guard her master. Gu Yuan. Earlier, when Nuwa encountered Gu Yuan, she had been eager to follow him, but he had simply given her a few instructions before vanishing. Thus, Nuwa operated the drone above, eliminating any zombies detected and hastening to inform the women if she spotted Gu Yuan. In this tunnel, zombies had been nearly eradicated within a 10-kilometer radius. While not entirely absent, they were quite rare, particularly in the eastern section. Upon spotting Gu Yuan, Gu Xian'er signaled with a flare, prompting the women to arrive so swiftly. Zhuoyu, the fastest among them, had not awakened her skills at the outset, yet her adrenaline surged in the moment, and before Gu Yuan could react, she had tackled him to the ground. Why did you disappear without a word? Am I really that terrifying? Why hide? Gu Yuan, somewhat bewildered, looked at Zhuoyu, whose eyes were slightly reddened as her head rested against his chest. Zhuoyu lifted her head, aligning her lips with his and kissed him, causing Gu Yuan to turn away. If you dare to evade, I shall devour you tonight. Zhuoyu glared at Gu Yuan, her eyes filled with determination. Unfazed by the other women's gazes, Zhuoyu prepared to seal Gu Yuan's lips. When suddenly, Xiaoqinci rushed over, lifting Zhuoyu and hurriedly assisting Gu Yuan while glaring at Zhuoyu. Zhuoyu, what on earth are you doing? Where's your modesty? How can you forcefully kiss Gu Yuan in front of so many people? In terms of speed, Xiaoqinci could not compare, but in strength, Zhuoya swiftly helped Gu Yuan to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing and adjusting his attire. Gone was the oppressive and suffocating aura from earlier. Now, she radiated a gentle freshness, embodying the elegance of a mature older sister, her smile exuding a healing warmth. I am truly sorry, our little captain. I merely wish to test my hypothesis. I can now confidently assert that you are not afraid of me. But rather, Zhuoya affectionately ruffled Gu Yuan's hair, her smile bright and beautiful. It was evident that he was just a bashful, shy young man, not entirely dull, possessing a hint of charm and well-defined abs. You mustn't have encountered a stunning beauty like me before. It's no wonder you were captivated at first sight. Gu Yuan flushed, realizing she had indeed hit the nail on the head. Meanwhile, Zhuoyue and Xiaoqinci had not refrained from assisting Gu Yuan earlier. As Zhuoya had subtly conveyed a look of trust to them, assuring them that Gu Yuan would not be harmed, which is why they remained silent. Who are these three? Zhuoya inquired, glancing at Guan Na. Qinyu and Chao Shuang. They are survivors we encountered by chance. They wish to join our team, and I have given my consent. Are they trustworthy? Absolutely. Zhuoya did not press further, for she believed that with her presence, they could weather any storm. Gu Yuan proceeded to introduce the three newcomers to the other women, detailing their names, backgrounds, and awakening skills. Guan Na, Qinyu, and Chao Shuang were astonished to learn that these 13 women were all local survivors from the instance world. Regardless of their survival experience or combat prowess, even the seemingly harmless Yi Shaowan could easily overpower a seasoned special forces soldier. Furthermore, each woman possessed an awakening skill, though they had heard whispers of awakening skills and awakened individuals. Their previous weakness had prevented them from fully comprehending the concept. Only after some understanding did they realize the incredible nature of these skills. So, Captain, what are your plans? Zhuoya asked. You call me Captain? Gu Yuan retorted. What? Don't you want me to? Zhuoya pouted, her eyes filled with a playful lament as she gazed at Gu Yuan. Zhuoya stepped forward to clarify, Gu Yuan, my sister is with us as well. And you are still our captain. She is also one of your team members. You are the leader, and we all follow your lead. Are you certain? Can you guarantee that? Gu Yuan replied skeptically that I naturally trust that she will collaborate with us as a team member. But to follow my orders entirely, there won't be a second leader, will there? Once, I was the leader of the Blood Rose, and even then, I had no authority over her. Gu Yuan shrugged. Indeed. Your ability to consider this speaks to your potential as our leader. Zhuoya said appreciatively. Given my unique status, I tend to overthink and harbor suspicions. I cannot promise you anything. Even if I kneel before you in sincerity, my words may prove futile. True trust is built upon tangible actions and unwavering companionship. In the beginning, you may grant me a modicum of trust, but I hope you will issue orders to me as you do with the others, and I will demonstrate the kind of person I am. Gu Yuan discreetly examined Zhuaya's attribute panel, noting that the subordinate badge had been transferred to her by Zhuiyui.name. Zhuaya age, 30 attributes. Strength, 24 speed, 24 constitution, 25 spirit, 23 awakening skill. Blade transformation. Her attributes surpassed his. Coupled with her extensive survival experience and exceptional combat skills, no wonder he found himself outmatched. Alright, today, we have no specific plans. We will simply eliminate zombies. Our goal is to kill 10,000 zombies. Any more would be excessive and wasteful of our time. Once we achieve that, you will have ample time for leisure. That is all. Why must we specifically kill 10,000 zombies? Gu Shinner queried. Did you not say you would all heed my commands? Am I not allowed to keep certain things to myself? This is my order. You may choose to ignore it, Gu Yuan replied curtly. His tone unyielding, Xu Liue tugged at Gu Shinner, signaling her to remain silent. Then let us proceed to slay the zombies. The women dispersed, and Zhuaya vanished without a trace, leaving only Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Xiao Shuang. The women had more experience in exterminating zombies than he did, but given the task of eliminating 10,000 zombies, it was likely they would not see results until late into the night. As for danger, where in this apocalyptic world could one find safety? They had survived this long through myriad dangers. If something were to occur, they would have perished long ago. Leading Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Xiao Shuang into the inner tunnel, he allocated a black iron-level shelter for each of them. Yuan repeatedly emphasized their responsibilities, instructing them to monitor the area and engage in conversation to gather survivor information. Meanwhile, he did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the simulation robot Yuan to teach him practical skills and combat techniques, such as driving, firearms knowledge, Barrett sniper tactics, military strategy, free fighting, and wilderness survival. He diligently focused on acquiring any useful knowledge he lacked, refusing to squander this precious time, knowing that it would be beneficial for his future endeavors in this apocalyptic instance. Chapter 47. Acid Rain Descends. Landslide, Belevel awakened Lin Ming. The sky was shrouded in ominous darkness, thick clouds gathering densely. It was still nighttime, with low visibility, yet upon gazing upwards, one could behold the oppressive, ink-black clouds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and torrential rain cascaded down. This was no ordinary rain. It was a highly corrosive acid rain. Even regular iron would rust and dissolve under its onslaught. Thankfully, Gu Yuan had driven the RV and armored vehicle into the tunnel. Otherwise, their exteriors would surely have succumbed to rust. As for the tank, its considerable size made it impossible to enter the tunnel, so Gu Yuan had already stored it in his personal space. Fortunately, the impending rain had not caught them off guard. They had sensed a foreboding warning earlier that afternoon. Yuan and the women had ventured far afield, heedless of danger, to complete the task of eliminating 10,000 zombies. As for the nearby urban area, stretching over 20 miles to the east, Gu Yuan had no intention of approaching it, preferring to venture far to kill zombies rather than provoke that perilous location. This rain is extraordinary, Zhuaya remarked. Yuan, Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Xiao Shuang shared an unshakable sense of foreboding. They were already aware that disasters were prone to occur in the apocalyptic instance. However, knowing this was one thing. Experiencing it was another. In the face of calamity, no one could maintain composure. All their gazes turned toward Gu Yuan, silently urging him for direction. Pressure mounted upon him as the leader to formulate a plan. With no clear strategy and feeling utterly bewildered, Gu Yuan remained restless. Those observing the situation were advised to refrain from using binoculars, rotating shifts periodically. For now, they could only wait until dawn, after which they could devise a plan. The remaining individuals should take the opportunity to rest, for there may not be another chance to do so. What can we do? They could only hope for treasures to emerge, akin to Nobita wishing for Doraemon to retrieve useful gadgets from the secret pouch. All of them took refuge in the apocalyptic RV. Sleeping arrangements were certainly preferable to sleeping on the ground or in tents. Gu Yuan shared this sentiment. During such times, unity provided a sense of security, allowing for immediate orders should any situation arise. Yuan stared out at the torrential downpour, apprehensive not merely about the rain but about the tunnel itself. From a distance, it appeared as a towering mountain, with a tunnel carved through its center. Perhaps he was overthinking it. His companions were Zhuiyue and Xia Qinci, who were situated quite close. What troubles you? Are you preoccupied with something? Xia Qinci inquired. Given the state of the outside, How can one find peace of mind? I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is approaching, Gu Yuan replied candidly. Suddenly, he sensed a slight tremor. Captain, we have a situation. At that moment, Mo Yue rushed up to the vehicle, handing Gu Yuan the binoculars and pointing toward the eastern direction. Ji Yuan followed her finger, and his eyes widened at the sight. Hordes of zombies, massive waves of them, were advancing, all of them high-level zombies. The weakest among them being third tier. The sheer number was staggering, stretching beyond the horizon. Zhuya snatched the binoculars from Gu Yuan, observing the unfolding scenario. These zombies had undoubtedly emerged from that urban area and were approaching them in a coordinated formation. It was likely that a higher-tier zombie, possibly with the intelligence of a 4 to 6-year-old, was leading them, perhaps even a corpse king. Moreover, given the rainy conditions, the zombies would undoubtedly be 2 tiers stronger than during daylight. What are our options? What can we do? We cannot exit. We can only fight. We may very well be surrounded and trapped inside, Zhuya calmly assessed. I have witnessed the capabilities of your weapons. If it comes to a fight, we are not afraid. However, the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming, at least 100,000, and there may be more behind them. The reason this area is termed a death trap is that it has the potential to obliterate an entire province, turning it into a living hell. What we see before us is merely an appetizer. The true horror lies ahead. We must maintain a long-term perspective. Zhuya turned to Gu Yuan, her final words serving as a reminder. Gu Yuan was aware of this, but merely shook his head. Do you know what I fear most? It is not merely this situation. Just moments ago, even Zhuya had overlooked the fact that Gu Yuan had briefly surveyed the zombies' movements with the binoculars. With the acid rain falling outside, drones were rendered useless. He was particularly observant of the mountains flanking them. Rocks and debris were cascading downward. Ji Yuan had only noticed this because he had been vigilant. And while he could not prove anything, his foreboding grew stronger. A landslide is imminent. Had it not been for the forewarning from the apocalyptic instance, Gu Yuan might not have paid it much mind. But now that he was forewarned, he felt increasingly cautious. When we engage, let us refrain from using explosives or artillery. We should delay as long as possible. What is it? Zhuya inquired. Ji Yuan pointed upward, unwilling to elaborate further. This was the second time he felt an urgent desire to open a treasure chest, seeking a solution to their predicament. The longer they remained in the tunnel, the greater the danger became. Subsequently, the women organized themselves into formation, armed with 6 light machine guns, 6 Gatling guns, and 2 Barrett rifles. Even Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Chao Shuang were called to the front lines, limited to the use of firearms, explosives, and artillery, which created a profound sense of vibration, as Gu Yuan was concerned that the mountains might experience a premature landslide. With still 7 to 8 hours until dawn, there was ample time. Gu Yuan retrieved a reward from the golden treasure chest, obtained from the task of slaying 10,000 zombies today. Heart of Elements, a C-grade item for awakening, capable of upgrading elemental awakeners to B-grade. He pondered over whom to bestow this item upon, but given the current circumstances, it could only be granted to either Lin Mingming or Wang Ting. Lin Mingming, an awakener of water elements, could manipulate all things related to water, including this acidic rain. Wang Ting, an awakener of earth elements, could control the soil, although it was somewhat unreasonable to expect her to single-handedly prevent a landslide. Her abilities could still prove useful. Perhaps an upgrade would empower her enough to do so. Moreover, Lin Mingming could wield her water abilities effectively in this rainy weather, especially since the primary threat remained the encroaching zombies. However, he needed to summon both of them to inquire about their capabilities. Lin Mingming, Wang Ting, come here. I have something to ask you. What is it? They replied in unison. Wang Ting and Lin Mingming stood at attention before Gu Yuan, the urgent situation lending a solemnity to their demeanor. How well have you mastered your awakening abilities? Gu Yuan inquired. I need to understand your control over water and earth elements to make an informed decision. If a landslide occurs, Wang Ting, can you handle it? Can you stabilize the mountain structure? I possess an item that can elevate you both to B-grade awakeners. Lin Mingming, you too, given that it's currently acid rain. Can you completely control and shield us from the rain? Gu Yuan stated earnestly. Wang Ting was the first to respond. If it's a landslide or mountain collapse, give me 1 or 2 hours, and I can stabilize the tunnel structure to minimize the risk of a landslide. However, if it's a collapse caused by an earthquake, I would be powerless. Lin Mingming then spoke. I can control the rain within 100 meters. preventing it from falling on us. Lin Mingming, if you can maintain that control over the rain within 100 meters, can you sustain it until the rain stops? Gu Yuan pressed. Lin Mingming paused, contemplating for 2 seconds. Yes, in fact, my C-grade water awakening ability allows me to control water elements up to a kilometer away. 100 meters is within my normal capacity. It's like carrying a heavy backpack, though it becomes increasingly tiring over time. I still have the strength. If I attempt to control water elements beyond a kilometer for an extended duration, I would likely become mentally fatigued, and a moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Very well. You shall use the heart of elements in 10 minutes. Everyone needs to board the vehicles and break out. We shall abandon this tunnel. Lin Mingming, maintain your control over the water elements and prevent any raindrops from falling. Chapter 48. Zhuoya, Zhuoyu, Xiaoqinci vs. Zombie King. 10 minutes later, an armored vehicle led the way, followed by an apocalypse RV, with an even more extravagant setup on the roof, 12 light and heavy machine guns. Atop the apocalypse RV, 3 Gatling guns were stationed in the front, middle, and rear, while 2 more were mounted on the armored vehicle, not to mention the bulletproof glass on the RV and donned an exoskeleton suit. Balancing a Gatling gun on the window ledge, her 2 mechanical arms bracing the weapon against its recoil, serving as a formidable point of firepower. The other light machine guns were fully manageable by the women. Yet the RV boasted the most ferocious firepower, equipped with 10 weapons, 4 heavy and 6 light, filling the windows to capacity. The armored vehicle was fully enclosed, with only the roof providing access for fire output. With such a configuration, even the Zombie King would surely be intimidated. Meanwhile, Lin Mingming merely needed to sit quietly, controlling the water elements to shield against the rain within 100 meters. Should she falter, the lives of the entire convoy would be at stake, adding immense pressure on her. Don't feel pressured. Maintain your usual composure. You can do this, especially now that you are a B-grade awakener. This rain is trivial for you. Gu Yuan reassured Lin Mingming, fully aware that the lives of everyone hinged on her performance as they navigated through the tunnel, where life and death teetered on a knife's edge. Yes, I can do it. Lin Mingming affirmed, her gaze resolute, a newfound determination replacing her usual carefree demeanor. With the weight of responsibility upon her, she exhibited both seriousness and courage. Excellent, let us depart. Once we exit this tunnel, no matter what lies ahead, we charge through, even if it's the Zombie King. Driving were Yuan and Su Liyue, while 2 others remained at the wheel, and the rest prepared for combat, Gu Yuan included, donning his exoskeleton armor, bracing himself at the window with an RPG aimed outward. Yuan and Su Liyue pressed down on the accelerator. Outside, the zombies gradually closed in, but the exit remained unblocked, offering a glimmer of hope. The armored and apocalypse RVs surged forth like arrows, the women unleashing a hail of gunfire, particularly from the armored vehicle, which forcefully carved a path through the throng, with the RV closely trailing behind. Ahead, a group of 40 to 50 tyrants and super tyrants obstructed their route, with more super tyrants gathering behind them, flanking from both sides. The zombies surged forward like a relentless tide, intent on overwhelming Gu Yuan and his crew with sheer numbers. However, their firepower was formidable, with Gatling guns and top-tier light machine guns capable of decimating nearly 1,000 zombies per second. Even if steel were reduced to scrap, the onslaught of firepower could not be stifled by mere zombie waves. As for the super tyrants blocking the way, 2 RPG rounds were promptly dispatched, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered even the most formidable foes into fragments. If anyone were to claim the title of the most impactful in this skirmish, it would undoubtedly be Xiaoqinci, whose 3 Gatling guns could not match her speed in eliminating the undead. Activating her awakening abilities, she expertly tossed explosives, targeting the densest concentrations of zombies with pinpoint accuracy. The explosive power of her grenades, particularly the 67 type hand grenade, surpassed that of the light machine guns, maximizing the devastation wrought upon the enemy without wasting any explosive potential. Gu Yuan even entrusted her with heavier artillery. All she needed to do was ignite the fuse, transforming her into a human artillery platform. Under the relentless barrage, even the blockage posed by 100 super tyrants was no cause for concern. And within minutes they broke free from the encirclement of the zombie tide. Wait, slow down. I haven't finished throwing yet. I'm not done having fun, Xiaoqinci exclaimed, her enthusiasm unabated as she hurled explosives backward. relishing the power of her heavy shells, igniting the destructive tendencies within her. She tossed them with increasing ferocity until her initial supply was exhausted. Once those shells are gone, save the grenades. We need to conserve our resources. Gu Yuan cautioned Xia Qinzi, glancing ahead with a furrowed brow as he turned to Su Liyue. Which way are we headed? What lies ahead? Do you have any idea where our destination is? Su Liyue shook her head, perplexed. I'm not sure. Once we exit the tunnel, we just charge forward without knowing where we're going. The Apocalypse RV was driven by Su Liyue, while the armored vehicle was piloted by Yuan. Within the RV, there were 13 individuals, and 4 more occupied the armored vehicle. 2 remained on the roof, manning the Gatling guns for defense, while the rest huddled inside, as they burst through the encirclement. The number of zombies dwindled significantly. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly glanced back, his gaze drawn to a unique, formidable zombie hovering in the sky, standing 2 meters tall, with bone spikes as hard as steel. Its body encased in mutated bone armor, muscular and capable of flight, it loomed like a solitary king, disdainful of everything around it. Slowly, it withdrew a bone spike and hurled it like a javelin, its speed surpassing that of an electromagnetic cannon, sending a profound sense of crisis coursing through Gu Yuan. The women's hearts sank in unison, anxiety gripping them. As to understand, the Corpse King is merely a single strike. The 3 women are only managing to fend off the bone spears hurled by the Corpse King. Zhuaya, transformed into a blade, has already suffered chinks, while Zhuayue has been shaken into internal injury. The explosive power unleashed by Zhuayue and Zhuaya is far from a simple sum of 1 plus 1. Zhuaya's transformation into a weapon possesses an enhancement effect, compounded by Zhuayue's swift eruption of strength. Moreover, they are sisters, deeply understanding one another, allowing for a seamless and powerful synergy to manifest. The Corpse King, hovering above, remains steadfast but shows no intention of further attack, gradually retreating with the horde of undead. Why does it not continue? In the void, a voice, one that only the Corpse King can hear, emanates from an unknown source, accessible solely to him. You cannot hold me, the voice of a child resonates, echoing the Corpse King's thoughts, unheard by any other, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the ethereal. Merely the 3 of them can withstand me. What of the others? A sense of danger lingers. Very well. Would you care to visit City S? It is a gathering place for 7 Corpse Kings and 1 Corpse Emperor, preparing to besiege humanity's final refuge. Not interested, though I have recently noticed the inexplicable emergence of new humans, sparking a flicker of curiosity within me. Chapter 49. City S, a new target. The cold wave descends. Are you all right? Gu Yuan inquired with concern towards Zhuayue. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. The Corpse King is surprisingly formidable. Gu Yuan exclaimed. This particular Corpse King is terrifyingly strong, Zhuaya commented. Perhaps the acidic rain has enhanced its power, Zhuayue suggested. With my current strength combined with my sister's, we could indeed contend with the Corpse King, perhaps even defeat it. Yet, a single strike from it sent me reeling back. Its strength is outrageous. I suspect it may be on the brink of becoming a Corpse Emperor. Even if we all banded together, we might not stand a chance, Zhuayue stated gravely. If I had a suitable weapon and could move faster, I could take it on single-handedly, Xia Qinzi interjected. Zhuayue cast a sidelong glance at her. Were I to possess your terrifying power, I too could challenge it. Just a fraction would suffice. I could as well. If that Corpse King were within 100 meters of me, I could compel it to take its own life. Gu Xin'er chimed in at that moment. But why did that Corpse King refrain from attacking afterward? Its strength could easily contend with all of us, Gu Yuan remarked. At this stage, Corpse Kings have developed intelligence and the ability to speak. Though their cognitive capacity may be akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old, they can perceive the situation clearly. If it were to engage us directly, it would not fare well, Zhuaya replied. Let it go. Since the Corpse King has not pursued us, we should swiftly distance ourselves from this place. What if it decides to turn back? Gu Yuan, unfamiliar with this apocalyptic realm, turned to the locals for guidance. In this apocalypse, where else is there to go? I have lost hope. Gu Xin'er lamented. I feel it would be better to remain in this RV, treating it as a home, convenient, comfortable, and mobile, rather than seeking a suitable environment to settle in. What if disaster strikes? A movable dwelling allows for escape in case of danger, Imo Yue suggested. At the very least, we should find a place to rest. We cannot wander aimlessly forever, Yuan insisted. How about we head to City S? I have heard it is the last refuge for humanity on the continent, Zhuya proposed. I believe I have also heard that. It seems there is only that final sanctuary left for humans on the continent. We had wanted to go before, but it is far, and we could encounter unforeseen dangers along the way. We cannot afford to take risks, Yue added. Achoo. Why does it feel like the temperature has suddenly dropped? It feels as though it has fallen below zero, Gu Xin'er exclaimed, dressed lightly. Despite being an awakened with superior physical attributes, she still felt a slight chill. Survivor 55555. Gu Yuan, look at the chat forum. A private message notification prompted Gu Yuan to discreetly glance at Guan Na. Survivor 14440. Ugh, why has it suddenly become so cold? I'm only wearing a shirt. Survivor 55221. Seriously? Who are you trying to garner sympathy from? We've all been affected by this acidic rain. Countless lives have been claimed, and we have no shelter from the rain, yet here you are. Unscathed. Survivor 34985. Is anyone aware of City S? I've heard there are indigenous survivors from the instance world there. Survivor 80700. To the person above, I advise against coming. I am currently in City S, and I solemnly warn you, do not come here. It's a den of horrors, teeming with countless zombies, flying from the sky, crawling on the ground, and burrowing from below, all launching an assault. Survivor 36547. What the hell? Why did the person above suddenly go silent? Is it really that dangerous? Survivor 73200. Yes, it's extremely terrifying. I'm also in City S, and you should consider yourselves lucky not to have been dropped into the instance here. I've just been placed in the gathering spot of indigenous survivors and am being forcibly conscripted. Humanity's last refuge is on the brink of collapse, and every person there is fighting for their life. Another one went silent. Yuan fell into silence, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Let us set forth towards City S, however. Once we reach the outskirts, we shall not advance further but rather circle around the perimeter. What is it? Zhuye inquired. Nothing, I have my own thoughts, Zhuye observed Gu Yuan, noticing his evident strangeness, but chose not to address it directly. What are your plans moving forward? I'm not certain, but I have 3 general directions in mind. Oh? What are they? Zhuye asked. First, prepare for the cold. Do not inquire how I know, nor question it. From now on, temperatures will plummet drastically. I cannot predict how low they will go, but it will be severe, accompanied by various natural disasters that may become increasingly frequent. Be mentally prepared. Second, we must enhance our strength, improve our capabilities, and refine your awakening skills. As for the third, you need not know. Why can't we know? Xia Qinzi challenged. Yuan disregarded her, acknowledging that the third objective was to collect survivor tokens, upgrade them, and open higher-tier treasure chests to bolster their strength. But could he divulge that to them? All right, everyone should rest. It's time for a rotation. Yuan settled into the front bunk to avoid being squeezed by Xia Qinzi and Zhuye, hoping to only be mildly disturbed from the rear. Gu Yuan noted that whenever Xia Qinzi and Zhuye had a moment of leisure, they would cling to him, now with unabashed boldness, treating him as if he were a mere plaything, heedless of the gazes of the other women. Yet, he remained naive. Zhuye was the first to sit directly on his bunk, even squeezing in beside him. Zhuye, could you show a modicum of decorum? Gu Yuan exclaimed. Behind him, Xia Qinzi raised an eyebrow, her expression mischievous. She reached out to pull Gu Yuan closer, intending to bring him into her bunk, but Zhuye held fast to his arm, locking eyes with Xia Qinzi in a silent standoff. Yuan felt torn between them, his frustration boiling over. Enough, both of you. Is this the time for your antics? I'm already irritated, and your energy is boundless. Go keep watch on the roof and let someone else take over. Observing this scene, Zhuye gently shook her head in disapproval. Outside the vehicle, the journey was not without its perils. While not overly dangerous, zombies were still frantically lunging at them. The armored vehicle and RV were closely aligned, the heavy machine guns on the roof never ceasing their fire, keeping the undead at bay within 100 meters. Despite the absence of a larger horde, caution remained paramount. After Gu Yuan's outburst, Zhuye and Xia Qinzi settled down, albeit with lingering glances of resentment, both huffing softly. Chapter 50. Gather enough survivor tokens, prepare for upgrades. The incessant clattering of heavy machinery filled the air, forcing Gu Yuan to will himself to sleep. To prevent further disturbances, he instructed Zhuoyue and Xia Qinxi to switch roles and take the wheel. Zhuoyue drove the armored vehicle while Xia Qinxi maneuvered the RV. Most of the women were adept at driving. With Gu Yuan's arrangement, their expressions turned increasingly sullen, resembling aggrieved wives. With no interruptions, despite the cacophony, he endeavored to force himself to sleep, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about mishaps on the road. There would always be someone to alert him if trouble arose. He took advantage of this opportunity to rest, knowing that later there might be no time for such luxuries. However, even with Zhuoyue and Xia Qinxi occupied, he was not free from their scrutiny. The vehicle was filled with women, and he was the sole male amidst them. Each woman's demeanor was perplexing, their occasional glances towards him casual, yet charged with an inexplicable intent. It was challenging to decipher their thoughts. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were closing in on him, as if an unseen force was drawing near. Why else would he find himself surrounded by women, no matter where he sat? Whether at the front or in the corner, there were plenty of available spots, yet they always gravitated towards him. They weren't overtly intrusive, at least. They didn't engage in physical teasing or harassment. Their gazes mostly directed out the windows. Just then, Gu Yuan felt a slight tickle in his palm and turned his head. Sitting in the far left corner at the back of the vehicle, he was flanked by Yunan on his right, with Lu Xian in front, and Wang Ting above him. Yuan withdrew his hand, turning his back to Yunan. Suddenly, he felt a tickle at the nape of his neck. His earlobe slightly damp, with a barely perceptible breath against his skin. Yuan abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing, while Yunan appeared to be asleep, lying sideways with her back to him. Her face obscured, as if she hadn't stirred at all. The others seemed oblivious. His position offered a partial obstruction to their view. Yuan draped a blanket over his head, turning his back to her. However, what Gu Yuan failed to notice was the subtle curve of Yunan's lips, forming a faint smile. Suddenly, as if a shadow had been cast, Yunan tightly shut her eyes. Zhuoyue glanced at her but chose not to break the silence. Gently, Zhuoyue tapped Gu Yuan, prompting him to turn. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? I heard from Zhuoyue that you possess numerous weapons, particularly large blades and long spears. Especially those that are exceptionally sharp. These would be of great use to me. Could you possibly share some? Of course, I have plenty. Yuan immediately revealed all the cold weapons from his spatial storage, including dozens of daggers and curved blades. Some of these had been discreetly acquired through transactions with Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Chao Shuang. He truly lacked for nothing in the way of knives and spears. More would arrive tomorrow, particularly daggers, which were short enough for survivors in the dungeons to engage zombies at close quarters. He was quite relieved that no one sought them, as discarding them would be wasteful and take up space. Is this sufficient? If not, I have more to offer you tomorrow. This is enough. I can digest and absorb it. You consume these? Indeed. Would you like to see a demonstration of swallowing one whole? Zhuoyue raised an eyebrow and winked. Perhaps not. Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Before Gu Yuan, Zhuoyue transformed into a blade, which floated in midair as a dagger drew near, gradually merging and dissolving into it. Sensing it was still insufficient, a multitude of daggers surged towards the long sword, surrounding it as they were gradually refined and absorbed, undergoing a process akin to tempering, yet devoid of the sounds of a blacksmith's hammer. More refined and expedited instead, a plastic bag gently fluttered down, weightless. Upon touching the edge of the long sword, it disintegrated into two pieces in less than a second, adhering and then breaking apart. Is it true that the sharper the weapon, the better? Indeed. Gu Yuan observed that Zhuoyue was only absorbing daggers and curved blades, showing no interest in larger swords or spears. He cast a glance at the seemingly slumbering Yunan and reached out to pat her shoulder. What about you? Have you comprehended your awakening ability? Yunan, slightly confused, turned over and scratched her head. I appear to be somewhat akin to Zhuoyue, capable of devouring armor and steel. Ideally, I would like to transform into the armored vehicle we saw earlier, achieving a qualitative metamorphosis. There seems to be potential for enhancement in defense, space, power, durability, and performance, but I have yet to thoroughly grasp it. Otherwise, I could target specific breakthroughs. It's akin to a matching game. The more armored vehicles I have, the better and faster my overall enhancement. All right, just let me know what you need. Strengthening our power is paramount, and I can certainly provide some. The wind began to pick up. Yunan glanced out the window. Lin Mingming, How are you feeling? Gu Yuan called out. I'm fine. You should trust the B-level awakener. This drizzle is as easy for me as eating and drinking. Even if the sky were to break open, I could withstand it. Don't believe me? Just watch. Sitting in the middle of the vehicle, Lin Mingming took a bite of an apple with her left hand while waving her right hand outward. Rainwater outside coalesced into 10 water arrows, flying out to pierce and eliminate 10 zombies in an instant. Despite the impressive display, the real marvel lay in Lin Mingming's multitasking. She not only had to keep the acidic rain within 100 meters from falling, but also condense water arrows and control their firing to kill 10 zombies. This showcased her extraordinary water manipulation abilities, especially with a typhoon raging outside. I'm not doubting you. Just be careful. Gu Yuan, himself a B-level awakener, could naturally assess the strength of his peers. Regarding Lin Mingming's apple, she was currently the most vital core of their group, and he was concerned about her state, hence offering her fruit to replenish her energy. Gu Yuan, I want an apple too. Summer Chinsi, who was driving in the front, chimed in eagerly. Gu Yuan ignored her, gazing out the window as the wind intensified, bending the trees. The clouds above, like snow, along with Gu Xin'er and Mo Yue on the armored vehicle's roof, would surely be swept away if not for their exoskeleton armors firmly securing the heavy Gatling guns. The wind aided the rain, accompanied by flashes of red lightning and the acrid scent of the air. With torrential rain pouring down as if it would never cease, the vehicle dared not accelerate. Survivor 66666, how many survival tokens have been obtained? Survivor 55555, 435. Gu Yuan's eyelids twitched. A surge of excitement bubbling within, he discreetly glanced at Guan Na, who caught his eye and subtly nodded. Survivor 66666, why the sudden increase? Survivor 55555, by evening, we had already secured 400 tokens. Largely due to our opening of black iron treasure chests, most contents being useful for forum survivors. During the day, the chat forum was in a frenzy. Additionally, your previous aggressive statements tempered some people's greed, which is why we have amassed so many, although supply is still insufficient. However, with tonight's acidic rain, the death toll has plummeted, and no one has the inclination to engage in the chat forum. Everyone is seeking shelter from the rain. Survivor 66666, quite impressive. Survivor 55555, Gu Yuan, don't umbrellas and raincoats work? Survivor 66666, what do you think? Ordinary umbrellas are incinerated instantly in this acidic rain, let alone raincoats. Survivor 55555, alas, thankfully, we encountered you in time. Otherwise, we would surely be doomed. Chapter 51, Platinum Survival Token, Godzilla Template Awakening Crystal, Zombie Refining Energy Oil Machinery Equipment. Click to fuse and upgrade. Yes or no? Yes. 435.7505, plus 5 more. A brilliant light flashed, and simultaneously, every surviving dungeon survivor heard the apocalyptic dungeon notification in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 66666 for being the first to upgrade to the platinum level apocalypse survival token. The chat forum erupted in a stir, though not overwhelmingly, as most had perished. Thankfully, the apocalyptic dungeon only released 1 million survivors daily, avoiding a mass drop of everyone from Blue Star into the apocalyptic dungeon world. Otherwise, during this rainfall, billions could perish, highlighting the dungeon's cruelty, which seemed intent on extinguishing humanity. Ding! As the first survivor to upgrade to the platinum level apocalypse survival token, please select one reward from the following options. Golden light shimmered, presenting a choice of 3 mysterious treasure chests. Ding! Monster King Godzilla Template Awakening Crystal. Note: Awakeners can transform into Godzilla. Extremely rare. Gu Yuan inhaled sharply, feeling the temperature in the vehicle rise. What's wrong? Zhuoyu, who was still absorbing and refining herself into the long sword, noticed Gu Yuan's strange demeanor and inquired. Nothing. He concealed his excitement, fearing she might think him mad. However, this item was not something he could use at present. He was reluctant to give it to anyone unless they were his most trusted allies, those with whom he shared a bond akin to life and death, a loyal lover. He would not easily part with it unless their relationship was solid as steel. Platinum Treasure Chest Task Issued. Assemble a team of 10 or more awakened beings to form your own squad. Ding! Task completed. Was it that simple? Gu Yuan pondered in astonishment, considering the situation from another perspective. This was not merely about gathering 10 survivors, but rather 10 awakened beings. For others, this would certainly not be straightforward. Zhuiya's previous Blood Rose mercenary corps had numbered around 400 to 500, yet only 7 were awakened, underscoring the rarity and value of awakened individuals. Opening the platinum treasure chest could either materialize it or allow it to be accessed from his spatial storage. Without the latter, he would have to manifest it openly, which he preferred to avoid, as he did not wish to reveal too many secrets in front of the women. Yuan opened a small crack to access the chest. Knowing that opening it required skill, by first creating a slight gap, the chest would automatically divulge the information about its contents into his mind. What if something substantial emerged, though his spatial storage was already ample? What if an even larger item came forth? Would it not risk bursting his storage? Zombie refining fuel device. A mechanical apparatus capable of refining fuel, gasoline, and diesel. Note: not only zombies can be refined. If there are resources like oil wells, or waste oil, they can also be processed, and even more rapidly than zombie refinement. Yuan's expression brightened with excitement. Thankfully, he had just donned a mask. The confined space of the vehicle allowed him to see clearly, or else he would have drawn the curious gazes of the women. Gasoline was the lifeblood of industry, especially for his tank, which was a notorious fuel guzzler. Coupled with the RV and armored vehicle, even if he possessed 1 billion survival points, the expenses would still be painful. Gasoline was more expensive than meat. His survival points were constantly being expended without a means of replenishment. Filling up 2 vehicles would cost more than a platinum treasure chest, which was worth 1 million survival points. Damn. Even with wealth, such expenditures would soon deplete his resources. In this apocalyptic dungeon, there was a shortage of everything except zombies. Was this not a form of resource extraction? Yet the dilemma remained. He lacked a fuel storage tank, and the supply shop had none available. Survivor 55555. Yuan. My survival points are actually increasing. I hadn't noticed before, but now they've risen by over 300. Survivor 66666. What's going on? Survivor 55555. I observed that survival points increase by 1 point every minute. Jinyu and Chao Shuang experienced the same, and there have been subtle hints in the chat forum. I harbor suspicions that ever since the onset of this acidic rain, the survivors within the instance have seen their survival points increment by 1 every minute. It seems as though the apocalyptic scenario is deliberately orchestrated, as the rate of death is alarmingly rapid, devoid of any suspense regarding survival, thus warranting the increase in survival points. Survivor 66666. And so what? The black iron chests may not yield items capable of resisting the acidic rain. Death is still inevitable. Moreover, this situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Teos speak rather harshly. If the instance survivors no longer exhibit a fervent desire for the wares from the black iron chests and the resource marketplace, the survival tokens are being hoarded, rendering them reluctant to trade. This ultimately leads to a deceleration in my progress towards acquiring higher-tier survival tokens, unless I can offer something of greater value in exchange. Survivor 55555. What shall we do then? Survivor 66666. What else is there to do but accept our fate? What are you pondering? Yuan leaned closer to Yuan, scrutinizing him intently. Nothing of consequence. Why haven't you rested a bit? It will soon be your turn to take over driving. Yuan refrained from responding further, instead leaning in to gaze at him. No. Although you're wearing a mask, I still caught a glimpse of your earlier excitement. I noticed it too, and your brow has been furrowed frequently. Are you contemplating something? Zhuiya remarked, inching closer to Yuan. Yuan felt a jolt of alarm within. These women possess an uncanny perceptiveness. Maintaining a facade of indifference, he replied. Perhaps it's just memories from my childhood. Would you share a tale from your youth? I'm disinclined to do so. How much longer until we reach City S? 2 to 3 days, I estimate. We need to traverse a city district and a dense forest, followed by a military-industrial zone, a military factory that was under construction before the apocalypse, but was left abandoned when the world fell apart. Zhuiya explained. A military factory? Is there any weaponry to be found? Yuan inquired. I've merely heard that the area is cordoned off by the military. The specifics remain unclear. How far are we from that city district now? 5 to 6 hours, perhaps 7 or 8 if we proceed slowly. Slow is acceptable. The weather is worsening. When necessary, we may halt or alter our course. Chapter 52. Cluster bombs and full nitrogen anionic salt bombs. The inclement weather, torrential acidic rain coupled with a typhoon, After an unquantified distance, nearly 4 to 5 hours had passed. The weather outside had deteriorated sharply. The wind threatened to uproot trees along the roadside, while the rain fell in torrents, rendering the roads muddy and treacherous, compounded by the typhoon, causing the tires to skid. With temperatures plunging to -30 degrees, Yuan grew concerned and instructed the women to remove the Gatling gun from the vehicle's roof. Noting that there were few zombies outside, as the wind was fierce enough to sweep a person away, at least it was warmer inside the vehicle than outside. Yuan also redeemed some warm clothing and blankets from the resource marketplace for the women, particularly for Guanna, Chenyu, and Chao Shuang, who, despite their superior resilience compared to others, still required additional warmth. The physical conditioning and attributes of the other women allowed them to withstand the cold. And the air was putrid. All the women wore masks, and Yuan had installed an air purifier within the vehicle. Thus, their discomfort was manageable. For Yuan and the women, it was not excessively cold. And even clad in light clothing outside, they could endure. Drawing from his own experience, Yuan surmised that even in -50 degrees, wearing light clothing outside would not pose a significant issue. Although it was indeed a bit chilly, one had to keep moving to stave off the cold. However, for ordinary individuals, even being fully bundled would result in uncontrollable shivering. The sky remained overcast, yet it was approximately 4 a.m. Yuan's sleep was shallow, as he awaited the refreshing of the treasure chests, his mind preoccupied with the thought of opening them, which hindered him from achieving deeper slumber. The first redemption was the black iron chest. Requiring specific keywords to be entered in the designated input field. Manufacture black gold bomb material, 10. Manufacture rocket bomb material, 10. Manufacture cluster grenade material, 20. Manufacture cluster bomb material, 30. Manufacture full nitrogen, anionic salt material, 30. Yuan frowned as he entered the bomb manufacturing workshop. Clicking on the bomb manufacturing option. After a considerable pause, he reflected. The pros and cons were balanced. On the positive side, these materials possessed immense destructive power, particularly the full nitrogen anionic salt bomb and the cluster bomb. A mere 0.2 grams equated to the explosive potency of a high explosive grenade. 10 grams could obliterate the entire tunnel where Yuan once resided, spanning 3 to 4 kilometers, along with the mountain itself. The cluster bomb, also known as a submunition bomb, was a formidable weapon for ground strikes, epitomizing carpet bombing and classified as a contraband weapon. While these aspects were commendable, the downside was that a single unit of the full nitrogen anionic salt bomb material only sufficed for 0.1 grams, equivalent to 1 black iron chest. For a cluster bomb, 100 units of material were needed to produce a small submunition bomb, 1,000 for a medium-sized bomb, and 10,000 for a large one. The cluster grenade consisted of 9 small bombs attached to a larger central bomb, requiring 10 units of material for a single finished product. Both the rocket bomb and black gold required 5 units of material each for a completed product. While anti-tank mines or grenades required 3 units, high-explosive grenades and mines required 2 units, and handle grenades required just 1. Every item was meticulously accounted for within the black iron chest. Next came the bronze chest. Acid rain umbrella, 10. Acid rain jacket, 10. Super insulated down jacket, 5. Attribute enhancement energy potion, 5. Super battery, 8. Super eco-friendly fuel tank, 10. Special insecticidal spray, 2. Yuan glanced at the contents, finding them rather unremarkable, devoid of particularly striking items. The acid rain jackets and umbrellas served the purpose of shielding against rain and preventing acidic droplets from contacting the skin. The down jackets provided superior warmth compared to standard ones, creating a sensation akin to being enveloped by a furnace during prolonged wear. The super batteries stored electrical energy, while the fuel tanks served to store gasoline and fuel. This acquisition was fortuitous, as he was uncertain where to procure a fuel tank, and now they were fully equipped to methodically eliminate zombies while gradually refining fuel, advancing at a leisurely pace without urgency to reach their target. As for the silver chests, he had yet to kill a sufficient number of zombies. He had 3 tasks for the silver chest, 2 of which had been completed, leaving only the task of slaying zombies. With an additional 100 added daily, today's target was 400. Where do we stand now? Yuan inquired. At this hour, several of the women had fallen asleep. Yuan approached the driver to speak softly. The driver had already been swapped out, with Zhuoya now at the wheel. Xiao Chenxi had also dozed off, but upon the rotation, she attempted to snuggle beside Yuan. However, After receiving a stern glare from him and a pointed look from Zhuoya, she obediently returned to her own sleeping area. This marked the first instance where Yuan had assertively glared at a woman. Estimating, we are still about 3 to 4 hours from the first city district. Are you unable to sleep? Are there zombies in the vicinity? There are, but the wind and rain obscure them from our view. What is the matter? When we reach an area with zombies, don't bother taking detours. Let us head straight into the throngs. We have business to attend to. Understood. You are the captain. Your word is law. Is something amiss? Zhuoyu, seated in the passenger seat, inquired. She began to rouse the female team members. With Guan Na, Chun Yu, and Chao Shuang yawning widely. Slay the zombies. Don't question why engage in needless combat with zombies. They aren't even rushing toward us, Gu Shina replied. I have my reasons and plans. You need only follow my orders. Yuan's words reached the armored vehicle ahead through the communication device. Soon, both vehicles headed toward the area populated by zombies. The immediate objective was to eliminate 400 zombies. Then follow his directives. The women did not linger in conversation, swiftly springing into action. Yuan observed them with admiration. Unlike the instant survivors, these women exhibited remarkable discipline, treating his words as commands and executing their tasks with alacrity. When one places complete trust in you, it feels as though they have entrusted their lives to the executor of commands, hoping merely to be guided further along the path. Yuan discerned this sentiment in their eyes. In contrast, the instant survivors, even the 3 female ones among them, responded sluggishly to his commands, appearing to receive notifications rather than orders. Yuan was intrigued by how these women had been cultivated and trained. Displaying a vigor that surpassed that of military forces in their execution of actions, operating with precision and decisiveness. How they managed to survive in this apocalyptic world was truly unfathomable. As the vehicle's roof was opened, the Gatling guns were mounted, 3 in total, more than sufficient to dispatch the 400 zombies. Yet the wind outside was fearsome. Yuan observed zombies being swept away by the gusts. Positioned at the firing stations were Zhao Qingya, Lu Xian, and Wang Ting, all adorned in exoskeleton armor, their mechanical arms firmly securing the Gatling guns, stabilizing their aim. The wind threatened to topple the 3 women, forcing them to squint against the gusts as they struggled to maintain their balance. On this unfamiliar stretch of road, there were indeed zombies present, albeit not in great numbers. Yuan's target count was a mere 400. The vehicles advanced slowly, the mounted weaponry firing resolutely against the tempest. Chapter 53. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade. An hour later, the task of slaying 400 zombies was accomplished. Yuan's current team consisted of 16 members, excluding the simulated robot Yuan, thus totaling 26 silver chests. Ready to be redeemed and opened. Thermostats, 2, windproof and acid-resistant greenhouse umbrellas, 4, oil gloss coating, 2, temperature-insulated down jackets, 4, armored reinforcement components, Qinglong Yinyue blade, wind energy conversion devices, 2 wind turbines, super large generators, super large capacitors, 2, super large eco-friendly oil storage cabinets, 4, all-terrain armored vehicles, god-tier insecticides. After examining each item from beginning to end, one could confidently declare them all to be useful. The thermostat, akin to an air conditioner, surpasses it in sophistication without relying on complex principles, regardless of the frigid exterior temperatures plunging to minus 100 degrees. The indoor climate can be adjusted to a comfortable level above freezing. The acid-resistant greenhouse umbrella, when unfurled, spans 100 meters. Its workings are beyond comprehension, though its ability to shield against acid rain is understandable. However, the wind protection remains enigmatic, especially in the face of a ferocious typhoon, which this structure remarkably mitigates. The oil gloss coating, also known as oil paint, is applied to vehicles or armor to prevent corrosion from acid rain and rust. The temperature-insulated down jacket ensures warmth even in minus 100 degrees. The armored reinforcement components involve affixing armor plating to the exterior of vehicles, enhancing their defensive capabilities. The Qinglong Yinyue blade weighs an astounding 1,000 kilograms. The wind energy conversion devices can redirect wind, serving as a wind mitigation apparatus, shifting the wind's resistance. This is a high-tech marvel not found on Blue Star, whose principles elude understanding. As for the subsequent items, their names reveal their purposes, albeit in a fortified form compared to reality. Golden Treasure Chest Task. Survive for 10 hours amidst a storm, immediate activation. 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, this time. The mission does not entail exterminating zombies. It seems the tasks are subject to change, Yuan pondered. Idleness was not an option. Moreover, the two vehicles were nearly out of fuel, each consuming over 1 million survival points per refuel. It was impractical to continue driving without restraint, necessitating a strategy to minimize expenses. Employing local resources, he intended to extract gasoline from the zombies, refining it while on the move, stopping intermittently to delve into the heaps of corpses. Maximizing oil extraction. Yuan had a premonition that larger entities capable of consuming oil would inevitably appear in the future, prompting him to stockpile as much as possible. The women's gazes were fixed upon him. Anticipating his next words, their expressions resolute. Yuan felt the weight of their trust pressing down on him. "Dio, you truly believe in me," he mused. Yu blinked, staring intently at Yuan. "Have you not considered us worthy allies? Just look outside and at us. Do you have any alternatives? Will you cast us aside?" Zhuya interjected. Xiaoqinci stepped forward, placing her hands on Yuan's shoulders, her eyes filled with earnest trust. "Do not feel pressured. Feel free to express your ideas. I won't complicate matters. I simply trust you to lead and protect us. That is my conviction. Captain, we all believe in you." 13 Yuan bit his lip, lowering his head. Having only traversed 4 or 5 days as a novice, he felt the burden of such unwavering trust. The thought of leading them weighed heavily on his conscience. Any misstep in his orders could place them in peril, and the guilt would be unbearable. Whether true or not, the vividness of their faith pierced through his lack of confidence. He acknowledged that despite potential changes, their trust remained genuine for now. Stealing a glance at 3 other surviving members from different instances, he noted the vast disparity in their capabilities. They seemed to struggle with even the simplest tasks, yet he admired the unwavering attitude of the women around him. Was it fair to deem such individuals as unworthy? Their resolute demeanor was invaluable and dependable. Who wouldn't want such allies? "Very well. I promise you that I will not betray your trust," Yuan declared, meeting each gaze in turn. He recognized the immense learning and growth he needed to undertake. Courage was essential. "Everyone, let's disembark," Lin Mingming instructed. "Zhao, can you extend the rain shield further? Is a kilometer manageable?" "No problem. It's well within my capabilities. 10 kilometers is no challenge." "Excellent." Casting a glance, Yuan handed the oil gloss coating to Yi Shaowan. "Apply this paint to the exterior of both vehicles. There is no need to coat the interiors, but ensure that the armor on the outside is thoroughly covered. This oil gloss coating will protect the armor from corrosion by acid rain. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yi Shaowan nodded earnestly. Yuan then proceeded to install the wind energy conversion devices onto the vehicles, delegating this task to Nuwa, who effortlessly handled it. This realistic robot proved invaluable. Since it could manage anything, he entrusted her with the installation of the wind turbines, batteries, and capacitors as well. Generating, charging, and storing electricity was a crucial energy source, indispensable in their circumstances. Harnessing the violent winds for energy was a clever utilization. The armored reinforcement components were also left for Nuwa to finalize. Yuan turned to the remaining women, contemplating for a moment. "Zhao Qingya and Lu Xian, can you set up the greenhouse umbrellas outside? It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Both women nodded in unison, their movements swift and efficient, undeterred by the powerful winds that could easily topple others. Yuan and the women exited the vehicle, stabilizing their footing against the gusts as they awaited Zhao Qingya and Lu Xian to erect the umbrellas. The purpose of these umbrellas was not merely to shield from rain, but to provide shelter from the wind. The machinery for extracting gasoline from zombies was somewhat bulky, and Yuan produced all 4 umbrellas. "The rest of you, don these raincoats and head outside to transport the zombie corpses. Exercise caution. The raincoats will protect against acid rain, but do not tear them. The winds are fierce, so proceed slowly and stay grouped. Do not scatter, be vigilant. If you venture beyond a kilometer, you will exit Lin Mingming's protective zone against acid rain." Yuan cautioned solemnly. Given the severe weather, it was prudent to issue such warnings. Although the 9 women were puzzled, they did not question further. Their focus was on the task at hand, not on courting danger. "Could you explain why?" Zhuya finally asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's simple. The zombie corpses are valuable," Yuan replied. "You will understand soon enough." Once the women departed, Yuan turned to Nuwa, who had completed her tasks. Having emerged from the golden treasure chest, he felt an innate trust in her capabilities, akin to an independent artificial intelligence skilled in various tasks. Entering the already constructed greenhouse umbrella, he conjured an enormous industrial apparatus from thin air. Leaving Zhao Qingya, Lu Xian, Lin Mingming, and the three other survivors astonished. Who wouldn't he be astounded by the sudden appearance of such a large contraption? Gu Yuan addressed Nuwa. Do you know what this is? Nuwa raised her head, her eyes resembling scanning devices as they analyzed and processed information. After a brief pause, she concluded, this is a mechanical processing device for refining gasoline or fuel. Can you operate it? Yes? Excellent, then the task of refining gasoline is yours. The convenience of having such a realistic robot was undeniable. The refining process came with a manual, and it operated fully autonomously, requiring minimal human intervention. However, Gu Yuan found her a bit lazy. Chapter 54, Utilizing Local Resources, Refining Gasoline from Zombies. The machine hummed to life without any noise, processing a single ordinary zombie body. After 10 seconds, it yielded a mere milliliter of gasoline. So fast, but wait, that's so little, Gu Yuan exclaimed, realizing this was indeed extraterrestrial technology beyond human comprehension. He calculated that 100 ordinary zombies would yield only 1 liter of gasoline. Another compelling reason to eliminate zombies. Let us try again with a second-tier zombie. The result yielded 10 milliliters of oil, indicating that higher-tier zombies produced greater quantities of fuel. Meanwhile, the 9 women transporting the zombie bodies outside were equally astonished by the colossal machinery. Upon witnessing its ability to extract gasoline from zombies, their disbelief only deepened. Now do you see why I instructed you to collect the zombie corpses? Gu Yuan stated. Why didn't you bring this out earlier? Zhuyu inquired. It wasn't available before. It is now. If it had been, I would have used it then, Gu Yuan replied, realizing that an abundance of excuses could lead to more questions, ultimately leaving him speechless. So, are we refining gasoline here? Zhuya asked. What other option do we have? The vehicles are nearly out of fuel. Do you think this gasoline fell from the sky? 2 hours later, they had managed to extract about 30 liters of gasoline. But the surrounding zombies had been depleted. The amount was insufficient to fill even half a vehicle, let alone 2. Where can we find more zombies nearby? Gu Yuan inquired. Actually, not many. The most concentrated area is the city center. Though it pales in comparison to the Eastern Tunnel City, which lacks high-tier zombies and is not classified as a danger zone. However, the zombie numbers are still significant, Zhuya analyzed. How long will it take us to reach that city? 2 to 3 hours, perhaps. From this point forward, I will no longer expend my own gasoline unless absolutely necessary, as I have little reserves left. The priority is to source fuel locally. Do you understand my intent? Therefore, the gasoline we have extracted should suffice for 2 to 3 hours of travel. Upon reaching our destination, we will secure a position and commence exterminating zombies for further fuel extraction. The women nodded in agreement. However, they acknowledged that the sheer number of zombies, compounded by the adverse weather, would make exterminating thousands a formidable challenge. I'm aware it won't be easy. We can take our time. Hold off on gunfire for now. Focus on utilizing your awakened abilities to eliminate the higher-tier zombies, prioritizing fuel extraction. I have calculated that a 4th-tier zombie can approximately extract 1 pound of gasoline, and higher-tier zombies will undoubtedly yield even more. As for you, Zhuyu, with your current strength, it should not be too difficult to slay advanced zombies, correct? Indeed, with my current prowess, combined with my sister transforming into a long blade and activating her awakening ability, I can traverse freely amidst the zombie tide within an hour, effortlessly dispatching foes, including tyrants and super tyrants. That settles it then. If we maintain a safe distance, you can swiftly eliminate 1 or 2 super tyrants and return. Then proceed to hunt again. Is that too much of a burden? Not at all. When I activate my awakening ability, my physical state remains the same as when I am not in awakening mode. During intense combat in regular mode, I can go for 2 or 3 hours without gasping for breath, and the same applies when I activate my awakening ability. With the method decided, Gu Yuan and the women returned to the vehicle. Tidying up is needed. The armored vehicle and the post-apocalyptic RV roared to life once more, this time with the women possessing a clear objective, thus driving faster. Zhuyu crossed her legs, turned her head, and furrowed her brow as she gazed at Zhuya. Zhuya cast a sidelong glance at her and uttered a disjointed remark. Do you feel it too? Zhuyu nodded. Are we being overly vigilant? Have you noticed anything? What is it? Gu Yuan inquired. While I was outside moving zombie corpses, I had an unsettling feeling that something was tracking me. especially with the overcast skies and the impending dawn still shrouding the surroundings in a gray mist, obscuring my view of the distance. When we gathered, I still sensed being watched. I glanced behind but saw nothing. My sister felt it too, but it disappeared once we got in the vehicle. Are you all just being too sensitive? Perhaps. We often maintain vigilance in our surroundings. Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world has honed our reflexes. Without that vigilance, we would likely have perished long ago. Should we have Yuan activate her awakening ability to sense the surroundings? Forget it. There's no need to waste it here. What if nothing is detected? Once the awakening ability is activated, it cannot be paused until the cooldown period ends. Yuan took out the detection goggles, which revealed no red dots, only the green dots representing the 16 of them, no additional green points. Yuan was not counted, as she was not a biological entity, but rather an extraordinarily advanced independent artificial intelligence. Inside the post-apocalyptic RV, the atmosphere was markedly different from the outside, with the thermostat maintaining a stable temperature. Both vehicles gleamed with fresh paint, and there was no need to mount machine guns atop for sentry duty. The windows were sealed, so Lin Mingming did not need to control the acid rain shield this time. Lin Mingming, take this opportunity to rest well and regain your strength. Your water element control ability will be indispensable during this acid rain, and we cannot afford any mistakes. We must be in optimal condition to act. Do you understand? I understand, Captain. Lin Mingming nodded earnestly. Having gone nearly a day and a night without sleep was not particularly taxing for her. She could push through even 5 days and nights without rest. However, Yuan did not want her to merely endure. Who knew how many days this acid rain would persist? What if it continued unabated? Drive slowly. There's no rush. Allow Lin Mingming a stable period to rest. Yuan turned to Yuan. How is the installation of the wind turbine going? How much energy has been stored? The wind turbine has been installed atop the post-apocalyptic RV. Unlike in reality, it resembles an electric fan, accompanied by a 1-meter-tall unidentified device. It is not overly large, and 2 acid rain-resistant umbrellas can fully shield it from the rain. This is a form of advanced technology. One super battery has just been fully charged, and we are now charging the second one, and I estimate that in 1 to 2 hours, all 8 batteries will be fully charged. As for the capacitor, it stores an astonishing amount of electrical energy. One will take roughly 10 hours to charge. If the wind is strong, it can be filled quickly, but in mild winds, it may take a month to fully charge. The wind turbine converter remains inactive, allowing the wind turbine to operate autonomously, absorbing the surrounding gales and creating a calm zone within 2 to 3 meters, preventing the acid rain umbrellas from being blown away. Chapter 55. Mu Jingyao, Mu Lingxi, Zhao Shi, Sister. Is what you said true? In a dark place with dim lighting, within a large concrete-walled room capable of accommodating hundreds, these individuals were fortunate. The roof comprised a rock and concrete structure. In such harsh and abnormal weather, humanity could hardly endure. Seeking refuge was futile. Hiding in a cave? Beware of mudslides, landslides, and collapses. These occurrences are not merely possible but highly probable. Only if the geological structure of the mountain is exceptionally stable could there be a reduced risk of significant landslides. Outside, was there anywhere to escape the rain? None. A single droplet is akin to strong acid. Who could withstand it? Unless one finds a house made of rock or concrete, it must be exceptionally sturdy, thick and low. Otherwise, the wind could easily demolish it. Thus, these individuals were exceedingly fortunate to find such shelter amid this dreadful weather. The speaker was a young woman of breathtaking beauty, with an enchanting countenance, a graceful figure, and a refreshing demeanor. Beside her stood another woman who looked identical in appearance, stature, and build, differing only in hairstyle, expression, character, and temperament. These two were clearly twin sisters, one radiant and captivating, Mu Lingxi, and the other cool and ethereal. Mu Jingyao, representing two extremes. Mu Jingyao, is what you said true? Are you certain? The speaker was a man with a hooked nose and piercing eyes, exuding an air of sharpness that made him seem excessively imposing. His voice was cold as he addressed the gathering. There were approximately 40 to 50 individuals, most appearing gaunt and emaciated, filthy and odorous, as if they had never bathed. What I said is true. I am certain I did not err. However, it's difficult to discern how many individuals there are from this distance, and I cannot ascertain if they are armed or how many possess awakening abilities. 2 individuals exhibited particularly keen intuition, and I nearly got discovered. Even concealed in darkness, I dared not approach further. Are they all female? They should be, but I'm not certain. Aren't they afraid of the acid rain? I don't know. Perhaps they have water element awakeners among them. Mu Jinyao's tone was neither warm nor cold, facing the leader with a demeanor that was both assertive and aloof, exhibiting a hint of disdain. Not without reason, she simply did not like him, for she could sense the lurking thoughts within the leader's eyes, which he attempted to conceal, albeit ineffectively. Men are all the same, yearning to possess her and her sister. It was not merely him, but all the males in this gang, their lecherous gazes and possessive demeanor evident. Yet they had not dared to act against the sisters, were it not for their awakening abilities. These men would have been more assertive. Had she been an ordinary person, they would have devoured her like hungry wolves. The beauty of both sisters was not inferior to any woman within Gu Yuan's team. Without a hint of fierce resolve or the willingness to perish in defiance, they would undoubtedly be ravaged. Most crucially, they were awakeners, a rare breed with special abilities that could prove vital in critical moments or life-threatening crises. In this apocalyptic world, awakeners were the elite. Should a woman possess awakening abilities, she could protect herself. Even surrounded by numerous men, in a world where wolves outnumbered the sheep, if one dared to target a female awakener, they must weigh the consequences, either face her wrath or incur the cost of losing an awakener. Daughters, be gentle. In this group, Boss Dai has been quite considerate of you. Just look at how he treats the other men with an iron fist. The disparity is stark. The speaker was a bespectacled gentleman named Mu Jun, the father of the two sisters. Mu Jinyao responded with a scowl, while Mu Lingxi shot him a fierce glare, her tone unapologetic. You old man, who are you to demand gentleness? Does he deserve it? Back then, he tried to force that filthy worm into my mouth. I was gracious not to fight him. Boss Dai's expression darkened, an oppressive aura emanating from him like a sharp blade, his accumulated malice threatening to erupt at any moment. This was indeed true, for he had secretly drugged her. Had Mu Jinyao not remained calm and vigilant, Boss Dai would have succeeded. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. Their father had not pushed their relationship to the point of calling him an old man. The key issue was that he persistently attempted to bring the sisters closer to Boss Dai, even coercing them into intimate contact with him. Yet the sisters vehemently refused, asserting that it would be over their dead bodies. Even more egregious, this was not the extent of his vile actions. The most nauseating part was that the old worm sought to penetrate. On one occasion, he had exposed his intentions in front of his daughters, attempting to force himself upon them once more through drugging. Not merely infringing but aiming for outright domination. The revulsion made Mu Jinyao wish to cleave him in two, yet killing him was not an option. She could only render him unconscious. This had indeed occurred before. The man was nearing 60, yet he had the audacity to act in such a manner. With the onset of the apocalypse, the outbreak of zombies, and the struggle for survival, the darkness and demons sealed within the hearts of humanity had been unleashed. Leaving the sisters utterly disillusioned with their biological father, Mu Lingxi, how can you speak to your father like that? Ha! You think you deserve to be called father? You truly disgust me. Mu Lingxi shot him a disdainful look, her expression akin to that of someone who had just consumed excrement. Slap! Mu Jun struck her hard across the face. Mu Lingxi did not evade, her chest brimming with suppressed anger and resentment. Akin to a dormant volcano, once it erupted, it would be uncontrollable. Slap! Mu Jun's face also received a blow, not from Boss Dai nor Mu Jinyao, but from another woman, Zhao Shi, a woman whose beauty surpassed that of both Mu Lingxi and Mu Jinyao. Exuding a formidable and striking presence, sister Shi well struck. In terms of age, Zhao Shi is a year younger than the two sisters. However, Zhao Shi shares a strong bond with Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi, having easily integrated into their company when they first met, as they were all girls. Thus, the three of them formed a sisterly alliance, sharing both blessings and hardships in this apocalyptic world, standing together through thick and thin. You? Slap! Zhao Shi delivered another resounding blow, leaving Mu Jun's cheeks swollen and her gaze filled with resentment directed at Zhao Shi. Yet no one dared to provoke her. Even Boss Dai would not easily incite her wrath. Both Zhao Shi and Boss Dai are awakened beings, and in a duel without utilizing their awakening techniques, Zhao Shi holds a slight edge. Enough. Boss Dai interjected timely, maintaining his authority as the leader, which prompted the three girls to quiet down. Mu Jun resembled a sycophantic hound, eagerly attempting to curry favor, only to be disdainfully kicked away by Boss Day if it were not for Mu Jun's usefulness as the father of the two sisters. Acting as a buffer between them and subtly urging him to create opportunities, he would have been disposed of long ago for being utterly useless and a waste of resources, incapable of even felling ordinary zombies. All women? In such a confined space, especially in City C, unless by sheer coincidence, it is difficult not to draw connections to them. What? Do you know something? Boss Dai inquired. Following the voice, a man appeared. If Gu Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him. The Butcher, Chapter 56. The powerful strength of Zhuyu, the silver-grade shelter, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, was a significant improvement over the black iron-grade shelter. Similar to the operations of the black iron shelter, it can be established on-site by paying the requisite survivor points. A silver-grade shelter costs 10,000 survivor points and can be transformed into an actual silver-grade shelter for habitation. The building is not particularly tall. At most 2 or 3 stories, with an emphasis on sturdiness, boasting substantial defensive thickness. Once the windows and doors are secured, the interior remains in absolute safety, impervious to thousands of zombies attempting to breach it. And its foundation is stable enough to withstand fierce storms without collapsing. Although the silver-grade shelter does not exude luxury or elegance, its design significantly enhances livability and stability, constructed with high-quality materials. The thick walls are supported by numerous robust load-bearing columns, and the roof is designed to be resistant to moisture, acid corrosion, and falling debris, making it difficult to destroy or breach. Gu Yuan may not grasp these concepts, but he knows that this silver-grade shelter far surpasses any shelter built from concrete or rock. Even if a ton-weight object were to plummet from a 100-meter height, or be hurled by a catapult or siege crossbow, it would be challenging to breach or destroy it. Approximately 10 kilometers away from the silver shelter lies the city district that must be traversed. Gu Yuan casually settled in a flat area, recognizing that in this stormy weather, it mattered little where he found shelter. A flat surface would minimize potential troubles. Zhuyu, you will be the sole one to slay the tyrant and super-tyrant. With Zhuyu assisting you, while we provide support from the rear, I ask once more, do you feel any pressure? Is it challenging for you? Once you charge in, you will be isolated, and if you only have a 50% chance, do not force it, there is always a way. Rest assured, I will complete the task without a scratch. It is a challenge for me, but not difficult, Zhuyu replied resolutely. Good. I shall say no more. Just be cautious that as she activated her awakening technique. Zhuyu glanced back playfully. Do not worry, when I return, I will ensure you can inspect me thoroughly. My strength will not disappoint you. I have never underestimated you. My expectations have always been high in my heart. You are one of my strongest 3 generals. Gu Yuan spontaneously patted her shoulder, gazing at her with warmth. Clad in an acid rain-resistant outfit that tightly embraced her form, Zhuya's silhouette accentuated her graceful curves. She transformed into a blade, with her umbrella serving as its sheath, held firmly by Zhuyu. Like a confident swordsman, she moved ghost-like through the rain-soaked night, appearing and vanishing without a trace, her eyes twinkling like fleeting stars in the distance. A zombie riot erupted within the city, their roars echoing incessantly. Gu Yuan raised his binoculars, catching sight only of the ordinary zombies densely clustered at the outskirts. Unable to discern the scenes within. In merely a few breaths, Zhuyu traversed the 10-kilometer distance, her physical exertion akin to a 100-meter sprint under normal circumstances, without a hint of breathlessness. The zombies could not react to Zhuayu's speed. As she had claimed, she navigated effortlessly amidst the horde, with zombies unable to even graze the hem of her garment, effortlessly dispatching tyrants with a single strike, coupled with Zhuayu's sharp blade. Capable of slicing through steel like mud, their coordination resembled a seamless fusion, their blades flashing like a rainbow across the sky. From above, Gu Yuan observed, unable to even catch sight of Zhuyu. Her speed surpassing the limits of the eye, she appeared as a colossal sword, cleaving deeply through the waves of zombies, leaving them severed in her wake. Gu Yuan also emerged, standing high above, surveying the scene. The women had previously urged him to refrain from venturing out, with Xia Qinxi particularly forbidding him from risking himself, given the dire weather and the exaggerated acid rain, which naturally incited concern. Gu Yuan was their hope for survival. They all understood his ability to awaken and the nature of his phasing skill, but they were even more aware of the dangers posed by the acid rain. Yuan ought to be heavily guarded and kept in a safe place. Any misstep could shatter their resolve. Yuan, however, did not blame them, knowing their intentions were rooted in good concern. He activated his phasing ability in their presence to demonstrate that he could navigate the acid rain without danger. Emphasizing the invulnerability of phasing, thereby alleviating their worries, in our Lat Zhuiyue and Zhuaya occasionally sensed the furtive gaze of Yuan upon them. They chose not to confront it directly, and Zhuiyue had gleaned some understanding of Yuan's character. He appeared somewhat sensitive and insecure. Outwardly, nothing seemed amiss, yet in subtle ways, he maintained a friendly distance from the other women, devoid of any physical contact, as if he were isolated and not adept at mingling. Zhuiyue merely wished to guide him, never intending to provoke him. Just a little peck, a kiss, and I shall refrain from pursuing you further. Yuan gazed at those enticing red lips, face to face, as Zhuiyue's smile radiated warmth. She reached out to caress the back of his head and gently pressed him down, their lips meeting. 5 minutes later, being novices in this regard, neither had much experience. However, Zhuiyue, being the older and more worldly one, set the pace throughout the encounter. Look at how flushed you are, even more bashful than I am. It seems I shall need to provide you with further guidance in the future. Zhuiyue pinched Yuan's cheek before rising to don her acid rain gear. Preparing to head outside, aren't you going to rest a bit longer? No need. Everyone else is busy, and I feel a bit anxious just sitting idle. I must contribute something. Your presence won't hinder anything. It won't delay us. I truly feel rested now. After eating your 2 oranges and 1 apple, not doing anything makes me uneasy. Zhuiyue turned back and winked. Of course, if you wish for me to engage in some activities with you, I am more than willing. Yuan rolled his eyes. Be cautious outside. The acid rain is particularly fierce, and remember to call everyone back for a meeting to strategize. It is time to take action against the zombies in the city. An hour later, the women gathered in the Silver Refuge. Zhuiyue, how many tyrants and super tyrants remain in the city? There are 469 tyrants and 25 super tyrants. Are you sure? Absolutely. I counted meticulously. Which do you think is more troublesome? These fewer than 500 tyrants and super tyrants, or the densely packed tide of zombies? Yuan inquired. Certainly, the tide of zombies poses a greater challenge, and no matter how many tyrants there are, they haven't surpassed 1,000. Making them manageable for us. With a Gatling gun capable of shattering steel, tossing a couple of grenades into a tyrant's mouth would be enough to obliterate it. The firepower is fierce enough that even a super tyrant cannot withstand it. Zhuaya replied. The zombie tide surges like relentless waves, more ferocious and frenzied than piranhas, an endless barrage, ceaseless and unyielding, knowing only to charge and tear apart. Do you have an estimate of how many zombies there are? Approximately 600,000 to 700,000. Yuan's eyelids twitched at the thought. What does such a number signify? What does this quantity of zombies entail? I find it curious. Do zombies possess a territorial instinct? Zhuaya explained, ordinary zombies and lower-tier zombies do not, but upon reaching the tyrant level, they exhibit a pressure that can intimidate zombies below their rank. Super tyrants possess the ability to command and coordinate the lesser zombies. Lower-tier zombies obey higher-tier ones. When multiple super tyrants gather, they attract other super tyrants, leading to fierce battles and cannibalism among themselves, vying for dominance. The one that survives becomes the zombie king, Zhuiyue added. Let me remind you, I previously wreaked havoc amid the zombie tide, slaying nearly 30 tyrants, so the zombies in that city will undoubtedly riot. Currently, they are expanding outward in search of our scent, but we have sprayed zombie repellent, rendering us undetectable for the time being. I can't help but feel that you are quite reckless. Why persist in tackling this zombie tide? Zhuiyue remarked. Let's start with bombs. Blow up as many as we can to weaken their strength. Yuan turned to Wang Ting. Wang Ting, this task falls to you. Use the earth element to traverse underground and plant landmines. You should know how to do that. Wang Ting nodded. Inhua taught me. I've practiced for a few days. I'm not an expert, but I am somewhat proficient. Very well, off you go. Yuan handed Wang Ting the landmines, anti-tank mines, black gold, and incendiary bombs for her to handle. The bombs in his stockpile were few. The remaining ones were grenades, and he was reluctant to use the more powerful explosives, as there were still too few. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Mo Yue, does your awakening skill summon bombs? Mo Yue looked bewildered. I suppose it might be possible, but I have never tried. Even if it works, I can only summon 1 bomb. Moreover, my awakening skill lasts only 10 minutes, and once the cooldown begins, the bomb I summon will disappear. Yuan dismissed that line of thought, but then presented a small piece, about the size of his thumb, to Mo Yue. Can you summon this? Yes. What is it? Enhua. Please explain to Wang Ting and Mo Yue what this is and how to use it. Enhua stepped forward, her ocular scanning device analyzing the item in Yuan's hand. This is a nitrogen anionic salt bomb. 0.2 grams has the explosive power comparable to a high-explosive grenade. This tiny piece possesses terrifying potency. Enhua elucidated, instructing them on how to utilize the explosive. Yuan looked at the two women and cautioned. Remember, you must coordinate and calculate the explosion timing. This bomb has immense power. Also, keep in mind the duration of Mo Yue's awakening skills to avoid any mishaps. The operation may be somewhat complex, but I have faith in your abilities. With these minds, combined with the nitrogen anionic salt bomb that Mo Yue can summon, if executed properly, the explosive power will indeed be formidable. Half an hour later, a colossal fireball akin to thunderous clouds erupted 10 kilometers away, flames soaring skyward, shockwaves rolling through the air. Even the acid rain was evaporated, and the heat wave swept forth, the explosive shockwave spreading, reducing nearby structures to ruins, including Yuan's silver refuge, which also bore the brunt of the devastation. However, the blast shockwave did not obliterate it, and the occupants remained unharmed, feeling the previously frigid temperatures of -30 to 40 degrees begin to warm. Captain, the mission is accomplished. Wang Ting and Mo Yue emerged from the underground tunnel. Well done. Though I am uncertain how much the explosion has weakened the zombie tide, I have no idea, but I planted the bombs in the densest part of the zombie tide. Wang Ting replied, considering the explosive power and range, I estimate it may have impacted around 500,000. Chapter 58. The great battle with the Zombie King. This explosion was of such magnitude and breadth that the zombies were flung away, most catching fire and descending like a rain of fire. The city was utterly obliterated, reduced to ruins, with smoke swirling and the pungent scent of sulfur filling the air. In the center of the city lay a massive crater. Zombies were either obliterated to dust or shattered into fragments, while those at the periphery were left dismembered and incomplete. Unlike humans, zombies can still muster a struggle even without limbs. The shockwaves from the explosion have minimal effect on them. If it were a human, their insides would have been crushed to oblivion. But zombies, though seemingly dead, can still move as long as their brains remain intact, akin to a flopping fish. This presented an opportune moment. As the remaining dismembered zombies had been scattered by the explosion, their combat capabilities significantly diminished, with some unable to rise or move. Yuan had long instructed the women to prepare for the onslaught against the zombies, and armored vehicles along with apocalypse RVs advanced in, the Gatling guns unleashing a torrent of fire, mowing down the remaining zombies. Though the flames raged fiercely, they were not necessarily lethal to the zombies. The fire lacked the intensity required for that, merely scorching them into desiccated husks, unlike the inferno of a crematorium. Furthermore, the acid rain falling from above, while unable to extinguish the white phosphorus incendiary bombs, provided a healing effect for the zombies, as long as they circled the flames with their vehicles, maintaining a continuous barrage. They could reap tens of thousands of zombies within a minute, even if half had been obliterated. A vast number still remained, densely clustered together. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and Yuan focused his gaze, spotting it clearly. What the hell? How did that zombie king arrive here? It moved swiftly, appearing above the city in the blink of an eye. Surveying the scene, it soon noticed Yuan, but after a fleeting glance, lost interest. In its phantasmal state, it could not inflict harm on him. Yuan hurriedly shouted into the communicator. Fall back! That zombie king has returned. I will count down from 3. Cease your actions, or I shall take matters into my own hands. The voice belonged to the zombie king, its tone surprisingly childlike, with a clumsy vocal quality that belied its fearsome appearance. Yuan had heard Juya mention that zombie kings could articulate human speech and possessed intelligence, making this his first encounter with a talking zombie. After 3 seconds of silence, the zombie king unfurled its bony wings, diving down with great speed, muscles coiled, ready to unleash a mighty punch. This is bad. Seeing the zombie king's movement, Yuan swiftly descended, targeting the apocalypse RV where everyone was sheltered. The 2 vehicles housed the most people. However, The zombie king was too fast. Only Zhuiyue could surpass its speed by activating her awakening skill, but her skill had already entered cooldown. Just as the zombie king's fist was about to crash down upon the RV, it suddenly halted, or rather, was brought under control, refraining from attacking. The only one capable of controlling the zombie king was Gu Xian'er, whose awakening skill allowed her to exert control within 100 meters. Regardless of the opponent's strength, a rather overpowered ability. Well done, Gu Xian'er. Gu Yuan descended to commend her, and of course. I told you, as long as I am within 100 meters, I can control the zombie king and even compel it to take its own life. Gu Xian'er declared proudly. The women all exited their vehicles, and Lin Mingming, mastering the water element, manipulated the acid rain to prevent it from falling. In that case, compel it to end its own life. Hesitation may lead to sudden transformations. Act decisively. Gu Xian'er nodded, exerting her control over the corpse king's body, manipulating his arms, thoughts, and consciousness, commanding him to slowly raise his arm and execute the order to take his own life. The corpse king struggled to withdraw a bone spear, its tip aimed at his throat. His body instinctively resisted, albeit ineffectually. The control was absolute, and the controlled could not escape unless the controller was interrupted. Just as the spear pierced his neck, a sudden shadow flickered behind Gu Xian'er, sharp and deadly. Alarmed, Zhuiyue exclaimed. Even Zhuiyue was momentarily taken aback. The others felt a tightening in their chests. But only Zhuiyue reacted with alacrity, as individuals with enhanced reflexes typically do. In a reflexive motion, she kicked, not at the assailant, but at Gu Xian'er, managing to strike her and swiftly act. Gu Xian'er was sent flying. Zhuiyu's strength was formidable enough to potentially kill an ordinary person with a single kick. She spat out a mouthful of blood, fortunate that the assailant had failed to land a fatal blow. The onlookers finally discerned the identity of the attacker, all gasping in unison. The butcher, Zhuiyue, filled with rage, transformed into a long blade, aiming to cleave him in two, yet her strike met only air. The butcher, sensing danger, fled with instinctual swiftness, his ability to teleport surpassing mere reflexes. However, a more troublesome situation arose as Gu Xian'er was forcibly interrupted, and the corpse king broke free from her control. Although the controller could exert absolute control over others, there were inherent weaknesses. If the controller was abruptly interrupted, the controlled would break free. Furthermore, the controller had to operate within a defined range to maintain control over an enemy. And if the controller perished, the controlled would likewise escape. The corpse king, now enraged and frenzied, was on the brink of collapse. Even a living being would succumb to fury, let alone a zombie. Despite being a corpse king, he remained fundamentally a zombie, with primal madness causing him to lose his rationality, devolving into a true mindless creature, driven solely by the urge to charge and howl in frenzy, instinctively tearing at anything in sight. His sights were set on Gu Xian'er, for she was the one who had attacked him. How could he not rage? The corpse king surged towards Gu Xian'er like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch that split the air with an explosive sound. Gu Xian'er felt a chill envelop her, her hairs standing on end, as if her throat were being constricted, her pupils dilating in terror as she truly confronted death. Instinctively closing her eyes. After 3 seconds, feeling no pain, she slightly opened her eyes, finding herself enveloped in a transparent protective shield. It was Lu Xian. At this crucial moment, her awakening ability had manifested a protective barrier around Gu Xian'er. The corpse king's fist struck the shield, dissipating the force and allowing Gu Xian'er to escape calamity. By the time Gu Xian'er regained her composure, the corpse king had already distanced himself from her. Even a fool of a corpse king, having been caught off guard once, would learn not to fall for the same trick again. Once the distance was established, the corpse king ascended, when suddenly, a dark object was hurled above him. Confused, the corpse king could not discern what it was, only to be met with a violent explosion that sent him crashing back to the ground. The earth trembled as Xia Qinzi sprang into action, stomping the ground and propelling herself into the air, wielding the Qinglong Yinyue blade to strike directly at the corpse king's front. Sensing imminent danger, the corpse king knew that if this blade connected solidly, it would spell his doom. When the corpse king first appeared, Gu Yuan had entrusted the blade to Xia Qinzi. Weighing 1,000 kilograms, it could be lifted only by Xia Qinzi, and only when she activated her awakening ability could she wield it effectively. In her normal state, she would be unable to lift it. The Corpse King drew 3 bone spears to defend himself, feeling the immense pressure, and braced himself with all his might. Xia Qinzi concentrated all her strength into the blade. What does this signify? A 1,000-kilogram blade, combined with Xia Qinzi's 100-fold might, descended with astonishing speed and force. A strike that was almost inconceivable. Crack! The 3 bone spears shattered under the might of Xia Qinzi's blow. Yet the blade continued onward, striking the Corpse King. The creature fell heavily to the ground, creating a crater as if an earthquake had struck. The ferocity of the blow was terrifying. Had the bone spears not absorbed much of the force, the strike could have severed him in 2. The Corpse King sustained severe injuries, a diagonal cut from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, shattering his armor and collapsing the bones within, leaving a deep wound. Xia Qinzi also landed heavily, the ground beneath her caving in slightly as she gasped for breath, her palms tingling from the recoil of the blow. That grenade earlier had also been her doing, unexpectedly forcing the Corpse King down, yet the resulting injury was merely severe, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Her strength still lacked the necessary potency. Nonetheless, he was gravely wounded, and Xia Qinzi crouched low, charging at the Corpse King. Determined to strike twice if one blow would not suffice. Be careful. This warning did not come from Gu Yuan, but from Yi Shaowan, who had activated her perception ability as a C-class awakened. With this power, she could sense movements and minute details within a kilometer for an hour. However, her warning came too late. Xia Qinzi was already committed, exerting herself fully to slay the Corpse King. The butcher instantaneously teleported behind Xia Qinzi, his blade aimed at her vulnerable back. Xia Qinzi felt a chilling dread wash over her. She had committed all her energy and could not retract it. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced the air. The butcher's blade was intercepted by a long knife. If anyone in the vicinity bore a deep-seated vendetta against the butcher, it was undoubtedly Zhuoya, who had previously been imprisoned by him, crushed beneath heavy stones and scorched by flames. Fortunately, she had been able to transform into a blade. Had she remained human, she would have been toyed with by the butcher and the bloodthirsty. Yet even as a blade, she had suffered greatly under the butcher's torment, almost succumbing to the need to revert to her human form. With the bloodthirsty now dead, only the butcher remained. Butcher, you dare to show your face again? Perfect. I shall settle both new and old scores with you. Zhuoya's knife possessed a degree of autonomy. Typically, when she transformed, it was controlled by Zhuoyu, who, through her awakening ability, enabled the blade to unleash its full potential. However, this did not imply that Zhuoyu was weaker than Zhuoyu. When transformed into a long knife, her speed, while not matching Zhuoyu's, rivaled that of a bullet, her sharpness undiminished, perfectly encapsulated by the phrase "the flash of a blade." Suddenly, the long knife form of Zhuoyu was sent flying, not due to the butcher's strength, but because another figure had appeared, delivering a powerful strike from behind him. This newcomer conjured 2 golden blades, sharp and unyielding. "Who are you?" Zhuoya asked gravely. "You may call me Dai Leod. Do not waste words with her. This woman is formidable, as are the dozen or so others. None are mere ornaments. If you wish to possess them, follow the plan. You distract her while I focus on the Corpse King. We cannot rely solely on ourselves." The butcher spoke rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "This is bad. More people are approaching." Yi Shaowan whispered urgently into Gu Yuan's ear. In truth, she had already sensed the butcher's movements. But revealing this would only expose her as a perception-type awakened. As a mere observer, her combat prowess was limited, and among the group, she was the weakest. Awakened beings engaged in conflict operated under a tacit understanding. Once both sides were aware of an enemy's perception ability, they would not hesitate to target her first, as perception-type awakened were both troublesome and easily eliminated. Easier to deal with than assassins facing archers. Gu Yuan, having heard Yi Shaowan and Zhuoyu, refrained from reproaching her for not speaking sooner. "What is your sniping skill like?" 100%. More accurate than Yuan shots. "Very well, here is the Barrett. Your sole task is to focus on the butcher. No one else matters. You must ensure that every single bullet strikes true, and only when the butcher is dead are you permitted to change targets. Furthermore, this sniper rifle is now exclusively yours." Yi Shaowan nodded. Possessing a powerful long-range weapon alongside her perception ability would elevate her threat level significantly, making her more dangerous than Zhuoyu. 7 steps away. You will die. Within 7 steps, it's 1 for 1, Yuan declared, emphasizing the weapon's critical importance. Nuwa, you will also take a sniper position. You will serve as the main sniper while Yi Shaowan acts as the secondary. Yuan instructed. The rest of you, Lu Xian, Zhao Qingya, Zhuo Yu, Yun Ruoxue, Su Liyue, Mo Yue, and Yunnan, take up light machine guns, spread out, and prepare to fire. This time we are facing humans, and bullets pose a greater threat. Clustering together creates a singular target. Spreading out allows for optimal encirclement. Yuan commanded with precision. Lin Mingming, continue to shield against the acid rain from above. You may occasionally condense water arrows for harassment attacks. But be careful not to hit our own. Understood. Wang Ting, use earth elements to burrow underground, looking for opportunities to disrupt and create obstacles. Understood. Yuan gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing as he noticed Gu Xian'er still in a daze. Gu Xian'er, what are you waiting for? The protective shield can last another hour. You should charge forward. Your control has not yet cooled down. Hurry and rush to the Corpse King to seize him. He cannot harm you. Gu Xian'er quickly realized. All right, understood. Yuan approached Yi Shaowan, leaning down to whisper in her ear, how many people? 59, she replied. They are gathering as a group, cautiously closing in on us from 1,500 meters to the southeast, along with 3 women. However, we cannot see them for now. It seems as if a dark veil obscures their figures, coupled with a refractive light that causes us to overlook their presence. Yuan slightly tilted his head. Indeed, he saw no one in the southeast. His movement was subtle, wary of startling the snake in the grass. Yet they also possessed awakened ones with perception, classified as D-grade. The number of awakened included one with the ability to condense metal elements, one with water elements, one with perception, and 2 who seemed capable of manipulating light and darkness, along with the butcher. Currently, that was all the information available. If the awakened did not reveal their skills, I would not be able to discern who among them were survivors. Do you know who they are? Yi Shaowan squinted, pondering. I suspect they might be post-apocalyptic scavengers. Chapter 60. The Might of the 8th Stage Corpse King Post-Apocalyptic Scavengers? With the apocalypse upon us and zombies rampant, the number of surviving humans is likely quite scarce. We belong to the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps, a group comprised solely of women, led by Sister Zhuoya. Together with 3 other mercenary groups, Bloodblade, Blood Shadow, and Bloodthirst, we formed a Dawn survivor camp, subsequently attracting outside survivors to join, gradually expanding our influence. Despite the fierce competition among the 4 groups, with the others keeping a close watch on the Blood Rose Mercenary Corps, we all share a common goal, to band together against the onslaught of zombies, striving to survive in this harsh environment while scavenging for resources. Especially resources, as those large gatherings of people form safe havens to resist the undead. Survival is secondary to the quest for supplies. In this apocalypse, food and resources are of utmost importance. To be frank, the resources within these survivor camps are alarmingly scarce, leading to rivers of blood spilled over conflicts for supplies, with countless brains turned to mush. The post-apocalyptic scavengers roam freely, unbound by a single location. Living day by day, with the pursuit of resources as their primary objective, that is the essence of post-apocalyptic scavengers. It seems the butcher has entangled himself with them. Seeking vengeance against us, he has found an opportunity to strike and incite these individuals to join forces. Xiaoqianxi is currently outnumbered, facing 2 opponents. He cannot afford to underestimate the Corpse King while also guarding against the butcher's ambush, leaving him in a constrained situation. The butcher is no longer beside Xiaoqianxi. Instead, he has teleported northeast, preparing to bring others with him. Yi Shaowan spoke. Can the butcher teleport others as well? Yes, but he can only take one at a time, and his awakened skill lasts only a minute, quite a short duration. The butcher, gripping one individual in each hand, activated his teleportation and repeatedly flickered until he was within 100 meters of the Corpse King. Pointing at the Corpse King, he commanded, "Quick, amplify his strength." This unknown awakened one skill is amplification, capable of enhancing a person or creature's attributes tenfold. Should the Corpse King's power increase tenfold as well, it would spell disaster. No, that is an amplifier. Stop him immediately. Yi Shaowan cried in alarm. However, it was too late. The Corpse King's strength surged tenfold after being amplified, and even in his severely injured state, the pressure he exuded made the air feel as oppressive as quicksand, suffocating those caught within it. The Corpse King's pupils dilated, locking onto Xia Chenzi, his figure leaping forth with explosive speed. Xia Chenzi's expression grew grave as he gripped the Qinglong blade tightly, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. The Corpse King unleashed a punch that resonated louder than the blast of a high-explosive grenade, an unfathomable force that shook the earth. Xia Chenzi was sent sprawling backward, feeling utterly overpowered for the first time since awakening his immense strength. Blood seeped from his palms, a mouthful of stagnant blood pooled in his throat, his complexion paled, and a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he knelt on one knee, the long blade trembling as it struggled to support his weight. Juya witnessed this scene from the corner of her eye, her heart racing with urgency. She wished to assist, but was entangled by Dalao. "You beautiful creature, I truly..." A gunshot rang out, causing Dalao's right eye to twitch violently, a chill creeping up his neck, instinctively prompting him to evade, even considering rolling to the ground. However, his feet were ensnared in the earth, and Lin Mengming's water arrows blocked his escape. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed his potential, frantically condensing metal elements to envelop his body, particularly his head, with the extremely hard metal material at that instant. It was crucial to remember he was still engaged with Zhuoya, meaning 4 individuals were attacking him simultaneously. Lin Mengming, Wang Ting, Zhuoya, and Yuan. Lin Mengming and Wang Ting served as distractions and feints, flanking him to seal off his escape routes, while Yuan's bullet struck his head. Despite Dalao having his trump cards, the combined assault of 3 attacks and 1 control within a second was overwhelming. It is worth noting that this was a Barrett bullet, capable of piercing through alloy steel plates. Unsurprisingly, blood erupted from Dalao's neck, gushing several meters high, his head severed cleanly. A sharp 30mm bullet pierced through Dalao's metal defense, sending him hurtling away, followed by Zhuoya's lethal strike, swiftly severing Dalao's head. As for Yi Shaowan, if time were to rewind and the sounds of gunfire were analyzed closely, one would discover that 2 shots were fired simultaneously. At the moment Yuan pulled the trigger, Yi Shaowan did the same. The sounds of the shots were nearly indistinguishable. Yi Shaowan's target was the butcher, who had yet to teleport out of 1,000 meters. As if she possessed a god's eye, locking onto him, and no matter how he attempted to evade within that distance, he could not escape. Her marksmanship was extraordinary, a true sharpshooter. A single bullet pierced the butcher's head, exploding it like a watermelon, taking him down. The butcher sensed the impending danger, a chill coursing through his body. It was the second time he felt the grip of death, as if something sinister clung to him. No matter how he tried to shake it off, even teleportation proved futile. After Yi Shaowan's headshot on the butcher, she turned her attention to the Perception Awakened One and the Water Element Awakened One. Both classified as D-grade, to navigate in this acid rain, one would require a Water Element Awakened One to shield against the downpour. It was best to remain sheltered under rock formations, as movement would be nearly impossible otherwise. Everyone, fire to the northeast. This was the command issued by Yi Shaowan. Yuan only directed them in broad strokes, allowing them to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Gazing northeast, no one was visible. Yet they unconditionally trusted Yi Shaowan, as she was a core member of the team. An awakened one with perception, graded C. Before the enemy detected them, she had already gathered information about their numbers and positions, instructing them to feign ignorance of the approaching foes. Do not kill the women. Everyone else, eliminate them, Yuan interjected. He did not dwell on the scavengers, even if some possessed awakened abilities. Could they truly outmatch bullets? In comparison to these humans, his primary focus lay with the Corpse King. This was undoubtedly a boss, and a significantly amplified one at that, far stronger than before. Even with Zhuoya and Xia Chenzi together, they stood little chance. Now, all hopes rested on Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er approached Xia Chenzi's side, ready to control the Corpse King should it dare venture within 100 meters. Regardless of its strength, it would be subdued, ensuring Xia Chenzi's safety. The Corpse King, sensing the threat, dared not approach Xia Chenzi and Gu Xian'er, aware that someone could control him. Even in his severely injured state, he remained composed. He glanced towards Gu Yuan's direction, feeling a twinge of trepidation, perhaps sensing that there were individuals or forces capable of restraining him. With such firepower, he was unwilling to recklessly engage. Moreover, he was still injured. He had only come to observe, and the massive explosion was hard to ignore. This area had long been detected by the Corpse King, who had set his sights on it, particularly the city center, which he had transformed into a breeding ground for super tyrants and a base for bolstering the horde. Yet now, he had to reevaluate the strengths of both sides. He had 5 or 6 other breeding grounds like this one, and this was merely the smallest base for the horde. There was no need for a death struggle. It was not that he had abandoned his plans against Yuan and the others. Despite his severe injuries, which he felt no pain from, he had not been completely eradicated. His strength and state remained at their peak, with his combat ability undiminished. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly seething with anger. At worst, once he returned, he could summon several corpse kings to deal with Yuan. With these thoughts in mind, he unfurled his bone wings and soared away in an instant. Chapter 61. Yuan's survivor team welcomes 3 more beauties. Is he truly leaving just like that? Gu Xin'er and Xia Qinxi exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Yuan sighed in relief. It was for the best that he departed. Had they engaged in a direct confrontation with the Corpse King, all their trump cards would have been revealed, and everyone would have been pushed to their limits. While it might not be impossible to slay the Corpse King, the cost would be unbearable for Yuan. Lives would be lost. Unlike others, especially the survivors in the instance worlds, who treat lives as disposable, Yuan placed the utmost value on human life. He prioritized people above all else, and these were all stunning women. Losing even one would be a tragedy. In truth, from the moment the Corpse King appeared and initiated an attack, followed by the Butcher, leading to Dai Lao's death, and then the Butcher's demise, culminating in the retreat of the Corpse King. Amidst the 50 or so individuals in the northeast, 7 or 8 women had simultaneously pulled their triggers, resulting in a staggering number of casualties, leaving only 3 women alive. To summarize, all this transpired in less than a minute. In that brief span, an overwhelming series of events unfolded, while the Butcher's awakened skill had a duration of merely a minute. Incredibly swift, the necessity for on-the-spot adaptability is paramount. Even a mere second's delay in response from Yuan and his companions could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in fatalities. Why did you withdraw the awakened at a distance of 1,000 meters? The inquiry came not from Yuan, but from Yi Shaowan. You must possess the ability to sense the awakened, correct? Yet, is it not said that a sensing awakened can only perceive within a 100-meter radius? How is it, then, that you can detect beyond 1,000 meters? The retort came from Zhao Shi. The terms 100 and 1,000 serve merely as generalizations. 100 is still 100, and 999 remains within that category, without surpassing 1,000, though you not possess any awareness. It is we who are questioning you now. I wish to join your ranks, though I have no particular reason, save for the fact that you are all women, and I am but a solitary male. Remaining among the scavengers is excessively arduous and perilous. You, as women, should comprehend the potential fate of the 3 of us, who possess commendable appearances amidst a throng of dozens of men. Are you not fearful that we might end your lives? Just moments ago, had your firepower been slightly misaligned, you could have sustained grievous injuries. Yuan spoke, understanding the situation, yet remaining cautiously vigilant. To be frank, I was unaware of your formidable strength, capable of driving back even the Corpse King, nor did I anticipate that we 3 would find ourselves teetering on the brink of life and death. The one called Butcher must have a score to settle with you, but truth be told, it was not the Butcher who incited Boss Dai to seek you out. It was we 3 who persuaded him to provoke the scavengers, ultimately seeking the opportunity to ambush them. The speaker was Mu Jinyao, her gaze shifting towards Shuyu and Zhuoya. You 2 were exceedingly vigilant, almost discovering my presence while I was covertly observing you. At that time, I had already contemplated joining your group, composed entirely of women. I had no reason to wish otherwise. However, I could not allow you to detect me, nor could I afford to be seen. As my sister and Zhao Shi were not by my side, leaving me in a state of helplessness. Your reasoning is indeed substantial, yet I cannot place my complete trust in you. For the time being, I shall refrain from taking action against you, considering you remain captives. How you extricate yourselves from this status is contingent upon your own conduct. Zhao Shi, Mu Jinyao, and Mu Lingxi glanced around, hesitatingly inquiring, who among you is the leader of the team? All the women pointed in unison towards Yuan. Zhao Shi, Mu Jinyao, and Mu Lingxi gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had assumed the leader would be either Zhuoyu or Zhuoya. never expecting it to be this young man. It not incongruous for a male to lead a group of women in a post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps a little, they pondered, each harboring doubts about whether every woman in the group had shared his bed. After all, this man was strikingly handsome, a vibrant youth with a tall and robust physique, far from being the exaggerated type of muscle-bound man. He was even more refined and clean-cut than male models, making them unable to resist the urge to overpower him. How can one shed the label of captive? Yuan contemplated this, then turned to the women and asked, "What do you think? We can release them. But first, we must ascertain their awakened abilities and evaluate their strengths. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries will help determine if they pose a threat to us," Zhuya suggested. Yuan produced 3 subordination badges. Handing them to the trio, "Do not refuse, do not ask questions. Take them and do not lose them." The 3 women accepted the badges, which granted them access to view the attributes of others. Name: Zhaoxi. Age: 24. Attributes: Strength, 19. Speed, 22. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 18. Awakened ability, Invisibility. Name: Mu Jingyao. Age: 25. Attributes: Strength, 12. Speed, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 15. Awakened ability, Darkness. Name: Mu Lingxi. Age: 25. Attributes: Strength, 12. Speed, 12. Constitution, 14. Spirit, 15. Awakened ability, Light. Their attributes are quite impressive. Zhaoxi is nearly on par with Zhuya. I shall be frank. I can currently trust you only halfway, and even that is tenuous, given my urgent need for manpower. Should, after all, having steamed buns with Lao Gan Ma for every meal is a routine for Zhuya. In this apocalyptic world, the mere fact of not going hungry is a moment of profound happiness, especially when it's a daily occurrence. One must understand that in such dire circumstances, merely satisfying one's hunger is a formidable challenge. Resources are scarce, and survival is uncertain. Go be frequently hungry. To face the possibility of starvation for 3 days with no food makes the notion of being tired of eating seem utterly absurd. An hour later, as the fragrant dishes were served on the long table, the cramped space of the vehicle was filled to capacity. The women were abuzz with excitement, especially Zhaoxi, Mu Jingyao, Mu Lingxi, and Zhuya, who felt as though they were dreaming, a sensation more surreal than blissful. Zhuya comprehended the immense significance of resources in this world. Yet, for the past couple of days, simply having enough to fill her stomach felt lavish, prompting her to eat sparingly. Each day, she was allotted 10 buns by Yuan, who neither increased nor decreased the portion based on her frugality. Everyone received the same. Yuan's words made her abandon her attempts to save. "How long can you conserve? What I need is for you all to possess ample strength and spirit. A formidable soldier is not only forged in the fires of hell, but also requires nourishment to replenish their energy. What I provide will remain unchanged. If you wish to save, go ahead. But in the end, wouldn't it be a greater waste to let it mold?" Now, faced with such a bountiful feast, it felt almost unreal. The meal consisted of simple home-style dishes. For meat dishes, 5 soups, and ample rice, with fruits for dessert. Each girl was permitted to take 2 extra chicken legs, ensuring fairness even for the newly arrived Zhaoxi and the twin sisters. The moment Zhaoxi and the twins tasted the glistening white rice, tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces, their heads buried in their arms on the table, shoulders trembling in silent anguish. Zhuya also shed tears, her emotions mirroring those of Zhaoxi and the twins, overwhelmed by the experience of tasting rice and the flavors of oil and salt for the first time. An indescribable mix of grievance and choking emotion. Yuan handed her a packet of napkins without uttering a word. "Thank you," Zhuya responded. Zhuya kicked Zhuya gently under the table, conveying a silent message through her eyes. Upon meeting Zhuya's gaze, Zhuya understood instantly, no words necessary. "Now you see why I was so shamelessly attached to him." If it were Zhuya alone, she might have thrown caution to the wind. However, as the older sister, she could not possibly vie for the affections of a man who had captured her sister's heart. Suddenly, Zhaoxi and the twins knelt before Yuan, their expressions serious and sincere, eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Boss, from this day forth, you are our leader. If you say to go east, we shall never go west. We will not betray you, and we pledge to follow you unto death. I swear on my life. Even if you claim me, take me as your woman, I will have no regrets." Yuan was taken aback. The first part was fine, but the latter half felt overly serious, as if they misunderstood something. Why is everyone staring? Hurry and help them up, Gu Yuan said kindly to Zhao Shi and the twins. Don't be so stiff. We're all part of the same team here. The atmosphere is quite amiable. And there aren't many strict rules. Consider us all as family, and there's ample personal space. I won't impose anything upon you. However, I must state this clearly. I accept you because you will work for me. Once I issue a command, you are to treat it with utmost seriousness and execute it regardless of your feelings. I do not wish to hear dissent on this matter. Most tasks are team-oriented and not overly complicated. Although dangers do exist, they won't lead to death. Once the task is completed, you will have personal time, which I will never interfere with. This declaration was not only directed at the three girls, but also to the other women. He needed to set a precedent, to express his stance. The treasure hunt mission could not rely solely on him. Understood, boss. If you say to go east, we shall never go west. We will not betray you. And we will never give up. The beautiful, graceful soldiers lined up in formation, their serious demeanor and resolute gazes fixed on Gu Yuan. He nodded in satisfaction, though Gu Na, Chen Yu, and Chao Shuang, the three survivors from the previous missions, felt somewhat awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. They had yet to shed their habits from peacetime, and Gu Yuan did not press the matter. He had no expectations of them. Their greatest service to him would be to remain in the area, gathering survival tokens, and that was their only task. Let us dig in. Chapter 63. Gu Yuan's team was composed entirely of women scoring above 90. Zhuaya felt a wave of confusion. You three seem to carry quite a strong scent. You should consider taking a shower. Can we still wash here? Zhao Shi inquired. Of course. Just clear the back of the vehicle, set up a curtain. The space is limited, at most one person with a large tub, and we'll take turns. Zhao Shi and the twins appeared as though they had just crawled out of a garbage heap. Their clothes yellowed and tattered, with a distinct odor upon closer inspection. Their hair, though long, was unkempt and filthy. Typically, girls are noted for their pleasant scents and cleanliness, yet here they seemed more concerned about survival than hygiene. I am curious how you've managed to endure this smell, especially as girls, Zhuaya remarked. The other women had already washed, shedding the grime of their circumstances, and though not as luxurious as a bath, they emanated a faint feminine fragrance. In this apocalyptic environment, bathing was a rare indulgence. Typically, cleaning was hasty and superficial, unless one found refuge in a place like the Silver Shelter, where conditions were somewhat better. And Lin Mingming did not have to worry about water resources. Apologies, but Mu Jinyao, Mu Lingxi, and I haven't washed in nearly 3 years. When we were thirsty, we didn't even have water to drink, let alone for bathing. We're just as uncomfortable with the smell ourselves, but there's nothing we can do, Zhao Shi replied, her expression one of distress. Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi felt embarrassed at being called out in front of other girls regarding their odor. I remember you had a water elemental awakener among you, didn't you? Gu Yuan asked. There is, but that water elemental awakener is part of Dai Laoda's group, and he often uses the pretext of bathing to entice us to submit to him. He even wants us to undress and bathe in front of him, which we are definitely unwilling to do. So we completely abandoned the thought of washing and have been enduring this strange smell. Zhao Shi explained. Gu Yuan was perplexed by Dai Laoda's intentions. These three girls had not washed at all, yet they possessed an appearance, physique, and demeanor scoring an impressive 88, even if they lacked food. Wouldn't a wash make them all the more appealing? In his team, every girl scored above 90, with none below 90, 92 being the minimum and the maximum unbounded. Zhuaya spoke up. I haven't washed in 5 years. In this world of zombies, the water has become contaminated. Drinking or bathing in it would lead to infection unless it's bottled mineral water or underground water. Compared to food and supplies, water is even scarcer. We can't even quench our thirst, let alone bathe. How about we wash now? Zhao Shi suggested. Let us finish our meal first, then we can wash, Gu Yuan replied, turning to Yunan. Yunan, how do you feel about your awakened abilities? He had meant to ask earlier but had forgotten amidst the busyness. This morning, it seemed a silver treasure chest had yielded an armored vehicle, which Gu Yuan had allowed Yunan to assimilate and absorb. He hadn't yet had the chance to inquire further. The vehicle's size remained unchanged, yet its overall quality had doubled, enhancing its power, performance, and armor defense by a significant margin. Should I transform now to show you? Yunan asked. Let us skip that for now. As long as there's improvement, that's sufficient in this acid rain. It would be troublesome to go outside. We'll wait for a better opportunity. The weather outside was increasingly severe, with relentless storms. The rain showed no signs of abating as the typhoon continued to rage, with temperatures plummeting to nearly -40 degrees, causing water to freeze. The acid rain had begun to crystallize, resembling a downpour of ice rather than rain. Puddles were forming on the roads, quickly freezing over, making vehicles prone to skidding. The wind sliced through like a cold steel blade, and the rain corroded like a festering wound. The air was foul, and the temperature was frigid. Fortunately, the two vehicles had been coated with an oil sheen. Otherwise, they would surely corrode and deteriorate. Lin Mingming, after you finish eating, make sure to rest and stay in the vehicle to avoid the acid rain outside. You can also take a moment to nap to conserve your energy and spirit. Okay, Lin Mingming nodded. Jiu Yuan gazed out the window and asked Zhuaya, do you think the last human refuge in City S can withstand this severe weather? Is there a chance it might falter? Zhuaya fell silent, her eyes lost in thought as she stared outside. I don't know. 5 years have passed since the apocalypse began, and we've never experienced such a natural disaster. It has always been zombies rampant and monsters emerging. With just these challenges, humanity has managed to survive. However, if such a calamity had struck from the very beginning, if the world were to freeze over, I fear humanity would already. Her voice trailed off, and Gu Yuan and the other women understood the implications. Jiu Yuan? Zhuaya turned to meet his gaze. Jiu Yuan looked deeply into Zhuaya's eyes. Noticing the vacant look devoid of spirit, reminiscent of a lost and helpless little girl. What should we do? What lies ahead? How do we proceed? I am utterly at a loss, with no goals or convictions. All I see is confusion and despair, as if the will to survive has been extinguished. Asked the former leader of the Blood Rose group, perhaps I am overthinking, but for the sake of our team's future, I must contemplate and strategize. In the face of this apocalyptic crisis, I must ensure the safety of our team and its members. Considering every aspect, I do not concern myself with how other captains operate. My responsibility lies solely with my own team. However, if I am to assume the role of captain, I find myself entirely at a loss as to how to proceed. Jiu Yuan gazed at Zhuaya. Understanding her predicament as he reflected on the weight of leadership, he looked out the window, where the sky seemed to threaten the extinction of humanity, leaving anyone in such a situation feeling helpless and disoriented. Gu Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Zhuaya's shoulder, his expression unusually earnest. If you trust me, do not overthink it. The journey ahead is long. Entrust your lives to me, and I will guide you all. I cannot guarantee anything absolute. What if the planet were to explode tomorrow? Would I require our teammates who will offer their unwavering trust and obedience? I am acutely sensitive to betrayal and defection. Until now, our relationship has been one of mutual survival in this apocalypse. Our trust and understanding have not run particularly deep. While it is true that no one can leave this team in our current predicament, what of the future? Who can say for certain? As he continued, he pointed ahead. Take, for instance, the armored vehicle in this RV. Even those who previously lacked awakened abilities have gained them under my guidance. If I were to reveal a cosmic battleship tomorrow, do not be astonished. I have many more surprises in store. My greatest aversion is for those who, having benefited from my support, turn against me. I admit to having a degree of paranoia regarding betrayal, which is why I hesitate to fully invest myself. I am unafraid of natural disasters. I fear not the heavens collapsing. Why true concern is the fickleness of human hearts. The potential for division within our ranks. Do you comprehend my meaning? This statement was not solely directed at Zhuaya. It was equally intended for the entire group. I assure you. No need. Gu Yuan interrupted Zhuaya. There is no need for assurances. I have stated before that people are prone to change. He then turned his gaze to the other women. You two need not offer guarantees or solemn oaths. As of now, I trust in your unwavering loyalty to me, and I can only hope that this will remain unchanged in the future. Having watched Emperor Lu Ruyan countless times, Gu Yuan had become particularly attuned to the nuances of female behavior, which often left men feeling even more exasperated. Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Captain, are they not your women? Gu Yuan smacked her lightly on the head with a chopstick. Who said they are my women? What led you to that conclusion? They all follow your lead and call you captain. I assumed they were your women, either having been with you or having had you with them. That's how you achieved your position as the team leader. You seem to be the youngest here and, notably, the only male. Zhao Shi spoke candidly, unfiltered in her thoughts. Jiu Yuan's lips twitched. While he appreciated her forthrightness, he felt compelled to clarify, "You are overthinking it." "Then you are still a pure little virgin." Zhao Shi's eyes sparkled with mischief. "What are you implying?" Gu Yuan felt somewhat unnerved under Zhao Shi's gaze, as if she were about to devour him. How rare! It's not often seen. Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi exchanged knowing glances, their hearts synchronized. Gathering their courage, they suddenly leaped into Gu Yuan's embrace, each wrapping an arm around him, their voices playful and flirtatious. "Captain, I wish to offer everything, including my body and soul, in exchange for your absolute trust. Is that acceptable?" Gu Yuan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, sensing two piercing gazes directed at him. Compared to these twins, he found the presence of the other two women even more overwhelming, as they were prone to pinning him down at the slightest disagreement. No need for such gestures. "I already trust you completely." Verbal assurances of trust can be unreliable, especially among women. Only tangible actions can truly reassure a leader. Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi continued their playful antics. Mu Jinyao's teasing was soft and sweet, akin to a gentle breeze whispering in his ear, a demure presence that seemed to invite indulgence. In contrast, Mu Lingxi's teasing was vibrant and provocative, her sweet voice playfully nudging Gu Yuan, full of energy and charm. Embodying a playful innocence, Gu Yuan maintained a stern demeanor. "What are you doing? You are filthy and odorous. Finish your meal and hurry to bathe." Perhaps they were not hungry enough, as their focus seemed to lie in how to win him over. Despite their unkempt appearance and peculiar odor, their touch was undeniable. Slender waists and graceful forms that were truly captivating. Of course, that was not the primary reason for his discomfort. It was the intense scrutiny he felt, which bore down upon him like a weight, not solely directed at him, but also fixated on the twin sisters, as if their gazes could pierce through him. The twin sisters had sensed this, having become aware of the underlying tension early on, leading them to form their own conclusions. Their playful probing was meant to gauge the reactions of the other women, serving both as a test and a genuine inquiry into their feelings. The reactions of the other women were rather subdued, with only Xia Chenxi and Zhuyu showing noticeable responses. However, their reactions confirmed that they too held interest in Gu Yuan, albeit not in a definitively established manner. In that instant, the twin sisters and Zhao Shi reached a consensus, gaining insight into the sentiments of the group towards Gu Yuan. With this understanding, they wondered if, after their baths, Gu Yuan might accept the solidity of their relationship. "Enough of this," Xia Chenxi interjected, her expression dark. The force of her slap shook the vehicle, causing Gu Yuan to shudder. Thankfully, it was not delivered upon the table, or their meal would have toppled over. Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi ceased their playful antics, having determined that Gu Yuan remained a pure virgin who had yet to engage in any intimate encounters. This was sufficient information, indicating that he possessed self-restraint and could withstand the allure of beauty. There would be ample time in the future. Zhao Shi also understood. She harbored her own feelings for Gu Yuan, recognizing that all of this belonged to him, a mindset of whoever possesses Gu Yuan possesses the world. Survivor 66666. How many survival orders do we have now? Guan Na cast a glance at Gu Yuan. Survivor 55555. A total of 26. Survivor 55555. Gu Yuan. I believe there's no need for private discussions. Revealing our identities doesn't seem detrimental. I can see that the others in the group have reliable trust in you. If we collaborate and share ideas, we might devise a quicker method to gather survival orders. Survivor 66666. I've tried that. It was ineffective. When I revealed my identity as a copy survivalist, they could not hear me. You can try it and see. What are you two whispering about? Zhuyu inquired. Nothing. I was merely saying that I am. What is it? Zhuyu pressed. Nothing. Guan Na glanced at Gu Yuan. She truly had revealed her identity as a copy survivalist, and the individuals from that world could not comprehend her words. Not even deciphering her lip movements. Forget it. It's not a significant matter, Gu Yuan interjected. Survivor 66666. From now on, do not look at me. Communicate through private chat. Survivor 55555. Understood. Survivor 66666. Distribute the survival orders to Qin Yu and Chao Shuang. 10 each. I will acquire 4 more survival orders for trade. Ready to upgrade your orders. Remember to tell them not to glance around. Survivor 55555. Understood. 10 minutes later. Survivor 66666. Are all the upgrades complete? Survivor 55555. Yes, however, When upgrading to the Bronze Survival Order, two options appear. I will send you a screenshot. Ding! Due to your status as a subordinate copy survivalist, the following two options are available. 1. Independent Survivalist Panel. Point 2. Subordinate Survivalist Panel. Survivor 66666. Choose option 2. Survivor 55555. Alright. Survivor 55555. Yuan. My option 2 subordinate panel remains unchanged from before, except for the addition of shared authorization. Guan Na clicked on shared authorization, and suddenly, Yuan found a panel displaying another's attributes before him. It was Guan Na's. This function was incredibly useful, as it eliminated the need to crowd around Guan Na and the other two, which would have drawn unwanted attention from the rest of the group. In the next moment, two more attribute panels appeared before Yuan, synchronizing with his own. The three of them had yet to redeem their black iron treasure chests, a fact Yuan had almost forgotten. Now that they had upgraded to bronze survival orders, the bronze treasure chests were also available. Yuan concluded that only the first person to upgrade their survival order could receive the corresponding rewards. Chapter 65. Ominous Signs. Moreover, Yuan discovered that the black iron treasure chests had an input box above them. His eyes lit up with a surge of excitement. His expression remained calm. If his hypothesis proved correct, the survival orders harbored many secrets, lacking any instruction manual detailing their functionalities, necessitating Yuan's exploration. The higher the level of the survival order, the more mysteries it contained. For instance, after some experimentation, Yuan realized that the input box above the black iron treasure chests only manifested when synchronized with him. If they independently accessed their own attribute panels, such input boxes would not appear. Yuan speculated that the black iron treasure chests were likely similar, potentially linked to resource and material treasures, though further exploration was required. Yuan input the materials for bomb manufacturing, clicked confirm, and then exchanged the treasure, transferring it to his personal storage space while deducting the corresponding survival points from his own account. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Yet Yuan harbored an instinctive aversion towards her, his gaze often shying away from hers, as though fearing the exposure of his innermost thoughts. Yunan and Wang Ting exchanged glances, their eyes laden with unspoken significance, while their expressions remained inscrutably calm. Zhuya parted her lips, acutely aware of Yuan's slightly hurried breathing, sensing that this young boy was indeed intimidated and wished to maintain a distance from her. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Adopting a soft tone, "Do you recall the words you spoke earlier?" "What words?" "The ones where you entrusted your life to me, saying you would lead us onward." In that moment, your earnest and confident gaze captivated me. You possess a charm that is unparalleled. You may not have noticed, but Zhuyu gazes at you with infatuation. Oh. Yuan remained impassive, appearing as a silent listener, untouched by Zhuya's words, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. After a prolonged silence, Zhuya broke the stillness once more. "Shall we continue our journey towards City S? Even upon reaching our destination, the outcome may be less than satisfactory. Let us move forward. In truth, my true ambition lies with that military factory." "Why are you so insistent on going to that military factory?" Zhuya countered. Yuan tilted his head, reflecting deeply before responding. "From your perspective, what do you think of our team's capabilities? Do you perceive any shortcomings?" "Well, how do I put this?" Zhuya pondered. "Compared to my former Blood Rose team, our mere 20 or so members already surpass them. Moreover, with the formidable arsenal you have provided, we could easily overpower my previous Blood Rose team. Even if the 4 mercenary groups combined, they would stand no chance against our current team. But what if we were to face an endless tide of zombies?" Yuan posed hypothetically. "So far, I have only encountered small to medium-sized hordes. I do not doubt the existence of colossal hordes. I cannot fathom what that would entail, should we ever encounter such a situation." "What should we do?" Yuan inquired. "I have witnessed large hordes," Zhuya reflected. "With our current strength, we could at most eradicate a medium-sized horde, but against a multitude exceeding 1,000,000, we would stand no chance. Even modern armored forces falter against large hordes. However, if our goal is to escape or evade the onslaught, that remains within our capabilities." Zhuya turned to him, her tone serious. Yuan, remember that confronting a horde head-on is sheer folly. If you lack comprehension, allow me to illustrate. Take, for example, a colossal horde. Even a nuclear strike may not clear the area. Moreover, zombies are impervious to radiation, which paradoxically enhances their vitality. Should any zombies survive a nuclear detonation? It is not uncommon for them to emerge as powerful variants, posing an even greater threat. And how many explosive devices do you think I would have left after such a detonation? Not many, I presume. Thus, when confronted with the apocalypse and the threat of zombies, the root cause of our troubles lies in insufficient firepower. While we still possess the means, I must fortify our team's foundations to be prepared for any eventuality. So, you intend to scavenge for arms at that military factory. However, I must caution you that the route from here to the factory requires traversing a dense forest, with the ground now covered in puddles and ice. The dirt roads are treacherous, and the winds are fierce, rendering driving quite unstable. Fortunately, both vehicles are sufficiently heavy and sturdy, but we must not exceed a moderate speed. All these factors must be considered. Additionally, I neglected to mention that while zombies may be sparse in the forest, it could prove to be even more perilous, potentially harboring unknown creatures far more formidable than the zombie kings. Ding, golden treasure chest task. Survive for 10 hours in a stormy downpour. Countdown, 0 hours 0 minutes 59 seconds. Yuan's eyes brightened. This news significantly uplifted his spirits. Since the announcement of the golden chest task, it seemed nearly 10 hours had elapsed. With only a minute remaining, he wondered what valuable items he might obtain. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, golden treasure chest task. Survive for 10 hours in a stormy downpour. Countdown complete. Task accomplished. Yuan hastily redeemed the golden treasure chest, a flash of golden light illuminating his surroundings as the contents of the chest materialized in his mind. Premium armed helicopter, length 25 meters, capable of flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters under normal conditions and 3,000 meters in severe weather. Body defenses constructed from superalloy materials. Equipped with a 4-barrel 30mm machine gun, 4 weapon mounting points, and a central fuselage capable of accommodating heavy-duty bombing weapons. Armaments can carry 16 missile launchers with the ability to switch to a 4-barrel 22 rocket launcher, 80 rockets, or 4 anti-aircraft or ground missiles. Outfitted with advanced systems, aviation technology, universal radar, superior stealth capabilities, enhanced map vision locking, multifunctional computing systems, etc. Chapter 67. Soaring over City B, Yuan's joy was palpable, a smile breaking across his face, which did not go unnoticed by Zhuaya. What has got you grinning? Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating that if the forest is so perilous, flying over it should pose little danger, right? Fly? How do you intend to fly? Zhuaya was bewildered, unable to grasp Yuan's train of thought. About how far is it from here to that military factory, if we traverse the forest? Approximately 300 kilometers, Zhuaya replied, intrigued. Tell everyone to halt. You will find out shortly. Yuan opened the top door, leading the way out of the vehicle, followed by the rest of the women. What is up, little Yuan? Xia Qinxi was the first to inquire. I am giving you all a heads up. I'm about to transform into something grand, so don't be shocked, Yuan teased. The women's faces were filled with curiosity as he walked a few meters away, then waved his hand, summoning an enormous, dazzling helicopter. The women gaped in astonishment, particularly Zhao Shi and the twin sisters, who were utterly flabbergasted. Others were slightly less affected, but even with Yuan's prior hints, the sight left them all in awe. Don't be surprised. Consider it a manifestation of my vast storage space. Who knows, I might conjure an aircraft carrier one day. Yuan jested. Enhua, do you know how to operate this? Yuan inquired. Enhua stepped forward, her hand gliding over the armed helicopter as her eyes scanned the myriad systems within. After a brief moment of concentration, she nodded. I can. However, it requires 2 operators. One must pilot while the other manages the weapon systems. Yuan turned to the others. Can any of you pilot? All the women shook their heads, none possessing the skills to fly, let alone handle a military helicopter. Then you all have a new lesson to learn. How to fly a helicopter. In truth, operating the weapon systems is not too complicated, as most data will be handled by me. The other person merely needs to follow my commands to deploy the onboard weaponry. Enhua explained, I'll take the helm. Although I've never piloted a helicopter, I have observed military helicopter operations before. Back before the apocalypse, I served in the army and witnessed pilots at work. Zhuaya declared. Sister, just because you've seen it doesn't mean you can do it, Zhuaya teased. Why don't you take a turn? It seems no one here is qualified, Zhuaya shot back. How about I try? I graduated from an aviation university before the apocalypse, with aspirations of becoming a captain, not a flight attendant. Yun Ruoxue chimed in. Have you learned? Can you pilot? This is an armed helicopter? Xia Qinzi remarked, her tone somewhat uneasy. But Inhua only needs to manage the weapon systems, Yun Ruoxue replied, frowning in displeasure. All right. You all must learn to fly. When you have the chance, let Inhua instruct you. Zhuoya, you will assist Inhua, while the others will be passengers. The reason for not selecting Yun Ruoxue was due to the weather, which had begun to unleash hailstones the size of fingernails, capable of inflicting serious injury. The sound of ice shards striking the vehicle outside was akin to a cacophony, their lethality comparable to small-caliber munitions. Yun Ruoxue, please use your ice powers to shield us from the falling hail to prevent any accidents during flight. Lin Mingming, you too. Both Yun Ruoxue and Lin Mingming nodded solemnly. Point one more thing. With such strong winds, won't it be problematic for the helicopter to take off? Zhuyu queried. Jiu Yuan smiled. Have you forgotten about the wind conversion device? It can redirect the wind's flow, significantly reducing resistance, allowing us to avoid being swept away by the gusts. Understood. Once everyone was aboard, the helicopter ascended slowly. As for the RV and armored vehicle, Gu Yuan naturally stored them within his spatial inventory. The interior of the helicopter was relatively cramped, accommodating around 10 individuals, with a total of 21 people. They were quite tightly packed. Jiu Yuan initially intended to stand, but Zhuoyu swiftly seized the opportunity, pulling him to sit on her lap, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her long, slender legs intertwined with his, her head resting on his shoulder, as if cradling a beloved, fearful of his departure. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Qinzi lunged forward. However, there was one who was swifter than she, Zhao Shi, who tumbled directly into Gu Yuan's embrace. It appeared an unintentional collision, yet perhaps it was deliberate. Consequently, Mu Jingyao and Mu Lingxi each wrapped an arm around Gu Yuan. Yet, Yunnan and Zhao Qingya, along with Lu Xian and Wang Ting, pressed in as well, all seemingly intent on overwhelming him. It felt as though they had tripped and fallen into his space, though it remained uncertain if this was intentional. Xia Qinzi felt the slowest of them all, desperately squeezing her way in. Yet the confined space did indeed necessitate such squeezing to accommodate 20 individuals. Jiu Yuan experienced a wave of suffocation. He was acutely aware that Zhuoyu, Zhao Shi, Xia Qinzi, Mu Jingyao, and Mu Lingxi were likely acting with intent. As for the others, their intentions remained ambiguous, yet it seemed they all gravitated towards him, as if deliberately seeking to take advantage of the situation. Zhuoyu wore a dark expression as Zhao Shi brazenly engaged in flirtation with Gu Yuan in her presence, kissing him fervently, even extending her tongue. Xia Qinzi's face grew even darker as she found herself unable to join in. Gu Yuan felt utterly despondent. This group of women was indeed terrifying. What could he do? Refusal was not an option, and he could not push them away nor resist. He could only passively endure. However, the suffocation was overwhelming, the pressure rendered him breathless, and the facial cleanser was the least of his concerns. Particularly, Zhuoyu's arms were tightly wrapped around Gu Yuan, holding him closely. Were it not for the possessive glare of jealousy in Zhuoyu's eyes, one might mistake her intentions for something far more sinister. Zhao Shi, on the other hand, knew how to temper her advances. Enough already. Zhao Shi, how long do you intend to keep this up? Zhuoyu could no longer bear the sight and issued a warning. Reluctantly, Zhao Shi withdrew her lips from Gu Yuan's, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Why apologies? It was simply too cramped earlier. It was not my intention. Jiu Yuan rolled his eyes, and so did Zhuoyu. While all the women simultaneously exchanged eye rolls, suddenly, the helicopter jolted slightly, causing Zhao Shi to lose her balance and lunge forward once more. Jiu Yuan's eyes widened, as he found himself lost in the depths of Zhao Shi's alluring gaze. Her arms encircling his neck. This time, she had no desire to part from him, regardless of the unfriendly glares from the other women, or Zhuoyu's persistent tugging, or Xia Qinzi's coarse exclamations. She resolutely clung to Gu Yuan, savoring the taste shared between them. Of course, Gu Yuan did attempt to resist, but Zhao Shi's grip proved unwavering. Chapter 68. City A, Abnormal and Bizarre Creatures. An hour later, the armed helicopter soared over a dense expanse of forest, navigating through the challenges of the flight. Acid rain and hail were manageable, thanks to the water elemental awakener Lin Mingming and the ice elemental awakener Yun Ruoxue, who mitigated the adverse weather's impact on the helicopter. However, the formidable typhoon posed a significant challenge. It would have been ideal to have a wind elemental awakener on their team, as elemental awakeners were exceedingly effective in such dire weather conditions. Relying solely on wind power converters to diminish the ferocious winds surrounding the helicopter proved insufficient, even with all four installed on board. The current typhoon was so exaggerated that it could uproot trees as thick as an arm. And being high in the sky increased the wind resistance, adversely affecting the helicopter's rotor power. Nonetheless, flight was still possible, albeit fraught with turbulence and a disorienting sense of weightlessness. After over an hour of travel, they had traversed approximately 350 kilometers, landing in an area devoid of zombies. As the door of the helicopter swung open, the women filed out, with Yuan being the last to descend, appearing dazed. His face marked with red imprints of unknown origin. Xiaoqinci stepped forward to wipe them away, and the women wore expressions of calm, gazing at Yuan with inscrutable thoughts. Who could fathom what transpired within the confines of the helicopter? Or who among them harbored impure intentions? Aside from Zhuoyu, Xiaoqinci, Mu Jiniao, and Mu Lingxi, who were half-truthful, Zhao Shi remained ambiguous, while Zhuoyu dared not speculate. The other women were even more bewildered regarding their sentiments towards Yuan. What are our plans moving forward? Zhuoyu inquired. Noting Yuan's seemingly foggy state, she felt a degree of exasperation regarding his role as captain. Truthfully, his demeanor was ill-suited for leadership, lacking the gravitas and charisma of a true leader. Yet, they had no choice but to rely on him, given his vast resources, formidable weaponry, and myriad extraordinary possessions. For instance, this armed helicopter, along with the awakening crystals and various peculiar items, all of which seemed to appear from nowhere. It could be said that everything they wore, consumed, and utilized, maintaining their cleanliness and satiation, was bestowed upon them by Yuan. In fact, everything they possessed, apart from their own bodies and lives, belonged to Yuan. Especially their awakening skills. It was worth noting that initially, only 4 of them were awakeners, with Zhuoyu being the 5th. Yet now, aside from Guan Na, Qinyu, and Chao Shuang, who were not awakeners, everyone else possessed awakening skills. Excluding Nuwa, this composition was one that Yuan might perceive as superficial. Only Zhuoyu, and the native survivors of this apocalyptic world understood the immense strength of this assembly. Even an army of 10,000 would pale in comparison to Yuan's current cohort of 20. In this apocalypse, numbers did not equate to superiority. The most crucial factor was ability. Awakeners were highly valued, and Zhuoyu, who once led the Blood Rose Corps, was acutely aware of this reality. Yet it was peculiar. The area appeared largely devoid of zombies. From the helicopter, they had observed a desolate panorama below. In this post-apocalyptic world, there should be zombies everywhere. It is inconceivable for there to be a patch of land without them. Even in sparsely populated areas, one would expect to encounter solitary zombies or a few scattered in remote locations. Most zombies wander aimlessly in the wilderness, primarily ordinary ones, widely dispersed yet not forming small hordes. Zhuoyu remarked. Yuan lifted his binoculars, spotting large buildings several kilometers ahead. Could that be the military factory you mentioned? Zhuoyu nodded, affirming, indeed, but something feels amiss. There are hardly any zombies nearby, at most. Only 1 or 2. It strikes me as unusual, and I feel a sense of unease. Yuan retrieved the RV and armored vehicle from his spatial inventory before recalling the helicopter. This vehicle was a precious asset. There was only one, and even the slightest scratch would be a source of great regret. Let us board the vehicles and proceed cautiously, he suggested. Yuan felt a sense of relief. Having flown over 300 kilometers, the tranquility upon landing seemed discordant as they approached their destination without the anticipated waves of zombies surging towards them. The 2 vehicles traveled in tandem for another hour, leading them to a grand structure surrounded by low factory buildings, all seemingly abandoned, exuding a sense of desolation from years of neglect. Yuan scanned the surroundings. There were indeed zombies, albeit not an overwhelming number. Along their journey, they had attracted approximately 100 zombies. Yet this was still remarkably few, bordering on the bizarre. According to Zhuoyu, a city had once been bustling with activity prior to the apocalypse. Even 5 years into the catastrophe, it was implausible for the zombie population to dwindle to such an extent. Moreover, they had never visited this area before, leaving them unaware of its current state. Something feels off, Yuan mused. Should I deal with these 100 or so zombies? Zhuoyu asked. Yuan nodded. Immediately, Zhuyu transformed into an exquisitely crafted longsword, her blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound as it struck the approaching zombies. With effortless grace, she dispatched dozens of them. I'll join in as well. I want to stretch my legs. Zhuyu chimed in. Yuan nodded. Given the relatively small number of zombies, he felt no concern for their safety. Zhuyu brandished a long gun, her movements fluid and swift as she struck down a zombie with a precise shot, sending another flying with a kick and swiftly executing several more in quick succession. The cold weapons obtained from the black iron treasure chest had not been entirely forsaken. Each woman retained one, opting not to trade them all for supplies in the regional chat for survivors. The rationale was to engage in close combat with zombies without resorting to firearms, as gunfire would attract hordes of zombies. In situations where zombies were few, it was preferable to avoid using guns. Be careful, Yuan called out, having noticed that zombies whose heads were blown apart by Zhuyu still managed to rise and move. Zhuyu grew cautious, sweeping her gun to sever a zombie in half. The long gun struck with the speed of the wind, sending each zombie flying, either obliterated or cleaved. The outcome confirmed that even if a zombie's head suffered catastrophic damage, unless its limbs were severed to eliminate its ability to stand, it could still rise again. It was noteworthy that even a super tyrant would not rise after receiving a fatal blow to the head. You all should assist, Yuan instructed the remaining women. 1 minute later, the last of the zombies had been dispatched, their remains scattered as mere fragments. The women appeared solemn. Zhuyu had impaled a zombie with her spear, and even without limbs, the creature continued to squirm. Something is amiss, she said. Not only can these zombies move despite having their heads blown apart, but I also noticed something peculiar. They are ordinary zombies, yet their strength and speed rival those of third-tier zombies. Their bodies are more resilient than typical zombies, and their joints exhibit agility akin to that of living beings, lacking any stiffness. Zhuyu's voice was grave. Suddenly, the zombie impaled on her spear began to swell, as if it were being inflated like a balloon. This is bad. Zhuyu, with her remarkable agility and quick reflexes, forcefully hurled the zombie impaled on her spear, sending it flying several meters away. Upon landing, the corpse seemed to swell to an extreme and exploded with a resounding bang, scattering grotesque remnants and emitting an unbearable stench, the explosion's power rivaling that of a Type 67 hand grenade. Yuan furrowed his brow, and Zhuyu, understanding his unspoken thoughts, spoke up. From the moment I dismembered the zombie, I discovered worms within its remains. Worms? Zhuyu pointed to a basketball-sized block of ice containing a grotesquely deformed worm. After dismembering the zombie, the creature had suddenly attempted to escape from its carcass, moving with remarkable speed. Yuan Ruoxue, quick on her feet, managed to freeze it in time. Have you ever encountered such worms? Yuan inquired. Never. Zhuyu shook her head. Chapter 69. Ant Swarm. Insecticide. Everyone, be cautious. For safety's sake, remain in your positions, weapons at the ready. I will phase in to investigate. You must be careful, Zhuyu urged solemnly. Yuan nodded. In critical situations, she maintained her composure and rational perspective. The dangers of the apocalypse were unavoidable, and one could only face them with seriousness, as a seasoned survivor in this treacherous world. Excessive worry could be fatal. Upon penetrating a vast building, Yuan found himself amidst numerous factories filled with machinery. The outermost factories dealt with basic component processing, while the structures grew denser and larger towards the interior, filled with unfamiliar apparatuses. However, his objective was clear: munitions and ammunition, easily identifiable, and his sole reason for being there was to acquire weapons. He had no qualms about stockpiling bullets. His concern lay primarily with the scarcity of explosives and bombs. After a few encounters where explosives had decimated hordes of zombies, Yuan had developed a taste for the explosive carnage. Such AoE damage was exhilarating, with a Gatling gun capable of dispatching thousands of zombies in a mere second. Yet, he knew that facing a true zombie tide, especially one that surged relentlessly like an unyielding tide, mere gunfire would be insufficient. Bombs, however, could serve as a crucial barrier, disrupting the relentless advance of the undead. Although Yuan had never experienced a large-scale zombie tide, he had heard of them from Zhuyu. He believed that their current team's sheer firepower was adequate, providing them with a chance to escape even in the face of overwhelming hordes. Provided they had enough bombs. When confronted with a tide, explosive AoE damage proved more effective than raw firepower. The The vacuum created by a massive explosion could offer a brief respite for the group. However, he had spent nearly an hour searching, utilizing his phasing ability to traverse walls and soar through the air. Yet he had found no firearms or ammunition, only piles of machinery he could not decipher. The most common materials were steel, special alloys, and various metals. Although there were military factories and munitions workshops, he sensed that these had likely been previously looted by other survivors, leaving him empty-handed. Despite the lack of firearms and explosives, Yuan had stumbled upon essential materials for bomb making: ammonium nitrate, nitroglycerin, and TNT. These were raw materials for creating explosives, not finished products, requiring industrial processing and advanced knowledge to fabricate. To others, these might seem worthless, barely worth a glance, yet for Yuan, they were invaluable, as he had a bomb-making workshop but lacked sufficient materials. His eyes gleamed as he swiftly stored all the materials into his spatial inventory. Having food without firearms is disastrous. Having firearms without food leads to starvation. Although Yuan possessed both, he felt it was not enough. His unease stemmed from an insufficient firepower arsenal. The munitions workshop was located deep within the military factory, at the very core of the expansive complex. However, Yuan noted with curiosity that as he approached the interior, the ground became riddled with small, finger-sized holes resembling a honeycomb. Upon closer inspection, he discovered signs of gnawing, almost as if tiny creatures had been at work, with traces barely the size of a grain of rice. For instance, he encountered an enormous machine whose purpose was unclear, yet its interior was riddled with holes. Suddenly, a swarm of ants, larger than ordinary ones, about the size of a fingernail, emerged, capable of gnawing through steel. Boom. This is bad. Yuan vanished in haste. He had previously instructed the others to use explosions as a signal in case of emergencies. When he reappeared in the air, the sight before him made his heart race. From the distant horizon, a cloud of green toxic mist ascended, enveloping even the skies above. If one were to escape a city and view it from a great height, they would see that a green toxic dome encased the entire city, rapidly contracting as it moved inwards. The military factory transformed into a scene of utter dread, painted in a chaotic blend of blood red and deep purple. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. How many ants could there possibly be? The numbers were beyond comprehension. "Captain, what should we do now?" Shuya shouted. In mere moments, the ant swarm surged toward the women. They were not foolishly paralyzed. Both vehicles sprang into action. Yet, the speed of the swarm matched that of the vehicles, threatening to catch up. That, of course, the vehicles could go faster, but the wretched weather impeded their speed. With torrential acid rain, a forced tin typhoon, hail, and extreme cold freezing the ground. Under such dire conditions, any ordinary driver would have lost control. Yuan had no doubt that if the swarm caught up, death was inevitable. Even a tank would be rendered as fragile as paper, potentially devoured whole by the ants. Yuan descended back into the vehicle, retrieving an RPG and firing at the approaching swarm. The rocket soared into the mass of ants, exploding and clearing a significant area. However, the effectiveness of the explosion was short-lived. Within moments, the space cleared was quickly repopulated. Yuan fired 3 more rockets, effectively plowing the ground, reducing the swarm's numbers somewhat. Yet, before long, the ant tide resumed its original ferocity, seemingly endless, no matter how many he dispatched. The explosions had only enraged the swarm, increasing their speed as they relentlessly pursued the 2 vehicles, closing in alarmingly fast. What now? Bombs are ineffective against these ants, and machine guns won't fare any better. Shuyu looked at Yuan anxiously. Yuan frowned, his fists clenched. In moments of crisis, maintaining composure was paramount for devising a strategy. He glanced at his chaotic spatial inventory, scanning each item meticulously. Suddenly, his gaze landed on something he had overlooked: a special insecticide spray and a top-tier insecticide from a bronze-silver treasure chest. Initially dismissed as useless, it now seemed to hold potential. Special insecticide spray. Spraying it on oneself can repel insect-type creatures by 10 meters. Targeting the creatures directly can cause their demise. Top-tier insecticide. 1 bottle will annihilate insect-type creatures within a kilometer in under an hour. Within 3 hours, it can drive them away for miles. After 5 hours, the effect diminishes, rendering it ineffective. Yuan examined the 2 types of insecticides in his hands. The special spray was in a bottle. while the top-tier version was contained in a sealed glass vial filled with a yellow liquid, easily shattered. Ants are considered insects, right? Without hesitation, Yuan smashed the vial, unleashing a pungent odor that, while unbearable, was not lethal to humans. The scent quickly permeated the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yuan peered through the vehicle's window, noticing that the once frenzied ant swarm had inexplicably halted, as if time had frozen. What is this? It's incredible, Xia Qinzi exclaimed, staring at Yuan in awe. I should have utilized it more strategically for maximum effect. A glance revealed countless ants in the distance, their numbers unfathomable, the ground resembling a crimson-black path as far as the eye could see. All ants within a kilometer ceased their movement, and the distant tide was dispersed. Yuan pinched an ant between his fingers. It felt unusually hard, akin to a piece of gold the size of a fingernail. With his attributes currently at 28 points, he could pierce through tree trunks yet found himself unable to crush the ant's defense. What are your thoughts? What are your plans? Zhuye inquired, looking at Yuan. He shook his head, staring blankly at the distant green toxic dome, uncertain of the situation. His mind clouded. I don't know what to do. Do you have any suggestions? I have no thoughts at all. None whatsoever. Weren't you the leader of the Blood Rose group? Surely you had plenty of ideas and strategies back then. I lack experience in leading a team and do not possess the ability to consider every aspect of a problem. I am at a loss regarding what to do next, Yuan lamented, shrugging his shoulders. Ha ha, Zhuye chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. What are you laughing at? Yuan inquired, puzzled. Do you lack resources? Yuan shook his head. Well, there you have it. Zhuye leaned against the counter, arms crossed, casually resting her leg. I truly question you. Are you even from this world? How have you survived these past 5 years, and those 3? They hardly seem to have endured the apocalypse for 5 years, Zhuye remarked, glancing towards Guana, Qinyu, and Chaoshuang. Not only Zhuye, but the other local women also harbored dissatisfaction towards the trio, who lounged about like mere mascots in this apocalypse, where every hand was needed. If they were back in the Blood Rose group, Zhuye would have surely put them through rigorous training. How have they managed to be so lethargic for 5 years? The 3 women, Guana, Qinyu, and Chaoshuang, awkwardly scratched their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want to contribute to the team, but Yuan had strongly advised them in private to focus solely on enhancing their survival skills, assuring them that their contributions were invaluable regardless of others' opinions. Yuan intervened. Are you straying from the topic? I'm not off topic, for the ultimate goal of the survivors still struggling to survive in this apocalypse, including my former Blood Rose group, is resources. Each day is spent either contemplating how to gather resources or scavenging through hordes of zombies. Even if the world were to explode tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. The only goal is to have enough to eat today, and after enduring for so long in this apocalypse, one grows weary. Yet you, like a billionaire who feels impoverished, lack nothing in terms of resources. Wield a formidable weapon, and your team's strength surpasses what you might imagine. Zhuye toyed with an ant between her fingers. For instance, that ant swarm you mentioned. You said it was a pesticide, right? It's quite remarkable, truly impressive. However, I can remind you that even without that, our current team's strength could easily evade the ant swarm, and even if surrounded, survival is not impossible. Oh? Then tell me. In such a crisis, what methods could you devise to turn the tide? Yuan maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of mockery, genuinely seeking advice. Zhuye regarded him with appreciation. You are quite commendable, although you may appear uninformed and not particularly clever. Your willingness to ask questions is a commendable trait, displaying no pretense of knowledge. With the right timing, location, and the presence of B-class water elementalist Lin Mingming and C-class ice elementalist Yun Ruoxue. Do you not think that under such weather conditions, these 2 element awakeners could unleash terrifying power? Why did you previously ask me what to do? To test you, Zhuye smirked, prompted by Zhuye. Yuan suddenly conceived 2 methods of escape from the earlier peril, realizing he had wasted a bottle of divine pesticide by not considering the 2 of them. Perhaps I should leave major decisions to you in the future. I am still the captain. Zhuye shook her head. A team can only have one voice. I merely hand over the command to you, but it must still pass through me as the captain. No, you must follow your own reasoning. Even if it's wrong, it doesn't matter. Your task is to unify the team as one, to act according to your will, for others' opinions will only distract you. I can see that you evidently have your own opportunities and ideas, And there is much for you to learn and grow. I can teach you, and will remind you in critical moments. Zhuya patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, her tone softening. Do not regard us as outsiders. We are all your soldiers, your swords. Whatever you command, we shall follow. You are our backbone. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if the entire city had been activated. In the northeastern distance, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, the aftershock still spreading, accompanied by the deafening roars of zombies. This sudden upheaval transformed calm into chaos. Zombies appeared from nowhere, as Gu Yuan noticed the area around him was relatively calm. The sounds and commotion from afar seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. What is happening? Zhuya asked. Perplexed, I do not know, Gu Yuan replied, shaking his head. What should we do now? Let curiosity be the death of the cat. We should retreat in the opposite direction. Although the commotion seemed distant, the sound was quite far away, obscured by mountains, rendering it impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. The waves of energy appearing at the horizon were awe-inspiring. Should we not retreat? Do we wish to join the fray? Just as Gu Yuan prepared to start the vehicles, a voice called out, Captain, look, Zhuya exclaimed, pointing with binoculars towards the mountain peak. Gu Yuan followed her gaze through the binoculars. Atop the mountain, a spatial portal had manifested. He was familiar with this phenomenon, having witnessed it twice before. Once with the Blood Blade mercenary group, where an awakener had the ability to teleport, and another through a circular portal, which functioned similarly. Indeed, through the binoculars, he could see figures emerging one after another from the portal at the mountaintop. It was impossible to see them clearly with the naked eye from such a distance. Even with Gu Yuan's enhanced attributes, they were too small to be discerned without binoculars. Chapter 71. The Colossal Zombie and the Alien Zombie, the emergence of an unknown survivor team from the mountaintop. Figures began to race down, moving with the swiftness of the wind, covering a significant distance in mere breaths. The ferocious winds of nature seemed to impose no limitations on them. Instead, they harnessed the power of the wind as propulsion, their speed rivaling that of the D-class awakener, Zhuya, as if they were flying. Further away, a dark shadow loomed, as if the heavens themselves had darkened, threatening to engulf the entire world in a surging tide of black, covering and crushing the mountain beneath. Gu Yuan and his team had already pressed the accelerator, yet the harsh weather impeded their speed. Even without Gu Yuan's urging, the women noticed, as they pressed the gas pedal to the floor, barely managing to avoid flipping their vehicles. Although they were at a considerable distance, the black tide resembled a towering wave, sweeping through everything in its path. Anyone who lagged would be consumed, with not even a splash remaining. The visual impact was enough to instill fear from afar, let alone with it heading directly towards them. It was a horde of zombies. Judging by the scale, it bore the hallmarks of a massive zombie wave. Zhuya remarked, Damn it, why so sudden? Gu Yuan cursed. It must have been provoked by those unpredictable survivors. Perhaps they had wind element awakeners capable of manipulating the wind, allowing them to move so swiftly. Zhuya speculated. Gu Yuan frowned, the word swift lingering unuttered on his lips. The armored vehicle was driven by Yuan, while the RV was piloted by Nuwa. Among the team, they were the best drivers. Yunan's skills rivaled those of the adept Nuwa. Surely they knew how to accelerate. The winds outside were so fierce they uprooted trees. The continuous rainfall had turned the ground into a marsh. And with the temperature plummeting to -40 degrees, everything was frozen solid, making it extremely slippery. Even with the gas pedal pressed to the floor, the vehicle, as heavy as a freight truck, could barely match the speed of an Audi. What more could be done? The drivers bore the greatest burden, as the vehicle swayed as if intoxicated. Yet they could not outrun the unknown survivor team closing in behind them, in merely 2 or 3 minutes. The figures of those survivors were visible to the naked eye. Those behind called out, Hey, give us a ride. A voice from the rear, belonging to an unknown survivor, foolishly assumed others were simpletons, even the most naive among them. Chao Shuang understood this logic, especially in such a dire escape. It was impossible to accommodate strangers. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and from the horde of zombies in the distance, thousands of zombies erupted, growing to towering heights of 100 meters. What the hell? Gu Yuan exclaimed, raising his binoculars to get a clearer view. The sight of those 1,000 towering zombies, mutated from super tyrants, resembled colossal monsters. Even Ultraman would only reach half their height. The 100-meter giants reached down to the ground, hurling objects like mere pebbles. The other 100-meter giants mirrored this action. In an instant, it was as if an electromagnetic cannon had fired, with the zombie version unleashing a barrage that far surpassed any artillery. The concentrated assault decimated the wild survivor team, claiming half their lives. Yuan's team was somewhat distanced, thus escaping the brunt of the attack. However, the crucial point was that the projectiles from the 100-meter giants were not mere stones. They were zombies, or perhaps akin to aliens. Their exterior bore a bone-like structure for defense, reminiscent of creatures from films, the bone-like aliens swift and agile, appearing before one in the blink of an eye. Their upper limbs resembled scythe-wielding mantises, razor-sharp, while their heads were bullet-shaped. Their legs exhibited incredible explosive power, leaping with the agility of teleportation, their very form optimized for the battlefield's carnage. With bone armor for protection, standard attacks would struggle to penetrate. Even if they did, hitting the target was not guaranteed, epitomizing high speed, high damage, and high defense. Through the binoculars, Yuan observed the alien zombies wreaking havoc among those wild survivor teams. Engaging in direct combat with these alien zombies would be perilous unless one possessed attributes akin to Yuan's speed or Xiaqian's immense strength, or utilized Yuan's blade transformation technique, or was like Yuan, capable of self-preservation. Otherwise, other types of awakened individuals are likely to be slaughtered by these aberrant zombies, just as effortlessly as one would butcher an infant. At least chickens and dogs have the instinct to flee. Prepare yourselves, Yuan's expression was grave, for those aberrant zombies were advancing towards them, closing in within mere breaths. Now within 100 meters, on the roof of the armored vehicle, 2 Gatling guns and 2 light machine gunners were stationed. While the RV was equipped with 2 Gatling guns and 4 light machine gunners. The Gatling gun, heavy and with significant recoil, posed a challenge, had it not been for the fierce winds outside making it unsuitable to set up a mount. And if only there were more than 4 pieces of exoskeleton armor to secure the Gatling gun positions, and if not for the wind power conversion device, anyone standing atop the vehicle would likely be blown away, rendering them unfit to wield a firearm. Fire! In an instant, a torrent of firepower was unleashed. The Gatling guns were capable of penetrating the defenses of the aberrant zombies, and Yuan witnessed one of them being utterly shattered. However, the aberrant zombies moved with remarkable agility, and the Gatling guns, being heavy weaponry, struggled to target such nimble foes. Before Yuan could utter a word, the female gunners adjusted their tactics. The light machine gunners impeded the movements of the aberrant zombies. Weighing in at 25 kilograms, the light machine guns were manageable for the women, who handled the recoil with ease, allowing for responsive and unrestricted fire, their bullets capable of marginally piercing armor within a minute. Through their coordinated fire, the 5 or 6 aberrant zombies that had closed in within 100 meters were all obliterated. Yuan remained vigilant. In the distance, a colossal giant zombie continued to hurl aberrant zombies, launching one every second, with thousands of 100-meter giants simultaneously exerting force to propel them. The scene was akin to a relentless barrage from electromagnetic artillery. Even an armored battalion would appear as mere paper in the face of such onslaught. Tens of thousands of aberrant zombies, tens of thousands of butchers. Even exhausting all of Yuan's trump cards might not avert disaster. Even a multitude of tyrants posed no immediate threat to him. The fate of those survivors behind them, whose origins were unknown, was all too predictable. Lei Jingjing, unable to hold on any longer, urged, "Have your people join mine in desperately manipulating the wind element to catch up with that vehicle ahead and discuss cooperation with them. Only then do we have a chance to survive. Relying solely on ourselves is a recipe for death." A rugged man, his face contorted with rage, bellowed. They had all witnessed the overwhelming firepower moments ago. Just a few rounds of gunfire allowed them to gauge the strength of those ahead, sufficient to ensure their own safety, while also capable of fending off threats from behind. A woman with a ponytail, her skin pale and delicate, exuding an air of elegance and competence, moved with the grace of a female leopard. Her steady and resolute gaze suggested a wealth of experience, as if she had endured countless trials over the years. Embodying a spirit of resilience and tenacity, Han Bing, quickly, unleash the might of Xian and catch up to those 2 vehicles ahead. Han Bing, exuding the aura of a cold beauty reminiscent of a corporate executive, possessed a striking appearance and figure, scoring above 95 in both. The same could be said for Lei Jingjing. Suddenly, an immense pressure from the wind surged forth like roaring waves, exacerbated by the already fierce external weather. Transforming into a more violent and destructive force under their control of the wind element, it was as if a tornado were consuming everything, harnessing the power of the wind as wings of assistance, propelling them forward at a breathtaking speed. Chapter 72. Lei Jingjing, the Zombie King. The dense horde of aberrant zombies closed in rapidly, and all were fleeing for their lives. At such a moment, it was not merely about running faster or slower than others. It was a desperate sprint to escape death. Should an aberrant zombie close the distance, resistance would be futile, resulting in certain demise. The distant 100-meter giant zombie continued to hurl aberrant zombies. The scene resembled a relentless bombardment. A saturation assault, where even a slight ripple could cause grievous injury. Hey, you up ahead, how about we collaborate? The rugged man's voice thundered in Gu Yuan's ears. Zhuaya and Zhuayue turned to look at Gu Yuan. Noting his impassive expression, devoid of any sign of engagement, they exchanged a glance and understood each other. Having interacted with Gu Yuan for a few days, they were somewhat aware of his character. If not his past, Yunnan and Enhua, not receiving any command from Gu Yuan, maintained their speed, pressing the accelerator to the floor, while the gunners atop the vehicle remained on high alert. Anyone daring to venture within 100 meters, without Gu Yuan's signal, would be met with lethal force, a directive that Gu Yuan had established from the outset. Meanwhile, Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Chao Shuang gazed at Gu Yuan. Their feelings a mixture of astonishment and complexity, tinged with admiration. As fellow survivors of the instance, they had observed Gu Yuan's every action over the past 2 days, from an ordinary individual living in a modern, peaceful society for 20 years, he had entered this apocalyptic scenario for merely 5 or 6 days. Yet his demeanor contrasted sharply with other instance survivors. He adapted and grew swiftly within this apocalyptic environment. His calm eyes reflecting indifference to all, exhibiting a decisive and composed temperament, all while being the leader of this team of 20, with the exception of the 3 of them, all others were awakened individuals. They could all discern the strength of this team. As long as they did not act recklessly or face certain death, surviving in this apocalyptic scenario was not insurmountable. Setting aside the imminent danger they faced, the treacherous weather outside posed a natural disaster that few could endure. Scanning the chat forum revealed nothing but wails of despair or messages filled with hopelessness. The challenges of a level 10 typhoon coupled with acid rain had eliminated everyone else. Perhaps within the entirety of the apocalypse instance, Gu Yuan was the only survivor capable of enduring this harsh reality. As he shifted his gaze forward, the survivors behind them drew near, closing in within 100 meters. The gunners atop the vehicle opened fire without hesitation, signaling a warning. "What do you mean?" the rugged man questioned loudly. "Nothing of consequence. Just keep your distance from us," Gu Yuan replied coldly. "Little brother, with so many aberrant zombies around, we are all survivors. Why be so callous? Cooperation offers a chance for survival. Why should I cooperate? Don't tell me you are merely fledgling survivors of the apocalypse. Strangers are far more dangerous than zombies." As he spoke, a multitude of aberrant zombies quickly overtook those survivors, plunging them into peril. "Hey, you up ahead. We need your fire support. You cannot possibly handle so many aberrant zombies alone if we maintain a proper distance. How about we collaborate to eliminate the zombies?" The speaker was a woman, her voice distinctly feminine, more commanding and mature than Zhuaya's. This proposal was acceptable, and Gu Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Agreed, however, you must stay at least 500 meters away. We can provide fire support, but your speed is too fast. If you harbor any ulterior motives, we won't have the chance to react before you approach us, making it difficult to aim our firearms. Hence we must remain cautious." "Agreed. It is settled. You must provide fire support." After both parties reached a preliminary agreement, Gu Yuan signaled the women to open fire in coordination. The light machine guns obtained from the silver treasure chest boasted a range of 1,000 meters. And the Gatling guns were even more formidable. "Prepare, fire," with Gu Yuan's command. For crimson lines of fire and 6 torrents of flame surged forth, cascading down upon the aberrant zombies 500 meters away. Given the sheer number of aberrant zombies, even the most agile would be hit by a sweeping barrage. The survivors behind were tasked with ensuring that the aberrant zombies did not breach the 500-meter mark. This was the fundamental condition of their cooperation. If they could not uphold their end of the bargain, There was no need to continue collaborating, as they could easily fend for themselves. Give me a weapon. I can fight too, Zhuya implored, looking at Gu Yuan. Me too, Wang Ting added. Yuan contemplated for a moment and nodded. Fine, but you must remain vigilant. If anything goes awry, you need to switch to melee immediately. Wang Ting, you too. Your earth element has its uses. Zhuya and Wang Ting nodded, receiving a Gatling gun for Zhuya and an AK for Wang Ting. Yuan had a total of 6 Gatling guns and 6 light machine guns. However, not everyone could effectively wield a Gatling gun. Gu Yuan had personally tested it, and one needed a minimum attribute of 20 to use it comfortably, even without exoskeleton armor, ensuring precise targeting. T wasn't that the other women couldn't handle it. Without the exoskeleton armor, their shooting accuracy would be significantly compromised. Yuan was also actively engaging, manning a Gatling gun while opening the car window to unleash a torrent of fire. The RV had a total of 8 windows, all occupied by gunners, with Guan Na, Chen Yu, and Chao Shuang also armed with AKs. Yuan did not let them remain idle, ensuring they were also firing, even if their aim was not precise. As long as they avoided hitting their own, it was acceptable. Or I could also no. You are our trump card. You must remain concealed. We need to defend against not only the threat of these zombies but also those people. You must be ready to act at a critical moment. Your vigilance is paramount, and the power of your ice element must be prepared at all times. Lin Mingming, you are even more crucial. I sense your water element ability surpasses this, and perhaps there are greater transformations yet to come. Yuan Ruoxue and Lin Mingming nodded earnestly. In an instant, the overwhelming firepower wreaked havoc upon the aberrant zombies, causing them to explode in droves, keeping the aberrant zombies firmly at bay beyond 500 meters. Moreover, the survivors behind them impeded the aberrant zombies' movements, increasing the efficiency of their elimination, with entire swathes being dispatched every second. This sudden surge of firepower left the unknown survivor group in utter shock. Even the armored divisions before the apocalypse could not boast such ferocity in their firepower, let alone now, when heavy weaponry was virtually non-existent. Even military factories and bases lacked access to large-caliber weaponry. At best, they might find an AK, but that was hardly reliable. They were left to wonder how these women had acquired such formidable weapons. With the number of aberrant zombies significantly reduced, the pressure on them lessened, rendering the threat far less severe. Look out, Captain, you must see this. Yuan Ruoxue, originally on lookout duty, scanning their surroundings with a telescope, handed it to Gu Yuan. What is it? Gu Yuan cast his gaze towards the direction pointed out by Yuan Ruoxue, peering through the telescope in the distance. To the east, a small black dot blinked and rapidly grew to the size of a fist. Then a watermelon, and continued to expand. The contours became increasingly distinct, resembling a centaur wielding a weapon that bore a striking resemblance to a long halberd. It was akin to Hecarim from the game League of Legends that Gu Yuan had played in his previous life. Yet it appeared far more ferocious and bloodthirsty. The pressure and aura emanating from this creature were overwhelming. Gu Yuan had only felt such an intense force from the previous Corpse King. This entity was even more visually striking in its might, exuding an aura of invincibility at first glance. Chapter 73. Beware of strangers in the apocalypse. In this world, humans are the most perilous. Gu Yuan exclaimed loudly, addressing those behind him. Instantly, fear gripped the crowd. Even the most ordinary Corpse King posed a death sentence to an unprepared individual. A team of Awakeners needed at least one member capable of withstanding the Corpse King's might. Otherwise, the survivor group would be as fragile as paper. The combination of direct combat, interference, and support was essential, for even 3 or 4 survivors might struggle to defeat a mere ordinary Corpse King, risking being counterattacked, unless they were Awakeners of C rank or higher. The figure Gu Yuan beheld was clearly no ordinary Corpse King. It exuded raw power and seemed exceptionally formidable, with a single strike of its halberd. It appeared capable of cleaving mountains asunder, and this Corpse King was accelerating with astonishing speed, leaving behind a phantom, akin to a high-speed train hurtling forth with a destructive momentum. Captain, the target is too large, and the people are packed in the vehicle. If the vehicle is destroyed, we will be doomed. At its best to abandon the vehicle and disperse, Zhuya shouted. All right, everyone, get out of the car and scatter. Lin Mingming, pay attention. You are crucial. Do not let anything happen to you, or we are all finished. Wang Ting, Swiftly take Lin Mingming underground with Earth Escape. Remember, even if you must sacrifice yourself, protect Lin Mingming at all costs. Understood. 2. In this acidic rain, should anything happen to Lin Mingming, the absence of a water element awakener to control the rain would spell disaster for everyone. No matter how formidable one might be, it would be futile, and all could perish here in mere moments. The Corpse King, now nearly 100 meters tall, charged towards Gu Yuan's flank from a distance of 10,000 meters, in just a few breaths. The Corpse King was upon them, an overwhelming sense of pressure as if the very winds of the world had been torn asunder. The earth trembled, and nothing could withstand its charge. Not even a mountain could resist its onslaught. The gusts it generated, the unrelenting force, meant that even as Gu Yuan and the others spread out, some were still injured, and Gu Yuan and the survivors behind them were swept away by the wind. Despite having wind element awakeners, they found it impossible to counter the shockwave generated by the Corpse King. The air seemed to defy their control. Fortunately, Lin Mingming, having burrowed underground, was a B-rank water element awakener, and even as Gu Yuan and the others were blown away, she could shield them from the acidic rain above. I will engage the Corpse King. You all must flee, Gu Yuan declared. I'll go with you. I don't wish to waste words. There are aberrant zombies hot on our heels. You are the only one here with combat capability. Lead everyone away quickly and avoid casualties. Gu Yuan glared at Zuoya, who was about to speak, along with Xia Qinxi and Zuoyu, who clearly had their objections. Yet, their awakening abilities were on cooldown. What could they use to combat the Corpse King? If they had their abilities available, they could have faced the Corpse King head-on, unperturbed even by the numerous aberrant zombies. Be careful, rest assured, I will not perish, Gu Yuan solemnly assured Zuoya, Zuoyu, Xia Qinxi, and all the concerned gazes of the female team members. His phasing ability remained intact. The B-rank phasing skill lasted for 10 hours. Unlike the shorter durations of C-rank awakeners, this duration would allow him to avert many imminent dangers. Turning to charge at the Corpse King, he pulled the pin from a cluster grenade in hand. With an attribute of 28, far beyond the ordinary, he hurled it as the Corpse King's halberd swung towards him, then phased out of sight. The grenade landed squarely in the mouth of the Corpse King, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rippled for nearly 100 miles, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The Corpse King was sent hurtling away, and even Gu Yuan's teammates, along with those unknown survivors behind them, were thrown by the shockwave. Gu Yuan phased in pursuit of the Corpse King, intent on drawing its ire towards himself. Though the explosion was powerful, it was insufficient to slay a creature of such caliber. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be a Corpse King. Indeed, though the Corpse King appeared charred and battered, with its mouth singed and armor cracked, it had not sustained any fatal injuries, and its regenerative capabilities were astounding. Infuriated, the Corpse King's blood-red eyes radiated a brutal thirst for destruction as it swung its halberd, releasing a noxious wave of bloodlust. Even Gu Yuan, in his phased state, felt the suffocating atmosphere as the creature cleaved downwards. However, Gu Yuan was untouchable in his current state, and the blow missed him entirely. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he drew another cluster grenade, pulling the pin once more. The Corpse King, having learned from its previous encounter, attempted to evade or deflect the blow, but Gu Yuan's attributes of 28, speed, reflexes, strength, and accuracy, were unparalleled. He threw the grenade with precision into the creature's mouth once more, followed by another resounding explosion that sent it flying away yet again. Meanwhile, Zuoya and the other women had boarded the vehicle, flooring the accelerator to escape, determined to shake off the horde of zombies pursuing them. The aberrant zombies, particularly the colossal ones at the rear, continued to hurl their compatriots forward, leading to an increase in their numbers. The speed of the chase was alarming. If they were ensnared, the consequences would be dire. As the Corpse King charged, Gu Yuan had already stored 2 vehicles in his personal space and retrieved them after the explosion. Intending to divert the Corpse King's attention towards himself, "Hey, let us ride with you. We can fight the zombies together," the survivors behind him called out, their pace matching that of the vehicles. A rugged man reached for the edge of the vehicle, preparing to leap aboard, while others attempted to grasp the vehicle's body as they ran. Bang! Zuoya shot the rugged man's hand, causing him to wince in pain, his eyes burning with anger as he demanded, "What are you doing? What do you want? I never invited you aboard. You reached for us first." It's a miracle I didn't shoot you dead, Zuya retorted fiercely, her gaze unwavering. She fired several more shots at those attempting to clamber aboard. Some struck in the arms, others killed outright. The zombies are closing in. If we get caught, we are all done for. Do you wish to continue this charade? Don't act so righteous. I never agreed to let you on board. Teaming up to fight zombies is fine, but climbing aboard is out of the question. We all survive this apocalypse. Do you really think we are mere novices? I have a wind element awakener here. Cooperating with us could help you outrun the zombies behind. Aha. With your legs, you think you can match our speed? If you could, you would have already run far away by now instead of wasting time here. The aberrant zombies were closing in rapidly, resembling arrows shooting through the air. Chapter 74. Yi Xiaowan's Aunt, Yi Han. A large contingent of aberrant zombies was about to descend upon them, and the rugged man's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his blade to strike the tire of the Apocalypse RV. Though the RV was equipped with explosion-proof tires, the rugged man's strength was immense, and with one swing, he shattered the tire. The RV, with its accelerator pressed to the floor, reached its maximum speed despite the extreme weather. Inevitably, the RV would flip after blowing a tire, rolling uncontrollably, sparks flying, yet miraculously, it did not explode. The rugged man glanced at the overturned vehicle but did not slow down, his indifference apparent as he continued on his path. Beside him, Lei Jingjing witnessed the chaos unfold, initially intending to intervene. But the rugged man acted too swiftly for her to react. As the RV flipped, a delicate head emerged from a shattered window. Dazed and injured but intact. Yi Xiaowan, hearing her name called, she recognized the voice, familiar yet distant. Yi Xiaowan's eyes widened in realization. Wait, Aunt. Suddenly, an intense chill enveloped the air, freezing time as if the world had been plunged into an ice age. Aside from the overturned RV, which spanned a diameter of 100 meters including the armored vehicle, everything, be it human or zombie, was instantly encased in ice. Yuan Jie, you? What is wrong? Yi Xiaowan paid no heed to the gazes of others as she approached her aunt, who had also been caught in Yuan Ruoshua's icy wave, transformed into an ice sculpture. Yi Xiaowan turned to Yuan Ruoshua. Can you save her? I will give it a try. Yuan Ruoshua, feeling utterly drained, collapsed to the ground. Gently raising a hand, she thawed the ice sculpture of Yi Xiaowan's aunt, as if pouring boiling water onto snow, or immersing a metal spoon into a powerful acid. The ice melted instantaneously, and the blood within her body was also unfrozen, allowing circulation to resume and the heart to beat once more. However, the frostbite that enveloped her entire body was beyond Yuan Ruoshua's ability to heal. At most, she could extract the cold energy within. The recent explosive release of ice elements had been so exaggerated that it could freeze everything within 100 miles into solid ice, whether living or inanimate, rendering the air itself seemingly frozen. The external temperature plummeted to an astonishing -40 degrees, significantly enhancing Yuan Ruoshua's command over ice elements, allowing her, even at a mere sea level, to achieve such a feat. Yet, her body was utterly exhausted, having overexerted itself, and the recent overturning of their RV had left her injured inside as well. Everyone within the vehicle had sustained injuries, but none were critical, as the Doomsday RV was equipped with safety measures such as rollover protection. Even if the RV were to be completely wrecked, as long as it did not explode, those inside would only suffer from dislocated bones and internal tremors, with the women possessing a sturdier constitution than ordinary individuals, managing to endure the impact. Within a diameter of 100 meters from the overturned RV, there existed a stark contrast akin to two different worlds. Outside was an ice age, while inside was a realm of the living, although it remained cold and the temperature was still low. Within this 100 meters, aside from Zhuaya and a few others who were spared from Yuan Ruoshua's ice element, there were a few other fortunate souls who had not ventured beyond this living zone. Among them was a stunningly voluptuous beauty. A flash of steel glinted as Zhuaya, radiating an intense murderous intent, spoke with a tone both irritable and ruthless to Mbd. All the men present must die, in the blink of an eye. The blade danced through the air, and the rugged man was the first to be targeted by Zhuaya. Even though he had been fortunate enough to avoid being frozen, he was mere moments from crossing the 100-meter line. However, in that instant, Zhuaya's blade sliced through his neck with exquisite precision, the edge sharp enough to sever his head from his body. The rugged man was momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle of an ice age unfolding before him. His mind faltering until the blade grazed his throat, too late to react. Juya's blade struck with lethal force, claiming the lives of all the men present, whether frozen or not, with a single stroke. Lei Jingjing swallowed hard. She was the fortunate beauty who had escaped the reach of Yuan Ruoshua's ice element. Surveying the scene around her, her pupils constricted in horror, Yi Xiaowan reached out to check her aunt's pulse and breath, cradling her in her arms and bringing her before Zhao Qingya with a look of desperate pleading. "Sister Zhao, could you please help my aunt?" "Your aunt?" Zhao Qingya inquired, puzzled. "Yes," Yi Xiaowan nodded vigorously. "This is my aunt. Since the apocalypse began, I had no idea if any of my relatives were still alive. I fear she is my only family left in this world. Could you please save her?" Tears welled in Yi Xiaowan's eyes as she gazed imploringly at Zhao Qingya. All right, Zhao Qingya acquiesced, moved by Yi Xiaowan's pitiful demeanor, nearly on the brink of tears. After all, she was the youngest in their group, and whether among the women or Gu Yuan, everyone treated her as the little sister, cherishing her as the most favored member of the team, given her tender age of merely 19. "Thank you, Sister Zhao. I will personally speak to Captain Brother about this. It is I who implores you to use your awakening ability to help me. If Captain Brother holds any ire, I shall bear it alone." Zhao Qingya affectionately ruffled Yi Xiaowan's hair, her expression tender. Raising one hand, she emanated a hazy healing energy. Within moments, Yi Xiaowan's aunt began to awaken, her eyelids fluttering open, confusion etched across her features. Yet, upon seeing the delicate and charming face before her, she paused in surprise. "Xiaowan, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? You are Xiaowan. You are still alive? Cough, cough, that Yi Shirhan. She is your niece?" Seizing the opportunity, Lei Jingjing chimed in from the side. "Lei team, she is indeed my niece. Although I have not seen her in 5 years since the apocalypse, I recognize her at a glance. I feared she may not have survived in this world," Yi Shirhan responded. "Then, could you persuade them to save us?" Lei Jingjing pointed toward the 6 other women encased in ice, all of whom were her comrades. If they were not rescued soon, they might lose their last glimmer of hope. But why should they assist you without reason? They are strangers, and in an apocalypse, one must always be wary of unknown faces. Lei Jingjing was a thoughtful individual, capable of discerning the right moments to act. She understood the complexities of trust and could empathize with the actions of others. If the roles were reversed, she would have acted similarly, ensuring that no unfamiliar person could easily board their vehicle. However, this was contingent upon their own culpability. Despite not having directly attacked anyone, they had not intended to provoke nor harbored any ill will. And they even sought to recruit the unusual female team in normal circumstances. If no significant issues arose and impressions were kept positive, even unfamiliar parties could slowly build rapport. Yet, the current situation was convoluted. And with the rugged man and his companions being clearly connected, who would believe her explanations? Chapter 75. The 8 Women of Lei Jingjing. Yi Shirhan glanced around, mirroring Lei Jingjing's shock and disbelief. Yet she was also perceptive enough to grasp the crux of the problem. Yi Xiaowan was part of this group of unknown origin. "So, Xiaowan, could you speak to your team about rescuing those 6 women?" Yi Shirhan pointed at the 6 women frozen in ice. "They are my aunt's teammates, her trusted comrades, and I assure you, we harbor no malice toward your team. Aunt pleads with you. If we do not act swiftly, they may all perish. Please, I beg you." Yi Xiaowan bit her lip, her shoulder being shaken by Yi Shirhan, whose eyes brimmed with desperation. Kneeling before her, "I will try." Yi Xiaowan approached Yuan Ruoshua, opening her mouth yet hesitating to speak. "Is she your aunt? We heard your conversation earlier. However, to rescue those women, we need Juya's consent, as the captain is not present." Yi Xiaowan then approached Juya, who had just reverted from her blade form. Gu Yuan had previously stated that in his absence, Juya would make the decisions. "Sister Juya, can we save them?" Yi Xiaowan whispered, pointing to the 6 frozen figures. Juya regarded her, her gaze fixed on Lei Jingjing. "We can rescue your companions, but before we proceed, you must bind your own hands and feet. We cannot trust you. Our decision not to kill you was solely because we recognized that you 8 women were not a threat after eliminating all the men." "Very well, I agree. As long as they can be saved, I will do whatever it takes and would willingly submit to you." Lei Jingjing responded, "We are all women. I harbor no ill intentions toward you." And I only hope you will not make things difficult for us. What is your name? Lei Jingjing. Zhuya gestured to Yuan Ruoxue, who nodded slightly. In the next moment, the 6 ice sculptures began to melt under Yuan Ruoxue's control of the ice elements. Their blood flowing sluggishly, heartbeats faint, their faces frozen in shock, seemingly devoid of breath. What is happening? Are you only rescuing half of them? If you do not act soon, they may not survive. In this apocalypse, life was already arduous for women. Was it not said that women should not make things difficult for one another? Lei Jingjing glared angrily, her limbs bound, struggling against her restraints. Yi Shihan mirrored her frustration. Even though she was Yi Xiaowan's aunt, she could not be deemed harmless, as she too belonged to the same faction. Rest assured, I have thawed them. There is not a trace of frost left within them, and the cold energy has been expelled. However, they are currently frostbitten and on the brink of death. I am not a healing awakener, so I am unable to assist further. Although Qingya is a healing awakener, she has already treated someone today and is now on cooldown, so she cannot help, Yuan Ruoxue explained, raising her hands in exasperation. Are you just going to abandon them? Lei Jingjing interjected. Are you blind? Can't you see Sister Lu Xian is administering first aid? Gu Yuan had entrusted Lu Xian with the medical supplies, and despite the violent overturning of the RV, she had prioritized protecting the supplies from damage. At that moment, Lu Xian spoke up. I can only help them circulate their blood and administer oxygen. Whether they survive depends on their own strength to endure until the captain returns to find a solution. Yuan Ruoxue suddenly furrowed her brow and addressed Zhuya. Why ice element can freeze for miles, appearing spectacular and formidable, capable of inflicting harm that could be lethal, even inadvertently putting awakeners at risk. Yet, it has minimal effect on those mutated zombies, and they are on the verge of breaking through the ice. Moreover, with the continuous influx of the undead, we must leave this place quickly, but given the current state of the RV, what are we to do? Zhuya bit her lip, deep in thought, running her fingers through her hair. Perhaps I should use earth elements to take everyone underground? Wang Ting suggested. Why did you not mention it earlier? Would it have been of any use if I had? I can only lead people underground to evade danger one by one, which is dreadfully time-consuming. In the previous situation, fleeing was the only option. As the zombies were hot on our heels, along with those other individuals, my control over the earth element is still rather rudimentary. I can manage to lead 2 or 3 individuals underground at most. But the speed is insufficient to keep up with the pace of the vehicles. Moreover, do not think that simply burrowing underground means there are no complications. I must also excavate a space large enough to accommodate everyone. The issue of air is particularly pressing. In a completely sealed underground environment, oxygen depletion occurs within mere minutes. I have personally experienced this every time I manipulate the earth element to burrow underground. And I have communicated this concern to the captain, who is aware of it. Unless I am afforded time, with everyone standing together, I could manipulate the earth element to descend like an elevator, though it would be significantly slower than an actual elevator. Right now, however, as long as I can burrow underground before the zombies break through and catch up, it should be just in time. But with the captain absent, we cannot equip each person with an oxygen mask, which would resolve all these issues. Wang Ting's face contorted in frustration and helplessness. Coincidentally, her words caught the attention of Guan Na, who, while Gu Yuan was preoccupied with the Zombie King's minions, communicated with her fellow survivors through a private chat window, informing Guan Na, Qin Yu, and Chao Shuang to report any developments in that channel. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, having launched a series of cluster bombs to send the Zombie King's minions flying, felt somewhat reassured only after creating enough distance between them and the women. He then began to kite them, throwing anti-tank grenades whenever he found an opening. Unfortunately, high-explosive grenades inflicted minimal damage on the Zombie King's minions. His cluster grenades had all been expended without dealing substantial harm. They only appeared more pitifully battered, with their exoskeletons cracked, limbs injured, and bodies charred. Yet these injuries were inconsequential to the Zombie King, who was only enraged further, wielding its polearm as if summoning an otherworldly phenomenon, causing Gu Yuan to hesitate to reveal himself. Suddenly, Gu the women are not invincible. The formidable charge of the Corpse King's centaur sent them flying, followed by the explosive shockwaves, and the apocalyptic RV flipping violently. Ordinary individuals would likely succumb to internal bleeding and shock. And even though these women possess superior physical attributes compared to the average person, They cannot withstand a series of such brutal encounters. Lu Xian stepped forward and spoke. Everyone is relatively well. I have examined all of you, and there are no broken bones or severe injuries, but you will need to recuperate. Some have internal injuries or muscle strains, which I have already addressed with medication. A bit of rest will suffice. Before the apocalypse, Lu Xian was a doctor. In the absence of Zhao Qingya's healing ability due to cooldown, she is the only one capable of assisting, aided by the medical kit she possesses for minor ailments and injuries. Gu Yuan nodded. What about the 6 of them? The situation for those 6 is dire. Their lives hang in the balance. Although Yuan Ruoxue has thawed them, the severe hidden injuries from extreme freezing are beyond my capacity to treat. Lei Jingjing observed how these women obeyed Gu Yuan, fixing her gaze on him as she spoke. Hey, that man. I heard from them that you have the ability to save my 6 teammates. If you can help them, all 8 of us women are willing to join your ranks. What do you say? Gu Yuan turned his head to look at her, approached Lei Jingjing, and placed a subordinate badge in her hand without uttering a word. What is this? Hey, I'm asking you a question, are you listening? Gu Yuan walked past her, distributing subordinate badges to each of the 8 women. He cast a glance to assess their attributes. Name: Lei Jingjing. Age: 34. Attributes: Strength: 28. Speed: 27. Constitution: 28. Spirit: 26. Awakening Skill: D-Rank Lightning Element. Name: Yishir Han. Age: 34. Attributes: Strength: 18. Speed: 17. Constitution: 17. Spirit: 16. Awakening Skill: None. Name: Han Bing. Age: 30. Attributes: Strength: 19. Speed: 22. Constitution: 20. Spirit: 19. Awakening Skill: D-Rank Wind Element. Name: Long Lin. Age: 35. Attributes: Strength: 22. Speed: 22. Constitution: 20. Spirit: 20. Awakening Skill: None. Name: Tang Ling. Age: 28. Attributes: Strength: 25. Speed: 25. Constitution: 24. Spirit: 24. Awakening Skill: D-Rank Gold Element. Name: Yang Mei. Age: 30. Attributes: Strength: 17. Speed: 17. Constitution: 16. Spirit: 18. Awakening Skill: Storage Space. Name: Qin Ku. Age: 26. Attributes: Strength: 18. Speed: 18. Constitution: 17. Spirit: 17. Awakening Skill: None. Name: Qin Yin. Age: 25. Attributes: Strength: 17. Speed: 18. Constitution: 16. Spirit: 17. Awakening Skill: None. They are all formidable, surpassing the 12 individuals I assessed earlier. Especially Lei Jingjing, who even exceeds Zhuoya, closely approaching her own attributes. It is no wonder that under the overwhelming ice elemental explosion from Yuan Ruoxue, these women were not instantly killed. Their foundations are resilient, and their lives are tenacious. Ordinary people would have perished from the freezing. Are you their leader? Gu Yuan inquired, looking at Lei Jingjing. She nodded. Yes, I am their captain. They all listen to me. I do have a way to treat your people, but I have my reservations. Who knows what your true intentions are? I simply do not trust you. Lei Jingjing replied. I understand this. We are strangers. Trust is a rare commodity in such circumstances. However, you could bind them and then treat the 6. Do you truly believe such trivial bindings can restrain us? If I were to strike you down right now, you would undoubtedly have the ability to retaliate. You must know that it is impossible for you alone to contend with all 20 of us. If your teammates remain standing, they could pose a threat to us. What do you propose then? Don't speak as if you were innocent. Since you claim to understand, consider this. If you were in my position, would you not be cautious? Lei Jingjing bit her lip. What must I do for you to agree to treat them? If they all perish due to delays, I will do everything in my power to bring you down with me. At this moment, Zhuyu interjected with a glare. Captives should behave like captives. If you are seeking assistance, you should adopt a more humble demeanor. Do you think we are afraid to kill you? Sta Chenxi even stepped forward, kicking twice in frustration. It is because of your people that our RV has been rendered useless, and we have yet to demand compensation from you. You. Lei Jingjing clenched her teeth, glaring at the 2 women in frustration. What do you mean by you? If you disagree, then break free of your restraints and fight us, or we shall all take you down together. Xia Chenxi tightened her fists. Yuan found it peculiar that these two women harbored such animosity towards Lei Jingjing. In this apocalyptic environment, it should be a time for solidarity among women, not hostility. How about this? You 8 accompany me outside. Once we reach the surface, I will treat your 6 teammates. What do you think? Do not push your luck. The outside is likely swarming with zombies. Who knows what your true intentions are? Then there is no other choice. Precisely because the outside is teeming with zombies, I need you to scout ahead. This will also help mitigate the conflict between our two teams. We cannot simply stand here staring at each other. Moreover, I will follow closely behind you. While there are dangers outside, it is not an unmitigated death sentence. Lei Jingjing pondered for 2 seconds. Fine, but you must treat my people first. Once we return to the surface, who knows if zombies will appear, and whether you will be able to act in time. Yuan nodded. Retrieving 6 vials of red medicine, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuyu and gestured for the women to arm themselves and remain vigilant. 10 minutes later, the 6 unconscious women gradually regained color in their faces after consuming the red medicine, with Tang Ling being the first to awaken and open her eyes. Among these 8, aside from Lei Jingjing, she ranked second in composite attributes, and it was expected that her superior physical condition would allow her to recover the fastest. Before long, the 6 women began to stir. But upon attempting to move, they found themselves completely bound. With so many unfamiliar faces glaring at them, they struggled even more fiercely. "Do not move," Lei Jingjing commanded. "Captain, what is happening?" Tang Ling asked. "Do not move or ask questions. We will discuss it once we are outside." Lei Jingjing looked at Yuan, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude, her tone softening. "Thank you. I understand now why they regard you as their leader. You are indeed a capable individual." Yuan administered the red medicine to the 6 women until they showed signs of improvement. She observed everything closely. Yuan turned to Wang Ting. "Let us begin." Wang Ting nodded, her fingers forming a loose grip, palms pressed together as she chanted, "Open." The power of the earth element surged and roiled above, enveloping Lei Jingjing and her 8 companions within an independent space, separating them from Yuan's team. "Zhuyu, Xiaoqinci, what are you doing? Why are you standing with them?" "I want to go with you." "Absolutely not. Your awakening skills are on cooldown. Stay here obediently. Do you think I am concerned for your safety? I fear your soul will be ensnared by them and you will abandon us." Wang Ting was caught in a dilemma, glancing between Yuan and the reactions of others. While the others did not openly confront Lei Jingjing and her group as Zhuyu and Xiaoqinci did. Their words were not without merit, and they all looked expectantly at Yuan, their expressions tinged with a sense of unspoken resentment, uncertain of who it stemmed from. Perhaps it was a collective feeling. "I will merely scout the path. We have a communication device to maintain contact. I cannot remain here indefinitely. I will notify you when the time is right for you to join me." Yuan's words left the women feeling discontented, with only Zhuyu and Xiaoqinci appearing reluctant. Chapter 78. Parasite. Upon returning to the surface, Yuan released the bindings that restrained Lei Jingjing and her 8 companions. He addressed Wang Ting, return and inform Zhuyu that she will temporarily lead the team. She has prior experience as the leader of the Blood Rose. Keep in contact with her through the communication device. I will call you when it is time for you to regroup. Furthermore, the underground space is not entirely secure. Remain vigilant. Wang Ting nodded, as did Zhuyu and Xiaoqinci, who did not follow. In this apocalyptic environment, if one were to behave as they did in peaceful times, entangled in petty disputes between men and women, not only would survival be difficult, but it would also become quite annoying. A mere cold glance from Yuan was enough to silence Zhuyu and Xiaoqinci. Lei Jingjing surveyed the surroundings, her expression serious. "Prepare for battle. Do not be overly aggressive. We are all wearing protective suits and zombie repellent. Our living presence is concealed, simulating the scent of a zombie. As long as we do not create excessive noise to attract the zombies, we should be fine. Even if zombies do approach, we must remain as quiet as possible. There are so many zombies around. Is it truly safe?" Lei Jingjing asked. "Try to conceal yourselves. In the perception of zombies, they may mistake us for their own kind. As long as we do not act too conspicuously and blend in with the horde, we should be all right." "Your vague words leave us no choice but to act rashly," Lei Jingjing replied, exasperated. Yuan had already surveyed the surrounding environment. Unlike before in City A, now, as far as the eye could see, zombies were strewn everywhere. Who could remain calm? Yuan leaned forward, whispering into Lei Jingjing's ear, "Hush, Keep your voice down. The zombies are looking over here. Indeed, the zombies possessed acute hearing, and several of them were drawn closer by the commotion. What should we do now? Lei Jingjing remained silent, moving her lips slightly, yet 3 seconds passed without a response from Gu Yuan. Turning her head, their gazes locked, their lips almost brushing against each other. Lei Jingjing appeared unperturbed, while Gu Yuan's face flushed slightly. He averted his gaze, signaling for quietude with a steady hand gesture. The zombies merely drew near, sniffing around Gu Yuan and his companions, lingering for a moment before wandering off. Lacking any poetic fervor, Lei Jingjing and her 7 female comrades exhaled a subtle sigh of relief, their eyes fixed on Gu Yuan, who had produced the protective suits and zombie repellent in this apocalyptic era. They had never encountered such items. In a world teeming with the undead, these were nothing short of miraculous. Lei Jingjing grasped Gu Yuan's hand, inscribing in his palm, "What are your plans next?" With zombies surrounding them, even a slight sound could attract their attention, so they resorted to this method of communication. After another 3 seconds without a reply from Gu Yuan, she raised her head to look at him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Interrupting Gu Yuan's stupor, he noticed Lei Jingjing's enigmatic smile, making him feel a bit shy. The delicate softness of her hand felt akin to being cradled in jade, and the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her proximity was even more alluring than Zhuyu and Zhuoya. Although Zhuoya and Lei Jingjing possessed slightly different temperaments, neither could be deemed less than stunning. If Zhuoya was akin to a ripe elder sister, captivating, fierce, and untamed, then Lei Jingjing exuded an additional fierceness, forged through numerous life and death encounters in the apocalypse, bestowing upon her a resolute and fierce beauty. Just as Gu Yuan contemplated a response, Lei Jingjing suddenly pulled him along in a brisk pace, even breaking into a light run, disregarding the attention of the nearby zombies. Gu Yuan hastily inscribed in her palm. "What's wrong?" Lei Jingjing swiftly replied in his palm, "Beware of the worms." Following the direction of her finger, Gu Yuan beheld not one, but dozens of grotesque, deformed worms resembling a cross between a worm and a crustacean. Racing towards them with surprising speed, akin to loaches, he recognized these creatures from his earlier encounters in City A, emerging from zombies he had dispatched. Quickly, he wrote in Lei Jingjing's palm, "What are those worms? Do you recognize them?" She tilted her head, her expression conveying disbelief at his ignorance, yet she wrote nonetheless, "Parasites. They can burrow into a zombie-esque body or forcibly invade a living human as a host. I'll explain more later. Your zombie repellent likely won't work on those worms." A gasp escaped from Yishir Han, her voice hushed yet urgent, as a parasite scuttled rapidly up her leg. Seeing this, Lei Jingjing brandished her knife, ready to strike at Yishir Han's leg, but Gu Yuan swiftly intervened. Lei Jingjing shot him an incredulous glare, her voice low and urgent. "What are you doing?" Once a parasite ascends the body and contacts the skin, it sticks like super glue, burrowing within 10 seconds. If it enters a body, death is certain. Severing the leg is the only chance of survival. Ignoring her tone, Gu Yuan, in a moment of desperation, retrieved insecticide from his spatial pouch and sprayed it near Yishir Han. Just as the parasite neared her thigh, on the brink of a treacherous entry, it suddenly wilted and shriveled. Yishir Han shook her leg, and the parasite fell away, seemingly lifeless. Lei Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you do that? What you just used didn't seem like the zombie repellent." Gu Yuan paid her no mind, spraying the insecticide on himself and then on Lei Jingjing and the other girls. The 8 women watched as the parasites recoiled, retreating approximately 10 meters as if repelled by an unseen force. "Hey, kid, you're impressive. Where did you get all these miraculous items?" whispered Tang Ling, leaning close to Gu Yuan, her breath fragrant and captivating, rivaling even Zhuoyu and Xia Chenxi in beauty. Yishir Han also leaned in, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my leg would be gone. Even if Lei team leader hadn't acted, I would have had to sever it myself. Once a parasite climbs onto a person, it's nearly impossible to shake off. You not only saved my leg, but my life as well. How can I ever repay you? May I offer myself in gratitude?" Her boldness sent a shiver down Gu Yuan's spine. Though her tone was light, the underlying implication was unmistakable, coupled with the alluring scent of a mature woman, which contrasted with Tang Ling's fragrance yet remained equally beguiling. Both women were undeniably stunning, each exceeding a score of 90 in beauty, an embodiment of the pinnacle of human aesthetic standards, caught between the two enchanting women. With Lei Jingjing tugging him along, Gu Yuan felt a surge of awkwardness. Though they were oblivious to the effect they had on him, he was acutely aware. What normal man could remain indifferent to such beauty? No need for that. Actually, it was Yi Shaowan who emphasized I should look out for your safety. I can't let her down, right? Moreover, now isn't the time for this conversation. We must remain vigilant. Although the worms seem deterred from us, many zombies are still drawing near. Stay alert. We can't afford to be careless. Chapter 79. The Terrifying Parasites. The Mystery of Long Lin. Yi Shihan recalled what Yi Shaowan had whispered to her at their parting. Auntie, regardless of what you've endured during these years of apocalypse, Gu Yuan is a good man. It's in your best interest to befriend him. You'll see the benefits in just a few days of being around him. Unlike other men, he maintains a moral compass, respects women, and values the lives of female team members. Though perplexed by Yi Shaowan's insistence on befriending Gu Yuan for substantial benefits, Yi Shihan couldn't deny the magical aura he exuded, the zombie repellent, the acid rain-resistant raincoat, and now this insecticide, all of which had alleviated the crisis posed by both zombies and parasites. Yet, she hadn't yet grasped the full extent of the advantages. His humanity and reverence for life were indeed commendable. As the zombies gradually encroached, Yi Shihan found it odd that, if their hasty retreat had attracted the zombies' attention, it shouldn't have resulted in all of them fixating on Gu Yuan and his group. Had they not been doused in the zombie repellent, the zombies wouldn't be approaching so leisurely. Just as the zombies came within 10 meters of Gu Yuan and his companions, they suddenly halted. As if deterred from advancing further, their groans echoing continuously. Gu Yuan moved his lips. What's going on? How would I know? Lei Jingjing replied, her lips moving in response. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. Leaning towards Gu Yuan, is that spray of yours capable of killing parasites? Does it frighten them? Gu Yuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, all the zombies around us are infested with parasites. These parasites can control the zombies, augmenting even the weakest ones tenfold. Ordinary humans stand no chance against them. The parasites are the core, while the zombies serve as their vessels, which is why they cannot approach us within 10 meters. Lei Jingjing pointed to a third-tier zombie, a licker. See, those aberrant zombies are mutations of the lickers. The parasites within them cause these transformations during combat. Gu Yuan also noticed a mutated licker undergoing metamorphosis. Witnessing firsthand the transformation, he felt a sense of dread. Zombies were already numerous and difficult to contend with, and now, the discovery of parasites that could enhance them, coupled with the impending cold wave and frequent natural disasters, posed a dire future. If lickers mutated from parasites, what about that massive zombie in the distance? Was it a tyrant? It's a super tyrant, also infested with parasites, but it's a mutated form. What constitutes a mutated form? Gu Yuan inquired. Lei Jingjing explained, parasites likely have levels as well. I only know of 3 types. The lowest is the parasite itself. The second tier consists of mutated forms, like lickers and super tyrants, which are parasites that have mutated within them, causing the zombies to transform. The third tier is the dominator. I've only seen it once, and I know that dominator parasites can command and control both parasites and mutated forms, representing absolute superiority over lower-tiered beings. That's all I know. Gu Yuan instinctively recoiled slightly as Lei Jingjing leaned close, her breath caressing his ear, stirring an involuntary flutter within him. Though unintentional, her proximity was most disarming, inciting a bashfulness he couldn't shake. Regardless, the zombies dared not approach within 10 meters, so whispering wasn't necessary. Speaking softly would suffice. With a playful glint in her eye, Lei Jingjing seemed to see through Gu Yuan. Yet she didn't dwell on him for long. You need to make a decision. Although your insecticide has kept the zombies at bay, we can't remain stationary forever. Gu Yuan surveyed the surrounding sea of zombies, feeling a creeping sense of encirclement. Even if he had ideas, he felt helpless. You all stay here. I'll take a look around. What are you planning to do? Lei Jingjing inquired, curiosity piqued. Right before her eyes, Gu Yuan seemingly vanished into thin air. Hey, you. Lei Jingjing stood in stunned silence, witnessing Gu Yuan's sudden disappearance. Team leader, this may be his awakening ability. If he says to wait, then we wait. We can't know for how long. And there's no other option, Dragon Lin spoke up. Group? Dragon Lin cast a cold, authoritative glance, her gaze both commanding and frosty. Do not confuse your identity before the apocalypse with your current status. Now you are a member of Team 3, the Thunder Team, and I am merely one of your subordinates. In truth, there is no necessity to rely on the awakened abilities of the team leader. True capability stems from within oneself, as Lei Jingjing articulated. Enough of this chatter. You are well aware of how rare awakened individuals are. Issues can be resolved or strategized by those with actual skills. Yet the title of captain must be held by an awakened individual. If Yuan were to witness this scene, he would surely be astonished, as Lei Jingjing appears to be overshadowed by Long Lin in terms of presence, creating a sensation akin to a captain being reprimanded by a subordinate. Clad in coarse linen garments, with long, disheveled hair, she resembles a ghostly figure, yet is even more untidy than a specter, though curiously without any foul odor, almost as if she had emerged from a refuse heap. Yet devoid of any stench. It is worth noting that Long Lin is in a state of disarray, far surpassing that of Zhao Shi and the twin sisters from before. While Zhao Shi and her companions carried a hint of unpleasantness, Long Lin does not. Long Lin, what are your thoughts on that fellow? I cannot say much about him, but it is unexpected that his team consists entirely of women, which is quite formidable. At least 5 or 6 awakened individuals are readily apparent. And more crucially, their strength is unparalleled, significantly exceeding that of any awakened individuals I have encountered before. They must harbor some secrets. I am uncertain what charm that fellow possesses to attract such powerful awakened individuals to his side. Especially when their appearances and figures rival our own. He must have even greater secrets. What is your opinion of him? Long Lin cast a sidelong glance, as if to say, I am already aware of your musings. We must remain cautious. After all, knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. How long have we truly known each other? Whether we join forces with them or attempt to recruit them to our cause. There are numerous complications, and it is premature to make such decisions. For now, we must play along with him. We will need to rely on them to escape this prison. A city. Do you truly believe that if we do not join forces with them or invest something of value, he will act according to our desires? At worst, you could sacrifice your allure. That fellow is rather handsome, reminiscent of a fresh, shy young man, Xiao Chunan. You would not be at a loss. Huh? Why don't you make that sacrifice instead? You would not be at a disadvantage. Huh? Why foist that upon me? I am in such a filthy state. Surely he would not take notice. Huh? I am well aware of your true nature. You are even more striking than I. If you were to cleanse yourself, that fellow's gaze would undoubtedly fixate upon you. Ha! Such sweet words. In this apocalyptic world where water resources are so precious, we can hardly afford the luxury of bathing. Chapter 80. The Green Poison Circle, Yang Mei's Awakening Ability. Storage Space. An hour later, when Yuan reappeared before Lei Jingjing and the others, the phasing ability had dissipated, and his awakening skill had cooled down. From around 4 or 5 o'clock until now, once the awakening skill is activated, there is no cessation of the cooling period. As long as the skill is engaged, even if not in use, the cooling time continues unabated, a characteristic inherent to most restrictive awakening abilities. What is the situation? Lei Jingjing inquired. Yuan's expression was grave. Zombies were everywhere. What do you mean by everywhere? Please elaborate. Yuan glanced around. From a bird's eye view, the ground was teeming with zombies, densely packed as if endless. What shall we do then? I do not know. You do not know? Lei Jingjing shook Yuan's shoulders, pointing towards the horizon. Have you ever played Chicken Dinner? The green poison mist resembles the toxic circle in that game, continually shrinking the safe area in Chicken Dinner. The objective is to combat until only one victor remains. And if we cannot escape this toxic circle, we shall all perish. Yuan shrugged, helplessly stating, what can I do? I am not familiar with you all. Lei Jingjing was rendered speechless. Very well. I forgot to introduce you. Thus followed the self-introductions of Lei Jingjing and her companions, including their awakening abilities. Only Yang Mei remained reticent about her skill. Were it not for the subordinate badges they were given, revealing each person's attributes and awakening information, it might have been entirely concealed. Are you 3 the only awakened ones? No one else? Yuan fixed his gaze on Yang Mei. Yang Mei, feeling his scrutiny, furrowed her brow and glanced at Lei Jingjing. How do you know? Lei Jingjing queried. What do you mean by how do you know? Do not feign ignorance. Your gaze clearly indicates something. What do you imply? There is no need for us to trust one another. Parting ways would be quite acceptable. Lei Jingjing bit her lip, stating, Yang Mei's awakening ability is storage space. I see you possess a similar ability, so I need not elaborate further, correct? So why the concealment? Lei Jingjing fell silent, ultimately uttering the phrase, possessing treasures invites calamity. Oh? What is it that you are so protective of? Supplies. Lei Jingjing regarded Gu Yuan, her tone tinged with a hint of pain. If your team collaborates with us to escape a city, I can offer you half of our supplies. Furthermore, Yang Mei's storage space can only be accessed by her. No one else can forcibly take from it, and even if she were to perish, the supplies would not drop. 2,000 meters underground. Zhuyu held a communication device. Gu Yuan's device remained activated, with no interference, allowing the women to overhear the conversation between Gu Yuan and Lei Jingjing. Upon hearing Lei Jingjing offer half of the supplies and the warning that they could not be stolen, the significance of the warning was clear. The expressions of the women were peculiar. Gu Xin'er and Su Liu grinned, while Xia Chuan scoffed. They all understood that Gu Yuan lacked nothing but supplies. The women had sufficient provisions daily, with no issues of hunger, and their meals were not composed of moldy food. Meanwhile, just a meter below Gu Yuan's feet, Wang Ting and Zhuo Yu were present, having also heard the conversation. Given that Gu Yuan's awakening ability was currently cooling down, he could not afford to let his guard down while standing before Lei Jingjing and the others. What if something went awry? Thus, if Gu Yuan were to encounter trouble, Zhuo Yu would be the first to burst forth from the ground, while Wang Ting would swiftly pull Gu Yuan down, manipulating the earth element to draw him underground. What sort of collaboration do you propose? Gu Yuan refrained from showcasing his resources before Lei Jingjing, though he was tempted to impress her and witness her astonished expression. Yet, those 4 words, possessing treasures invites calamity, held him back. Human nature is prone to envy. Go escape a city. We must look out for one another and cultivate mutual trust. I can follow your lead. But you must also consider my suggestions. Agreed, Gu Yuan nodded, deciding to temporarily acquiesce to their wishes. Rather than simply looking out for one another, he longed to incorporate Lei Jingjing and her companions into his team, without any reservations or ill intentions, ensuring absolute loyalty and unity of purpose. However, achieving this goal would be a formidable challenge, as Lei Jingjing and her associates were not easily swayed. First and foremost, these streets are overrun with zombies. Do you have any ideas? Gu Yuan inquired. Lei Jingjing shook her head, indicating a seeming deadlock. We cannot move, as there are too many zombies. Yet, this does not signify certain death, as we have sprayed the zombie repellent and insecticide. The insecticide instills fear in the insects, and consequently, the controlled zombies dare not approach us. Our attempts to move would be exceedingly slow, considering the sheer volume of zombies obstructing our path. Lei Jingjing extended her hand towards Gu Yuan. What is it? The bottle of insecticide you provided is now empty, and its effects last only an hour. Do not tell me you have none left. If so, we are doomed. Gu Yuan smacked his lips, admitting, to be honest, I truly do not have any left. The special insecticide obtained from the bronze treasure chest had yielded 4 bottles. One was used. One was given to Lei Jingjing and her team, and another was reserved for Zhuo Yu and Zhuo Ya as a precaution. He now possessed only half a bottle for himself. How long can this insecticide scent last on you? Perhaps half an hour. Gu Yuan lowered his head in silence. Do not tell me you genuinely have none left. Lei Jingjing scrutinized him. If that is the case, we might as well remain underground. I speak with sincerity. Suddenly, a voice echoed from Gu Yuan's communication device. It was Lin Mingming. Captain, are there truly so many zombies outside? Indeed. There are an overwhelming number, almost everywhere. If there is no other option, I would like to give something a try, Lin Mingming stated. Oh? What do you propose? Captain, combining my water element with Yuan Ruoshua's ice element seems to yield terrifying power, especially given the current adverse weather conditions. Acid rain and frigid temperatures are highly advantageous for our elemental manipulation. Creating a natural battlefield most suitable for us, I have considered this method, but it remains merely theoretical. We shall see if you can execute it. Are you confident? Is there another option, Captain? Very well, you may all emerge. Remember not to forget the zombie repellent and the insecticide. 10 minutes later, the ground trembled as the women appeared above the surface. Chapter 81. The combined technique of Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoshua. Breaking through the zombie siege. Let us begin, Gu Yuan commanded. Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoshua nodded in the next instant. Lin Mingming raised her hands high, grasping at the air. Acid rain counts as water, and under her control, The violent winds and rain coalesced above. Suddenly, a myriad of water arrows coalesced, forming a formidable spiked barrier akin to a water hedgehog within 100 meters of Gu Yuan. Yuan Ruoxue, her white hair dancing wildly, her eyes shimmering with an icy blue hue, had undergone a transformation following her awakening of ice elemental abilities, her raven locks now a brilliant white, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand. The densely packed water arrows surrounding her instantaneously morphed into ice arrows, resembling a colossal spiked creature of ice. Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue unleashed their combined powers simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of ice arrows that swept across the vicinity. Decimating hordes of zombies in vast swathes, a minute passed. Gu Yuan was awestruck by the synergy between Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue. Their technique was more extravagant than 10 Gatling guns combined. This was a true carpet bombing, a relentless rain of ice arrows descending from above, each arrow not merely piercing but also slicing through, akin to a flurry of crystalline daggers under Yuan Ruoxue's command. The unending rain above provided ample water, negating the need for conjuring it from thin air, allowing Lin Mingming to fully exploit her water elemental prowess. Lei Jingjing and her companions were left dumbfounded. Exchanging glances with Long Lin, swallowing hard, it was terrifying. This was a power that any human could possess, annihilating at least several 100,000 zombies in under a minute. Had they ever encountered such a monstrous female awakener? Long Lin silently shook her head. The sudden eruption of such terrifying power suggested they still had stamina to spare, the continuous downpour above seeming to invigorate the water elemental awakener further. The water arrows they conjured were rapid and plentiful, likely numbering in the hundreds of thousands per second. I have seen water elemental awakeners before, yet none could compare to her prowess. Indeed, all the awakeners I had encountered seemed inferior in comparison, including the ice elemental awakener. Even if we joined forces, we would likely be outmatched. Could it be that awakening techniques have tiers? This was the first I had heard of such a thing in 5 years of this apocalypse. Lei Jingjing frowned. Gu Yuan turned to Lei Jingjing and the others, calling out, "Hey, don't just stand there. Get your wind elemental awakener to assist." Gu Yuan retrieved an armored vehicle and an apocalypse RV from his spatial storage. The RV had sustained minimal damage, having been reinforced with armor long ago, merely flipped over. Previously, the brutish man had only slashed its tires. Tires were easily replaced, and Gu Yuan had spares on hand. The women all boarded the vehicle, but as Lei Jingjing and her companions attempted to join, Gu Yuan blocked their way. "You should stay outside. There's not enough space inside." "You? What do you mean there's not enough space?" Lei Jingjing shot a sidelong glance, noting the vehicle was indeed cramped, but Gu Yuan had 2 vehicles. A little rearranging would suffice for their accommodation. The expressions of Lei Jingjing and her companions darkened. Feeling the blatant distrust gnaw at them uncomfortably, "Rest assured, I won't leave you behind. The speed is just right for you all to keep up, though you have so little faith in us." Lei Jingjing retorted, "If our roles were reversed, how much would you trust me?" Gu Yuan countered. With a firm press on the accelerator, Enhua was at the wheel of the armored vehicle, while Yunnan drove the RV, ensuring Lei Jingjing and her group could just keep pace. Bolstered by Han Bing's wind elemental enhancement, they sprinted forward, perfectly maintaining their speed. As for the zombies, under the relentless assault of Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue's combined technique, even the most numerous of them were rendered inconsequential, clearing large swathes of the battlefield as they sped onward. The lesser zombies beneath the tyrant's threshold could be dispatched with a single ice arrow. Even the aberrant ones were no match. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and the cries of the undead filled the air. Ahead, no. In all directions, front, back, left, and right, giant zombies looming 100 meters tall emerged. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. The previous encounter had been at a distance, lacking the visceral impact, but now it felt as though skyscrapers had awakened, the zombie kings appearing diminutive in comparison, leaving the women equally astonished. "Continue forward. We have no choice. Since we've committed to this path, we must not falter." Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue maintained their combined technique while the others readied their firearms atop the vehicles, aiming at the colossal zombies, with 6 Gatling guns, 4 mounted on the RV and 2 on the armored vehicle. These gigantic zombies, with their tough hides and substantial mass, would likely withstand even light machine gun fire. Ahead, 5 enormous zombies obstructed Gu Yuan's advance, closing in at an alarming rate, eliciting a profound sense of dread from all present. Open fire. Shuaya, Shuayue, Zhao Shi, Xia Chenxi, Zhao Qingya, and Lu Xian unleashed a volley of crimson fire, all aimed at the same target. Given the immense size of the 100-meter giant zombies, concentrating their fire on a singular target maximized their damage. Dispersing their fire would not only diminish lethality but also reduce efficiency. In Gu Yuan's hand was an anti-tank grenade. He pulled the pin and hurled it with all his might, his attributes allowing him to throw with the force of a cannon, accurately landing it in the giant zombie's maw. Concurrently, Gu Xianer, Su Luyue, Mu Jinyao, and Mu Lingxi let loose 4 RPG rockets, all targeting the same behemoth in an instant. Every attack converged upon one giant zombie, the explosive sound reverberating through the air, drowning out its monstrous roars and shredding its form to pieces. Continue. That was just the first. Gu Yuan hurled 2 more anti-tank grenades with fervor. The women coordinated seamlessly, and in under 10 seconds, 3 of the 100-meter giant zombies were dispatched. The remaining 2 roared in fury, stomping down towards the swiftly approaching vehicles. Brace yourselves, both Enhua and Yuan shouted in unison. The armored vehicle and RV expertly maneuvered, drifting through the torrential downpour and fierce winds capable of bending trees. As one of the giant zombies stomped down, the vehicles narrowly evaded disaster. The ground shook violently, nearly toppling Gu Yuan and his companions. Fortunately, both Yuan and Enhua, masters of driving, managed to regain control at a perilous angle. At close range, the 6 Gatling guns unleashed a barrage of fire, their penetrating power intensified, tearing through the giant zombie's flesh. 5 seconds later, 100-meter giant zombie was shredded into 6 pieces, its head, body, and limbs, rendering it effectively lifeless. Meanwhile, the combined efforts of Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue materialized into a colossal ice crystal sword measuring 100 meters, manipulated under their command. Wang Ting's earth elemental abilities provided a modicum of interference against the giant zombie's movements. The sword descended, severing one of the giant zombie's legs, causing it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yuan produced 3 anti-tank grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them forth. Boom! The final 100-meter giant zombie was obliterated from top to bottom. Chapter 82. The swarm of cockroaches and the terrifying green toxic mist. The extermination of zombies yielded 12 billion survival points. These 100-meter giant zombies, despite their imposing size, were not necessarily resilient in terms of skin or blood. Their power was significant, yet their speed and agility paled in comparison to true zombie kings. Gu Yuan had engaged with the zombie kings before. While not in direct confrontation, it was evident that 10 of these 100-meter giants would fall short against a single zombie king. Hey, those behind? I forgot to ask, how do we escape the toxic zone? Gu Yuan shouted. Lei Jingjing rolled her eyes. I don't know. This was not the time for stubbornness. If they wished to escape, they would need their help. As they were unfamiliar with City A, I genuinely don't know, but I have a theory. The number of zombies in City A isn't as overwhelming as it appears. They are largely drawn from City S. City A faces 3 major swarms: the parasitic swarm, the ant swarm, and the cockroach swarm. I wonder if you've ever encountered a cockroach the size of an adult. Typically, they enter a dormant state. However, when awake, they possess the ability to exhale a green toxic mist, corrosive enough to rival acid rain. This mist, being gaseous, poses a grave threat. Inhaling even a trace into the lungs can result in instant cessation of breath, leading to suffocation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gu Yuan glared at Lei Jingjing. I didn't know whether you were aware of the green toxic mist, and besides, don't you have oxygen masks? Oxygen masks are not the same as gas masks. The quality of those masks cannot withstand toxic gas. Gu Yuan covered his face in exasperation. What do we do now? We're still quite far from the green toxic zone. The mist hasn't spread here yet. Lei Jingjing blinked innocently. Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue continued their relentless assault on the zombies, clearing a path for the 2 vehicles. Coupled with the ferocious firepower of the Gatling guns, even when confronted by giant zombies, they could still prevail. Each person was fully engaged, using their unique abilities to carve a path forward. Gu Yuan provided Lei Jingjing and her companions with AK assault rifles. When they received the weapons, their expressions were a mix of shock and disbelief, not because it was unexpected for Gu Yuan to arm them, but because the guns required no reloading. What kind of magical weapon was this that could fire continuously? Upon closer inspection of the 6 machine gunners, they found there was no need to change magazines, suggesting they possessed infinite ammunition. The exhilarating experience of such unrestrained firepower was utterly delightful. Han Bing, typically the epitome of an icy businesswoman, now wore a flushed and enthusiastic expression. Even a child would be thrilled to wield such a gun. Tang Ling was equally exhilarated, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she yearned to shoot down every zombie in sight. Lei Jingjing and her companions were no exception. With 2 AKs each, their kill count rivaled that of the 6 women wielding Gatling guns. Even while sprinting forward, an hour had elapsed, and the distance traveled was uncertain. Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue, both weary and breathless, found themselves in a state of exhaustion. While Lin Mingming, an awakened B-level, still possessed some stamina, Yuan Ruoxue was utterly drained, having collapsed onto the makeshift bed. Throughout their journey, she had been engaged in high-intensity combination techniques with Lin Mingming without respite, all while managing the output of ice arrows, which posed a significant strain on her physical and mental energy. Lei Jingjing and the others had also expended considerable energy. While battling zombies, they needed to keep pace with the vehicle's speed, and some were beginning to falter. Lei Jingjing and Tang Ling, with their attributes reaching 20, found it manageable to eliminate zombies while maintaining the furious pace of the vehicle for an hour. But sustaining such intensity for an extended period would soon become untenable. Brother Gu Yuan, I trust my aunt. Please let her on the vehicle. I'm begging you, Yi Shaowan implored, clinging to Gu Yuan's arm. She had matured into a striking beauty, her figure already developed, and it was impossible for her not to be so. You want her on board, right? Gu Yuan chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. Yi Shaowan nodded. Indeed, I don't know the others. In truth, Gu Yuan was also testing Lei Jingjing and the others' temperaments. If they harbored resentment or spewed vitriol, he had no intention of including them. It was only natural for them to feel discontented. Anyone would feel deeply uncomfortable when rejected and distrusted, forced to rely solely on their legs to chase after a speeding vehicle. However, what Gu Yuan sought was to discern whether anyone would nurse grudges or plot against them. Discontent was understandable, but he could not tolerate narrow-minded and treacherous individuals, as such people were destined to be untrustworthy. Jiu Yuan not only focused on the road ahead, but also kept a vigilant eye on Lei Jingjing and her companions, whose combat prowess was formidable. With the combination of Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue, alongside their advanced weaponry, they had amassed nearly 1.2 billion survival points from slaying zombies, surpassing their earlier earnings. Jiu Yuan calculated that such a substantial influx of survival points indicated a significant success in their zombie eradication efforts. Currently, each zombie killed equated to 100 survival points, as each zombie harbored parasites. Moreover, due to the acid rain, the survival points gained from slaying zombies tripled, meaning that each ordinary zombie represented 300 survival points. The contributions of Lei Jingjing and her companions had yielded 400 million points for him, considering they had achieved this merely with AK rifles, with their kill counts matching half of Gu Yuan's. Fortunately, they had not discarded the subordinate medals he had given them. Otherwise, it would have been a regrettable loss. As long as they possessed the subordinate medals bestowed by Gu Yuan, the survival points from slain zombies would belong to him. As they were not survivors of the instance, Jiu Yuan signaled to Inhua and Yunnan, and the vehicle gradually slowed down, allowing Lei Jingjing and her companions to catch up. Why are you slowing down? Lei Jingjing inquired, perplexed. Gu Yuan glanced over and replied, Get in? Huh? Why are you allowing us on the vehicle now? Just get in first, and we'll talk. Gu Yuan extended a hand out of the window, and the Apocalypse camper's door swung open. Without hesitation, Lei Jingjing grasped Gu Yuan's hand and climbed in through the window. The other women followed suit. Entering through the door, Jiu Yuan handed each of Lei Jingjing and her companions a bottle of water and a steamed bun. Take a 5-minute break. Why are you being so generous? Lei Jingjing exclaimed in surprise. Generous? I'm just letting you recover your strength. Thank you very much. I don't expect your gratitude. Just don't be like the one surnamed Tang and Han, or the two with the surname Qin, who have been muttering curses at me in the back, thinking I couldn't hear. It's fine. I can understand. I just wanted to see if you would consider me worth recruiting. Consider it a test. Have we passed the test then? Long Lin asked. Close enough. So, are you going to recruit us into your team? Yes, your abilities are impressive, but that's not my primary concern. What I seek in my team is loyalty, unity, and harmony. You must absolutely obey me. Can you do that? We can, Absolutely. But why do you think we would join you? Long Lin's gaze was profound. Do you have any other options? You've already boarded my vessel. You can't simply disembark unless I expel you from the team. And once expelled, those who leave my team are destined to perish. Just a word of caution. Yuan's tone remained calm, and leading this group of women had gradually cultivated a commanding presence within him. Exuding an air of authority. Of course, his demeanor was not yet exaggerated. Chapter 83. The origins of Lei Jingjing and her companions, the almost forgotten air purifier. Zombies could not possibly be densely packed everywhere. It was merely a metaphor, evoking a visual sensation of endlessness to the human eye, as if the zombies were limitless in number. After an hour, both vehicles accelerated to full throttle, surging ahead. The zombies appeared numerous. Yet they were not enough to form an insurmountable wall to halt Yuan and his companions. Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue conjured millions of ice arrows every minute, creating a veritable waterfall of icy projectiles that rained down upon the zombies. The ice arrows did not vanish upon piercing the zombies. Instead, they were manipulated by Yuan Ruoxue, slicing through all zombies within 100 meters like countless azure threads. With overwhelming firepower, a torrent of bullets, a sky filled with ice spikes and massive explosions, they carved a path through the horde, resulting in a substantial accumulation of survival points. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you have a way to break out of the toxic zone? Lei Jingjing directed her question at Yuan. Shouldn't that be my question to you? You seem quite knowledgeable about this green toxic zone, Yuan retorted. Lei Jingjing countered, I don't know. I just know the toxic zone is formidable. But I have no clue how to escape. You don't know. According to what you said, that green toxic mist was produced by cockroaches. Think about it. How many cockroaches would it take to envelop the entire city, eh? Moreover, you mentioned that cockroaches only expel the green mist when they awaken. So, the question arises, cockroaches can't possibly remain in a perpetual state of dormancy, right? Even if they don't frequently awaken, you must have encountered such a colossal toxic zone at least once or twice, right? Since you've encountered it, how did you manage to get through? Or are you not from City A? Yuan gazed at Lei Jingjing, eager to hear her response. Lei Jingjing, without hesitation, nodded, we came from City S. We are not scavengers wandering in City A. What brings you to City A? To search for supplies. Lei Jingjing pointed at Yang Mei. Do you think I intentionally concealed her? It's because her awakening ability is a storage space. In City A, there is a massive Walmart supermarket, but unfortunately, the supplies inside have long since spoiled and expired. Nevertheless, there are still some long-lasting edible goods that all survivors would fight over. Lei Jingjing glanced at Yuan, sighed, and shook her head. You cannot be a survivor from City S, as survivors from S City are quite familiar with City A, given their proximity. But you also cannot be survivors from City A. For the survivors, there cannot possibly survive. The conditions here are too harsh for human existence. Not to mention the green toxic mist, which specifically targets and eliminates all survivors in City A. Reappearing at intervals. The most terrifying aspect of City A is the ant tide. Ants that are omnipresent, capable of gnawing a hole into you while you sleep, and you would only discover it at the time of your death. Thus, it is impossible for there to be any survivors in City. Those who dare to enter City A do so with a determination to perish, simply because it houses a large Walmart supermarket, where goods have not been entirely cleared out over the past 5 years of the apocalypse. Due to the complexity of City A, that Walmart supermarket has not been completely emptied by survivors, who are merely trying to grab what they can and leave as quickly as possible. However, this time, we were unfortunate. We encountered the controlling mother body, the parasitic entity. A piercing sound wave summoned the zombies. And each parasite lodged itself within a zombie, controlling it. The influx of zombies from City S likely triggered the arrival of the Zombie King and its entourage. This commotion may have awakened the cockroaches, leading to the emergence of the green toxic zone. I have witnessed such a vast toxic zone 4 or 5 times, but only from outside its periphery. Having finished her explanation in one breath, Long Lin added, also, the men you killed were not part of our group. We merely had to gather a large number of people to cooperate in navigating City A. Our supplies had run out, and we had been starving for 4 or 5 days. If we did not seek supplies, we would perish. There is nothing edible left in City S, so we had no choice but to venture into the Walmart supermarket in City A for supplies. Do you have any way to break out of the toxic zone? Give us a definitive answer. Charging into the toxic zone blindly is futile. Han Bing expressed her impatience. Is that how you speak to him? If you're unhappy, you can leave. You're an outsider. Why should the captain tell you if he has a way? If you're impatient, you can get off the vehicle and continue chasing from behind, Xia Qinzi retorted rudely to Han Bing. Casting a disapproving glance at Lei Jingjing and the others, don't forget that you just arrived. Lower your tone. I apologize. I speak on her behalf. However, the toxic zone is drawing nearer. We can see the green canopy ahead, and it appears we have just over an hour before we reach the edge of the toxic zone. With many zombies still pursuing us, we merely seek reassurance and a sense of security. Lei Jingjing bit her lip, looking at Yuan. Yuan remained silent, his attention fully captivated by Yuan Ruoxue. Exhausted, his entire body felt languid as he lay on the bunk to rest, having exchanged 2 pairs from the supplies store to reward her. As for Lei Jingjing and the others, they were left to the side. Thank you, Captain. Just give me 5 more minutes and I can continue, she declared. Make it 10, Yuan Ruoxue, her face weary yet gentle, gazed at Yuan, suddenly noticing a fleeting moment of unease in his eyes. 0.5 seconds of something amiss. Yuan, with his back turned to everyone, remained oblivious. However, Yuan Ruoxue subtly followed his gaze downward, only to see the little dumpling unusually lively from gasping for air. After the earlier 5 and 10 minutes, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast a charming glance at Yuan. Suddenly, a dense cluster of black dots loomed ahead, as if a black boundary line was drawing near. Yuan furrowed his brows and spoke. What is that ahead? The women also took notice as Yuan raised his binoculars for a closer inspection. Lei Jingjing, contemplating the scene before her, wore a grave expression. What you predict will come to pass. As the black boundary line steadily encroached, they finally discerned the sight before them. Massive cockroaches, each 1 or 2 meters long, towering like adults. When the green toxic mist appeared, a swarm of cockroaches would inevitably follow. Lei Jingjing explained. Everyone, put on your masks and oxygen masks. Protect your mouths and noses. But didn't you say that the oxygen masks are ineffective against toxic gas? Even if we cover our mouths and noses, our skin could still be corroded and burned by the green toxic mist? Lei Jingjing questioned. Is there anything else? What do you mean? She asked, puzzled. Do you have any further insights on the green toxic mist? None. Good. As long as it's still within expectations. Yuan turned to Inhua and instructed. Once we come into contact with the green toxic mist, crank the air purifier to overdrive. This device was among the first ever produced. If one didn't scrutinize the instructions closely, they might mistake it for a simple air filter. However, this air purifier, extracted from a silver treasure chest, was anything but ordinary. Chapter 84. The Return of the Corpse King. Prepare. Use all the bombs to blast a path forward. The machine guns on the roof must eliminate these insects ahead. Yuan turned to Yuan Ruoxue and asked, do you still have strength left? It's fine, Captain. I can still coordinate with Lin Mingming for another hour. After resting for 10 minutes, Yuan Ruoxue had regained some energy and smiled at Yuan. He nodded at the women, saying, everyone, let us muster our strength and endure. Once we break through this swarm of cockroaches and escape the green toxic circle, I promise each of you a hot meal and a long-awaited hot shower in this frigid apocalypse. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes sparkled, and they chorused, let us go. In an instant, the 20 women in Yuan's team seemed to have received a surge of adrenaline. Their spirits lifted as they cast aside their earlier lethargy, each one brimming with determination, ready to pave a path through any obstacle ahead. Yet Lei Jingjing and the others were left perplexed, somewhat speechless. In this apocalypse, what warmth could there possibly be? Could they truly stomach it? Let alone a hot shower. In this era of scarcity, water was too precious for bathing. If it were available, they would have bathed long ago instead of being filthy and disheveled. Those daring to wash would either suffer from skin rot or succumb to infection and become zombies, a grim lesson learned over 5 years. Unless it was groundwater or bottled mineral water, they had to conserve every drop. Hey, why are they so clean? Tangling remarked. I was just thinking the same. I kept feeling something was off about them. But couldn't he pinpoint what? Han Bing added. Xiao Qinzi and Zhuyu shot them a glance and scoffed. If it were anyone else, they would not believe it. But when Yuan said it, they believed him without question. His words were filled with hope and promise, bringing them wonder and incredibility. Even Zhao Shi and the twin sisters Mu Jinyao and Mu Lingxi, who had just joined, believed in Gu Yuan wholeheartedly. Thus, at Gu Yuan's command, the Apocalypse RV and armored vehicle sped through the torrential winds. Had it not been for the wind pressure being mitigated by the wind turbine, the people on the roof would have been blown away, let alone aiming their guns point 10,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. From afar, the black swarm of cockroaches resembled a dark boundary line, drawing ever closer, while the zombie tide behind them was still hot on their heels. Fire! A barrage of bullets erupted, pouring forth relentless firepower. On the roof of the Apocalypse RV, Yuan Ruoxue harnessed the power of ice elements, conjuring an expansive layer of ice that could accommodate over 10 people. It was surreal. Gu Yuan had deployed both light and heavy machine guns, 6 Gatling guns paired with 6 light machine guns, while Lei Jingjing and her 8 companions took their positions atop. For stability, the armored vehicle led the charge, with the Apocalypse RV following closely, ensuring everything coordinated with the RV's speed. This firepower felt formidable. Provided the Corpse King did not make an appearance, nothing seemed capable of obstructing their path. Gu Yuan was also not idle. Everyone was exerting their power. The most breathtaking sight was the synergy between Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue. As their 2 vehicles carved a path through the swarm of cockroaches, their combined skills creating a 100-meter radius devoid of any creeping pests. Finally, "All right, everyone, get down," Gu Yuan instructed. The green toxic mist was swiftly approaching, threatening to envelop them. They had to ensure everyone remained inside the vehicle, sealing any gaps to maximize the air purifier's efficiency in converting and filtering the air, transforming toxic gases into breathable air. Everyone complied with the command, including Lei Jingjing and her companions, each fully prepared for their protective measures. As they witnessed the green mist advance, a palpable tension gripped everyone, especially Lei Jingjing and her team, who understood the horror of the toxic circle. With only 1 air purifier available, Gu Yuan stowed the armored vehicle in his spatial pocket, allowing Yunan and the occupants of the armored vehicle to crowd into the RV. The space became quite cramped. Xia Qinzi and Zhuoyu hastily flanked Gu Yuan, both intending to embrace him from the front and back. However, Zhao Shi seized the opportunity to wedge herself into Gu Yuan's arms, nearly wrapping her arms around his neck. Behind him, another figure pressed closely, Zhuoya, with her ample bosom and ample provisions. Gu Yuan turned, bewildered, as he found himself sandwiched between Xia Qinzi and Zhuoyu, each clutching an arm while Zhao Shi embraced him from the front and Zhuoya pushed against him from behind. If his arms weren't subtly encircling his waist, one might almost believe this was mere crowding. Yet the expressions of the women remained serious and solemn, their gazes fixed ahead, braced for what was to come, their faces betraying not a hint of disarray. Were it not for the nearly 30 people packed inside the Apocalypse RV, it genuinely felt cramped. Otherwise, Gu Yuan might have thought their closeness was intentional. 0.5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the world around them transformed into a sea of green. The air purifier, already operating at peak capacity, emitted a deep hum as it dispelled and filtered the encroaching green toxic mist. After a minute, the women exhaled in relief, and so did Lei Jingjing and her companions, as they felt no burning sensation on their skin, confirming that the green mist had not infiltrated their space. Moreover, with their faces shielded by oxygen masks and protective gear covering their mouths and noses, they adopted further precautions against the toxic threat, a necessary measure for their survival. Yet, Gu Yuan found himself enveloped by soft bodies from all sides. Was it awkward? A little. But it was also intoxicating, a sensation akin to floating on clouds. Not only were they soft, but the proximity from all directions was filled with an elastic embrace, with some women purposefully pressing closer to Gu Yuan. Suddenly, the Apocalypse RV was jolted violently as something collided with it. Peering through the window, they saw countless cockroaches pursuing them from behind, and the speed of the cockroach swarm was far from slow. It quickly matched the pace of the Apocalypse RV. Inside the vehicle, Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoxue were the only ones capable of attacking, as the others were confined within. Harnessing water and ice elements, they unleashed a torrent of ice arrows toward the encroaching pests. "Can we go any faster? The gas pedal is already floored." Inwa replied, her expression grave. "Captain, these insects are moving at an alarming speed. And in the toxic mist, they're even faster. They're on the verge of surrounding us." Though we've eliminated many with our combo attacks, there are simply too many cockroaches. Lin Mengming's face was tense. Do you have any of that insecticide? The kind that can wipe out a large number with one bottle? Zhuyi inquired, glancing at Gu Yuan. That's called a god-level insecticide. If I had it, I would have used it by now. These cockroaches wouldn't be such a hassle. Just then, Lei Jingjing, with her keen eyes, spotted a small moving, approaching through the window. Her expression shifted dramatically. Oh no! The Corpse King is coming again. Chapter 85. The Struggle. Han Bing, what are you waiting for? Use the wind element to accelerate the vehicle, Gu Yuan bellowed. Han Bing nodded, hastily channeling the power of wind. The wind outside felt like an invisible hand, propelling the Apocalypse RV to greater speed. Yet Han Bing was merely a D-grade elemental awakener, her abilities limited. Indeed, all D-grade elemental awakeners had relatively weak powers. Utilizing wind as a driving force, whether to enhance oneself or assist others, could only yield so much. Lei Jingjing's warning heightened the tension within the vehicle. The cockroach swarm posed a significant threat, and the arrival of the Corpse King made matters even direr. Moreover, with the outside enveloped in green toxic mist, who would dare venture out? Gu Yuan, armed with a telescope, understood that the Corpse King Centaur could not possibly be vanquished by a mere trifling explosion of a thumb-sized all-nitrogen anionic salt. He anticipated a grievous injury would allow it to self-heal and pursue them relentlessly, yet he was taken aback by the rapidity of its approach. Now, uncertainty loomed. Who could withstand such a formidable Corpse King? His gaze fell upon Lin Mengming, Yuan Ruoxue, and Wang Ting, 2 C-rank and 1 B-rank.as for the others. Their abilities were hardly noteworthy in such dire circumstances. Yuan Ruoxue, having expended considerable stamina from manipulating ice elements intensively for over an hour, was visibly fatigued. Wang Ting, Lin Mengming, your abilities are our only hope to impede the Corpse King Centaur's pursuit. At the very least, buy us time to escape this toxic zone. Lin Mengming shook her head. My water element powers are insufficient against this Corpse King. However, I have an idea, though the pervasive green toxic mist outside hampers my efforts. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow as he turned to Wang Ting. I can only do my utmost. I cannot guarantee I can restrain the Corpse King Centaur. He placed a heavy hand on Wang Ting's shoulder, his tone grave. Captain, please don't pressure me. I am merely C-rank. And that Corpse King is evidently formidable. If my actions jeopardize everyone. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as cockroaches collided with the RV, causing it to sway alarmingly in the apocalyptic landscape. Lin Mengming, Yuan Ruoxue, do not cease your combined attacks. The tide of cockroaches is closing in, Gu Yuan shouted. Captain, we are overwhelmed. There are simply too many of them, and their speed is astonishing. Our ice arrows have been relentless. Yet some cockroaches still manage to breach our defenses. At that moment, Lei Jingjing interjected, pay attention. Can we ascertain whether the tide of cockroaches contains a cockroach king? Typically, the cockroach king will either lurk within the horde or remain concealed nearby. Yet it undoubtedly commands the swarm. Do you know what the cockroach king looks like? Gu Yuan inquired. Not precisely, but I am certain it is far from ordinary, Lei Jingjing replied. The speed of the Corpse King Centaur surpassed that of the cockroaches, moving like a specter, leaving a trail of afterimages as it pursued Gu Yuan and his team. Each pounding hoof cracked the ground, turning it soft and raising clouds of dust. The more they advanced, the weaker their footing became, as if they were traversing a quagmire. The Corpse King let out a fearsome roar, its hooves pounding the earth with tremendous force, creating massive craters. With a sudden leap, it surged forward. Inside the RV, Zhuyi remarked, Wang Ting, you are doing remarkably well. That Corpse King moves like a flea, though it remains swift. Its speed is significantly curtailed compared to before. Ji Yuan acknowledged this. Praising Wang Ting indeed. But how long can you maintain this control over the ground? If that Corpse King possesses no further abilities, perhaps for an hour. However, if it has hidden powers, I cannot say. Within the expansive green toxic zone, the mist stretched far and wide, and it appeared they would require more than half an hour to escape its clutches. Let us hope no unforeseen complications arise, Gu Xin'er murmured softly, though her voice echoed in the cramped RV. Suddenly, the RV jolted violently, the steering wheel nearly slipping out of control. What just happened? Gu Yuan demanded. I am uncertain. I was driving carefully when the vehicle suddenly became unstable, Yuan replied, her expression innocent. It's the ants. Long Lin pointed towards the ground. A swarm of ants emerged, and one managed to puncture the RV's tire. Liu Xin'er, your words carry ill omens. Su Liu glared at her. Liu Xin'er sighed in frustration. What now? A flat tire will severely impede our speed. If I attempt to accelerate, I cannot guarantee we won't flip. These ants are ubiquitous in City A, possessing a biting force capable of penetrating steel. One could easily emerge from the ground and devour a person whole, Lei Jingjing warned. With the tire damaged, their speed diminished, and both the tide of cockroaches and the Corpse King centaur surged towards them. The Corpse King swung its long spear, creating a whirlwind of energy that shattered their ice arrows, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of Lin Mingming and Yuan Ruoshua's combined attack. The cockroaches, moving with the velocity of cannon fire, began to bombard Gu Yuan's RV, gradually encircling them. Wang Ting, unable to unleash her earth element widely, focused solely on hindering the Corpse King centaur, causing each of its advances to become a struggle through mud. As cockroaches crashed into the RV, it shook violently. Fortunately, the RV had been reinforced, making it resilient against such assaults. Even the ants would struggle to breach its fortified structure. However, this interference drastically affected their speed. Despite Yuan's exceptional driving skills, they were forced to slow down, unable to halt completely. This allowed the pursuing Corpse King centaur, despite Wang Ting's interference, to close in rapidly. Lin Mingming gritted her teeth, realizing that it was now her responsibility. Outside, the green toxic mist enveloped everything, leaving the others no choice but to remain inside the vehicle, unable to even crack a window. I shall control the water elements outside, she shouted defiantly, with clenched fists. She focused, unleashing two powerful jets of water that shattered through all obstacles ahead. With a sweeping motion, the jets lashed out, clearing the encroaching tide of cockroaches. Yet, the force she commanded was not overwhelming. The water was hindered by air resistance, losing much of its power. Yuan Ruoshua inhaled deeply, her white hair swirling as she unleashed a mighty shout. Instantly, the advancing tide of cockroaches was encased in ice, frozen solid. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan accelerated, testing her driving prowess. With a blown tire, she pressed the accelerator to the floor, risking a catastrophic flip. Ahead, the icy expanse stretched for 100 meters, freezing the cockroach tide on both sides and behind them. Yet, Yuan Ruoshua's eyes glimmered crimson, a sign of her overexertion in controlling the ice elements. After an extensive display of power, she had exhausted considerable stamina. Jiu Yuan interrupted Yuan Ruoshua's magic. Enough. Do not push your abilities any further. You risk damaging yourself and your awakening core. It was evident that Yuan Ruoshua was at her limit, her eyes bloodshot and weary, resembling someone who hadn't eaten, drunk, or slept in days. She struggled to speak. Gu Yuan retrieved a bottle of nutrient drink from the supply store and handed it to her. Take a moment to rest. Now, it's up to you, she gasped as she replenished herself, her pallor improving slightly before she succumbed to sleep. Jiu Xin'er, Su Liu, ensure her well-being. If anything should happen to her, do not expect my mercy, Liu Yuan warned, turning his attention to Lin Mingming and Wang Ting, one tasked with combating the relentless tide of cockroaches, the other focusing on the Corpse King centaur. Without uttering a word, the silent pressure urged the two women to understand that their strength was now their only hope. They needed to endure for another half-hour until they could escape the toxic zone and unleash their full potential. Separated by the confines of the RV, the two women wielded their elemental powers. Lin Mingming unleashed a barrage of high-pressure water jets, instantly obliterating countless cockroaches. However, the sheer volume of the cockroaches seemed insurmountable, akin to an unending tide of resilient pests. Suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the air, and from the mass of cockroaches emerged a colossal specimen, dwarfing its fellows by tenfold. Its exoskeleton was impervious, fangs protruding menacingly, and a noxious odor emanated from it, with eyes glowing ominously. The Cockroach King has appeared, Lei Jingjing declared. The Cockroach King inhaled deeply, drawing in the surrounding green toxic mist, condensing it within its maw before unleashing a thick toxic gas towards Gu Yuan and his companions. The impact was akin to a cannon strike, nearly toppling the RV, which spun dangerously as if in a drift, teetering on the edge of disaster. The corrosive gas began to eat away at the vehicle's surface, leaving behind deep gouges. Thankfully, it had not fully penetrated, or they would have met their doom. Yuan's heart raced with anxiety, truly a near miss. Had it not been for the armored reinforcement and the oil sheen coating on the Apocalypse RV, which mitigated most of the corrosive effects, the moment the external green toxic mist infiltrated, the air purifier might have faltered, leading to the demise of those inside from inhaling the poisonous gas. Lin Mingming remained vigilant, determined to thwart that insect king. They must not allow the toxic gas to strike their RV again. If it did, 2 or 3 more hits would spell doom for them all. "We must rely on you," Yuan shouted. The cockroach insect king unleashed another barrage of green toxic gas, this time not just a single shot, but a relentless stream. The surrounding green mist served as its inexhaustible ammunition supply, and in the blink of an eye, the cockroach insect king resembled a mobile artillery platform, firing continuously. "Captain, if I focus on stopping that insect king, my attacks will be scattered. It's too distracting to control the water element while managing both fronts. The cockroach swarm will surge forth like a tide," Lin Mingming stated as she unleashed a barrage of high-pressure water jets, intercepting the incoming toxic gas. However, this allowed the cockroaches to recklessly assault the Apocalypse RV without any resistance. "What should we do, Captain?" Zhuya urged anxiously. "Hey, kid, you need to take charge," Lei Jingjing added, equally flustered. The cockroach swarm rushed forward with the force of a tidal wave, producing a deafening roar as the Apocalypse RV was flipped over, tumbling in the air before rolling violently. The tremendous impact injured everyone inside to varying degrees. The cramped quarters exacerbated the injuries, with several seriously wounded from internal bleeding due to the shock. Lin Mingming and Wang Ting were also thrown off balance by the insect tide, disrupting their concentration and allowing the Zombie King's forces to gain speed. The dense swarm of cockroaches surged towards them, threatening to engulf the Apocalypse RV entirely. "Go, drive!" Lin Mingming shouted fiercely, summoning hundreds of water daggers formed from the acidic rain, which, under her control, spiraled around the RV in a 360-degree arc, slicing through the advancing tide of cockroaches. The foul-smelling green blood sprayed everywhere as each large cockroach was dismembered into pieces. In an instant, a small clearing was created around the RV amidst the overwhelming swarm. The ground trembled as Wang Ting manipulated the earth, conjuring a massive hand of soil to stabilize and support the RV. Lin Mingming was visibly exhausted, her back drenched in sweat. Water, inherently gentle, required immense control to form lethal weapons against the already resilient cockroaches. Even as a B-rank awakener, she found it taxing. Wang Ting's energy expenditure was no less significant. Yuan's thoughts raced as he assessed the dire situation. His anxiety surpassed that of anyone else. Though he maintained a calm facade, the most pressing threat was not the cockroach swarm or the Zombie King's forces, but the lethal green mist permeating the air, rendering them unable to venture outside. Suddenly, Yuan's gaze fell upon a garment, a thermal down jacket that had emerged from a silver treasure chest. Its description read, "Remains warm even at -100 degrees. What a concept! This garment could serve as an insulator, preventing any external air from penetrating. If the thermal down jacket truly possessed such remarkable properties, it could be likened to a spacesuit. Moreover, it featured an internal oxygen breathing system and temperature regulation, appearing snug yet not bulky like a traditional space suit, similar in appearance to an ordinary down jacket. Yuan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Damn! I nearly forgot about this." He glanced around, noting the anxious gazes of the women, particularly focusing on the two with the highest attributes, Lei Jingjing and Tang Ling. Chapter 87. Lin Mingming's duel with the Zombie King. Yuan retrieved 4 down jackets from his spatial storage and announced, "I currently possess these 4 down jackets. Their functionality resembles that of a space suit, capable of insulating against extreme cold, meaning that once worn, they can shield against the external temperatures of -100 degrees. They also contain an oxygen system and temperature control. If they can block the cold, they should also be able to obstruct the external toxic mist. My plan is for Lei Jingjing and Tang Ling to wear these, while I provide you both with Gatling guns to eliminate the cockroach swarm from the roof of the RV. We must ensure that the cockroaches do not obstruct the RV's progress. Can you manage that? How can we be sure that this down jacket will work? What if it fails to block the toxic mist?" Tang Ling questioned directly. "I can present various miraculous items. some of which are difficult to explain, especially in such an urgent moment. "Do you have any alternatives?" Yuan retorted. "Why not let others try them on first? Are we just guinea pigs here?" Tang Ling shot back. Yuan's gaze hardened, his expression growing increasingly dark and irate. Sensing the tension, Lei Jingjing quickly interjected, "All right, I trust you. I'll follow your lead. Good. That leaves 2 jackets. Point 1 is for Lin Mingming. You mentioned that you couldn't unleash your full potential inside the RV, right? So wear it and go outside to showcase your prowess. It should be fine. That's acceptable, provided it truly blocks the toxic mist. If what you say holds true, then I'm ready. Being confined within the RV is too limiting. I can't unleash my true strength. Moreover, I require speed that I'm uncertain if it's feasible. But I might attempt to confront the Zombie King one-on-one." Yuan was taken aback. "I'll carry you. I'll transform into an armored vehicle and transport you to face the Zombie King." Yuan interjected at this moment. "Do you have confidence in this?" Yuan asked Lin Mingming. "That I'm not sure, but we have no choice now. The Zombie King is less than 10 miles away. If we don't act quickly, it will be too late." "All right, I want to say more. Just ensure your safety and act within your limits." Lin Mingming nodded. After the 3 donned the down jackets, they swiftly ascended to the RV's rooftop, closing the hatch in just a couple of seconds. The reason there were 3 instead of 4 was that as soon as Yuan emerged, except for that one person who could never be defeated, who even managed to inflict severe damage, this was the true source of his fury and vexation. His insatiable desire to pursue and slay that wretched human with a single thrust. Both sides were poised for confrontation, gathering their strength, ready to engage in a decisive clash, and Lin Mingming showed no sign of retreat. Wang Ting, observing the frenzied expression on Lin Mingming's face, swallowed hard. While she herself was not timid, she felt a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle transformed Yuan felt an increasing sense of trepidation, if it were not for her absolute trust in Lin Mingming. Someone they had all known from the Blood Rose group for a long time, it would be implausible to believe in her and accompany her in this madness. "Hurry! Accelerate! Accelerate! Accelerate!" Lin Mingming's face contorted in a fierce grimace as adrenaline surged through her veins. With her hands clasped together and her body turned sideways, she adopted a posture to draw her sword for a sweeping strike. 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Inside the apocalyptic RV, Yuan meticulously observed the unfolding scene through binoculars. His palms sweating, his heart racing. He could hardly believe how reckless Lin Mingming had become, for she usually appeared to be a rather amiable young lady. The other women also gazed at the spectacle, with Lei Jingjing and her companions diverting some of their attention to watch. One strike would determine the outcome. Chapter 88. Total Annihilation. The End. It drew nearer. The Corpse King's steed suddenly sensed a looming death threat, far more intense than the previous cataclysmic explosion, yet it was already too late to break or evade. Wang Ting was no mere bystander. She ensnared the 4 hooves of the Corpse King's steed into the ground. While this did not constitute a significant distraction and breaking free was not overly difficult for the Corpse King, it did slightly impede its movements. However, this minor hindrance greatly increased Lin Mingming's chances of victory. As her clasped hands burst forth, a water blade extending dozens of meters emerged, better termed a high-frequency, super-pressurized water-cutting blade, far more complex than a mere condensed water blade. This water-cutting blade was no less formidable than a laser cutter,